Chapter 1. The Meteorites Fall and the Global Anomaly begins Part 1. Important reminder, this story features a male-male relationship. The setting is fictional, and I will strive to maintain a daily update pace. The protagonist's feelings will gradually intensify as they navigate the journey of love rediscovered after loss. The plot develops slowly, as I hope to flesh out their characters with depth and authenticity. Thank you for taking the time to read. A repository for thoughts, lovingly curated by the cutest character, Xunzhi. Wishing everyone an enjoyable reading experience. If you appreciate my free labor of love, please show some support for the author. This means a lot to a budding writer. Thank you. Latest note. Recently, I have seen some comments from readers. When I first began writing this book, I was not entirely sure of my thoughts, leading to some inconsistencies in the earlier chapters. One hope new readers can exercise patience. Improvements will come. My goal during the New Year period is to gradually refine the first 30 chapters. As a newcomer to writing, I sincerely hope for your support. Each follow and comment is invaluable to me. I am grateful for every reader's sincere advice. I hope you all enjoy reading. 3. Wishing everyone a prosperous, beautiful, and joyful new year. 3. Just half an hour left. The youth, whose face bore a solemn expression, leaned against the balcony railing, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, murmuring to the sky. Perhaps for many years after the apocalypse, no one could comprehend why the end of the world arrived so abruptly. Xunzhi gazed at the familiar city streets and the incessant flow of traffic. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the flourishing white climbing roses on the balcony, pondering the long-awaited moment that had finally arrived, though he was uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. He hoped for a chance to make changes if everything were to start anew. Yet he wished even more fervently that it were all a dream. No meteorite, no apocalypse, and none of the unavoidable farewells and painful memories from the laboratory. During the first 3 days of his rebirth, he had confined himself to his home, avoiding the outside world. Only when the gnawing hunger in his stomach became undeniable and he fully realized the reality of his rebirth did he begin to frantically plan for the impending day a month hence. His phone, tucked away in his pants pocket, buzzed incessantly. Xunzhi initially had no intention of answering. After all, who would be calling at such a crucial moment? On the 4th day of his rebirth, he sought out a real estate agent to sell his old family home, exchanging it for some cash. Due to the urgency of the sale, he received just over $2 million. At first, he considered mortgaging his current residence for quick cash, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Now alone, he questioned the utility of hoarding so many possessions. Coupled with the compensation of over $2 million from his parent car accident and previous family savings, he had approximately $5 million in cash on hand. Moreover, regarding supplies, he did not intend to stockpile excessively, as he had other plans. This $5 million would sufficiently guarantee his initial resource needs. He wondered if his personal information and phone number had been leaked by the real estate agents. Once the funds were transferred, calls from various car and insurance salespeople inundated him, adding to his annoyance. In the month leading up to the impending apocalypse, Xunzhi had little social interaction aside from silently observing university group chats and occasionally engaging in brief conversations in his dormitory group. He had no other social needs. He promptly set all unknown numbers to reject calls. At this moment, how could anyone still be calling him? Furrowing his brows, he displayed a hint of irritation on his face, slowly reaching into his pocket to glance at the incoming call before hanging up. Upon seeing the caller ID and the familiar name that brought back so many memories, his fingers instinctively tightened around the phone, as if he might crush it. At that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Yet, his hand moved faster than his mind could process before he could fully comprehend who was calling. He hastily pressed the end call button. With a soft beep, the call was terminated, and the world seemed to fall into silence. But in that instant of tranquility, Xunzhi's pupils dilated. Then his eyes widened as he stared at the now black screen of his phone. Had he just accidentally hung up? Just as he hesitated whether to call back, his phone rang once more. This time, he hesitated not at all, swiftly seizing his phone. Clutching it tightly, he took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within. before quickly retreating to a quiet corner of his room, sinking into the soft embrace of a single armchair. Once his emotions had settled somewhat, he cautiously slid his finger across the screen, tapping the green icon that confirmed the call. As the call connected, he bit his lip, uncertain of what to say or how to begin, silently holding the phone to his ear. "It's me." That voice seemed to traverse the corridors of time, carrying an indescribable charm, resonating low and magnetic from the other end of the line. Xunzhi was momentarily taken aback. His heart, which had been as calm as a still lake, suddenly rippled with waves of emotion. That voice, so achingly familiar, drew him back into memories long buried. In an instant, fragments of their past flooded his mind like a rising tide, leaving him in a daze. I know," Xunzhi replied softly, though his heart was far from tranquil. He could never have anticipated receiving a call from Xunzhi at this very moment. Xunzhi, his ex-boyfriend. It was worth noting that in his previous life, after their breakup, they had lost all contact. The beautiful moments they once shared, the awkwardness and quarrels that had transpired, seemed to have faded into distant memories with the passage of time. Yet now, upon hearing his voice once more, all the emotions he had buried deep within surged forth like a spring, uncontrollable. Xunzhi felt his heartbeat quicken, his breath becoming erratic. He endeavored to regain his composure, attempting to steady himself, yet his restless heart remained agitated. "I've returned to Jing City a year ago. I lost contact with you due to a mission before I departed. I couldn't reach you by phone, and during my journey, I didn't have my phone with me to receive your messages upon my return. I went directly to your school, and I learned about your uncle, and I'm truly sorry. I couldn't be by your side. How have you been?" Xunzhi's voice came through the phone, somewhat distorted, yet did not hinder Xunzhi from detecting the concern and remorse within. Xunzhi cast his gaze downward at the floor, the gentle breeze lifting the curtains in the room, causing them to dance before his eyes. He was at a loss for words. Should he say it's fine, or express gratitude for the concern? It felt as if he were conversing with a stranger. So much time had passed that he had forgotten the reasons behind their quarrels and why he had blocked Xunzhi. He genuinely liked this boyfriend of his, with his striking appearance and physique, uncomplicated family background, and his selfless devotion to Xunzhi. For a considerable time, he had been overly attached to Xunzhi, and whenever things didn't go his way, he would throw a tantrum and argue with him. However, he never expected that one such quarrel would lead to losing someone who had once been wholly devoted to him. Xunzhi remained silent, and Xunzhi's heart sank, recognizing that this prolonged separation of over a year was a significant mistake on his part. Before his long-term mission, he had opportunities to communicate with his family. Yet, due to having upset Gigi and their subsequent argument, he had missed those calls, resulting in being blocked from all contact. Their meeting had always been dramatic. Although their friends were aware of their relationship, various circumstances had prevented them from meeting one another's friends. This ultimately led to the situation where, after being blocked by Xunzhi, he had no other means to reach him in a time-sensitive manner. Until he had to leave the city for his mission, he had not been able to inform Gigi of his departure. After completing the mission, he returned to find countless missed calls and breakup messages from Xunzhi on his phone, which had been sealed away for over a year. Xunzhi was genuinely alarmed his previous fears had materialized. If he could see Gigi again, he would sincerely apologize and seek forgiveness. He would implore him to reconcile, uncertain if Gigi would even consider forgiving him. After all, it was Xunzhi who had vanished for over a year after their argument. The breakup messages had gone unanswered, and it was likely Gigi had already accepted their separation. As for the breakup itself, Xunzhi refused to acknowledge that he would kneel, if necessary, to seek his beloved's forgiveness. "I just bought the nearest flight ticket and am currently en route to the airport. I miss you dearly." The heartfelt words caused Xunzhi's facade of determination to shatter in an instant. Covering his mouth tightly with his left hand to stifle his voice, he felt a shock at the key phrase within Xunzhi's statement. In that moment, a chilling sensation, akin to a cold serpent, slithered swiftly up his spine. At this moment, his heart resembled a frightened rabbit, bouncing frantically within his chest, each thump accompanied by a profound sense of panic and unease. "Don't go." You can't go to the airport. Please, don't go to the airport. Xunzhi finally could not restrain himself from responding. His urgent words seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat, tinged with a barely perceptible, almost inaudible quaver of emotion. So, did he also go to the airport in the previous life? At this very moment, might their failure to reunite in the past be due to? Don't reject me. Gigi, I can't be at ease without seeing you. I know you're angry with me once we meet. I will accept any punishment you deem necessary. Just please, don't refuse to see me. The iron-fisted Major Xiao, known for his ruthlessness towards soldiers and mercilessness towards enemies, spoke with a tone so cautious, as if pleading, afraid that Xunzhi might even refuse to meet him. His fingers clutched the phone tightly. After completing a long-term undercover mission at the country's border, he had navigated through life and death to return intact, while several comrades remained forever at the border. Realizing he could no longer bear the departure of his beloved, he resolutely applied for discharge from the military. His actions in the first half of his life had been worthy of his country, and in the days to come, he only wished to remain by Gigi's side, devoted solely to protecting him. The moment he left the military, he rushed to Xunzhi's school, only to learn that an accident had occurred at Xunzhi's home, prompting him to take a leave of absence. Anxious and distressed, he immediately purchased a plane ticket, intending to call him first. Once he made contact, he would drive to the airport. Previously, Xunzhi had boasted about the wedding house his parents had prepared for him, even sharing the name of the neighborhood. But at that time, he had been indifferent to the house's exact location since Gigi had not yet planned to introduce him to his parents. Later, on a whim, he had searched for that neighborhood on the map, remembering its general location in Jiang City. Although he was unaware of the specific building, he figured that by flying over first, he could find it eventually. Xunzhi understood Xiao Mu's nature. Once he set his mind on something, he would not easily change it. However, he could not simply tell Xiao Mu that he had been reborn for a month and that the apocalypse would arrive in half an hour. Such a revelation might lead him to believe he was suffering from psychological breakdown due to heartbreak, prompting him to hasten his way to Xunzhi. He could only devise another way to delay him. Xunzhi furrowed his brow, furiously brainstorming excuses in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he felt a cool current flow down his throat, gradually spreading to every corner of his body. He shut his eyes tightly, striving to calm his restless heart. As time ticked away, his thoughts raced until he devised a plan. He did not need to hold him off for long. It would be impossible to convince Xiao Mu to come a few days later or to dissuade him from boarding the plane. He could only buy himself a few minutes at most. If he could make Xiao Mu miss this flight, he would have room to maneuver. Xiao Mu, if you must come, there's something I need you to bring for me. Xunzhi attempted to steady his breathing, keeping his tone calm, striving to ensure Xiao Mu sensed no abnormality. The item is in the nightstand of your master bedroom. Please bring it to me. It's fine. If you take a later flight, I promise I won't refuse to see you. Of course, the item he requested did not exist. After he unilaterally announced their breakup, he moved out of Xiao Mu's home, erasing every trace of his presence, leaving not even a single photograph behind. What remnants could possibly remain in that house? If Xiao Mu's car was still parked at the school gate, he could reach home within a 10-minute drive, provided there was no traffic. After he had unilaterally cut off contact a year ago, he had not reached out to Xiao Mu for about a week, remaining at school without venturing anywhere. When he finally mustered the courage to contact Xiao Mu, it was as if Xiao Mu had vanished in a thin air, and he could not find him anywhere. In the following days, Xunzhi had dialed countless numbers, yet no one picked up. Eventually, he ceased calling altogether. After sending a breakup text without receiving a reply, he concluded that their relationship had definitively ended. Though he did not block his number again, he never received another call from that number. All right, I'll go back and find it. The next flight departs at 2 in the afternoon. I should arrive at your place around dinner time. I'll head straight to you after I land. Please, just meet me, okay? Gigi. Xiao Mu's voice brimmed with cautious hope. As long as Gigi did not refuse to meet, regardless of whether they had been apart for a moment, a day, or a year, he would gradually make up for the time they had lost through his future companionship. Drive slowly and be safe. The words spoken aloud were brief and cold. Yet the unspoken sentiments within his heart could not be suppressed. He let out a soft sigh. I, too, wish to see you again. Message me when you get home. Make sure to let me know. Okay, he'll inform you once I'm home. Xunzhi hung up the phone and swiftly reviewed the tasks he needed to accomplish in his mind. As this global catastrophe approached, the world fell into a state of stupor. All means of transportation requiring human control spiraled into chaos. Planes, trains, or cars. The safest scenario was to remain alone at home, securing all doors and windows. All other situations rested in the hands of fate. He considered that if Xunzhi had just returned home, his residence would likely be devoid of supplies. Xunzhi opened a food delivery app, locating the nearest supermarket to Xunzhi's home. He quickly placed an order for a multitude of storable items like rice and flour, along with some instant food, paying the highest expedited delivery fee. Then, he chose two of the closest food delivery services and ordered several portions of prepared dishes. Next, he opened the app for the nearest pharmacy, placing an order for a batch of first aid supplies, cold and anti-inflammatory medications, bandages, masks, and other non-regulated medical items. Also, selecting expedited delivery. Ding! The phone rang just 2 seconds later. It was the pharmacy calling. Hello, sir. Could you please confirm the quantities of the items you ordered from our pharmacy? If everything is correct, we will begin preparing the delivery. The young lady on the other end, surprised by the order's volume, felt it best to confirm with the customer. Yes, that's correct. Please expedite the delivery. These supplies are for our mountaineering club's activities this year. So we ordered a bit more than usual. Can you deliver it within 20 minutes? We have an event tomorrow, and the logistics team forgot. So it's quite urgent. Xunzhi was aware that buying such a large quantity might attract attention, but time was of the essence, and he could only fabricate an excuse after today. Who would still care? Understood. We have the stock available. It can be delivered within 20 minutes. The pharmacy typically handled deliveries for residents of the complex, ensuring timely service. Xunzhi recognized that time was of the utmost importance, so he thought rapidly. Checking if there was anything he had overlooked, he had ordered extended watermelon knives from several nearby supermarkets, confident that at least one would arrive at his doorstep within 20 minutes. He did not dwell on how Xunzhi might feel upon discovering several large knives at his front door. The delivery service was prompt, sending photos of the packages at the entrance. Xunzhi finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Xunzhi obediently veered away from the airport and headed home instead. As he waited at a red light, he spotted a dessert chain that Xunzhi had previously enjoyed, with a parking space conveniently available. He parked the car and quickly selected a few pounds of his favorite cream puffs and small cakes, intending to bring them along for the flight. Worried that Xunzhi might be anxious, he spent only 5 minutes from parking to paying before swiftly departing. Just as he approached his driveway, he noticed the first batch of various deliveries piled at his doorstep. What was this? Were they about to block his entrance? Xunzhi resided in a standalone villa within the complex, complete with a small garden and separate indoor and outdoor parking spaces. Having all this clutter at the entrance made parking difficult, so he stepped out to investigate. Oh dear, what on earth? Had they emptied the supermarket? Rice, flour, cooking oil, and an assortment of instant foods and chocolates were stacked high. However, upon glancing at the delivery slip and seeing the username Xunzhi, he immediately recognized that these items were all ordered by Xunzhi. In noticing a few watermelon knives, each about half the length of his forearm, he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What was the meaning of this? Never mind, he would ask later. If he did not move these items inside, he wouldn't even be able to park his car. Chapter 2. The Global Anomaly Triggered by Meteorite Falls. Part 2. Fortunately, Xunzhi possessed a physique characterized by his well-defined muscles and robust chest, which were not merely for aesthetics. He effortlessly lifted a bag of 10 kilograms of rice. In no time, he transferred all the supplies from the ground into the bed of his truck. Coincidentally, he had driven an off-road pickup today, a vehicle he had chosen alongside Xunzhi, and it was only after 10 minutes of deliberation that they made the purchase. However, even with the truck bed filled to capacity, it was still insufficient, as the supplies in front of the house appeared scarcely diminished. Xunzhi had no choice but to open the iron gate of the garden and shift the items into the indoor garage on the first floor. completing the task after 2 more trips, successfully parking the truck inside. The braised meats and delicacies ordered by Xunzhi were among Xiao Mu's favorites, and he wondered if his palate had changed after more than a year. During the time they lived together, Xiao Mu had always been the one to cook whenever he was home, allowing Xunzhi to avoid the kitchen altogether. These braised dishes were a staple during their movie nights. In a few days, it was likely that no one would have the leisure to cook at home, so preparing some braised foods for easy storage and accessibility was a sensible choice. Upon noticing Xunzhi's note on the order to remember to refrigerate the items, Xiao Mu did not think much of it, though he mused that the quantity seemed excessive for merely a day or two. Though puzzled, he attributed it to Xunzhi's playful affection. After transporting nearly 100 pounds of supplies, Xiao Mu only felt slightly breathless. It was hardly enough to serve as a warm-up, just as he settled down to call Xunzhi. Intending to inquire about the unusual situation, he heard the doorbell ringing outside that he rose to answer the door, and upon seeing boxes of medical supplies stacked at the entrance, his initial confusion morphed into unease. Without hesitation, he dialed Xunzhi's number. The call was answered promptly as if anticipating his words. Xunzhi inquired before he could speak, "Have you received everything?" Xiao Mu could only respond, "Yes, I believe I have received it all. The items occupying nearly half the garage should be everything, right?" Xiao Mu, "I need you to listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I am not joking," Xunzhi urged, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Even if he could not fully disclose the unbelievable matter of his resurrection, he had to find a way to convey the impending doom. Unfortunately, it was too late to relay this information, and they could only prepare to this extent. "All right, go ahead, I'm listening," Xiao Mu said, his gaze sharpening. Whatever Xunzhi had to say would be taken with utmost seriousness in Jiangcheng at 10:37 a.m. in 2053. Xunzhi stared at the electronic clock that relentlessly counted down. With only 3 minutes remaining that he returned to the balcony, taking a deep breath. "I had a long, dreadful dream in which you were absent." Upon hearing the first sentence, Xiao Mu felt as if his heart had been gripped tightly, the alarm bells of anxiety ringing at their peak. After nodding to the pharmacy personnel who had delivered the items to the garage, he locked the outer gate of the garden and returned to his room to listen quietly. Meanwhile, Xunzhi gathered his thoughts. "I dreamt that at exactly 10:40 today, countless meteors from outer space would strike Earth. Though individually small, their sheer number, accompanied by a peculiar radiation, would extinguish all life, plunging the world into chaos. Survivors would be affected by the radiation, experiencing at least 3 days of unconsciousness, after which some would awaken with extraordinary abilities, while others would remain ordinary, and many more would transform into the zombies reminiscent of the ones depicted in the films we have watched." Xunzhi recalled the apocalyptic scenes he witnessed upon awakening in his previous life. "And you?" Xiao Mu wondered about Xunzhi's current state of mind, internally urging himself to reach Jiangcheng quickly, seeking reassurance in proximity. His instincts warned him that this was no mere dream. Otherwise, Xunzhi would not have acted so unusually. Reflecting on the first phone call where Xunzhi had urged him to postpone his plans, he realized he hadn't even entered his room upon returning home. With long strides, he rushed upstairs to the master bedroom. In mere seconds, he reached the second floor and yanked open the drawer by the bedside, searching frantically, but finding nothing out of the ordinary. You weren't by my side in the dream. But we can discuss that later." Xunzhi thought of the tragic conclusion of his previous life and felt compelled to avoid that topic for now. He quickly summarized the future scenario, deliberately omitting the timeline of his time in the laboratory, which had felt like an eternity. With each day dragging on, he had only heard snippets about the unusual weather from researchers, as he had not lived to see the day he exited the laboratory. All the information he could recall had been sent to Xiao Mu via text. He hoped he would receive it. "The world will change after today, becoming unrecognizable," he noted, watching the countdown reach the final 30 seconds. 30, 29, 28. "If we all survive, let us meet in this new world." Xunzhi hung up the phone in the last second of their conversation. He refrained from reiterating that it was merely a dream. After all, with so many uncertainties, as long as they could reunite, there would be time to discuss everything slowly. Listening to the call disconnect, Xiao Mu felt the crisis radar in his mind blaring incessantly, urgently calling out, "Xi." Unfortunately, no one answered on the other end. The countdown reached its final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The two of them instinctively glanced towards the sky. A series of fiery lights tore through the atmosphere. Crashing into Earth, the calamity arrived as foretold, yet no one felt joy at this fateful encounter at that moment. Regardless of what humanity was engaged in, they were collectively engulfed by the blinding light. The land was battered by meteorite impacts, the shock waves rippling outward like an earthquake from the epicenter. In an instant, buildings collapsed, structures toppled, rivers changed course, and life vanished in the blink of an eye. Just as in his previous life, the epicenter of meteorite strikes in Xunzhi was not within his own vicinity, yet the tremors were still palpable. As the meteors burned upon entry, they fragmented into countless smaller pieces. Scattering throughout the city, the street where he found himself was only struck by a few small meteorites. The moment of impact, the building swayed slightly, but fortunately, there were no significant damages. A palm-sized fragment crashed onto his balcony, shattering the glass door and numerous flower pots, but it gently settled beside him, cushioned by the soil. Indeed, the details unfolding were identical to the previous life. Having prepared in advance, Xunzhi gazed at the fragment of the meteor that would alter his fate with a complex expression. In his former life, although he was not physically weak, he had been watering flowers on the balcony when the meteorite struck too close, leaving him with a gash on his arm, and he had lost consciousness the moment the radiation enveloped him. This time, however, having been reborn over a month earlier, Xunzhi was fully prepared. His body, strengthened from over a month of training, swayed slightly upon receiving the meteor's energy shock, but he quickly steadied himself against the wall. After 3 days of silence, among those who awakened, fewer than 1 in 10,000 humans experienced genetic mutations that granted them the legendary abilities, becoming superhumans. The majority, however, transformed into creatures devoid of pain. Driven solely by a hunger for flesh, the zombies often depicted in apocalyptic tales. While he lay unconscious, he fortuitously found himself amidst a bed of roses, and under the meteor's energy radiation, his blood fused peculiarly with the roses, resulting in a form of sentient plant-like superhuman. Yet, it bore semblance to a symbiotic relationship, as the roses sprouting from his body not only possessed healing properties typical of plant-based superhumans, but also had the ability to consume other species to facilitate their own evolution. This unique trait made him stand out among ordinary plant-based superhumans, yet he had never considered concealing it. Reflecting on the events leading up to his rebirth, Xunzhi's expression darkened, his brows furrowing slightly. In his previous life, he had been naive, believing that humanity would unite and persevere in the face of the apocalypse. Little did he know, human nature was treacherous in the face of disaster. Self-interest prevailed, leading to countless exchanges of benefits, resulting in a race for survival. His longtime companions, upon discovering his extraordinary abilities during the laboratory's recruitment for new research materials, betrayed him for the sake of resources, selling him out for a handsome price. Not perishing in the cataclysmic disasters or within the jaws of the undead, he instead met his end at the hands of the madman in the human stronghold he revered as his faith, the Research Institute. Fortunately, he has been granted a second chance at life. This time, he vows to remember. In the advent of the new world, survival belongs to the fittest. He shall no longer expose the peculiarities of his extraordinary abilities with reckless abandon. He will firmly seize control of his own destiny. Since humanity and those endowed with abilities cannot accommodate him, he shall construct a fortress for himself. Unlike those who merely acquired powers due to radiation, he is more akin to a new species, born from the fusion with mutated flora, capable of transforming his form into a colossal rose or retracting all vines into a human silhouette, an unprecedented phenomenon. At least during his previous life, he had only witnessed plant-type abilities wielded by individuals with a strong affinity for flora, who could hasten seed germination for cultivation or possess minor healing functions, merely serving as support for combat-type abilities. Regrettably, his time surviving in the apocalypse was far too brief, but he managed to endure for 3 years, most of which were spent within the confines of a laboratory. The only experience he can truly claim is the mastery he developed over the functioning of every part of his body through relentless experimentation. His understanding of his own powers gradually became second nature. He resolved that in this new life, he would remain sheltered at home for a while, biding his time. Once he possesses unparalleled strength, he will not let anyone who wielded a blade against him in his past life escape unscathed. This was his plan prior to receiving the call from Xiaomyu's. Brother Zhe, if we meet in this life, will everything be different? He deeply believed that as long as Xiaomyu awakens from this calamity, regardless of whether he possesses powers, he would rush to his side at the first opportunity. Although he too yearned for that reunion, he chose to remain in Jiangqing, initially pursuing the course he had predetermined. He gazed at the sky, mentally marking the directions from which the large meteorites would fall, converting them into reference points based on landmark buildings. Then, using the tools he had prepared in advance, he deftly picked up the meteorite fragments, swiftly carrying them to the living room in a few nimble steps. Under the influence of the meteorite's energy dispersal, Ji-sun's body began to exhibit slight dizziness and muscle weakness. Meanwhile, the streets bore the brunt of the meteorite shockwave, with damaged roads and malfunctioning traffic lights causing a cascade of vehicular collisions throughout the city, punctuated by cries, blaring alarms, and a cacophony of voices. The world had descended into chaos. In the spacious living room, apart from the enormous bathtub situated in the center, brimming with an array of thorny roses, there were various containers filled with nutrient solutions for plants encircling the tub. This scene appeared profoundly bizarre. The living room was the largest area in the house, stripped of sofas and superfluous furniture long ago that he entered through a deliberately reserved passage and placed the meteorite on the small coffee table beside the bathtub. His long, slender fingers, characterized by distinctly defined joints and a faint cerulean hue, slowly unfastened the pristine buttons of his shirt, casually discarding the garment to one side. Ji-sun stepped barefoot into the bathtub, the sharp thorns immediately piercing the soles of his feet, causing crimson blood to seep forth and pool at the bottom of the tub, while the nearby meteorite emitted a faint yet eerie red glow. Lying down, Ji-sun endeavored to disregard the minor stings coursing through his body. For what followed, he grasped a fragment of the meteorite with his hand and, with precision and resolve, drove it into the area of his heart. Once was insufficient. He withdrew it only to inflict a second wound, allowing the blood to gush forth, staining not only the meteorite, but also soaking into the roses beneath him. Intense pain surged through his consciousness. Ji-sun fought to retain a flicker of clarity amidst the searing agony radiating from his chest. The tasks at hand were not yet complete. He pressed his right hand against the wound. Using the heightened pain to maintain his alertness, Ji-sun's actions were not a reckless pursuit of death, but in his previous life. During those harrowing years spent in the laboratory, he endured countless inhumane experiments conducted by those deranged researchers. These included limb regeneration, electric shocks, and incessant injections of various substances, all while they attempted to assimilate genes from other flora and fauna into his being through cutting and suturing. Each experiment left him in profound agony. One particular trial sought to assess the effects of meteorite fragments on mutated organisms. Indeed, in the eyes of those researchers, he had ceased to be human, relegated to the status of a mutated entity. They had brutally excised the superficial tissues of his arm, implanting meteorite shards into his left hand to observe the compatibility between the fragments and the mutated biological subjects, from their biological research experiments initiated post-apocalypse. These mad scientists concluded that the positive effects of meteorite fragments on normal humans and those with abilities were fleeting, only manifesting during the initial meteor disaster. Subsequently, normal humans exposed to these extraterrestrial meteorites would inevitably transform into bloodthirsty monsters. Those endowed with abilities would succumb to chaos, meeting the same fatal fate, without exception. Yet mutated plants and animals could siphon energy from these meteorites, acquiring enhancements and ongoing evolution. That it remains uncertain how many unfortunate subjects like him were subjected to such barbaric experiments before him. Yielding such dire conclusions that in the apocalypse, order disintegrated, and human life became worthless in the eyes of some. The laboratory he inhabited was an entirely enclosed white space, with his confinement encased in a transparent, bulletproof glass observation chamber. Outside the chamber lay a circle of experimental apparatuses and researchers clad in white lab coats, with no other test subjects in sight, in the latter stages of the experiments. Some concoctions containing meteorite powder became his lifeline, sustaining his battered body, until the final experiment. Failure meant death. These 6 words resonated in Ji-sun's mind like a thunderclap, stirring waves of tumultuous thought. He understood all too well that if he could not harness that unparalleled power of evolution, then what significance did his rebirth hold? Was it merely to endure another cycle of failure and suffering? Absolutely not. Armed with this unwavering conviction and resolute will, Ji-sun clenched his teeth, enduring the relentless waves of agonizing pain coursing through him. Each moment felt interminably stretched. The excruciating torment crashed over him like a tidal wave. Yet he refused to yield, fiercely clinging to the last vestige of clarity within him. For he knew that losing consciousness would render all efforts futile, turning them to naught. Thus, no matter the trials he faced, he would persevere until the moment of success arrived. Chapter 3. Complete awakening and the emergence of the accompanying rose from the meteorite emanated a crimson energy, carried by his blood, surging like a tidal current back to his heart. Swiftly branching out through the blood coursing within, he employed the techniques of his previous life to control the energy, gradually guiding this force to traverse his entire being, feeling reassured only once the energy reached a state of autonomous circulation. Allowing him to succumb to sleep he drifted off. A singular thought lingered. Indeed, I have placed my bet wisely. The awakening of the body is merely the initial step. In the early stages, abilities are often minuscule, contributing little to one's survival. Rather, it is primarily the physical prowess of the survivors that sustains them. In his previous life, while evading the onslaught of zombies, he gleaned considerable knowledge about the early manifestations of abilities through interactions with various superhumans. Many individuals who were scratched by meteorite fragments found that the initial site of their transformation was precisely the wound itself, which included, but was not limited to, localized enhancements. Once the 3-day mutation period had passed, those subsequently injured by meteorites mostly succumbed to zombification, and the probability of awakening abilities diminished significantly. Thus, this 3-day window is commonly referred to as the golden 3 days of ability awakening. After this period, those who failed to awaken their powers were regarded as the initial casualties among ordinary humans, while those with inferior physical constitutions who could not withstand the assimilation of extraterrestrial energy became zombies. The extent of awakening is not solely contingent upon the physical condition of an individual at that moment, but is also mystically intertwined with the strongest obsessions present in one's mind during the mutation. The closer one is to the epicenter of the meteorite, the more profound the mutation, he was willing to wager his life on this chance that in his previous existence, as the sole known entity capable of coexisting with plant life. He was certain of his success this time. Different sizes of meteorites contain varying energies. Thus, to ensure a higher probability of successful awakening and to maintain the integrity of this awakening opportunity, he opted to adhere to a predetermined path during the initial phase. After the apocalypse struck, the official information he could access regarding the catastrophe largely stemmed from a superhuman within the survivor group. He was among the few with abilities who retreated alongside Ji-sun. When evacuating with the troops, he took along a palm-sized radio that had once been used by his child during an English proficiency exam. He typically used it to listen to radio broadcasts, ensuring it remained charged. After the onset of the apocalypse, most network signals collapsed. With his life experience, he carried this seemingly obsolete yet valuable artifact. Following the cataclysm, this nearly discarded item found its purpose once again. Regrettably, he was the sole survivor of his family. Otherwise, they would not have succumbed to despair midway through their journey. Upon reaching the halfway point, they intercepted messages transmitted by government radio stations, which indicated the locations of survivor bases established by provincial governments or military organizations. These broadcasts also conveyed crucial information regarding superhumans. After the golden 3 days of the apocalypse, a significant number of awakened individuals emerged within the military in the capital, quickly stabilizing the situation with formidable armed forces. Under the government's organization, efforts were made daily to rescue survivors. Within a span of less than 2 months, the largest base of the apocalypse's early stages was established in the capital. The base called upon survivors from surrounding provinces and cities through the radio daily, offering conditional refuge and disseminating knowledge essential for survival in this new world. The awakening of human abilities is a probabilistic event, with those possessing superior physical attributes having a heightened likelihood of awakening. It is common for individuals to remain devoid of powers. This lack of certainty prevails. The radio would promptly inform the military of the latest powerful mutated creatures discovered during their sweeping operations across various provinces. significantly aiding them in determining safe routes during relocations. One particular phrase relayed by the radio lingered in Ji-sun's mind throughout the apocalypse. In the aftermath of the disaster, only 1 in 10 human survivors remains. Yet we implore everyone to strive to live on, to support one another, and to diligently preserve the flickering ember of hope for humanity. Hearing this news profoundly moved him, and listening to the radio became a daily source of encouragement for survival among the group. At least during the initial phases of experimentation, he still held a glimmer of hope for humanity. Yearning for someone to regard him as a kindred spirit and lead him away from the laboratory, at that time, he still clung to the belief that the purpose of the experiments was to benefit humanity. As he had no one left in this world to cherish, he bore no hope to sustain his painful existence. A new species integrated with mutated plants, unafraid of zombies and capable of absorbing meteorite energy. He was unaware of how many others might exist in the world. During his experimentation, he believed himself to be the sole individual with such capabilities. Thus, he was regarded as a precious entity within the laboratory. Once this physique finds the appropriate opportunity, it is capable of rapid growth, as if endowed with extraordinary advantages. The golden 3 days, a span of 72 hours, are sufficient for monumental changes to transpire globally while humanity remains dormant. As the sun rose on the 4th day, zombies and humans began to awaken in succession, engaging in a harrowing struggle for survival. By the 5th day, humanity discovered that animals had undergone mutations. Within approximately a week, the transformations of plants began to assert their presence. The human world seemed to revert to an era governed by the laws of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and only the fittest survive. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the ravaged earth once more, some creatures gradually stirred in the corners of the city, restlessly awaiting their moment. His fingers moved slightly, brushing against a cool sensation. The faint touch felt as if caressing a newly bloomed flower. That a fragrant breeze filled his nostrils, and as he tilted his head, a crisp crack resonated from his cervical spine. The slight inebriation reminiscent of alcohol caused a momentary haze in his consciousness. When Ji-sun fully awakened, he distinctly sensed a different bodily response compared to the awakening he experienced during the golden 3 days of his previous life. The surroundings were enveloped in greenery and floral fragrances. The rose vines creeping along the walls and the vibrant blossoms were manifestations of energy radiating outward. Is this the true extent of complete awakening? He mused, marveling at the changes coursing through his body. It was astonishing how a mere fragment of a meteorite could incite such profound transformation. He pondered whether proximity to a larger meteorite might grant him even greater power. Yet, he reminded himself not to be overly greedy, as it could very well be that the energy from this particular meteorite was precisely what triggered his awakening. Ji-sun's fingers brushed aside the depleted meteorite powder, while the flesh upon his chest, nourished by energy, regained its smooth, porcelain-like appearance. Only a few dried streaks of crimson bore witness to the reckless act of 3 days prior. His heart stirred with intent. The majority of the vines extending from his body gradually retracted within, the preparations made previously coming to fruition. In the room, dozens of barrels containing specialized nutrient solutions for roses had been nearly depleted, absorbed by the vines during his unconscious merging, though the energy from the foreign meteorite was formidable. The trace nutrients essential for plant life were equally significant. In the early stages of awakening, unable to draw upon more crystal core energy, he had prudently prepared a supply of growth nutrients beneficial for plants. The rose vines sprouting from his form glistened with a vibrant sheen of green, indicative of robust health. Their diameter had reached 2 centimeters. Such measurements, for a first awakening, were a significant improvement over the frail, wilting vines of his past life. Ji-sun marveled at his keen observational skills that had sharpened after his previous awakening. It was precisely because he had witnessed the decay of other plants and the depletion of fermented nutrient solutions on his balcony that he had made such extensive preparations for plant fertilizers. He lifted his alabaster right hand, the still extending vines having sprouted from his fingertips, appearing more slender and delicate, perfectly complementing his long, pristine fingers. He retracted the vines to a mere 10 centimeters in length. He gently squeezed them, feeling a delightful, springy texture akin to soft rubber. Yet, only Ji-sun, who had wielded them against foes, understood their true lethality when he had controlled these vines to pierce through a zombie's skull. They had proven far sharper than most metallic blades. Drawing all the vines that had spread from his body back within, he noted that the rose branches in the bathtub had long since been assimilated, leaving only the deep brown soil beneath him. With his hands resting on his waist, Ji-sun closed his eyes in contemplation, his expression relaxed and serene, his faint breath merging with the gentle outdoor breeze. In his previous life, he had considered himself a survivor of humanity, yet after the transformation of his body, he felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. His power had been feeble, barely sufficient for combat. The vines he had summoned dissipated within half an hour, leaving him feeling as though his body had been hollowed out, requiring a full day to recover his strength. With a frail physique, he had been compelled to quietly exercise at home, hoping to extend the presence of his vines. Subsequently, he had hidden on his balcony, silently observing the chaotic state of the city for several days. In those initial days of awakening, chaos reigned. Swarms of zombies roamed the city, descending upon any living souls gathering supplies. This harrowing scene was one he could not acclimate to, no matter how many times he witnessed it. The mutation had occurred on a weekday, with a substantial portion of the populace still gathered in office buildings and schools. Xunzhi was already home to the highest concentration of universities in Huagua, boasting a population that ranked among the top 10 in the nation, with a considerable number of laborers. After the awakening of the mutation, many had been assimilated by zombies before they fully grasped the situation. The areas directly struck by the meteorite lay in ruins, with almost no survivors in the disaster zone. Those fortunate enough to be buried in the corners supported by buildings still faced dire circumstances. The global catastrophe combined with zombie attacks had left official rescue efforts woefully inadequate, in the survivor zones far from rescue. Some individuals could only become nutrients for the earth, fading into the soil. In those early days post-awakening, the anguished cries from the surviving buildings and the later sounds of animals gnashing their teeth echoed frequently. Not only humans, but flora and fauna had also undergone mutations, albeit at a slower pace for plants. Xunzhi, situated in a plain area, lacked natural defenses. Several rivers divided the city's layout. 2 weeks into the apocalypse, several major bridges crossing the rivers became nearly impassable due to the rampant growth of mutated vegetation. Chapter 4. Memories of the past after the apocalypse. Most regions fell into chaos within a month, transforming into a paradise for mutated flora and fauna, and they were among the last fortunate survivors to evacuate Xunzhi. Recalling this, he also remembered that it was less than a month after leaving Xunzhi that he heard reports of military drones observing a common landscaping plant, the golden rain tree, undergoing mutation. Rapidly growing to heights of 20 to 30 meters, and boasting a crown spread of up to 100 meters. During June, the tree burst forth with vibrant yellow-orange flowers, their fragrance wafting far afield on the breeze. Invigorating the senses, the golden rain tree blossomed in early summer and bore fruit in early autumn. When in bloom, it was a spectacle of golden hue, and the fruits hung like little lanterns come harvest time. Previously, in autumn, the golden rain trees adorned the city's roads beautifully. Out of curiosity, Ji-sun had once researched that the flowers of the golden rain tree had medicinal properties and could be used as a dye. While the seeds could be pressed for oil. It stood to reason that the changes following its mutation were an amplification of the plant's inherent characteristics. Ji-sun was deeply intrigued by these mutated plants. But regrettably, by the time he discovered the tree, he was no longer in Xunzhi, which had already become a deserted city dominated by mutated flora and zombies. The military reports did not disclose its exact location. However, it was likely not far from the meteorite's impact site. Although his home was located by the river and not in the bustling city center, the residential buildings were situated at a crossroads of 2 major thoroughfares, providing a clear view of the surroundings, with a large supermarket nearby allowing for considerable observation. In the week leading up to the apocalypse, few ventured outside, but after a week, as supplies dwindled, even with the lurking monsters, people had no choice but to venture out. Ji-sun's awakening in his previous life had been too weak. He required sustenance, and with limited supplies at home, the prospect of venturing out alone to find food was daunting, leaving him to struggle for survival. Approximately a week into the apocalypse, when military drones began dropping paper flyers, he learned that survivors were to evacuate the city. Without time to ponder, he quickly gathered the remaining supplies and headed to the designated meeting point marked on the flyer. Just in time to catch the last batch of troops evacuating, Fortunately, his location aligned with the main route the military was taking to exit the city. He pedaled his bicycle lightly packed, following the riverbank, and with the assistance of his abilities, he managed to join the main force within an hour. In the transformed world, the population advantage of Xunzhi became a liability. The number of survivors able to escape barely reached 1 million. Combined with various unforeseen incidents along the way, by the time they reached the Luching base, only around 700,000 remained. The geography of Xunzhi made it relatively easy to attack, yet difficult to defend, prompting higher authorities to decisively abandon this city of 10 million. After his rebirth, Xunzhi meticulously analyzed maps of various provinces, correlating them with fragments of information collected from his previous life. He deduced that the southeast region of Zhang had the highest concentration of meteorites, coupled with a natural water source, which increased the likelihood of plant mutations in the areas south of Xunzhi. In contrast, the northwest region, characterized by a cold, dry climate with limited rainfall, had fewer large-scale plants. After thorough eradication, it posed little threat to human survival. Conversely, Xunzhi, traversed by rivers, had seen 11 meteorites fall, scattered across various districts, though the largest was not in his vicinity. Thus, under the influence of these 11 significant meteorites, Xunzhi had become one of the first cities to fall. For ordinary people, meteorites were to be avoided at all costs. For him, they represented a remarkable opportunity to rapidly enhance his power. Ji-sun rested his arms on the edge of the bathtub, exerting slight force to raise his body, and barefoot, he walked into the bathroom to cleanse himself under the shower. The wound from the meteorite piercing his heart had healed completely, leaving no visible trace. His body, transformed by the energy's impact and rejuvenation, now exuded a supple smoothness, brimming with vitality. Before biological awakening, the meteorite virus relied on blood as a medium to infect cellular structures, with the heart's blood being the fastest route for the virus to disseminate throughout the body. Beneath the warm cascade of water, his nude form glistened, the warmth flowing over his taut muscles. The lines of his post-mutation physique seamless and devoid of excess. The contours of his abdominal muscles were subtly defined, complemented by a visage rendered even more strikingly beautiful by genetic evolution, evoking an almost surreal allure. That a small mole at the corner of his eye further enhanced his captivating aura. After his shower, Ji-sun donned a white t-shirt and loose-fitting lounge pants, leaning before the mirror to scrutinize the changes in his appearance. Compared to his former self, the deepening of his mutations had rendered his features more enchanting. His eyes now shone with a clear, olive-green hue, perhaps connected to the botanical attributes of roses. The mutation ushered in changes across all aspects of biology. This global evolution represented a kind of natural selection at the genetic level. Post-mutation, the genes within living beings had undergone a metamorphosis. A beautiful appearance not only attracted the gaze of prey, but often signified strength and danger. Ji-sun sensed the flow of energy within him, and, based on his previous life's categorization of abilities, estimated himself to now possess the strength of a level 3 ability user, capable of nurturing approximately 10 branches. The evolutionary direction of plant systems, aside from enhancing the energy of the plants themselves, allowed for vine plants like his to expand their territory and resources through fission. Moreover, formidable mutated plants often developed root systems that could penetrate deep into the soil, ensuring that even if the surface vegetation was obliterated, as long as the roots survived, there remained a chance for rebirth. While he could currently withstand most of the mutated creatures in the city, those surrounding the larger meteorites wielded a natural advantage, rapidly growing into dominant forces after absorbing the meteorite's energy. Over time, mutated species would engage in resource competition and conflict, just as a whale falls and gives rise to myriad life forms. The rise of a single plant also necessitated the appropriation of nutrients and resources from its surroundings. The golden rain tree from his previous life served as a prime example. Within the root range of that mutated tree, no other tree of similar scale could be found. Thus, he needed to exploit the time difference, striving to locate those 11 meteorites before the survivors fled the city and other mutated beings evolved. Step by step, he would absorb the energy contained within the meteorites, fortifying himself and preemptively seizing the coveted resources of Xunzhi, which countless plants yearned for. In Xunzhi, on the balcony of a second-floor bedroom, Xiaomuse pressed his hand against the back of his head as he slowly sat up. As his consciousness gradually cleared, he reached for his phone, intending to call Ji-sun, only to discover that it had lost all signal. The last recorded call was from 3 days prior. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony, gazing out at the world beyond. The villa community in which he resided featured a low garden landscape, serving as a buffer from the community's access road, with a public square garden not far off. At that moment, several peculiar figures wandered through the garden, and with Xiaomyu's keen eyesight, he could discern their unnatural gait, yet the finer details remained obscured. He turned back to his study, retrieving a military-grade telescope, and dashed up to the rooftop on the 4th floor. With the aid of the telescope, he could clearly observe everything within a kilometer. The roads were virtually devoid of normal human activity, and the city streets outside the community were barren of vehicles, with only sporadic screams and the sounds of animals gnashing their teeth breaking the silence. Xiaomyu was filled with astonishment. Had the apocalypse truly arrived? Everything felt as surreal as a dream. Anxiety gripped his heart, given the current circumstances, with all modes of transportation halted and communication lines severed, traversing 5 provinces, over 1,200 kilometers, alone to reach Jisun seemed an insurmountable challenge. Before the apocalypse, the journey between them would have only taken 2 to 3 hours by air. He envisioned the best-case scenario. If the highways remained open, a continuous drive could be completed in 12 hours. Suddenly, a recollection of Jisun's words from 3 days prior flashed through his mind. Some information had already been sent to him in document form via WeChat. He hastily opened the document on his phone and began to read the clues Jisun had left for him. Muze, if you are reading this document 3 days later, please make sure to read it carefully. Every word I wrote is of utmost importance. Firstly, it brings me great joy that you have awakened amidst this global catastrophe. The surviving humanity, upon awakening, signifies that they have evaded the initial calamity following the apocalypse, while those who remain in slumber may transform into monstrous beings akin to zombies. These creatures possess acute auditory senses, capable of detecting sounds from over 10 meters away. They are undeterred by light and have an insatiable thirst for blood. Initially, their movements may be somewhat rigid, yet as time progresses, they will evolve to exhibit agility akin to that of ordinary humans, enabling them to run swiftly, leap, and climb. Therefore, seeking refuge at elevated heights does not guarantee safety. Remember this. If you sustain an injury, ensure that you dress it properly, employing other strong scents to mask it. Do not reveal the scent of blood, for it will incite their frenzy. However, these monsters are not devoid of vulnerabilities. The critical point of a typical humanoid zombie lies in the head. If armed, prioritize targeting the head. In the early stages of transformation, there exists a probability that their heads may generate a crystalline energy formation, which can be absorbed by those with extraordinary abilities. Should you awaken, endeavor to attune yourself to any peculiar restlessness within your body, meticulously sensing the flow of energy. If this energy can be externalized, it signifies a successful awakening, transforming you into an extraordinary being. Time is of the essence, thus I can write no more. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, I stand with you, awaiting you in Jiangcheng. With affection, Xunzhi. Xiaomyu carefully perused all of Xunzhi's messages, though he remained concerned for his distant beloved. He pondered the circumstances that might have led him to foresee the impending apocalypse. Nevertheless, with preparation, he believed that his beloved would remain indoors, minimizing the risk to safety in the short term. He understood that his Xi was one who preferred the comforts of home, and in times of ample resources, would avoid taking unnecessary risks. He too would hasten to reunite with his beloved. Chapter 5, Prelude to the Apocalypse. Jiacheng. Monster, do not bite me. A sharp scream heralded the beginning of the apocalypse following his rebirth. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of zombies rushing and gnawing. The newly awakened monsters were especially sensitive to noise and blood. In such a densely populated area of these creatures, any sound signified a lack of hope for survival. The neighborhood where Xunzhi's new home was located was a newly constructed complex. Having just been completed in the past 2 years, this residence was a wedding gift from his parents, and during the renovation, Xunzhi was still in university. After the completion of the work, he had only visited a few times until the tragic accident that claimed his parents' lives. That he moved into this new community to avoid the painful memories in his hometown after suspending his studies. Currently, the complex had few residents, primarily young people, and when the calamity struck, most were not at home. The terrifying sounds emanated from a neighboring community not far away. Xunzhi's new neighborhood consisted of only 2 connected buildings. surrounded by tall walls, with a spacious, elevated ground floor on the first level. The property management and supermarket were located in external commercial apartments, but the underground parking lot was interconnected compared to larger complexes. The surrounding environment was simpler, making it easier to observe the situation. Therefore, Xunzhi had no intention of relocating during the early stages of the apocalypse. His home was a spacious unit of around 200 square meters. Aside from the master bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen, the other bedrooms and study were filled with essential supplies he had prepared a month prior to the apocalypse. The mutated plants did not require conventional food, and having fused with the plants, Xunzhi's need for ordinary sustenance was minimal, as he had entirely transformed his dietary preferences. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the absurdity of forcing himself to consume biscuits and other dry rations to stave off hunger, only to find himself increasingly famished, until a vine within him inadvertently coiled around a zombie crystal core, finally providing him with the long-forgotten sensation of fullness. In this new world, food was a precious commodity, and any cravings he experienced were merely nostalgic reminiscences of his former humanity. Over the course of the months since his rebirth, he had long since relinquished any obsession with identity, and while he could still savor the flavors of food, he had indulged in all he desired, temporarily satisfying his appetites. Currently, his stockpile consisted mainly of inconspicuous bulk purchases, such as various rose seeds and other plant seeds, growth agents and nutrients for early-stage plants, as well as some medical supplies and masks for external use. His preferred daily necessities, including clothing and footwear, filled an entire room. After all, while these items could still be scavenged in the apocalypse, finding suitable replacements would be a rare stroke of luck. His double-door refrigerator held only a small quantity of food. With the absence of human life in the city, water and electricity would soon be cut off. He had limited storage space, so keeping excess food felt burdensome to his memory. Power would be lost within a week after the apocalypse, and water would cease within a fortnight. As a precaution, he had purchased several boxes of rice and oil that could be stored long-term, placing them in the storage room. Among the supplies he had gathered, his most prized possession was a tang sword he had discovered in an antique street. Although not a true antique, it was forged by a contemporary master of blade making, its edge sharp enough to slice through hair with ease, costing him 2/5 of his savings. Yet, he found it worthwhile, as it brought him joy. He had not stockpiled large quantities of controlled items like gasoline. On one hand, as a law-abiding citizen, he struggled to find purchasing channels, and on the other, the remnants of such special resources were abundant in the city after the evacuation of the main forces. There was no need to take the risk of drawing attention to himself through hoarding. After filling the gas tank of his modified vehicle, he deemed it sufficient. Other supplies could later be scavenged throughout the city. So he was in no rush, especially since he could collect and utilize all remaining resources without restriction after the survivors fled. With a lack of urgency regarding supplies, he spent most of the past month exercising and reading novels about apocalyptic plants, seeking any insights that might aid him. His previous misfortunes stemmed from his lack of experience. After all, he had been nothing more than a foolish, sheltered university student who had returned home early for the summer vacation due to family troubles, thus narrowly escaping disaster. His parents had perished in a car accident, and amidst the upheaval, he found himself disoriented, retreating to his home, tending to flowers and plants to ease his sorrow. The loss of his parents felt like a distant memory. Throughout the year of chaos following the apocalypse, he initially dreamt of them often, but gradually, his thoughts narrowed to a singular focus: survival. During the months spent in the laboratory, he could think of nothing but the physical pain he endured. 3 days into the apocalypse following his rebirth, Xunzhi meticulously organized everything in his living room, retrieving the tang sword he had sharpened in advance, wiping the blade with a cloth. Although he possessed rose vines as a means of defense, it was prudent to prepare a personal weapon in case of emergencies. Previously, he had purchased a batch of small-capacity gallon pots specifically for planting seedlings, filling half of them with rose-specific soil. He used his abilities to catalyze the growth of a sentient rose seedling, knowing that each time he catalyzed a seedling, it consumed approximately 1/10 of his energy, without an energy replenishment source. He aimed to minimize energy expenditure, hence he would not overly exhaust himself before taking action. However, the seedling would prove useful in a few days, so he could not afford to skimp on its cultivation. Initiating its growth early would save preparation time. Fortunately, after catalyzing the seedling, the energy used would slowly recover on its own. Having completed these preparations in the morning, Xunzhi lay quietly on his bed, controlling his energy to circulate throughout his body, allowing it to gradually restore to peak condition. At this early stage of mutation, survivors at home possessed some supplies, and with the situation still unclear, they remained hidden, wary of venturing outside. During the day, being out in the open was too conspicuous, and at night, few dared to turn on their lights, making it easier for him to conceal himself while moving about. He could not afford to miss the initial opportunity. At this juncture, the zombies were not particularly swift, and with his inhuman presence, as long as he remained silent, he would draw little attention from them. Thus, they posed no obstacle to him that he intended to acquire the meteorite that lay closest to him, located in the southern district near the outskirts, the very route taken during the evacuation. He was well aware of the community where the meteorite had fallen, as the military had dispatched personnel to clear the area of mutated creatures during their withdrawal. He was part of the last group, and during the military's cleanup, he had stealthily approached to catch a glimpse. The military had sealed the meteorite in a special containment box, and while transporting it, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of the meteorite's true form, a rock the size of a watermelon. Its surface a mottled gray-brown, pockmarked and unremarkable, one of those stones you might glance at but would not bother to examine closely, had he not been searching specifically, or if the density of the surrounding zombies had not been alarmingly high. It likely would not have been discovered during the military's withdrawal. The site was a mere 4.5 kilometers away from his residence. Under normal road conditions, it would take just over an hour to walk there. But considering the potential obstacles along the way, he planned to allocate around 2 hours for the journey. As time passed slowly and darkness enveloped the city, the summer night descended gradually. Only after the sky was completely dark did he commence his actions. Clad in all black, Xunzhi carried a black backpack, inside which were 2 bottles of water, a small gardening trowel, and a rose seedling wrapped in plastic wrap within a small gallon pot. Though the seedling was a product of his energy-infused mutation, it was prudent for any gardener to handle young plants with care. With a black mask and baseball cap donned, he opened the door to his home, taking a moment to gently close it behind him without causing much noise. The door was an A-grade security door he had specifically replaced a month prior, costing him nearly $30,000. It opened and closed with ease, the sensor quick, and the sound of the door closing was minimal. After the mutation, his senses had heightened, allowing him to clearly hear any movements within a 10-meter radius. Earlier that day, he had already used vines to scout the building, which had 33 floors, except for one unit on the top floor, which housed an awakened middle-aged man with abilities. All the other rooms from the lower floors contained ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken. Few would dare to venture outside during the initial phase, but he remained cautious nonetheless. The heart of Ji-sun was in deep contemplation. The corridor was lined with motion sensor lights. 3 days prior, while making the final preparations, he had already cut off the power to all the lights in the building during the day. Coupled with today's careful reconnaissance, it was unlikely there would be any significant issues. He descended the staircase slowly, his footsteps light, successfully reaching the underground parking lot. One of the exits of the parking lot led to the road beside the river, which was precisely where Ji-sun planned to make his escape. However, before proceeding, there was one essential task he needed to accomplish. The control room overseeing the surveillance cameras around the parking lot and the residential area was located in the property management building. He had to disable all the cameras first. Previously, under the pretense of a lost package, he had visited the control room and familiarized himself with the situation, gaining knowledge of the switch mechanisms and personnel arrangements. The property management office was roughly divided into 2 sections: the reception area, where the property manager worked, and the inner sanctum that housed the monitoring screens. He made his way from the underground garage of the telecommunications company to the apartment building below, opting to take the fire escape to the first floor. Without needing to look, he could discern the distinct sounds of the zombies' footsteps. Ji-sun listened intently, distinguishing approximately 4 non-overlapping footsteps. Besides that, he did not sense any presence of living beings. Nevertheless, he cautiously pushed open the property management's door. It was summer, and the office, which usually had the air conditioning running, was cool. Under the moonlight, he could clearly see 2 female zombies wandering in the reception area, dressed in property management uniforms. Disliking the feel of blood on him, and considering himself somewhat of a long-range spellcaster, Ji-sun swiftly conjured a vine in his palm, which slithered silently through the ajar door. With a swift motion, it pierced one of the zombies' heads. Then, As if fishing, he lifted the zombie's body slightly and set it down, making no sound, before applying the same method to the other three. Once he had dealt with the zombies, he gradually made his way to the monitoring room within the property management office. Jason pondered that during the time most survivors would be taking refuge here. Although the network signal had been compromised, the local storage could still retain records for up to a week. It would be problematic if someone restarted the surveillance and noticed any anomalies. He extended his slender vine into the equipment, severing all visible power lines, inflicting catastrophic damage on the surveillance devices from within. After neutralizing the cameras, the vine explored around the corpses of the zombies for a moment. Returning to Ji-sun with two pea-sized blue crystals found within the zombies' brains, as if showcasing its accomplishment, Ji-sun cast a mild glance at the crystals, smiled slightly at the vine, and gently patted it in appreciation. Chapter 6. Acquiring the first meteorite on the first day after awakening. The probability of energy crystals appearing in the brains of zombies was not high, and their quality was rather poor. As these creatures consumed more flesh and blood, and even devoured each other, the crystals would grow larger and contain more energy. He directed the vine to absorb this meager energy, and within mere seconds, the color of the crystals dimmed and they shattered into fragments. The energy contained within these two crystals amounted to less than 1% of what he could catalyze from a young rose seedling. Alas, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. A little is better than nothing. Ji-sun sighed softly, watching the vine shake in the air as if it had picked up some grime and wiped it against a banner hung on the wall of the property management office. How delightful! It was only after the rose vine matured that he realized it possessed its own independent consciousness, likely a result of the mutations and subsequent merging. Upon his rebirth, the vine awakened fully. Displaying a degree of activity right from the start, the differentiated rose seedlings could connect with his consciousness, serving as his second set of eyes. However, due to his own abilities being still too weak, the range of this connection was likely limited. He would need to conduct personal tests to ascertain the exact distance. As he proceeded, Ji-sun made an effort to navigate through the visual blind spots. He dealt with any zombies he encountered head-on using the same vine-based method. Among the 100 to 180 zombies, he could expect to find only about 40 or 50 energy crystals. However, he had not encountered any other mutated plants along the way. He surmised that the time for plant awakening had not yet arrived, and perhaps the absence of significant meteorite energy nearby accounted for their lack of notable changes. After approximately 2 hours of walking, Ji-sun lifted his left sleeve to check the tactical watch on his wrist. He had left at 8:30, and now it was already 10:40. The time spent collecting zombie energy crystals had slightly delayed him. Spotting a nearby building that was clearly visible to the naked eye, Ji-sun scanned the surroundings keenly. The residential buildings near this construction site were sparse, and the only lights still on were solar-powered street lamps. A few zombies, presumably construction workers from the nearby site, wandered beneath the lights. Detecting no signs of living beings nearby, Ji-sun approached the wall adjacent to the construction site. He summoned a vine from the palm of his hand, continuously infusing it with energy to extend its length. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he wrapped the vine around a concrete column on the second floor of the construction site, securing it tightly before retracting the vine and effortlessly swinging himself up to the floor above, landing lightly. This way, he avoided opening the construction site gate and releasing the zombies inside, or alerting any survivors within. Ji-sun recalled a video he had seen before the apocalypse, where a muscle-bound man from a gym and a laborer from a construction site competed in a challenge to lift metal blocks from a box with their bare hands. In the end, the muscle man was thoroughly defeated by the laborer, sparking considerable discussion in society. Given the size of the crowd and the proximity to the meteorite, the likelihood of abilities awakening was relatively high. So he needed to act with utmost caution. The concrete building was newly constructed, featuring load-bearing walls and a surrounding fence, but with no windows sealed. It was well ventilated, making it an excellent observation tower. Ji-sun intended to ascend to the rooftop for a better view. The scale of this residential area was modest, with only 22 floors. After ensuring the second floor was safe, Ji-sun located the fire escape. However, upon reaching the 16th floor, he faintly heard voices above. He immediately halted, summoning a slender vine to grow through the gaps in the staircase, ascending until he reached the 19th floor, where he spotted a makeshift shelter crudely built from wooden boards in the southern corner. Illuminated by a faint light, Ji-sun maneuvered the vine along the shadow of the wall, halting about 4 or 5 meters away from the shelter, where he could observe without being seen. "Old Shui, there are man-eating monsters down here. What shall we do? We can't stay up here forever." A middle-aged man in grayish-white work attire, with a dark complexion, anxiously addressed the oldest-looking worker among the 5. "Keep your voice down," Old Shui admonished, tightening his grip on the light and whispering. Who knew the world would flip upside down just like that? The individual leaning against the wall muttered softly. "It seems those monsters move slower at night. Why don't we make some noise to lure them away and then dash to the community restaurant? At least there'll be food there, rather than starving to death here," the young man crouching in the corner suggested, secretly considering that if it came to fleeing, he was the fastest among the 4. It's pitch dark down there. "If we all run together, who has to say whether you'll die first or we will?" The first speaker saw through the young man's intentions immediately. "You all said to assess the situation during the day. But now you say you can't see the way at night. What do you propose we do?" The young man retorted quietly. "We haven't to eaten all day. Who knows if we'll have the strength to run by tomorrow?" The last person to speak agreed with the young man. "Old Kai has a point." The final speaker voiced his agreement. "Once morning comes, we'll be able to see, but those monsters will be quicker. Even though it's dark now, we still have streetlights to guide us. However, running toward the community entrance isn't a good idea. There may be just as many monsters there, and the main road has no places to hide. If we get chased, we'll be waiting for death." The silent observer spoke softly. "In my opinion, we might as well run toward the outskirts of the city, as far as we can. This place is remote. But isn't there a village near the expressway out of town? Villagers usually stockpile food, unlike city dwellers who hardly cook. Their homes are filled with snacks that won't sustain us. We need to think long-term." Zhang Guo's reasoning was sound. The young man, Xiao Kai, chimed in agreement. "All right, let us proceed with this plan." Lao Shui was evidently a person of considerable capability. He toyed with the cigarettes in his pocket, resisting the urge to smoke, and after a moment's contemplation, made a decisive choice. Upon hearing their resolution, Xunzhi understood that they intended to descend and evacuate to avoid a chance encounter on the staircase. He pondered briefly before opting to remain still. Retracting his vines, he found a vantage point on the 16th floor, a concealed corner against the wall where he could observe the staircase without being seen. Although the individuals above spoke of leaving, it was not until 20 minutes later that he heard their heavy footfalls descending. The vines, pressed against the wall to shield from the wind, waited until all the figures had safely descended before Xunzhi cautiously ascended. On the rooftop, the air carried a faint metallic scent of blood, allowing him a clear view of the entire construction site layout from this vantage point. Releasing the vines, Xunzhi absorbed the meteorite energy that permeated the atmosphere. The vines, being more attuned to the essence of the meteorite energy, soon indicated a direction to him. Utilizing the retractable nature of the vines, Xunzhi navigated and leaped between the buildings, upon observing the density of zombies near the meteorite crater. He noted that although the nearby buildings were dark, he remained wary of potential survivors lurking in the shadows, silently observing the situation. The survivors he had recently encountered needed to draw away a portion of the zombies to escape the site. As they created a commotion, he could take advantage of the ensuing chaos. This opportunity arrived swiftly. In the dead of night, a loud and captivating melody of the most vibrant national style erupted from a building some distance from the entrance. Likely a result of the survivors discarding their phones, the horde of zombies below surged like a tide towards the source of the sound. Xunzhi observed the movements around the surrounding buildings. And as the number of zombies diminished, he detected subtle stirrings, likely indicating scattered survivors roused by the noise. After counting 3 waves of people rushing through the exit, Xunzhi decisively descended, using a visual blind spot on the first floor to summon his vines. Enveloping the meteorite and dragging it to his side, with the prize in hand, Xunzhi delicately traced the surface of the stone with his elongated fingers, sensing the energy contained within through the holes in its exterior. Confirming its authenticity under the moonlight, he retrieved a rose seedling from his bag, placed the meteorite inside, and, with one hand holding the plant and the other releasing the vines, retraced his steps. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Xunzhi meticulously selected a higher geographical position devoid of tall obstructions, ensuring ample sunlight and a clear view of the surrounding roads. He took out a small shovel from his backpack and dug a pit. Using his abilities, he extracted a fist-sized fragment from the meteorite and placed it into the pit. Carefully planting the flower seedling, and watering it with 2 full bottles of mineral water. Although the freshly sprouted seedling could not entirely sustain his consciousness, the meteorite energy would catalyze its growth. After completing this task, he hurried back to his residential community, preparing to absorb energy in a safe environment. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, a large rose vine in the living room gradually coiled inward, the plant transforming into a human form curled within a bathtub. After a moment, the delicate lashes resembling butterfly wings fluttered before opening to reveal beautiful eyes brimming with verdant vitality. Xunzhi raised his hand to grasp his phone beside him. It had been 8 days since he began absorbing energy, a duration longer than he had anticipated. However, this meteorite was several times larger than the fragments he had utilized during his awakening. Even using the vines to root and absorb, it still consumed a considerable amount of time. Maintaining his position in the bathtub, Xunzhi gently closed his eyes, his consciousness awakening within the divided rose. Thanks to the fragment of the meteorite, this avatar's growth was astonishingly rapid. Following the mutation of its root system, it could now delve over 10 meters deep into the ground, and the surface plant thrived exceptionally. Unrecognizable from the weak seedling it had been days prior, the rose's vines sprawled dominantly over a 3-meter radius, growing freely around the central plant. The soil, once home to various other plants, now yielded solely to this assertive rose. With no nearby structures for support, the vines danced gracefully in the breeze, their tips swaying precariously. Xunzhi had intended to observe the movements of the main force during their evacuation while planting this avatar. But unexpectedly, after absorbing the complete meteorite energy, he slumbered for 8 days. Missing the large-scale withdrawal entirely, he wondered if, in this lifetime, the military had investigated the anomalies surrounding the meteorite crater, though he had not witnessed the specifics of the survivors' retreat. Everything else seemed largely unchanged, apart from the meteorite incident. Currently, he could not ascertain how many survivors remained in the city, but the urgency to absorb energy from other meteorites was pressing. He could not afford to halt his progress. The location of his avatar rose was strategically situated near the southern city highway, and once fully grown, it would effectively control a vital exit route from the city. Thus, Xunzhi had no intention of relocating it. As his consciousness returned to his original form, he felt his body, now refined by the meteorite energy, brimming with vitality. Based on the energy core within, he had already reached the pinnacle of level 4 among human superhumans, making him one of the foremost powers in the early days of this apocalyptic era. Chapter 7. A subordinate delivered to his door as dusk fell upon the southern city highway. A robust man with a buzz cut tossed a bottle of water into the back seat of a military jeep, landing it in the lap of Xiao, who occupied the passenger seat. "Thanks," Xiao replied, twisting off the cap and swallowing the contents of the 550-milliliter bottle in a few gulps. His gaze drifted toward the swiftly passing villages and fields below the highway. It was mealtime, yet the village was devoid of any signs of life. The state of the roads far exceeded his expectations. The day after awakening, he had prepared to embark alone, only to have 2 members of his team approach him before departure, informing him that chaos had erupted within the military ranks. However, the casualty reports were manageable. Many had survived. Unfortunately, the civilian populace in the city faced a catastrophic upheaval, with those lacking disaster awareness falling prey to the awakened zombies in the very first moments. With no other choice, the densely populated capital faced turmoil. Once order was restored within the military district, the leaders swiftly allocated personnel to commence disaster relief tasks. Lu Xiang and Wu Qinggang, both from Xiaomu's squad, had been writing reports in their dormitory when the calamity struck. After 3 days of unconsciousness, they awoke to find something different within themselves. Both had successfully awakened their powers. Faced with such a situation, they initially felt a sense of panic, but quickly regained their composure. Realizing that Xiaomu had taken leave and was concerned for his safety, they volunteered for the clearing mission and made their way in his direction. Just in time to meet him before he set out, they applied to accompany him on his journey to Jiang City. Without a moment's hesitation, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, communication across the country had been severed, and the higher-ups were eager to ascertain the situation in various regions. Therefore, requests to return home for disaster relief were being approved as much as possible. However, they also issued an order for the team to gather as much information as they could while on the road, documenting the conditions in affected areas. "Boss, we've been on the road for a week now, and we're not even halfway there. I wonder how things are in Jiang City," Lu Xiang remarked while driving. As the team's technical backbone, he was hailed as an information prodigy. Even before the apocalypse, he had an exceptional memory, and after awakening, his mental abilities had only improved. He had memorized the traffic maps of the provinces they would traverse, including neighboring ones. His hometown was also in a county near Xunzhi, and he was well acquainted with the route home, having taken several trips during the spring festival. It will be fine, as Xiongmu's words escaped his lips. A sense of foreboding settled in the hearts of those present. They all understood that the situation in Jiangsheng would only deteriorate further. Departing from the capital, they traversed 3 or 4 cities in a matter of days, occasionally hearing sporadic gunfire, a testament to the presence of military forces within the city. Yet, in some locations, all they could see were billowing clouds of smoke and the anguished cries of humanity. They could only hasten towards Jiangsheng, opting to avoid the inner city if they could take the bypass. In unavoidable circumstances, they had to navigate the city streets with great difficulty, encountering abandoned vehicles that obstructed their path, forcing them to take detours. The constant threat of zombies significantly hampered their progress. That Wu Chang had awakened a metal-based ability, enabling him to reshape any visible metal into various forms. During their journey, he would manipulate metal into the shape of firearms. Possessing such a power amidst the urban jungle of steel was akin to having an infinite supply of ammunition. He was also an exceptional marksman, utilizing his ability in the most familiar way, thereby swiftly enhancing their mastery over their powers. Xiongmu fiddled with the radio dial in the vehicle, hoping to catch some broadcast, yet once more he was met with disappointment. 11 days into the apocalypse, people were still focused on self-preservation. Only when personal safety was assured would anyone consider re-establishing communication. Xunzhi toyed with a compact radio in his hands, which currently only emitted static devoid of any signals. He recalled that it was around the 15th day of the apocalypse when he first received information from the government. Prior to that, the primary task of the provisional government was to devote all efforts to rescue survivors. He tucked the radio into the side pocket of his backpack, pushed off with his foot, and glided along the streets on an electric skateboard. This was a batch of electric skateboards he had prepared in advance for resource gathering. Convenient for transport, suitable for complex terrains, and notably quieter, making travel significantly swifter than taking bus Route 11. Having patrolled the southern district for a day, he had scarcely glimpsed any survivors. However, the city was vast, and who could guarantee that no one was lurking in the shadows? Therefore, he refrained from revealing his inhuman traits and continued to move about as a normal human. Upon reaching level 4 of his abilities, he could naturally emanate a pressure akin to a domain, causing some zombies to instinctively avoid him and clear a path. Suddenly, a vine from his backpack discreetly poked at his waist through his clothing, prompting Xunzhi, standing on his skateboard, to become subtly alert. His gaze swept around, and he quickly spotted a small red flag waving from a second-floor window of a nearby supermarket. Xunzhi halted abruptly at the tail of his skateboard, propping it upright with his hand, and focused intently on the flag. Before long, a red-haired head appeared, and their eyes met. The other party silently waved, beckoning Xunzhi to approach. This was the first survivor he had encountered since the onset of the apocalypse. Yet he had no intention of initiating conversation. Tilting his head slightly to assess the individual, he smirked faintly and prepared to ignore him. He harbored no altruistic intentions of saving anyone. "Big shot. Help me. Big shot." The small red-haired figure called out softly from above. Xunzhi had been hiding on the second floor of the supermarket for days, having been caught unprepared by the apocalypse. An avid reader of various end-of-the-world novels, he understood well that avoiding reckless actions was crucial for survival. To endure was the ultimate strategy. Fortunately, his family owned a supermarket, equipped with a robust security door. Normally, the supermarket only had an automatic glass door that opened when someone approached. Upon awakening, he immediately secured the 3 layers of security doors and the voice alert at the entrance. Having thrived on the abundant supplies within the supermarket without suffering any hardship, he had successfully deterred several attempts by others to raid his family's store using his abilities. The young man, upon realizing the apocalypse had arrived, instinctively assessed whether he possessed any advantages, such as abilities or systems. To his surprise, he did awaken a wind-based power. Although he was still inexperienced, capable only of summoning a gust strong enough to knock someone over, it provided him with some measure of self-defense. For the past few days, he had been keenly observing his surroundings, noting that the majority of survivors in the city had retreated the previous day. However, he chose not to join the fray. In the apocalypse, populous areas equated to greater danger, and indeed, the commotion of human retreat had attracted a horde of zombies. The distant gunfire and the eerie silence of the streets served as further confirmation of this fact. Initially, a few scattered zombies wandered below, and he had been attempting to conjure wind blades to attack them over the past few days, yielding modest success. However, this evening, as he took a brief respite to restore his depleted energy before practicing his skills, he observed zombies suddenly vacating the area. He sensed that something had changed. Thus, he remained vigilant, not daring to blink, and soon spotted someone striding confidently down the street, riding a skateboard with an undeniable flair. This individual would undoubtedly be a protagonist in a novel. As the figure approached, he timidly raised the small red flag, seeking to gain favor. After all, if this was a human, it would be difficult not to notice the vividly bright flag. If it were a zombie, it would only be attracted to sound and blood. He was clever enough not to shout immediately, waiting to confirm that the approaching figure was indeed human before making his presence known. Of course, he was not one to greet every passerby indiscriminately. After all, the newcomer was exceptionally handsome, and the vain youth firmly believed that a beautiful person could harbor no ill intentions. However, even a beautiful person might choose not to engage with him. Observing Xunzhi's apparent disregard, Xunzhi could not afford to hesitate over whether calling out would attract zombies. In a hurried manner, he exclaimed, "Big shot. I have food. Lots of food. Would you like to come over? I'll open the door for you." The young man's words, once spoken, felt utterly devoid of flawed. Xunzhi, however, was momentarily taken aback by the naivete of such a statement. In an apocalypse, food was exceedingly precious. Calling out in such a manner was akin to inviting wolves into the fold. Was he truly that foolish, or was this a deliberate trap? Xunzhi found himself intrigued, halting his skateboard at the foot of the supermarket. Disliking the notion of looking up at others, he coldly commanded, "Come down to talk." Receiving the big shot's directive, Xunzhi hurriedly descended the stairs, swiftly unlocking the security door and appearing before Xunzhi. After glancing around to confirm that no zombies were nearby, he beckoned him inside. Xunzhi had the ability to sense living beings within a 30-meter radius, upon detecting only this one human nearby. He leisurely stepped into the small supermarket. He was unperturbed, yet Xunzhi clearly lacked his composure. After Xunzhi entered, Xunzhi promptly secured the iron door once more. "Please, big shot, have a seat," Xunzhi exclaimed. Bringing over the most comfortable computer chair in the store and positioning it beside Xunzhi. "I'm Xunzhi, a wind ability user," he proclaimed, raising his right hand to showcase a few spinning playing cards. Xunzhi, unfazed by the prospect of revealing his name, Xunzhi felt no immediate need to conceal his identity. His instincts suggested that the person before him bore no ill intent. Although his sensory abilities were not as potent in human form as they were in his plant state, the gaze of the individual before him bore no distinction from that of a university student prior to the apocalypse, filled with clear but foolish innocence and a hint of unabashed flattery. Chapter 8. 12th Day of the Apocalypse. "It seems you have begun to find your footing in controlling your abilities," Xunzhi remarked nonchalantly. "Upon awakening to my powers, I immediately began practicing." Xunzhi proudly displayed his mastery over the winds, akin to a peacock flaunting its feathers. "Big shot. You are truly remarkable. Since your arrival, the zombies have vanished from the entire street." Observing Xunzhi's silent and watchful demeanor, Xunzhi understood that the big shot awaited his next words. "Big shot, would you be interested in taking on a little brother? I can serve you tea, do anything you need. I may not have much food, but I can handle the dirty work." Upon hearing the first part of Xunzhi's proposal, Xunzhi remained unmoved. After all, he no longer required sustenance like a typical human. However, the latter part of the statement stirred a flicker of interest within him. Although his vines could effortlessly penetrate the skulls of zombies, the act of cleaning them off after retrieval left a lingering discomfort. Despite feeling a slight inclination, he concealed it well, quietly observing Xunzhi, eager to see what other advantages he might offer. "Big shot, all the supplies in this supermarket are at your disposal. Please accept me," Xunzhi thought nervously, noting that the stoic Xunzhi seemed unyielding as the wind. He mused that in novels, the process of recruiting subordinates seemed far less challenging. Wasn't it customary for those seeking refuge to receive an immediate response? However, the esteemed individual before him seemed rather indifferent to his presence. In these times, even if he was unaware of the external circumstances, he could surmise that extraordinary abilities were not possessed by everyone. At least, the few individuals who had previously stormed into his supermarket had not exhibited any signs of such powers. Yet, Xunzhi's aloof demeanor indicated his remarkable strength, making him a reliable ally. Boss, as he witnessed Xunzhi preparing to depart, Xunzhi nearly cried out in desperation, hastily rummaging through his mind for any skills he might possess. He exclaimed, "I know the locations of most resource warehouses in the southern district, as well as the location of the Jiangcheng Armory." The armory. Xunzhi turned to look at Xunzhi, intrigued. "Yes, I grew up in that area. Although the entrance is somewhat concealed, I stumbled upon it by chance," Xunzhi eagerly continued, sensing he had piqued the boss's interest that my uncle works in logistics for the military, and one night when I returned home late, I spotted him with military vehicles unloading supplies nearby. Xunzhi was acutely aware of the allure that firearms held for every young man. However, given his own capabilities, he felt no need to seize that stockpile of weapons. The thought had merely struck him suddenly. "Why do you wish to follow me? You are the only survivor I encountered in the city today. Your decision to remain rather than join the larger group suggests you have your own plans." "I am not inclined to keep someone with too many ambitions close by." Upon finishing his statement, Xunzhi stepped forward, his piercing gaze resembling that of a predator fixated on Xunzhi, rendering him incapable of uttering a single falsehood. Xunzi's expression grew serious, cold sweat trickling down his back as he quickly adjusted his demeanor. "I am merely inexperienced at the moment and believe that crowded places may not be safe. I have read countless post-apocalyptic novels, and I understand that human nature is inherently complex, with chaos reigning supreme in the aftermath of societal collapse. Thus, I initially intended to survive alone and quietly develop my skills. But then I encountered you, so formidable and captivating. It was simply incredible. My heart raced the moment I laid eyes on you. I sensed that you possess great strength, and I genuinely wished to follow you." Xunzhi raised his right hand in a vow, declaring, "I promise I will never betray you. Humans are social creatures. Although I could survive alone for quite some time, the moment I saw you, I recognized you as my leader, truly." As if fearing Xunzhi might doubt him, Xunzhi nodded emphatically. "Betrayers will meet a dreadful end." Xunzhi smirked, a smile finally gracing his face. With a flick of his right hand, a vine unleashed a tremendous force, creating a 1-meter square hole in the adjacent concrete wall. Xunzhi understood this as Xunzhi showcasing his power, and rather than feeling fear, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Boss, does this mean you accept me, right? You are taking me in," he exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "I will give you 10 minutes to gather your belongings. If you can keep up, you are mine." Xunzhi returned to his computer chair, glancing at his wristwatch to check the time. "All right, boss, I will gather my things immediately." Xunzhi rushed upstairs, eager not to be left behind. As Xunzhi heard the clattering sounds from above, he mused that Xunzhi was rather impulsive and lacked guile. A quick survey of the supermarket layout revealed that, while small, it was well equipped. Although there was an abundance of items, everything was clean and neatly arranged, indicating that he could make an excellent logistics officer. Contemplating the armory Xunzhi had mentioned earlier, Xunzhi rubbed his lips thoughtfully. While he had no immediate need for weapons, they might prove useful in the future. He was aware that some weapons and ammunition had been evacuated during the military withdrawal. But the capacity for human transport was limited, necessitating that many trucks be reserved for relocating survivors. Consequently, the majority of weaponry and supplies remained sealed within some location in the city. Pragmatic individuals or factions would not choose to hunker down and defend Jiangcheng, thus leaving behind a wealth of valuable resources awaiting discovery. Xunzhi found little interest in the array of food items on the shelves. The mutations had rendered him indifferent to ordinary sustenance devoid of energy. The energy from the meteorite was more than sufficient to sate his hunger. Xunzhi returned in under 5 minutes, carrying a hiking backpack, standing before Xunzhi and declaring he was ready. Xunzhi was unconcerned with what he had brought. At this moment, the entire city's resources were at his disposal. Even if he gained another subordinate who required sustenance, it was hardly a burden. "I won't wait for you," Xunzhi remarked, dropping his skateboard and, with that, took off. Xunzhi swiftly locked the door, attempting to enhance his speed with his wind-based abilities, finding that his two legs could keep pace with Xunzhi's figure ahead. Xunzhi had ventured out only to assess the situation in the city, and after a brief period of observing his new subordinate, he returned to his dwelling. It seems your stamina needs improvement. After climbing over 20 flights of stairs, Xunzi's breath had become somewhat labored, prompting Xunzhi to glance at him and comment, "I will strive to improve, big brother." Xunzi nodded vigorously, eager to affirm his commitment while regulating his breathing. "There's no need to be overly zealous." Xunzi pointed to the building across from them. "You can stay there. Take the rest of the day to rest, and I will call for you before we set out tomorrow." "All right, big brother." As he gazed at the closed door before him, Xunzi took a deep breath, rallying himself, and turned to walk towards the entrance of the opposite building, though the door was firmly shut. It posed no challenge. Xunzi used his abilities to open it quietly and then gently closed it behind him. Once inside, Xunzi stood at the entrance for a moment, waiting to hear the sound of the door opening across the way before he switched to slippers and returned to the living room. Although he had unexpectedly acquired a new subordinate, the sensation was not unwelcome. He had cultivated a wariness of human groups, yet after living among them for over 20 years, even in the abrupt shift of his nature, he still felt a strange sense of belonging to humanity. Approaching the bar, he poured himself a glass of cola. The dark liquid cascaded into the cup, and the rising bubbles danced energetically, carrying the filled mug to the balcony. Xunzi savored the cool moonlight of the night. As he gazed at the moon, his thoughts wandered. The needs of plants are simple: water, sunlight, soil, and air. Post-mutation, he found little interest in conventional food, but he had developed a fondness for more stimulating liquids. From his back, several robust vines sprouted, lifting the living room bathtub with ease and maneuvering it to the balcony. The vines swayed, as if assessing their surroundings before settling in a spot that would bask in the moonlight. Xunzi gradually finished his glass of cola, and a vine, as thick as a finger, took the cup to the kitchen for cleaning before turning off the tap, nimbly shaking off the excess water. He stepped into the bathtub, accustomed to curling up there to sleep, and never returned to the bedroom. As he drifted into slumber, his human form gradually transformed into an ethereal vine, adorned with blooming roses that shimmered with a green luminescence. Appearing both beautiful and enigmatic under the moonlight, the human form did not expend additional energy, but the plant's essence adapted better to the altered atmosphere and restored expended energy more rapidly. Today, not only had he surveyed the situation, but he had also cultivated 20 clones of his essence, planting them at crucial transportation routes in the southern district. These newly differentiated plants grew at a slower pace without the catalyst of meteorite energy. Therefore, after planting the rose clones, he infused each seedling with some energy to aid their rooting process. Once the vines reached a sufficient size, they would be able to sustain themselves, alleviating his concerns. Under the bright moonlight, beneath a starry sky, shadows flitted between the remnants of the city, restless and poised for action. "Boss, look ahead." Wu Qinggang, the driver, noticed the verdant expanse enveloping the overpass, slowing the vehicle and calling out to Xiaomuse, who was resting in the back seat, eyeing the cramped confines of the car. Xiaomuse's dark eyes focused intently ahead, where the 717 expressway lay completely concealed by foliage. During their recent travels, they had encountered mostly broken roads and vehicles blocking their path, as well as some mutated animals, but this was the first time they had encountered vegetation of such magnitude. Yang, can you sense the level of this mutated plant ahead? Xiaomuse inquired of Lu Xiyang in the passenger seat. Taking the expressway was the fastest route to Jiangcheng, and unless absolutely necessary, he would avoid detours. Lu Xiyang activated his abilities, concentrating on the plants ahead. After a moment, he shook his head. "I cannot sense anything. Boss, their range is too extensive, and it appears that this patch of vegetation may be one single entity. I am unsure if I misinterpreted." Lu Xiyang's psychic abilities could detect signals emanating from the plants, but their sheer scale overwhelmed him. "Oh my, such a vast area, and it's from the same plant." Wu Qinggang halted the vehicle roughly 50 meters from the vegetation in just a few days since the apocalypse. How could the plants have grown so rapidly? Would there still be room for humanity to survive in a little while? Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Qinggang's heart trembled involuntarily if they were to take a detour. It would require at least half a day's additional time. Lu Xiyang furrowed his brow, contemplating the recent alternative routes, yet remained uncertain about the conditions of the other path once the vehicle came to a halt. Xiaomuse opened the door, his long legs clad in black tactical pants stepping out first. After alighting, he stretched his limbs, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt twice, stood erect with a straight back. And his peripheral gaze was as cold as ice. There could be no more detours. Xiaomuse gazed ahead, his resolve unwavering. With both hands poised at his waist, he summoned forth 2 spheres of blue energy laced with golden lightning. Spreading his palms flat upon the ground, in an instant, his power surged from the earth, racing forward and striking the nearby obstructing beast, the seemingly tranquil mutated plant erupting violently. The vines stirred without wind. Sweeping in from all directions, Wu Qinggang positioned himself before Xiaomuse, commanding the metallic barriers on either side to rise from the ground. The metal melted into liquid form under his abilities and reformed according to his design, transforming into sharp saw blades that spun rapidly amidst the vines in no time. The vines were severed into disarray. The crackling lightning coursed down the plant's veins, a myriad of leaves converging upon a stout brown root. Where the current passed, the plant withered, turning a charred yellow. Sensing the most concentrated energy, the lightning struck like a sword, piercing the energy core, which shattered, leaving the remaining vines devoid of vitality, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Unable to regenerate. Chapter 9. Daily life in the apocalypse reigned in Jiangqing's northern district. A fierce wind gathered dark clouds, and soon the sky unleashed a gentle drizzle. This rain nourished every crumbled remnant of the city. The droplets pattered against the leaves of plants, producing a crackling sound. Xunzhi stood behind the window, gazing at the dim scenery outside. This week, with the addition of a little brother by his side, Xunzhi expedited his plans. 4 to 5 days were sufficient for the two of them to explore the entirety of the southern district. He utilized his abilities to sense several fragments of meteorites. Due to their small size, Xunzhi planted them alongside the rose plants that had sprouted from the main body. The piece of meteorite the size of a basketball he had previously absorbed had left him in a state of rejuvenation. And these palm-sized fragments currently did not pique his appetite. Although Xunzhi had noticed his unusually low frequency of consumption, as a competent little brother, he promptly shared any resources he found, resulting in a small wall of drinking water and soda accumulating in the once empty living room. He had carried these boxes up from the first floor, claiming it was a form of training. Last night, the sound of rain had reached his ears. This morning, after a brief pause, the rain returned, and Xunzhi had never favored venturing out on rainy days in the pre-apocalyptic world. Rain often signified trouble, dampening pant cuffs, saturating the air, and casting a gloomy pall over the sky, easily dragging one's spirits into a valley of despair. This first rain since the apocalypse was not a good omen for the humans striving for survival outside. Yet, for the plants, it was a delightful surprise from nature. Each droplet fell like a crystal-clear pearl, nurturing the earth. They danced joyfully like a troop of little sprites, twirling in harmony with the plants. The leaves swayed in the rain, as if cheering. The flowers bloomed, seemingly showcasing their most beautiful selves. The blades of grass, too, grew greener in the rain, greedily absorbing the nourishing water, striving to thrive. This downpour revitalized the entire world, rendering it fresh and bright. The rain soaked the soil, permeating the earth, nourishing the roots of the plants, and emanating emotions akin to joy and contentment from various seedlings, lightening Xunzhi's previously somber mood due to the rain. In the living room, 200 pots of rose seedlings stood neatly arranged. With no plans to go out today, Xunzhi began the arduous task of nurturing the rose seedlings en masse. Transforming his left arm entirely into rose vines, he snipped off sturdy plants from above and inserted them into the prepared nutrient-rich soil, infusing energy to stimulate root growth. Once rooted, the plant's innate resilience would compel them to draw in any absorbable energy. So he generously utilized some of the nutritional solutions he had collected initially, combining it with the energy from the main body to ensure the seedlings thrived plump and healthy, however rapid his nurturing speed. One person could only accomplish so much with a pair of hands, and he also needed to search for suitable planting locations. Overcrowding was not advisable, as he had to consider the future coverage area of the vines. Even after a full day out, he could only manage to plant about 20 seedlings. With Xunzhi's assistance, they barely exceeded 40. Xunzhi explained to him that this was a manifestation of his powers, enabling him to stimulate plant growth and derive special signals from the planted flora to monitor the surrounding environment. Xunzhi affectionately dubbed it the Huahua monitoring system, under Xunzhi's occasional guidance. Xunzhi's wind abilities became increasingly agile. Knock. knocked out. A series of knocks resounded at the door. "Boss, I found something amazing. Come and see," Xunzhi exclaimed, knocking twice before stepping in with a large package. Due to the rain today, Xunzhi had not planned any outings, so he left the door ajar for ease of entry for his companion. Xunzhi had not assigned Xunzhi any tasks, yet he remained industrious. Scouring each unit in the building for supplies, he had grown quite adept at using wind blades to open doors. The surviving original residents had already evacuated with the troops, leaving only a few solitary zombies that had failed to evolve. Easily dispatched as they were confined indoors, if it were merely ordinary food, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to show off to Xunzhi's .2 boxes of ham from the west. With labels entirely in a foreign language, the shipping tag still intact. Judging by his physical age, Xunzhi might only be a few years older, yet observing the exuberant Xunzhi approaching to boast, he felt an inexplicable sense of being a caretaker. Just the right opportunity for you to practice your knife skills. For such long-lasting meets, Xunzhi typically had Xunzhi transport them to his own residence. And this was no exception. Xunzhi thought to himself, "Sigh. Another failed attempt to curry favored. I still don't know what the boss really likes to eat. I'll try harder next time." Courageous pups fear not failure. Xunzhi noticed the flicker of disappointment in his eyes and remarked as he turned away, "Feel free to drop by for a drink tonight, if there's nothing else on your agenda." "Absolutely. I'll make time." The ever-enthusiastic Xunzhi was already mulling over which bottle of wine to bring later. When he arrived precisely on time, he was taken aback to find 2 glasses of chilled soda prepared on the small round table on the balcony. "What are you staring at? In these special times, consider it a substitute for wine." Xunzhi chuckled lightly, handing a glass to Xunzhi. Xunzhi felt a stir in his heart at the sight of Xunzhi's smile. Privately reflecting on how charming his boss was, pondering what kind of future figure could truly be worthy of him. Acting on impulse, he swiftly seized a glass of cola. "Hey, what are you talking about? What's wrong with cola? It's my favorite." He tilted his head back and gulped it down, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, delivering a sharp sensation. Yet, on this sweltering summer night, an uncontrollable passion surged within his chest, akin to a raging inferno. "Boss, why didn't you leave back then?" Perhaps due to the rain today, the soft patter of the droplets oddly evoked a sense of tranquility. Even the usually indifferent Xunzhi seemed to exude a softer aura at this moment. Observing this, Xunzhi felt a surge of joy within, recognizing it as a golden opportunity. Thus, he mustered his courage and cautiously voiced the doubts that had lingered in his heart of late. Where could one go? Xunzi's long, slender fingers lightly rested on the rim of the glass, his gaze unfocused, seemingly looking towards some distant point, with the corners of his mouth slightly curling up in an almost imperceptible self-deprecating smile. He then spoke in a nonchalant tone, "In the apocalypse, whether many or few, it's all an enclosed city." Although the speaker's expression was calm, and his tone unremarkable, such a simple statement jolted Xunzi's heart. For he discerned a hint of shadowed emotion within, a complexity hidden beneath the surface calm, as if some untold story lay behind it. Xunzhi pondered silently. "I thought that after graduating high school and managing the family grocery store, I had encountered all kinds of people over the years, yet I had never met anyone quite like the boss." He couldn't help but recall Xunzi's unique aura and mysterious charm, musing that he seemed to maintain an elusive distance from the world, as if he were not entirely a part of it, though he stood right before him. Xunzhi felt as if an endless expanse of light years separated them. This sensation left him in a state of both confusion and curiosity, while simultaneously instilling a deeper sense of reverence towards the leader. He pondered what kind of experiences the leader must have endured to carve him into such an aloof figure, one seemingly untouched by the world's turbulence. Even the most radiant summer sun could not penetrate the depths of his cold, profound gaze. Yet, from the very moment he encountered him, a primal instinct deep within Xunzhi resonated like a frantic radar, issuing urgent warnings to maintain distance, while simultaneously drawing him irresistibly closer, compelling him to willingly become his subordinate. Indeed, great minds think alike. In the realm of apocalyptic fiction, individuals of my ilk, possessing limited skills and resources, are unlikely to survive beyond the initial chapters. Rather than toil as a mere beast of burden in those grand bases, it would be far wiser to lay low while provisions are plentiful. On the day the main force departed the city, he briefly contemplated retreat, for being trapped alone in a supermarket was hardly a viable solution. Fortunately, he was fortunate enough to awaken his supernatural abilities early on. The timing of Xunzhi's appearance was impeccable. Had it been a few days later, he questioned whether he would still be able to remain in place. One could only conclude that everything is arranged for the best. After finishing an apocalyptic novel several months prior, an inexplicable sense of crisis began to swell within him. He had always been guided by instincts, which had spared him from countless predicaments throughout his life, thus enabling him to withstand his father's deathly gaze with resilience, investing considerable resources to fortify the supermarket's entrance. Otherwise, as a mere proprietor of a small supermarket, hoarding such ample supplies would have rendered him an easy target. His survival until meeting Xunzhi, thanks to that expensive safety door, had at least a 90% contribution from his foresight. Given his current level of supernatural ability, ordinary zombies could hardly approach him. Xunzhi, in turn, devoted some thought to this eager subordinate. Xunzhi's daily routine revolved around exterminating zombies, collecting crystal nuclei, gathering supplies, and tending to flowers, in a cyclical fashion. With Xunzhi's guidance, he was able to avoid many detours. At present, the human base's laboratory was still researching the powers of zombie crystal nuclei, and it would be at least a month and a half before any preliminary results were disclosed. By then, the supernatural beings among humanity would begin to undergo comprehensive upgrades, though some individuals, through serendipity, would discover methods to absorb the energy contained within the nuclei on their own. Generally, lower-level zombies possessed merely feeble crystal nuclei, the energies of which were rather muddled, sufficient only to sustain their movements and incite their insatiable hunger. Zombies dwelling within the meteorite's core would gradually evolve into second-level zombies over time, at which point their crystal nuclei would exhibit more pronounced supernatural attributes, their colors also shifting accordingly. Conventional supernatural beings could only absorb energies corresponding to their attributes, but Xunzhi was different. Capable of directly absorbing meteorite energy, he found ordinary crystal nuclei to be trivial. Through their hunting endeavors, the majority of wind-type crystal nuclei were bestowed upon Xunzhi, aiding in his ascension, while nuclei of other attributes were temporarily retained by Xunzhi. The energy from meteorite fragments was crucial for Xunzhi's evolution. Additionally, he intended to reserve some of these crystal nuclei for when Xunzhi required upgrades, as his abilities remained a mystery. He chose to keep a portion of crystal nuclei from other attributes, stacking them in an unoccupied room. Within a 3-kilometer radius, they had strategically planted over 100 floral surveillance devices, ensuring that no creatures dared to steal these precious nuclei. It seemed they had yet to encounter worthy adversaries. Compared to Xunzhi, he was still vastly outmatched. Xunzhi could barely eliminate over 100 zombies after exhausting his supernatural energy for an entire day, while Xunzhi, in his full might, he had yet to witness his leader unleash his true power, could effortlessly summon vines to ensnare zombies across several streets. Thus, aligning oneself with a capable leader was paramount. This entire area had effectively transformed into their private garden. Had Xunzhi not deliberately restrained his aura of dominance, ordinary zombies would have instinctively avoided them. Xunzhi claimed that his powers had nearly reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level, while Xunzhi suspected that his leader was at least 2 levels above him. Just the day before, he had discovered a sizable meteorite fragment, approximately the length of a forearm, in the distant northern district. Deeming it worthy of retention, it now rested on his bedside table, and Xunzhi planned to absorb it during his spare moments in the upcoming days. Such a fragment would likely require 1 to 2 days for complete absorption. However, he was somewhat apprehensive about missing the opportunity for Xunzhi to enter the city. He estimated that Xunzhi would arrive in Jiangcheng within a few days, after a sporadic search over recent weeks. He had managed to collect about half of the meteorite fragments within the southern district's 3rd ring road. Smaller fragments, deemed too minuscule, were utilized as fertilizer, while those easily graspable had been gradually absorbed. The more distant locations would necessitate a slow and steady exploration. Chapter 10. Arrival in Jiangcheng under the veil of night. Xunzhi and his companions reached Huang Town, home of Lu Xiyang. Their vehicle had suffered significant damage from a recent wave of mutated animals and had to be abandoned midway. Thus, they had been constantly switching transportation modes, hastily making their way to the vicinity of Jiangcheng. Lu Xiyang's family home was merely an hour and a half's drive from the center of Jiangcheng. The myriad unforeseen circumstances they encountered along the journey made it abundantly clear that acting separately was ill-suited to their current predicament. As fate would have it, since they were on the way, Xunzhi and his companions decided to accompany Lu Xiang back to his home to assess the situation there. The main thoroughfare of the county town was littered with the chaotic remains of zombie bodies and abandoned vehicles. The rain had washed over the ground, leaving a viscous layer of dark red liquid. Fortunately, Lu Xiang's residence was not situated in the heart of the county town, sparing them the peril of venturing deeper into the area. The entrance to the community was left ajar, revealing a few aimlessly wandering zombies. If one were to disregard these aberrant beings, the lush vegetation thriving within the community and the vibrant bougainvillea in full summer bloom presented an entirely ordinary scene of life. The two men followed Lu Xiang as he deftly scaled a dilapidated corner of the wall to gain entry. They were fortunate that the community management's negligence had rendered the half-demolished wall a convenient passageway. Frequently traversed by neighborhood Andes seeking shortcuts to the local supermarket, a single brick placed at the base allowed for an effortless leap over. This makeshift route enabled them to bypass much of the circuitous journey through the community. Moving with utmost caution and agility, they managed to navigate through the rain-soaked environment, the sound of raindrops providing a natural cover against any potential confrontations that might necessitate the use of weapons. They successfully reached the building where Lu Xiang's family resided. Lu Xiang's home was located on the 4th floor, and the building's entrance was securely closed, reinforced by a sturdy iron chain. Fortunately, with Wu Qingang's metallic abilities, they swiftly unlocked the chain and opened the door, proceeding up to the 4th floor with vigilance. The building was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, and the atmosphere grew heavy with apprehension as they ascended. Ideally, they hoped that the residents had evacuated, while the worst-case scenario loomed ominously in their minds. Arriving at the front door, they beheld the familiar liver-red entrance adorned with a vibrant red paper inscribed with the word safety, which had been affixed just before the previous year. Since Lu Xiang joined the military, his family's annual decoration had always emphasized safety over prosperity. Lu Xiang gazed anxiously at the door, his hand trembling as he retrieved the key from his pocket. His thoughts a whirlwind. Having longed to return home, he now hesitated at the threshold, requiring several moments of mental fortitude before raising his hand to open the door, weapon in one hand and key in the other. Gently turning the lock, with a soft click, the lock yielded, and the door swung open to reveal a stifling, stagnant atmosphere. The interior appeared secure, with no sudden onslaught of zombies, and Lu Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Boldly stepping inside, he surveyed the surroundings. The floor bore no traces of blood, the walls were pristine, and the furniture remained intact, devoid of any signs of struggle. Only the dust stirred by their passage indicated that the home had been uninhabited for some time. Lu Xiang quickly opened several doors but found no sign of his family, though he was relieved not to encounter their bodies. Upon entering, Xunzhi noticed a piece of paper on the coffee table and gestured for Lu Xiang to approach. After reading the contents of the note, Lu Xiang finally exhaled in relief that it was a message from his family, assuring him that they were safe and had retreated with the main force. Examining the handwriting on the paper, it was evident that it was not hurried. Rather, it belonged to his sister. The note conveyed that the family was safe, and that his sister had awakened an ability related to the water element. She had responded to the government's call and joined the main force in relocating to a safe area for centralized management. Due to the failure of conventional communication signals, Lu Xiang often found it difficult to contact his family while in the army. Concerned that he might return without any clear direction, they had left him a letter. The existence of a government organization was a glimmer of hope for ordinary people to survive. The fact that his sister had awakened her powers was the most joyous news he had received in recent times. Being near those with abilities would ensure a degree of safety for their parents, especially since his sister had always been clever and resourceful. When their family purchased a house in the county town, they deliberately chose a location on higher ground, adjacent to the military garrison. Although there was no market nearby, the presence of a supermarket made it convenient, situated on the outskirts of the county town. Distanced from the main urban area in the event of an apocalypse, if the military maintained order and swiftly organized rescues, this neighborhood should be among the first to be cleared and rescued. Boss, shall we depart for Jiangxing now? With new information weighing on his mind, Lu Xiang did not wish to delay his captain's plans for Jiangxing and proposed that they set off immediately. He understood that Xunzhi had to keep moving without pause, compressing even his rest time, knowing it was all to see the one he cared for. Although they had never met the captain's wife, everyone in the team was aware that she held a special place in his heart. However, despite the urgency to meet, Xunzhi remained rational. He opened the living room window to allow the air to circulate. Glancing at the sky, he spoke to the two of them. The rain outside has not ceased. We shall rest tonight, and in the morning, we will find a suitable vehicle nearby and gather some supplies before setting off. As night had fallen, it was inconvenient to search for a suitable mode of transport, and they also needed to collect some gasoline. Lu Xiang and Wu Qinggang had also been on the move for some time. Although the members of the team were all empowered individuals, their spirits had yet to fully recover after a day or two of walking. All right, I will go tidy up the rooms. Hearing that they could rest at home for the night before continuing their journey brought a sigh of relief to Lu Xiang. He did not perceive the captain's demeanor as unworried. Rather, it was a critical moment, and he did not wish for any mistakes, preferring to be more cautious and well-prepared. Lifting the dust cover from the sofa and casting aside his tactical backpack, Lu Xiang grabbed Wu Qinggang's arm and led him into the bedroom to clean. One filled the water while the other swept the floor, working in perfect harmony. Xiaomuse was not one to sit idly by. He put down his equipment, rolled up his sleeves, and helped with the tidying. In the kitchen, he successfully ignited the gas stove and checked the water supply, both functioning normally. After a quick cleanup, he discovered some half-open packages of noodles in the cupboard. Together with some dehydrated vegetables and portable rations from his backpack, he prepared a relatively sumptuous dinner in the post-apocalyptic world. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Every time like this, I feel my impression of you refresh anew. As Lu Xiang wiped the table, he quietly moved closer to Wu Qinggang, who was mopping the floor, and whispered, "Tisque," calling the captain remarkable. "Aren't you afraid of being reprimanded?" Wu Qinggang elbowed him playfully. "Get on with your work. The sooner you finish, the sooner we eat." "Humph, how dare you speak in whispers around the boss? Have you forgotten how sharp his hearing is?" Wu Qinggang reflected on this with a hint of annoyance. Chapter 11. Daily Hunts, Part 1. After swiftly finishing their meal and cleaning up the dishes, the three of them finally enjoyed a comforting hot shower and then retired to their respective rooms for rest. Lu Xiang and Wu Qinggang had no psychological burdens and fell asleep early. Xiaomuse, however, found himself reflecting on the last encounter with Ji Sun. What had they been arguing about? It seemed to have started over something trivial. He had returned home on leave, only to be urgently summoned back to the army after just a few days. With Xunzhi. As time passed, their separation grew longer. Initially, Ji Sun would frequently share snippets of her life with him. But as the time between responses lengthened, sometimes taking 10 days or even half a month, her messages became less frequent. Ji Sun desired more of his time and companionship, and after a period of silent treatment, she took the initiative to propose a breakup. When her messages went unanswered, she went so far as to block him on WeChat, though fortunately, she did not block his phone number. Otherwise, he would not have received that call before the apocalypse. He had always felt guilty for not being present for her, yet he found it hard to abandon his life in the military. After the apocalypse struck, the moment he awoke, he realized with utmost clarity what he truly valued. Nothing was more important than Ji Sun. Not even life itself. His previous pursuits had all been aimed at acquiring greater strength and resources to protect those he loved most. Yet it seemed he had made a misstep, losing sight of what truly mattered. After Ji Sun unilaterally ended their relationship and blocked his contact, an urgent classified mission had called him away, causing him to miss the best opportunity to explain himself. Little did he know that mission would last over a year. So much can change in a year, such as the rise and fall of a criminal organization, leading to the apprehension of its members, or a person forgetting another and embarking on a new romance. Especially when so many outstanding individuals surrounded Ji Sun. Like a small sun, she continuously attracted others towards her, drawing them in with her warm heart, seeking a fragment of love's affection. Ji Sun, my Ji Sun. Xiaomuse whispered softly, calling out his beloved's name with the gentlest words of affection. He unclasped the necklace, the silver charm glimmering in the moonlight streaming through the window. The charm bore the words "safe," etched with a somewhat unfamiliar hand during one of their dates at a silver shop, where Ji Sun had crafted it for him. On the charm he made for her, he had engraved "joyful," hoping she would always be happy by his side. Alas, he had failed to keep that promise. Even as countless thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiaomuse forced himself to sleep early to restore his energy, so he could better meet Ji Sun the next day. The moonlight was cool and serene, and the sound of rain outside gradually subsided as the night deepened, with distant roars unable to disturb anyone's sweet dreams. Bathed in moonlight, even the leaves on his body seemed to unfurl a little, as Ji Sun profoundly felt. The depictions of fairies and ancient tales might not be entirely fanciful. Perhaps some truths unknown to ordinary people were narrated in the form of stories. The recent rain had left the air comfortably humid, perfect for Ji-sun to transform into a radiant rose. Reclining in the bathtub on her balcony, the night devoid of conversation passed, and with the rise of the morning sun, a new day was on the horizon. Early in the day, Xunzhi prepared his gear and grabbed his recently cherished new travel tool, an electric skateboard, standing before Ji-sun's door, just as he was about to knock. The door swung open from within. Clad in a black sun-protective outfit and wearing a white baseball cap, Ji-sun handed him a backpack filled with rose seedlings. Xunzhi skillfully accepted it and slung it over his back. "Boss, where are we heading today?" Xunzhi was evidently filled with anticipation for their outing. Perhaps due to their brief heart-to-heart the previous night, he felt their relationship had deepened, leading to a more proactive demeanor today. "Let's first check by the bridge that if we don't discover anything on this route, we can try crossing the river to expand our search area." "Sounds good. Let us set off. Go, go, go." Charge ahead. In the city, a recent downpour had caused the mutated plants to grow wildly. The rose vines they had planted beneath the bridge had begun to entwine around the bridge supports, and from a distance, the once orange Cross River Bridge was now being overtaken by greenery at a visibly rapid rate. Of the 11 bridges spanning the river, 3 had already been claimed by the vines, all of which were the closest ones to their area of activity. They arrived at the bridge on their skateboards, and Ji-sun effortlessly swung herself up using the vines. Xunzhi followed closely behind, having gained the ability to briefly ride the wind, allowing him to reach the bridge's surface a step ahead, even summoning a gentle breeze beneath Ji-sun to soften her landing. This was a testament to the tacit understanding they had cultivated during their outings. They had set out early enough that the morning sun was not yet scorching, with rays filtering through the light fog, evenly illuminating the world around them. "Boss, is it just my imagination? Or does it feel like something has changed on this bridge?" Xunzhi scratched his head, glancing at Ji-sun ahead of him. The zombies on the bridge are gone. Ji-sun had long been aware of this matter. Just yesterday, after a brief rain, joyous emotions continuously emanated from several thriving rose bushes. Although the energy from the meteorite he had left behind aided their growth, it was also a natural law that plants thrived on water. The rainwater, filtering through the atmosphere, merged with the meteorite energy dispersed in the air. Albeit minuscule, it continuously nourished them. The plants diligently extended their roots downward and grew upward, each leaf gleaming with the luster bestowed by the rain. In the previous life, the rapid occupation of Jiangcheng by mutated plants could likely be attributed to this special energy-laden rain. Once the plants reached a certain size, they began to develop their own consciousness and intentionally captured prey. The energy-laden prey commonly seen in the city could only be zombies. Indeed, it suddenly dawned on him that the bridge was utterly devoid of any zombie shadow. Xunzhi, lost in thought, was taken aback. The vines on the bridge, in their consciousness, incessantly conveyed emotions of treasure to Ji-sun, as they were, after all, offshoots from the main body and had not yet achieved a perfect state of expression. However, Xunzhi believed that as long as they continued to absorb energy, they would eventually evolve into something even more formidable. Following the guidance in his mind, Xunzhi traversed through layers of vines, and wherever he stepped, the vines automatically parted to create a clean and wide path for him. Observing this, Xunzhi hurried to follow closely behind, having witnessed the prowess of these mutated plants. He knew better than to lag behind the boss, lest he become their next meal without a place to lament. When they reached the center of the bridge, Xunzi's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before him. "Is this truly real? Am I not awake yet?" Before him stood a small mountain of crystal cores, shimmering alluringly under the sunlight. His heart raced with excitement. "You, go ahead. Select the crystal cores that suit you. These should suffice for your energy upgrade to level 3. To following a wealthy and generous boss is exhilarating. Even in apocalyptic novels, one rarely encounters a plot where mountains of crystal cores are available for selection. "I adore you, boss." Xunzhi was already elatedly spinning in circles in his mind, without pausing in reality as he rushed toward the mountain of crystal cores. The boss had rewarded him with crystal cores more than once or twice, and he felt no need to be polite, squatting before the mountain to begin his selection. The crystal cores left by the vines had already been screened. Those of ordinary quality were merely treated as snacks to be absorbed, while only the large and lustrous ones qualified to be retained, offered to their beloved master. The vines, realizing that only Xunzhi was an outsider sharing in their victorious spoils, awkwardly circled behind Xunzhi and tugged at his clothing. Feeling a bit aggrieved, Xunzhi reassured the little vine in his consciousness and stepped forward. The overnight transformation had allowed it to leap directly to level 3, while the zombies had also experienced a slow evolution in the rain. Unfortunately, having encountered such an extraordinary being, they would have to obediently become the little vine's sustenance. Most of the zombie crystal cores were of level 2, with a few level 3, but judging by their quality, they had likely just recently ascended to level 4 before being hunted. Yet, compared to level 2, level 3 cores exhibited a significant qualitative change. Xunzhi casually picked up a level 3 plant-type crystal core glowing with green radiance and promptly began absorbing the energy within. Witnessing Xunzhi enjoying his spoils, the little vine joyfully swayed beside the two. The joy of feeding its master. You deserve it. Alas, if only there were spatial abilities, with a wave of the hand. He could directly bring this entire mountain back. Why bother packing them one by one? Xunzhi shook his head in slight regret, feeling the frustration of seeing but not being able to consume. Boss, how about we check the jade shop? Or perhaps a pawn shop for some old artifacts? Who knows, it might be just like the apocalyptic novels describe, where a jade pendant could conceal a space. Xunzhi clearly hoped to bring the plots of novels into reality. Although Xunzhi felt the likelihood was slim, he deemed it worthwhile to give it a try, nodding in agreement with this idea. Genuine antique jade artifacts should typically be cherished heirlooms, not easily encountered casually. However, having grown up in this city, Xunzhi indeed knew a few places that might sell old items. Alas, those locations lay on the opposite side of the river, and they had yet to venture there since the apocalypse. It was something to consider. If they stumbled upon similar places in the future, they could explore further. However, their immediate goal remained to expand the cultivation of the vines. After all, this was the prime time to seize territory from other mutated plants. Xunzhi's initial plan was to establish dominance, as Jiangcheng, untouched by others, was a treasure trove awaiting development. The earlier they acted, the larger the cake they would claim as a mobile mutated plant. He believed that no other mutated plant's evolution speed could surpass his. Once he had conquered all of Jiangcheng, wouldn't all resources be at his disposal? After selecting some wind-type crystal cores, Xunzhi sat down to absorb them. After all, this had been his method thus far. And having Xunzhi nearby for protection felt safer than being at home. The sensation of upgrading beside a mountain of treasures was exhilarating, as energy continuously flowed from the crystal cores into his heart. Before long, Xunzi's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. His senses heightened, and the leap from level 2 to level 3 was indeed monumental. He could now perceive even the minutiae that had previously gone unnoticed. The rustling of the wind and the sound of water droplets falling from leaves were all crystal clear. Xunzhi channeled the energy within him, sending a blade of wind toward the bridge's railing. It sliced through the metal with ease, as if cutting through tofu, the railing offering no resistance whatsoever. Wow, that's incredible. His eyes sparkled as he glanced at Xunzhi, who nodded slightly. Not bad. Only after entering level 3 does one truly grasp the power of an ability user. Let us exhaust our powers today before heading back. Though he didn't know why his boss, who also began cultivating in the apocalypse, possessed so much knowledge about the advancement and application of abilities. Having a mentor to guide him made his journey remarkably smooth. Okay, I'll follow the boss's lead. The foolishly grinning Xunzhi stuffed the unabsorbed crystal cores into his snakeskin bag, making dozens of trips back and forth between the bridge and their residence until he had successfully relocated the entire mountain of crystal cores. Chapter 12. Hunting Routine. Part 2. How's it going? Xunzhi observed Xunzhi, who had begun to pant heavily, not out of malice, but because he himself had an almost cheat-like upgrading channel. However, for those who typically relied on crystal core energy to level up, if they did not refine that energy into every part of their bodies, they could only end up as hollow shells of high levels without substance. Recalling the fate of certain experimental subjects from his previous life who had been forcibly elevated using crystal cores, his gaze darkened slightly. This little brother who had come to him voluntarily had indeed been quite helpful during this time, taking care of some trivial tasks that allowed his plans to proceed smoothly. Thus, he was genuinely invested in nurturing Xunzhi, hoping he could become a sharp blade in his hand. Once Xunzi's breathing gradually stabilized, Xunzhi moved his neck, a glint of amusement flickering in his cold eyes. The warm-up is over. The hunt officially begins. With a snap of his fingers, The vines on the bridge slowly enveloped the bridge's surface, cloaking this vital thoroughfare in impenetrable secrecy. The two of them glided along on wind-accelerated skateboards. Arriving at a new district at BY this time, the sun had risen high, and Xunzhi, disliking the harsh rays, pulled out a high-powered portable Bluetooth speaker from his backpack and played the ultimate monster-attracting tune. Cranking the volume to its maximum, he summoned a vine to secure the speaker to a high-utility pole by the roadside. This volume would be sufficient to attract zombies from several surrounding streets. Deliberately diminishing the pressure emanating from his body, they watched as the zombies, drawn by the sound, surged forth like a tide. "Boss, you're starting off with such intensity," Xunzhi, as is his wont, made a snarky remark. Yet his dexterity remained unblemished. The tang knife and the wind blades soared in unison. Wielding a knife imbued with the enchantment of wind made the act of dispatching zombies as effortless as slicing through melons. This was a spare blade he had pilfered from Xunzhi, having been envious of the latter's prowess in using the tang knife to clear the undead. Meanwhile, Xunzhi deftly eradicated a circle of zombies around him. Utilizing the tendrils to propel himself into the air, constantly maneuvering through the streets. His training regimen was hardly less rigorous than Xunzi's. After all, indulgence in one's own whims is tantamount to mercy towards one's foes. He would no longer entrust the moment of life and death to anyone else. No exceptions. Before the hunting mission, the central area of the district had been thoroughly planted with rose saplings at every suitable point. The conventional crystal cores and the flesh of the zombies would ultimately transform into sustenance for the plants, while the higher-grade crystal cores would be uniformly collected by the tendrils that cleared the battlefield. As he became addicted to the thrill of the hunt, Xunzhi remained vigilant about Xunzi's condition, for all the tendrils served as his eyes, just as Xunzhi appeared on the verge of exhaustion. A substantial horde of zombies surged toward him. A tendril was promptly commanded to ensnare his waist, lifting him skyward, swiftly extricating him from the encirclement of the undead. The sharp tendrils transformed into lethal blades, skewering the zombies in succession and dragging them into the earth below. Cleaning up the detritus of society is a duty every conscientious citizen ought to uphold, is it not? After each hunt, the surrounding district would be significantly cleared. Nonetheless, given the city's population exceeding 10 million, the efforts of two individuals seemed but a drop in the ocean. Suddenly, the tendrils stationed at a distance detected a faint, unusual sound. Relaying this anomaly to Xunzhi, that he glanced in that direction, astonished to discover that there were still people remaining in the city. Just days prior, the areas they had cleared had been in the direction of a large-scale retreat, with hardly any normal citizens choosing to stay behind. However, the buildings in this vicinity were relatively intact, suggesting the possibility that some might wish to remain. Yet, unbeknownst to these individuals, in due time, the entirety of Zhongcheng would devolve into a paradise for anomalous plants, with nearly all visible structures succumbing to a verdant overgrowth, severely constricting humanity's living space. Of course, the leaders who had swiftly organized the evacuation of survivors post-catastrophe demonstrated foresight. Jiaqing, being a plain region with a dense populace, would not see the establishment of a safe zone within the city itself, but rather in a scenic area with a large lake, situated 100 kilometers away, where the population was sparse. With the onset of the apocalypse, nearly all production came to a halt, yet life by the lake remained viable, providing a measure of food security. However, he possessed no altruistic inclination to rush to the aid of survivors, for he was not a paragon of selflessness. The absence of anyone pleading for help before him indicated that their situation was likely not dire. Thus, he could comfortably pretend to overlook them and pass by unperturbed. "All right, boss, I've rested sufficiently. You can set me down now." Xunzhi, having endured a brief stint as an aerial acrobat, regained his composure after absorbing some energy from the crystal cores. He gently patted the tendrils wrapped around his waist. Although the tendril that bound him was not the same as those enthusiastically skewering zombies, it was still thorny, and having it press against his waist was somewhat uncomfortable. Xunzhi maneuvered the tendrils to place him in a relatively safe spot, refraining from dropping him directly into the midst of the zombies. Once he deemed his exertion adequate, he retrieved the sound system, powered it down, and shortly thereafter, disposed of the nearby zombies, leaving none standing. With a flick of his tang knife, he cleaned the blade of blood and then produced his maintenance tools, deciding it was time to tend to his weapon. Xunzhi evidently possessed a similar set of equipment, whimsically dubbed idle matching. The few intact storefronts visible along the street were scant, yet they managed to select one that was slightly cleaner among the dilapidated structures that in these times, physical stores struggled to survive. Restaurants still managed to attract patrons as long as the food was delectable, but clothing stores fared poorly. A mere snapshot could reveal hundreds of shops selling similar items at lower prices, rendering physical apparel retailers to raise their prices in a desperate bid to profit. However, it was clear that the shop they had chosen was particularly desolate. Not even a solitary zombie employee was present, and no survivors seemed inclined to loot the place, leaving the hefty padlock hanging undisturbed. Xunzhi adeptly severed the lock with a wind blade. The stainless steel lock clattered to the ground after a futile struggle against gravity. Typically, clothing stores feature glass facades, allowing a clear view of the interior from outside. The environment appeared unthreatening, and the well-sealed entrance prevented dust from accumulating on the floor, though the air was slightly stifled. Upon entering the store, Xunzhi promptly closed the door behind him. While the glass door's defensive capacity might last but a couple of seconds, being a good youth from Huaxia, he deemed it a virtue to shut the door. The shop's cozy tea break area was evident, and Xunzhi tossed his backpack onto a beige single sofa, carelessly grabbed a cotton women's top, and began to wipe down his tang knife. After completing the basic cleaning, he laid out a series of cleaning tools on the coffee table: baby oil, a small brush, clean cloths, and the like. While he bore no qualms about the knife coming into contact with various unsavory entities during use, he resolutely refused to sheath the now filthy blade without proper cleaning. Xunzhi, well acquainted with his leader's meticulous process, politely declined to undertake the same level of detail, opting instead to conduct a cursory search of the shop for items to salvage. The women's apparel in the shop was quite appealing, particularly during summer, with the proprietor showcasing a selection of charming dresses hanging in orderly rows. Alas, he couldn't help but express his disappointment. "What's the matter? Are you reluctant? Is there a piece you're eyeing to take home?" Xunzhi teased. Strangely, despite his focus on his knife, Xunzhi's thoughts seemed to synchronize with Xunzhi's. "Brother, do I look like someone who can wear these clothes? Just a single one, sigh? The more I speak, the more it hurts." That Xunzhi chuckled lightly, glancing at his watch. With only 15 minutes remaining until 11. It was best to return promptly. The midday sun in Jiangxing wielded a formidable intensity, capable of peeling away layers from even the sturdiest walls. How much more so for mere ability users like them? Noting the thoroughness of Xunzhi's sun protection gear, it was evident he was not one to withstand prolonged exposure. Xunzhi rummaged through the cash register drawers, uncovering a couple of snacks left behind by the sales staff and some small denominations of currency. While the snacks could temporarily stave off hunger, they were hardly sufficient in this apocalyptic world. Paper currency was as useful as refuse, unfit for consumption, and even less valuable than scrap paper. Nevertheless, he pilfered a stash of unopened cotton t-shirts from the storage room. While they were unsuitable for wearing, they would serve well as knife cleaning rags. After a brief respite, the two retraced their steps back to their residence. Xunzhi had no shortage of food at home. Usually managing his own meals, though his wind-based abilities rendered him somewhat awkward in culinary matters, he couldn't start a fire for cooking, at best achieving the ability to dry his hair post-wash. As of yet, he had not unlocked any cooking skills, so he made do with whatever sustenance he could find, thankful that being able to eat 3 meals a day was already a considerable blessing in these times. Upon returning home, Xunzhi casually retrieved a can of cold soda from the fridge. Thanks to the solar power installation on the building's exterior, daily electricity needs posed no issue. However, water remained a challenge. Following the city's water supply disruption days prior, bathing required the use of large containers of purified water, which felt excessively extravagant. Thus, securing a stable residence quickly rose to the top of their agenda. Chapter 13. Longting Auto Repair Shop. As dawn broke, the biological clock in his mind roused him from slumber. Xiaomu swiftly took a cold shower, tidied his backpack, and settled on the sofa to examine the satellite map, plotting the optimal route into the city. When Lu Xiang emerged from his room, sporting a disheveled bedhead, he was taken aback to see Xiaomu's already impeccably organized. He glanced at his watch, realizing it was barely 5:30. Just how early had his leader risen? Had they slept too soundly to notice anything? "Boss, I'll get ready right away," Lu Xiang exclaimed, hastening his pace to tend to his personal hygiene. As he passed by Wu Chenggang's door, he knocked twice. Hearing the commotion outside, Wu Chenggang rose from the floor, opened the door, and nodded in Xiaomyu's direction, given the sweat glistening on his arm. It was evident he had been doing push-ups in his room and was now fully alert. Am I really the only one who woke up naturally? After much effort, we have finally returned to a familiar place, which truly aids in sleep. Technician, hurry up. The boss woke up early just to see his wife, and with a pig's brain, he should have realized we'd be setting off early today. He really lacks awareness. We're almost there. We're almost there. Lu Xiang mumbled a response while brushing his teeth. Captain, if we're looking for a vehicle, I know a place that might have something suitable. After Lu Xiang finished washing his face, he appeared as spirited as ever. Yes, you're familiar with this place, so we'll follow your lead to find a vehicle. Xiaomyu also felt no need to dwell on it, ready to head to the location he mentioned. Coming from the military, their movements were swift and efficient. By the time they donned their gear and descended the stairs, it was only 5:45. The eastern sky was gradually brightening, revealing the street signs of the county town and the wandering zombies slowly emerging from the darkness. You lead the way. Upon exiting the building, Wu Changgang locked the door, reinforcing it with his metallic abilities. Thanks. Lu Xiang felt a warmth in his heart upon witnessing his teammate's actions. After all, it was his home, and he always hoped for the day when the apocalypse would end, allowing everyone to return. It's a small matter. Let us go. Wu Changgang signaled with a nod. The three of them exited through the small path they had entered the day before, effortlessly dispatching a few oblivious zombies along the way, without making too much noise with their abilities. The place Lu Xiang referred to was a repair shop located just about a kilometer away from his home. Situated in a suburban area close to the national highway, before long, with their brisk pace, they arrived at the location in less than 10 minutes. The exterior of the repair shop was painted blue, adorned with a large red sign that bore the charming name of Longting Automobile Repair Shop. This auto repair shop was spacious, with 3 connected storefronts serving as the repair area. Xiaomyu scanned the premises. The cars being repaired were all compact vehicles, which might not meet their needs. Having been there before, Lu Xiang led them in a circle to a small courtyard, where the gate stood wide open. In the courtyard, there was a 2-story building. The first floor housed a customer reception area and a small kitchen, while the second floor was designated for employee dormitories. This establishment typically thrived on business, with repaired vehicles parked outside the shop, and some more valuable cars stored inside the courtyard. The three of them stealthily entered the courtyard, spotting a black Land Rover Defender and a black and white Jeep Wrangler parked inside. Truly a stroke of luck. Upon hearing the growls and banging from upstairs, Xiaomyu exchanged glances with his teammates, deciding to first clear the zombies from the courtyard. Lu Xiang used his abilities to sense the situation. There were 3 or 4 zombies upstairs, presumably all of the lower tier. The rest must have fled early on, leaving no living souls behind. All right, Xunzhi, close the main gate first. I'll head upstairs to deal with the zombies. Xiang, check the condition of the vehicles and fill them with fuel. Okay. All right. His 2 teammates had no objections. Wu Changgang swiftly ran a couple of steps, using his abilities to lock the courtyard gate. And when he turned back, Xiaomyu had already ascended to the 2nd floor. He followed suit to provide support. Lu Xiang, left in the courtyard, skillfully inspected the vehicle's exteriors, noting that the tires and rims were in good condition. And the spare tire was present as well. He then found the car keys in the reception area without any surprises. Upon starting the vehicle, the battery ignited successfully, though the fuel tank was nearly empty. I knew it. Such a fine piece of machinery, still left for us to drive. Must have some issues if others had retreated in haste. Even if they spotted such a valuable vehicle, they might not have found the keys. It's likely they only siphoned some fuel and left it intact, which shows a modicum of decency. Normally, a full tank would cost over 1,000, and after checking, he found the car in good condition. Modified with an additional fuel tank, perfect for their needs. The owner likely brought it in for modifications. The vehicle appeared to be quite new. The few zombies posed little challenge to eliminate, and Xiaomyu, along with Wu Changgang, rummaged through their dormitory for supplies, gathering any food they could find. They even discovered a case of beer, of which only a couple of cans had been consumed, when Wu Changgang came down with a case of beer in hand. Lu Xiang pondered for a moment before pointing to a room on the 1st floor. That's the small canteen of their shop. There should be some supplies left inside. Let us go take a look. But first, lend me a hand. This vehicle is in good shape. Just needs a full tank. No problem. Leave the heavy lifting to me. I want to let the technician do the work. Enough joking. The fuel storage is over here. Follow me. The fuel storage was a relatively concealed little storeroom, tucked away in a shaded corner of the courtyard. Not easily noticeable at first glance that Wu Changgang used his abilities to open the storeroom door, revealing it filled to the brim with neatly arranged barrels of fuel against the wall. Lu Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they wouldn't be hindered, truly enjoying the benefits of a familiar place. If the owner of this repair shop can return safely, I must get the highest level membership card here. He entrusted the task of moving the barrels to Wu Changgang, not a hint of worry on his face, as he, the technician, rolled up his sleeves to get to work. Since awakening his abilities, and with the practical training he had undergone, Wu Changang's physical prowess had increased several-fold. Additionally, he had won several personal wrestling championships within their team before the apocalypse. It's worth noting that all members of their small team were elite soldiers and exceptional technicians from various military districts. Moving a few barrels of fuel was a piece of cake. Lu Xiang glanced at the shelves in the storeroom, gathering useful components, brake fluid, windshield washer fluid, and so forth, before noticing the antifreeze in the corner and taking 2 bottles as well. Chapter 14. Blood-soaked toll booth. When Lu Xiang approached the vehicle, laden with supplies, Wu Changgang was already refueling, while Xiao Muse had taken the opportunity to explore the canteen. There seemed to be little in the way of edibles, but a thorough search revealed 2 cases of water and several unopened bags of rice stored high up in the cabinets. Lu Xiang patted Wu Changgang on the shoulder and headed to the canteen to find Xiao Muse. Captain, have you found anything? It seems this place has already been searched. Not much remains. However, it's fortunate that supplies in the city should be more abundant. Captain, could it be possible that the person you're looking for went to the base as well? Should we head to the city first? He was too afraid of the dangers in the city. He just dreaded the thought of returning empty-handed and disappointing his leader. No, he's very clever. We had an agreement, and I trust he will find a safe place to wait for me. Speaking of his beloved, Xiao Mu's gaze softened, as she was his motivation for moving forward in the direction of his future. He was increasingly eager to reunite with Xunzhi. The trunk of the Jeep was packed to the brim. Not only was the fuel tank filled, but it also contained a trunk full of fuel barrels. After all, gasoline had become a precious commodity in these times, and they could only use what was available on the market. Taking just a little at a time. As the vehicle entered the highway, they encountered few obstacles, suggesting that someone had cleared the way beforehand. Moreover, highways generally lie some distance from villages, so zombies wouldn't wander onto the roads without cause. Yet, the world remained eerily silent. Apart from their vehicle, they saw no other cars on the road at full speed. They covered a journey that would typically take 1 to 2 hours in just an hour and a half, finally spotting the familiar outlines of the city. Throughout the journey, Wu Changgang pressed the accelerator to the floor, driving as fast as he could in the absence of speed limits. And this speed was merely the car's limit, not theirs. Xiao Muse rested his chin on his palm, filled with anticipation for the impending meeting. Once they entered the urban area, they began to reduce their speed, for the sound of a passing car would surely attract some zombies. In a city with a permanent population exceeding 10 million, the number of zombies they encountered was surprisingly less than expected. Xiao Muse gazed at the landscape, filled with green buildings. He furrowed his brow. Had the city ever been so lush during his previous visits to Jiangxing? Just a few days after the apocalypse, the rapid growth of vegetation raised questions. Was this a common phenomenon? Previously composed, he now felt a wave of concern. He remembered that Gigi's new home was adjacent to a large park by the river. The road into the city was astonishingly smooth, devoid of large hordes of zombies. Could it be that some kind-hearted individuals had cleared them out? Meanwhile, Xunzhi, whom they had mentioned, was on a journey to collect crystal cores when he suddenly sneezed. Puzzled, wondering why he felt this way. Was someone thinking of him? Wait, something unusual up ahead. Seated in the rear of the vehicle, Lu Xiang suddenly spoke up. Throughout the journey, he had kept his eyes shut. From an outside perspective, one might assume he was merely resting. In truth, however, he had been employing his psychic abilities to probe the conditions ahead. His mental powers had served as a guiding force during their earlier travels, particularly given the intricate dynamics within the city. As they approached the congested highway entering the urban area, he intensified his psychic exploration. Signs of activity were detected at the toll booth ahead. With some distance yet to cover before exiting the highway, Wu Changgang gradually applied the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Xiao Muse disembarked, raising binoculars to assess the situation, while Wu Changgang swiftly grabbed his firearm and exited to maintain vigilance. Through the lenses, the sight of armed individuals loitering at the toll booth became apparent, with 4 or 5 visible figures. Nearby, a convenience store bustled with comings and goings, indicating that a considerable number of individuals were stationed there. However, the armed men were clad in civilian attire, suggesting they were likely not affiliated with any official forces. Had it merely been the presence of firearms, it would not have elicited such a heightened sense of alertness. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries erupted. A menacing figure emerged from the convenience store, grasping a diminutive boy, whom he maliciously hurled to the ground, spitting curses that a sycophant nearby eagerly approached, delivering a forceful kick to the boy, sending him sprawling several meters away. The child let out a pained cry before falling silent. Witnessing this, Xiaomyu tightened his grip on the binoculars, his gaze turning cold as he deduced the unsavory nature of the toll booth occupants. Without hesitation, he retrieved the sniper rifle resting on the seat. Finding a suitable vantage point, he aimed at the man and executed a precise shot to the head, a clean and decisive act. The henchmen accompanying Sang Biao instantly descended into chaos upon witnessing their leader's demise, frantically seeking cover. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to Xiaomyu's, whose enhanced senses, sharpened by his awakened abilities, allowed him to swiftly target what appeared to be sluggish movements. Each action rendered starkly visible. Without mercy, he took another life. The remaining armed individuals, unable to discern their target, fired their weapons in desperation, but it was a futile struggle. One by one, they collapsed inside the convenience store. The henchmen, unaware of the external events, crouched in fear at the sound of gunfire, hesitant to make any rash movements. One of the small-time leaders, observing the bound captives huddled in the corner, issued a threat. "Behave yourselves. No shouting or you'll regret it." He then aimed his gun at the nearest hostage, barking, "You, go outside and see what's happening." The pushed hostage, a young man of about 25 or 26, donned casual attire and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Despite being coerced by these brutish thugs, he displayed little panic, merely casting a worried glance at the feverish boy curled up in the corner. Qiu Xianbin understood he had no choice. Under the threat of the gun, he slowly rose and cautiously approached the glass door of the convenience store to the toll booth. The ground was littered with the recently deceased. As Qiu Xianbin passed by, his gaze turned icy, particularly as he approached the lifeless body of Sang Biao, whose head had been blown apart. Xiaomyu, observing through the binoculars, noted that the individual emerging was bound in ropes. Dressed differently from the toll booth thugs, likely a hostage sent out to scout. Uncertain of the situation inside the convenience store, the group returned to their vehicle, positioning it a mere 20 meters from the toll booth. At that moment, Qiu Xianbin caught sight of the newcomer, whose demeanor was cold yet marked by strikingly sharp features, emanating an aura that could only be cultivated in military ranks. With his back turned to the convenience store, the small-time leader inside, noticing the silence from Qiu Xianbin, shouted in frustration, "What is happening? Speak up. Don't forget your brother is still in our hands." Although the small-time leader was too intimidated to show himself, he continued to threaten brazenly while holding a hostage. Upon hearing the threats, Qiu Xianbin's expression darkened. He raised his hand slowly, palm facing his chest, forming a 5-finger gesture before pointing towards the convenience store. Receiving the signal, Xiaomyu locked eyes with him, surveying the ground before him, then shook his gun. Subsequently, he discharged several rounds into the sky. The young man, understanding the implication, collapsed to the ground, motionless, the small-time henchman peering from the convenience store. Upon witnessing the gunshots and the downed hostage, recoiled in fear. "Brother Huang, the outsider just killed a hostage. They can't be government agents. It must be some faction wanting to settle scores. We should flee. With so few of us left, we're no match for those outside." One henchman, terrified by the sight of their leader's corpse, felt his courage shatter. Though they had escaped a chaotic prison toting a few weapons, only the higher-ups had truly faced bloodshed. The speaker, a relatively composed young man, appeared to have just reached adulthood. He felt himself merely a pawn within the gang, a petty fraudster seeking a means to survive. Now, with their leader dead, the remaining figure with a firearm was equally shaken, resorting to persuasion to convince the few remaining members to escape. He sensed that the outsiders were formidable adversaries and had no desire to throw away the hard-won life he had managed to reclaim. Chapter 15. The Rescue of Survivors Before the Apocalypse. Xiaomyu's team frequently undertook rescue missions for hostages, and now, endowed with abilities, they felt confident in their potential for a strong assault to secure the individuals within. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze colliding with Wu Qinggang's like a flash of lightning, and no words were necessary. A mere exchange of glances conveyed their mutual understanding of the imminent course of action. Wu Qinggang shut his eyes tightly, concentrating, summoning the mysterious and potent energy within him. His mind focused. Countless gleaming metal bullets materialized from thin air, levitating as if enchanted, circling around them like a protective barrier. These bullets formed an impenetrable line of defense. Meanwhile, Xiaomuse was not idle. He took a deep breath, channeling all his energy into the palm of his right hand, that in an instant, arcs of purple electricity began to leap and coil around his hand. Crackling with sound. Clearly, he was poised to unleash a formidable, thunderous assault at the opportune moment. That in that fleeting instant, time seemed to freeze, yet it passed in the blink of an eye. Both men surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Xiaomuse glimmered with dazzling purple light, wielding a tremendous force of electricity, akin to a fierce purple dragon soaring skyward. With a sweeping motion, the purple lightning erupted with astounding speed, crashing toward the glass door. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the seemingly indestructible barrier disintegrated into countless shards. Simultaneously, Wu Qinggang's gaze grew fierce as he deftly maneuvered the bullets, sending them forth like shooting stars. These bullets appeared animated, striking accurately at the arms and thighs of the armed assailants. Each projectile bore unparalleled penetrating power, effortlessly breaching their defenses, causing them to writhe in pain and collapse, rendered incapable of further combat. The scene was exhilarating, charged with tension and excitement. Xiaomuse and Wu Qinggang executed their maneuvers with flawless precision. Their actions unfolded like a tempest, leaving onlookers unable to react, merely witnessing the rapid and dramatic shift in circumstances. Fortunately, the hostages within the store huddled together, trembling like frightened animals, seeking refuge in the corners. Their eyes reflected terror and helplessness as they observed the unfolding chaos, their bodies quaking from sheer fear. Yet at least they remained in a relatively secure position, shielded from stray bullets and unforeseen harm. Brother Huang, attempting to escape through the rear door, sighed inwardly, filled with dread, from where had such formidable figures emerged, moving with such swiftness that even their previous leader had been gunned down in an instant. However, he was not one to simply resign himself to fate. His gaze darted toward the firearm that lay discarded nearby. Eagerly, he sought to retrieve the fallen handgun, hoping to launch a desperate counterattack. Yet, none of this eluded the keen perceptiveness of Xiaomuse, who surveyed the scene with sharp scrutiny. Without hesitation, Xiaomuse unleashed a formidable bolt of lightning, akin to a dazzling flash illuminating the sky, which pierced straight through Huang Ji's heart. Huang Ji's face was etched with unwillingness, yet he found himself powerless, ultimately collapsing to the ground in despair. His once wide-open eyes now trembled slightly as death approached, slowly closing with an air of profound regret and hopelessness. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, a young girl, having witnessed the entire ordeal, audaciously broke the tense silence. Her grimy visage could not conceal the fervor and hope within her heart. Her eyes sparkled with a bright light as she fixed her gaze on Xiaomuse, softly inquiring, "Are you here to rescue us?" Though her voice was but a whisper, it was imbued with anticipation and gratitude. However, in response to the girl's question, Xiaomuse appeared disinclined to engage in conversation. Lu Xiyang, observing that the robbers within the building had been successfully subdued, swiftly produced a razor-sharp military dagger from his pocket and advanced toward the trembling hostages that in perfect synchrony with Wu Qinggang. He set about severing the ropes that bound the captives' hands and feet, granting them a temporary reprieve. Seeing that the situation was under control, Xiaomuse turned his attention toward the few fugitives who clutched their injured arms, wailing in agony. Each step he took instilled profound psychological intimidation into the escapees. Upon reaching them, he seized one individual, the very same spirited young man who had earlier urged the small leader to flee through the back door. Xiaomuse's gaze was as cold as ice. Fixating sternly upon the young man with yellow hair, his tone severe as he demanded, "Speak. Where do you come from, and how did you acquire these restricted firearms?" His voice was deep and powerful, resonating as if it could penetrate the soul, instilling a sense of awe. "Big brother, I'll tell you, just don't get agitated." As he beheld the crackling lightning dancing in Xiaomuse's palm, The young man hastily declared his willingness to cooperate, greatly willing to cooperate. He understood that a mere tremor from this formidable figure could send him to his demise, and thus he dared not conceal the truth that we escaped from Jiangqing prison. After the apocalypse, a group of the guards turned into zombies. And among the prisoners who awakened first, some developed supernatural abilities, seizing the opportunity to overpower the prison by force. The young man cast a glance at the corpse of Sang Biao outside. Gulping nervously as he continued, "I was just a petty thief, locked up for stealing, but I've never killed anyone. My roommate followed a powerful leader who also awakened abilities, but he couldn't contend with the one in the prison. So he fled with a group of followers, taking a few guns with him. I merely seized the chance to escape alongside them. Big brother, I swear I speak the truth. I have never shed blood nor taken a life. I was only helping to keep watch over these people. If you don't believe me, ask them. I never laid a hand on them." If the young man had known that escaping would lead to punishment, he would have fled far away and never allied himself with Sang Biao's group. He truly was just a thief, sentenced lightly, and had the catastrophic events of the apocalypse not occurred, he would have been free in just 2 months. As he reached the end of his plea, his voice trembled with emotion, and tears brimmed in his eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. His pitiful demeanor, coupled with his insistence on the possibility of corroboration from survivors, made him appear genuinely innocent. Observing this scene, Xiaomu scrutinized him for a moment before reluctantly loosening his grip on the young man's collar, granting him a temporary reprieve for the time being. These individuals posed no significant threat to him or the group of survivors. In the face of such a dreadful calamity, the number of humans who remained alive had dwindled to a mere handful. As a soldier, he could not simply turn a blind eye to such matters. Although the delay in seeking Xunzhi stirred a slight irritation within him, he concealed it well. The intentions of these individuals were merely to take advantage of the chaos. There was no need to prolong the interrogation. Initially, Xiaomu had merely intended to pass through this tollgate smoothly, but encountering this turmoil compelled him to take action. The survivors appeared to be in a state of utter weakness. If he saved them without addressing their ongoing plight, they likely would not survive for long. Despite the escapee's insistence that he had not shed blood, the current era was unforgiving. The apocalypse magnified the darkness within human hearts. He would not assume the role of a lofty judge to pass judgment on these individuals, nor would he easily allow these criminals to go freed in this world, where the government and police had lost their effective control. Permitting this group of prisoners to roam free would undoubtedly bring more chaos and danger to the survivors. While he pondered the appropriate course of action, Lu Xiang stepped forward with a suggestion. In these times, encountering a living person is rare. Alive, they can still contribute value, which is far better than being dead and feeding zombies. Hearing this, the few escapees present nodded vigorously, momentarily forgetting their moans and bleeding arms. The young man, seizing the opportunity, quickly chimed in, "Big brother, grant us a chance for redemption. We can do hard labor, carpentry, and masonry. There will surely be tasks for us." The other hostages, who had just witnessed the once arrogant and domineering criminals now kneeling and pleading for mercy, felt an indescribable exhilaration swell within them. They not only relished the sense of vindication, but also found relief from the long-simmering resentment within their hearts. Nevertheless, some individuals within the crowd remained discontent with the unfolding events. A particularly loud and jarring voice rose above the rest. "What use is it to keep such scum alive in this world? It would be far more merciful to put a bullet in their heads." Upon hearing this, Wu Qinggang frowned and muttered to himself, "These loudmouths who only know how to bluster are utterly insufferable," since he had no obligation to write a reflection after verbally sparring with these hostages. He retorted without hesitation, "If you're so formidable, why not step up and give it a try? No one is binding your hands and feet here." With that, he raised an eyebrow in provocation. Fixing an intense gaze on the loudmouth, the individual who had spoken could not meet Wu Qinggang's piercing stare, feeling an intense heat radiating from it, shrinking back like a quail among the crowd, too intimidated to utter another word. Xiaomu also heard the earlier remark. His perspective was that those who were not heinously evil did not warrant complete extermination, while it was true that severe measures were often necessary in chaotic times. Xiaomu had encountered numerous villains and had sent many of the truly wicked on their way. He could see that the 4 remaining criminals had not yet reached that level, and he was inclined to grant them a chance for reform. However, the matter of their supervision now posed a challenge. If he were to let them go, what would prevent them from seeking revenge? It was wiser to keep them close at hand for monitoring. This was also a matter of ensuring the safety of the other survivors. All right, for the time being, you will accompany us. Remember, every action you take will be under our watchful eye. Should any of you harbor ill intentions, don't blame me if my gun is quicker than your tongue, Xiaomuse declared, his gaze sharp as a blade, firmly locking onto the 4 individuals before him. After intimidating them, he decisively selected a portion of food and drinking water from the substantial supplies the group had previously hidden, distributing it among the dozen or so survivors present. First, have something to eat and rest for a bit before we set off, he instructed, his tone resolute and steady, instilling a great sense of security that in that moment. Every survivor present bore an expression that revealed their overwhelming fatigue and weariness. Some among them were so starved that their stomachs pressed against their spines. Food was indeed precious, and their former leader had not taken enough from them to provide for their needs. Furthermore, the terrifying experiences they had endured over the past few days had left them mentally and physically exhausted, rendering each of them a mere shadow of their former selves, devoid of vitality. That in the corner, a young boy, his complexion pale, had fainted, and the person anxiously supporting him was none other than the hostage who had recently collapsed outside. Upon hearing that the situation inside had stabilized, he rushed in, directly moving to embrace the boy. When Qiu Xuanbin's gaze met Xiaomu's, he momentarily froze, a flicker of hesitation washing over him. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I truly appreciate what you did earlier. May I ask a favor of you? Although I know supplies are scarce, could you lend me a fever reducer? My younger brother has been unconscious with a fever for 2 days. And during this time, those criminals have not provided us with a single morsel of food or drop of water. The sense of unease enveloped Qiu Xianbin as he expressed his deep concern. Fearing that if he could not lower his brother's fever, he might not survive, his gaze was laden with sorrow as he looked on. Normally, due to his elevated managerial position within the enterprise, Qiu Xianbin seldom found himself in need of assistance. Yet, now, faced with such a dire predicament, he was confronted with the reality that his only family, his younger brother, was succumbing to a high fever and drifting into unconsciousness. If the fever could not be brought down promptly, it could very well threaten his life. That in this moment, he was compelled to set aside his pride and dignity, mustering the courage to seek help from Xiaomuzhe. Xiaomuzhe, with no intention of making things difficult for him, readily retrieved a pack of antipyretics from one of his pockets, breaking off 2 tablets and handing them to him along with a bottle of water. Administer the medication first. If the fever persists, come back to me. He carried a considerable supply of resources, particularly medications, owing to the ample preparations made by Ji's son. His backpack still contained some, and Wu Qinggang and Lu Xiang also had their share. As the conversation unfolded, he suddenly recalled the presence of the 4 individuals trying to minimize their visibility. He tossed a bottle of antiseptic and some bandages to the young man with the yellow hair, stating, if any of you are infected and turn into zombies, I will be the first to deal with you. The young man accepted the medication, his eyes reddening further, yet he managed to hold back his tears, softly uttering, "Thank you, big boss." In that moment, an unprecedented wave of gratitude surged within him. Initially, he thought that merely preserving a life was a monumental stroke of luck. Little did he expect to receive such invaluable supplies for treating wounds. The other 3 individuals looked at him in astonishment, repeatedly expressing their thanks, with their words imbued with genuine emotion. Chapter 16. A Fateful Encounter as Soldiers of Huaxia. The 3 of them harbored unwavering beliefs and principles deep within their hearts. They would never abandon these survivors in their time of need. Xiaomuzhe's steely gaze swept across the weary faces of those before him, still bearing traces of fear, as he glanced at his watch. The dial read 9:35. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a steady and commanding voice. I can give you 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, everyone must board the vehicles and continue onward, no exceptions. His words rang out like a military order, sending a tremor through the hearts of those present. However, the stark reality loomed. It was evident that these individuals could not all accompany him in the search for Xunzhi. After all, moving with such a large group would not only slow their pace, but could also introduce unforeseen risks and challenges. After careful contemplation, Xiaomuzhe realized that the first priority was to locate a safe and reliable place to shelter these survivors, ensuring their basic needs were met. Only then could he embark on the quest to find Xunzhi, unburdened by concerns, and complete his mission with alacrity. With this thought in mind, his gaze sharpened, and he resolved to swiftly identify a suitable refuge and devise a means to ensure everyone's safety. This would enable him to hasten his steps and pursue Xunzhi's whereabouts with urgency. Eager for their reunion, Wu Changgang casually pulled over a chair and sat beside the four prisoners. One hand firmly grasped his firearm, while the other meticulously cleaned each component of the weapon with a pristine cloth. Meanwhile, his eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, remained fixed on the four individuals before him. The once arrogant and imperious prisoners appeared transformed into docile sheep, each behaving with utmost compliance. They dared not utter a word. Their bodies stiffened as if under a spell, fearful that even the slightest movement might provoke Wu Chenggang's ire. Thus, they could only proceed with painstakingly slow and gentle motions, assisting one another as they cautiously bandaged their wounds. On the survivors' side, the situation remained relatively stable. After efficiently distributing the resources, Lu Xiang began tending to the injuries of those affected. He retrieved some basic topical medications from his first aid kit and gently applied them to the wounds. Fortunately, the injuries were not particularly severe, and after a simple treatment, there were no major concerns. As long as they could speak and move freely, it indicated that their conditions were manageable. However, a wave of compassion surged within Lu Xiang as he recalled another boy he had specifically visited just before entering this place. The poor child had already lost his life. Among the survivors, the most dire situation undoubtedly belonged to the young boy suffering from a high fever. His once fair complexion had turned a deep crimson, resembling a ripened apple, raising concerns that his face might even crack under the intense heat. That in stark contrast were the girls, who, although appearing somewhat fatigued and lacking in spirit, had not endured irreparable harm. Fortunately, their timely rescue had averted a more severe outcome. After a brief 30 minutes of rest and nourishment, the 13 survivors gradually regained some vitality. Their gazes no longer reflected the earlier confusion and helplessness. Instead, a glimmer of hope shone through, and their bodies regained strength, ready to confront the challenges ahead. Though fear of the unknown future still lingered in each heart, at least in this moment, they could genuinely feel the essence of life. Utilizing this brief respite, Xiao Muzha sauntered towards the rear door. His attention was drawn to the sight of 2 or 3 vehicles parked outside, appearing to be in usable condition. Among them was a compact and agile pickup truck. And upon inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the truck bed was neatly stocked with several barrels of gasoline. It seemed these prisoners had not returned empty-handed after all, and now it was to their benefit. When the time came to set forth, Xiao Muzha unhesitatingly opted to commandeer these vehicles, meticulously prepared by the prisoners. Together with the vehicle they had originally driven, they gathered a total of 4 transportation options, allowing them to successfully load all survivors along with the 4 prisoners, securing their supplies and equipment. Thus, this unique convoy embarked on a new journey. As the convoy progressed, the vehicle driven by Xiao Muzha and Lu Xiang assumed the role of vanguard. At this moment, Lu Xiang was at the wheel, his full attention directed toward the road ahead. Meanwhile, Xiao Muzha, seated in the passenger seat, remained ever vigilant, his eyes scanning the distance, ready to confront any potential dangers. In the back seat were 4 survivors, including the girl who had intentionally initiated a conversation with Xiao Muzha. What do we call this, big boss? For ordinary handsome men, it was insufficient to denote his significance in her eyes. Su Qing noticed the silence in the vehicle and sought to break the ice, eager to enliven the atmosphere. Her hopeful gaze turned to Xiao Muzha. It seemed rather unseemly not to know the name of the benefactor who had saved her. She certainly did not intend to flirt. That was not her intention at all. Seeing that the leader showed no inclination to respond, Lu Xiang stepped in to ease the awkwardness. Hey, I'm Lu Xiang. This is our captain, Xiao Muzha. Upon receiving a reply, her eyes sparkled, and she promptly continued. Hello, young girl. My name is Su Qing. Su from Su Nun, Qing from Qingtian. You military personnel, aren't you? You certainly have the look. With the exchange of names established, she felt satisfied to know her savior's identity. Perceiving that Xiao Muzha was not particularly inclined to engage in conversation, as a university student, she possessed a degree of self-awareness. There was no rationale for pressing others to respond to her inquiries. However, as long as someone engaged with her, she was more than willing to converse. Yes, we've all served in the military. There was no need for intentional concealment regarding this matter, but neither was there a requirement for elaborate explanations. I I can tell you are all exceptionally upright individuals." This was Su Qing's heartfelt sentiment. Perhaps the identity of a soldier inherently instilled a sense of security among the general public, and the same could be said for female soldiers, though she had yet to encounter one in her life. "We were captured by that group of roadblockers last night. During the evacuation, my classmates and I thought that being in a large group might attract more zombies, increasing the danger. Plus, I was running a fever at the time. So I did not depart with the others, but we temporarily sought refuge in a nearby community for a few days that we heard the broadcast stating that the situation at the base was relatively stable. And since the plants in Jiancheng were growing unusually fast, we thought we might as well head to the official base at Linhu in the coming days." Su Qing chattered away, sharing her circumstances and those of her companions. "Just you few university students, unarmed, dared to venture out on your own. Such recklessness indeed. In the course of events, Lu Xiang has struck up a conversation with her. However, it is worth noting that among the four of us, two possess extraordinary abilities, myself and Zhigu, the male companion seated behind us. He has awakened water-based powers, while I wield spatial abilities, albeit limited to a mere 20 cubic meters." Su Qing smiled shyly, inwardly contemplating the somewhat trivial nature of her spatial powers at this stage. Despite this, she diligently sought to gather various supplies, though her efforts yielded little within the confines of her modest space. Nearly half remained empty, as if mocking her inadequacy. It is crucial to understand that the entire team's resources rely on her for transportation and storage. Consequently, when Sang Biao failed to discover a substantial amount of food in their vehicle, he erupted in fury, directing his wrath towards the innocent group. Thus, they endured 2 days of unjust treatment, not a single drop of water nor a morsel of food crossing their lips, had it not been for Gong's timely awakening of his water powers. Discreetly providing hydration in unseen corners while others were distracted, Su Qing would likely be utterly exhausted by now, lacking the leisure to engage in conversation. Reflecting on this, she felt a surge of gratitude towards Gongzhi. Her companion was indeed remarkable. Simultaneously, she resolved to enhance her spatial abilities, aspiring to better protect her friends. The convoy proceeded along the expressway towards the third ring road. Xiao Muse recalled a sizable home goods market nearby, accompanied by several car modification workshops. This moment, venturing into densely populated areas seemed perilous, and he preferred to seek refuge in a more isolated and open area on the city's outskirts. With the lead vehicle clearing obstacles ahead, the following cars managed to keep pace smoothly. Upon arrival, Lu Xiang reduced his speed, gently applying the brakes as the buildings came into view. At this juncture, vehicles were parked directly on the road, allowing for a swift retreat in case of emergencies. Xiaomyu swiftly exited the vehicle, adeptly securing his firearm at his side. Inside the car, the spaciousness and clear sight lines allowed for the effective use of firearms, facilitating long-range attack strategies. However, now that they were outside, employing his abilities proved to be more advantageous. Surrounding him, within a meter's radius, flickering sparks of mysterious purple electricity occasionally erupted, a testament to his ongoing exploration and mastery of his powers. Through relentless self-training, he had gradually learned to precisely control the intensity of the electric output. Initially, due to a lack of experience and control, he often struggled to manage the current release, resulting in frequent damage or even explosions of nearby electronic devices, occasionally surprising or alarming his teammates. Yet, as time passed, and through repeated practice, he had made significant strides, now able to provide stable power to devices such as satellite phones. "Captain, the zombies have heard the commotion and are approaching," Lu Xiang reported, having sensed their numbers with his mental powers. Xiaomyu scanned the surroundings, swiftly identifying a sturdy storefront, and gestured for Wu Qinggang to open the door. After quickly surveying the interior, he confirmed it was safe. Once the survivors had taken refuge, he forcefully shut the door, standing guard with 2 teammates, preparing for combat. Lu Xiang ascended the fire escape beside the store to the rooftop, providing fire support and reconnaissance for the team below. "Captain, there are nearly 100 zombies approaching from the east, while the west side has about 30 or 40. The sounds of shuffling feet and intermittent growls heightened the tension among the survivors inside. As the first clawing zombie entered their firing range, a barrage of metal bullets and powers erupted, creating a vacuum within a 50-meter radius around them. In less than 10 minutes, the surrounding zombies were entirely cleared away. "This is hardly a challenge," Wu Qinggang remarked, feeling that dealing with such an onslaught of zombies could be resolved swiftly with a few well-placed shots. Your powers are indeed impressive, Lu Xiang replied. But mine are no less effective. With a decisive click, he fired the last bullet, hitting the furthest zombie squarely in the head. His mental powers not only allowed him to perceive the surroundings, but also enabled him to lock onto targets with pinpoint accuracy. As the sun ascended higher, the temperature in Jiang City rose rapidly. The sweltering air heightened the anxiety of those confined indoors. With a swift motion, Wu Qinggang opened the previously sealed door, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the survivors. Wu Gu, are we staying here? Is it safe? One of the survivors who had traveled with him in the same vehicle inquired anxiously. Do not worry. We will rest here temporarily for a day or two. In a short while, we will find a secure place for you, Wu Qinggang reassured them. After clearing the zombies, Xiaomu spoke briefly with the group, realizing that bringing a trailing group to find Ji Sun was impractical. Had they not encountered this situation, they would have reached Ji Sun's residence by now. Therefore, Xiaomu decided to set off alone to find Ji Sun and gauge his intentions regarding joining the main group. Ultimately, one can only rely on one's own feet, standing firm upon this land. While he could assist these individuals momentarily, he could not ensure their lifelong salvation. Xiaomu's original plan was to hear Ji Sun's thoughts upon their meeting, to discern whether he wished to join the survivor base or had other arrangements. After a brief farewell to his teammates, Xiaomu drove towards the inner city, under the scorching sun, resembling a colossal fireball suspended in the sky. It mercilessly unleashed its searing rays and oppressive heat waves. This torrent of warmth seemed to form invisible barriers, inducing a sense of suffocation and oppression for the inhabitants of Jiang City. A summer without air conditioning felt akin to a torturous purgatory. Fortunately, Ji Sun's foresight in preparing solar panels prior to the apocalypse was finally proving advantageous. However, relying solely on these would still fall short. He needed to gather more solar panels to ensure a sufficient power supply. At this moment, Ji Sun reclined comfortably in a meticulously polished, pristine bathtub. Residing in a high-rise building made water usage somewhat inconvenient, yet he paid little heed to this issue. What he longed for most was for Xiaomu to arrive promptly. Once he did, they could advance their plans to seek a stable and enduring residence within the city. As his thoughts drifted, Ji Sun's consciousness began to blur. Fatigue and drowsiness quietly enveloped him, compelling him to slowly close his eyes and gradually succumb to a profound and tranquil slumber. Meanwhile, Xiaomu had independently driven to the vicinity of the Cross River Bridge, gazing at the vibrant orange bridge. Now adorned with a profusion of blooming roses, he gradually halted his vehicle. His gaze was drawn to the lush, resplendent flora covering the bridge. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of kinship surged within him, as if these plants shared a mysterious connection with him. Undoubtedly, this bridge was alive. The thriving vegetation must belong to the category of mutated plants. Yet, with his keen intuition, Xiaomu recognized that these were not ordinary mutated plants. Before him, they radiated no ominous threat. The verdant vines danced like spirited sprites, seemingly attuned to Ji Sun's sentiments on a certain level. They might even share one another's memories. Each blooming rose appears as if meticulously crafted, with delicate pinks, passionate reds, and pure whites intertwining, blossoming poetically atop the grand bridge, adorning it with a dreamlike beauty that is simply breathtaking. The fragrance of flowers wafts through the air, and as the petals brush against his face in the gentle breeze, Xiaomu reaches out, catching a fluttering petal, his fingers caressing it softly. He disembarks from the vehicle, standing still to absorb the enchanting and serene atmosphere. Then, with resolute strides, Xiaomu approaches the mysterious bridge ahead, each step radiating stability and strength. At that moment, an extraordinary sensation washes over him, as if an invisible bond connects him to someone of great significance. When he lifts his gaze, the figure he has long yearned for appears before him, tangible and real. In that instant, time seems to freeze. Everything around fades into insignificance, leaving only that figure as the sole focus of his attention. Chapter 17. Reunion of lovers. Xunzhi had often pondered how he would react upon seeing Xiaomu again, whether with joy, excitement, or sorrow. When that familiar figure reemerges before him, the world feels as though it has been paused. The wind moves slowly, the petals drift by languidly, yet the two of them run as swiftly as lightning. Xiaomu's hurried steps rapidly close the distance between them, and Xunzhi smiles as he hastens forward, embraced tightly in Muja's open arms. That it is as though a swallow's returning home, or solitary raindrops merging into the sea. The warmth of this embrace rekindles the once frozen heartbeat of Xunzhi. Are you well? Muja's left hand secures Xunzhi's slender waist, while his right gently ruffles his soft hair. He leans down to plant a tender kiss on Xunzhi's forehead, his eyes brimming with the joy of reunion. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Xunzhi raises his head, scrutinizing the lover he has not seen in ages, and feels an inexplicable calm wash over him. He shakes his head lightly, murmuring softly, "I am fine. It is enough that you are here." The two embrace tightly for a considerable time before Muja reluctantly loosens his hold. He has countless questions and confusions he wishes to discuss with his beloved. However, in this moment, he feels that none of that matters. Seeing Xunzhi safe before him is paramount. Reading the myriad of inquiries in Muja's gaze, Xunzhi speaks first. "Let us find a quiet place to sit and talk." He takes a step back, gently extricating himself from their intimate position. The loss of warmth leaves Muja momentarily despondent. But he masks his emotions, naturally reaching for Xunzhi's hand, their fingers entwined. "All right, I will follow your lead." Xunzhi guides Muja to the rooftop of a riverside building. The 30-plus flights of stairs pose no challenge for them. Seizing the opportunity, Xunzhi releases Muja's hand and he strides ahead, with Muja closely trailing behind. Observing the figure that appears even more slender than he remembers, stirring discomfort within him, he senses Xunzhi's awareness of his gaze, prompting a discreet sigh from him. Fortunately, while the staircase is long, it eventually ends. The two lean against a sheltered wall on the rooftop, affording a view of the river. Xunzhi speaks first. "Upon seeing me, did you notice any changes?" His deep green eyes shimmer with an intensity that seems to penetrate Muja's very soul. Hearing his words jolts Muja from his reverie, refocusing his thoughts on the beloved before him, striving to discern any new transformations after their long separation. Yet, even a cursory glance reveals a face that is unforgettable, imbued with an alluring charm that magnetically draws his attention. The visage, once so familiar, now appears as if meticulously sculpted by divine hands. Each contour is flawless, even the subtly upturned corners of his lips exuding an irresistible allure. The already stunning features now radiate an enchanting essence that transcends mortal beauty. Xunzhi's beauty shines like the most brilliant star in the night sky, dazzling and captivating. It is akin to a rare blossom blooming in a deep valley, vibrant and alluring. Yet, amidst the admiration, there lies an instinctive awareness of the lurking danger. "You've lost weight, yet somehow you look even better," he exclaims, unable to articulate his thoughts in flowery terms, settling instead for simple observations. "Your eyes have turned green. They suit you well, and your skin seems fairer, making me appear darker beside you." Muja's sharp gaze softens with tenderness as he leans closer to those enchanting green eyes. Xunzhi's pupils tremble slightly as he finds himself ensnared in a gaze filled with warmth. Muja takes Xunzhi's hands, carefully articulating the changes he has observed. He senses that Xunzhi would not broach this topic without reason. Perhaps he is about to reveal the cause of these transformations. He contemplates that Xunzhi may wish to disclose some secrets, possibly related to his newfound abilities, or perhaps linked to the dream he mentioned during their previous phone call. The recent encounter with that peculiar mutated plant further fuels his speculations. However, when Xunzhi confesses that he is no longer merely human, or at least not in the conventional sense, Muja's pupils dilate in shock, his expression betraying a flicker of alarm, and his heart races. In that instant, he is momentarily taken aback by the revelation, but the astonishment is swiftly replaced by profound concern for Xunzhi's well-being. In that moment, all his previous questions fade into the background, leaving only the urgent worry for Xunzhi's safety. "I'm sorry I arrived late," he exclaims, reflecting on how he was once someone who could not even sleep with the lights off. Now facing a world turned upside down alone. He cannot fathom the emotions Xunzhi must have experienced amidst this sudden upheaval. His heart feels as though it has been tightly gripped, and his muscles quiver with unease. The awakening of his own abilities felt natural, almost inevitable, yet the sole concern that troubles him is whether Xunzhi is safe as the captain of a national special forces team. His resolve is inherently strong, and the drive to find Xunzhi has sustained him through every trial. Yet, from Xunzhi's words, he keenly discerns that Xunzhi's transformation has not been as smooth or ordinary as his own. Xunzhi does not wish to divulge every reckless act he contemplated during the apocalypse, but he is willing to share certain details, revealing how he differs from other abilities. After all, if he cannot trust Xunzhi, there is no one else in this world he can fully rely on. My abilities did not awaken naturally. Xunzhi pauses for a moment, organizing his thoughts that on the day of the apocalypse, a fragment of a meteorite happened to land on my balcony. I was watering the plants at the time. After hanging up the phone with him, Xunzhi fainted from the meteorite's energy and fell onto the plants. Leading to a series of miraculous events, Xunzhi strives to steady his breathing. Attempting to keep his voice from sounding overly tense or heavy, he clears his throat lightly, forcing a smile that appears somewhat stiff, as if it were artificially created. Nevertheless, he maintains this expression, hoping to offer Xunzhi a semblance of comfort and reassurance. But it's not all bad. At least I've gained this amazing power. Look, I'm quite formidable now. With a gentle gesture of his right hand, a tendril was summoned forth, and in the blink of an eye, it blossomed with leaves and unfurled a resplendent rose, glistening as if kissed by dew. To the untrained eye, he resembled a child gleefully showcasing a newly acquired toy. Xunzhi's gaze gradually descended upon the exquisite flower, seemingly attempting to divert his attention and, perhaps inadvertently, evade the fervent and probing gaze of the person before him. Yet, none of this escaped the keen observance of Xunzhi. He stood there quietly, like a steadfast mountain, absorbing every subtle movement of Xunzhi, witnessing the facade of strength that this individual attempted to project. A wave of unutterable tenderness and concern surged within Xunzhi's heart. Finally, unable to suppress his inner urge any longer, he unhesitatingly extended his arms, enveloping Xunzhi in an embrace that was impossible to resist. His broad shoulders served as a solid barrier, striving to bestow upon Xunzhi a measure of warmth and solace, though he bore the semblance of one who had endured deep grievances. On the verge of tears, why must he force a smile in my presence? Xunzhi's Adam's apple bobbed as he suppressed the pang of empathy, softly whispering in Xunzhi's ear, his tone imbued with boundless gentleness and care. The low, husky voice drifted with the wind, caressing Xunzhi's heart, stirring ripples of emotion within. I in my presence, you may always express your true self, whether it be to strike me, curse me, or vent your pent-up frustrations. I shall never grow impatient. You know you can always trust me. Xunzhi sensed that beneath Xunzhi's unspoken words lay perhaps deeper narratives he was not yet prepared to uncover. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Xunzhi remained his singular affection. He deeply recognized the significance of Xunzhi in his life and the emotions that stirred within him. But later, I never saw you again. Xunzhi murmured, his gaze lowered, his voice laden with profound melancholy. The twinge of sadness pricked his nose. Such warmth could render one vulnerable. Yet at that moment, he could not shed a tear. Perhaps the changes in his constitution had fortified his previously fragile tear ducts to the point of resisting tears. At the dawn of the last era, when the apocalypse first struck, his own struggle for survival was fraught with hardship, leaving no room to ponder the existence of this person. It was later, after being captured and taken to the laboratory, that each bout of physical torment would cause his mind to involuntarily retreat, recalling moments of joy from his past life. The harshness of reality only served to illuminate the beauty of those memories, to the extent that, during his most disoriented moments, he began to doubt whether everything that had come before was merely a figment of his imagination, questioning the existence of that person in a world where, during his suffering, they had not come to his side. Chapter 18. The initial construction plan of the base, Part 1. Yet Xunzhi would not allow himself to languish in the shadows of past memories. Regaining his composure, he extricated himself from the comforting embrace. The radiant smile once again adorned his bright visage. What has transpired is in the past, and I no longer dwell on it. Together, we shall forge ahead into the future. Shall we? Indeed. Xunzhi's response was brief, yet resolute. Very well. Allow me to share my thoughts and future plans. Xunzhi turned his gaze towards the sunlit city, determined to shatter the old rules and establish new principles within this gradually verdant metropolis. Akin to the genesis of life, reborn from destruction. What do you wish to do? I shall assist you. Xunzhi was unwavering in his belief that he would always be Xunzhi's steadfast support. Step 1. We need to identify a suitable location to establish our base, ensuring safety and resource availability, Xunzhi declared with unwavering conviction. The current residence requires daily ascents and descents, which is rather inconvenient. And it feels slightly cramped. With the entire city's populace having evacuated, seeking a larger dwelling seems reasonable, Xiaomuse nodded, acknowledging the urgency of the matter. Indeed, this is something we must address promptly. We shall set out this afternoon to scout for a suitable base location. He was known for his remarkable decisiveness. Step 2. We must restore the basic infrastructure of the dwelling, such as water and electricity supply, and construct storage facilities, among other things. This will require skilled technicians or corresponding abilities, Xunzhi continued. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaomuse replied, I happen to have some personnel available that I have temporarily stationed them on the outskirts of the city. If they wish to remain in Jiangcheng, I can organize them accordingly. Regarding electricity, my boundless energy source should suffice for our immediate needs, though we will need to gather more storage batteries. Xiaomuse realized he had yet to demonstrate his abilities to Xunzhi since their reunion. He promptly summoned purple lightning into his hands, harnessing a moment of power before effortlessly shattering a cement pillar that would typically require 2 individuals to encircle. The destructive power was indeed astounding. In the apocalypse, such formidable abilities could provide substantial assistance, particularly elemental powers like those of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning, which could greatly facilitate their daily lives. Xunzhi marveled at the pillar reduced to rubble, reflecting that had Xiaomuse not boarded that ill-fated plane in his past life, with merely this formidable ability, he would not have remained an inconspicuous figure in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Given his displayed prowess, he seemed to possess peak third-level capabilities. After absorbing the crystal cores he had diligently gathered, ascending to 4th level would be well within reach. It would be most advantageous if you have capable individuals on your side. During my recent explorations, I have found few survivors in the areas I scouted, likely due to the proximity to the city center, where the number of zombies is notably high. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would linger in what is currently a life-threatening zone. Most survivors have retreated alongside government-organized groups. It is only through my formidable strength and a natural ability to avoid attracting zombies that I navigate this area with relative ease. For an ordinary person to survive in the heart of the city now, one must possess either an ample supply of resources or the strength to ensure their safety. The former is manageable. If they are not endowed with abilities, they can still rely on strength to establish their base. The latter, however, necessitates a more opportunistic approach. Yet, I am confident that at this juncture, there are few who could contend with me directly. Lastly, and most importantly, we need to establish fair and reasonable rules to ensure everyone's rights are protected, Xunzhi emphasized. Xiaomuse concurred, recognizing that only fairness could win hearts, enabling their base to truly thrive. While he could not comment on the practices of other bases, within his own, he would absolutely not permit any form of human experimentation. They exchanged a glance, brimming with confidence, aware that the path ahead might be fraught with challenges. Yet they would stride forward hand in hand, diligently working towards the goal of rebuilding the city. Shall I accompany you this afternoon to scout the surroundings for a suitable long-term residence? Xiaomuse proposed, as he mentally revisited the layout of the city prior to the apocalypse. The afternoon would suffice. In truth, he already had a general direction in mind. The northern sector had sustained severe damage from meteorite impacts, making it the area most afflicted. Thus, it would not be considered. Xunzhi gazed towards the northern sky, where numerous scattered meteor fragments likely lay, yet he realized he currently lacked the capacity to absorb such large debris in one go. Therefore, he opted not to rush into exploration, but rather to gather the nearby fragments first. Pointing to the land beneath them, he remarked, although the southern district lies within the 3rd ring road, the surrounding area predominantly comprises newly constructed buildings with low occupancy rates and overall affordable housing prices. Thus, the options for upscale residences, like garden villas, are rather limited. Furthermore, this vicinity is primarily filled with fresh markets and agricultural trade centers, lacking resources such as processing plants, which diminishes its future development value. Post-apocalypse, the first materials to spoil were those of the fresh variety. Even frozen foods would quickly decay without power, and in Jiangxing's sweltering climate, the stench of rotting items was far from pleasant. Hence, my primary preference lies in the western district, where several sizable lakes exist. Once purified, freshwater resources will not pose an immediate concern, and that area houses numerous factories, encompassing vast expanses of land, and is situated opposite the direction of the mass exodus, likely leaving behind substantial resources. These reflections had been mulled over during his solitary moments. However, due to a lack of manpower, he had been unable to advance the plans further. Thus, in the interim, he had only utilized the zombies in the southern district for practice, honing his physical prowess. What about the eastern district? Xunzhi inquired. Noticing that he had not mentioned it, the eastern district is too close to the current survivor base in Jiangxing. After the extensive collection of survivors, there should be little valuable resources remaining. Moreover, as long as the government remains, establishing a base is not something we should flaunt. For now, let us proceed cautiously and develop in secret. He harbors ambitions of monopolizing Jiangxing, yet such aspirations must be nurtured gradually from the ground up. He possesses confidence, but not arrogance. His advantages are clearly evident. The meteorite energy of Jiangxing serves not as a death knell for him, but rather as a potent elixir for advancement. Concerning the rampant growth of various anomalous plants during this period, there is no need for excessive concern. They can simply be regarded as reserves. Chapter 19. The initial construction plan for the base. Part 2. Upon hearing Ji-sun's plan to seek a permanent residence in the Western District, Xiaomuse reflected on the conditions he had observed along the way. The majority of the buildings remain largely intact, and the roads are in relatively good condition. Traffic congestion is not severe, and with some simple clearing, the main thoroughfares can be rendered mostly navigable. The number of zombies in the Western District is considerable, and clearing them will require some time. As he made his way, he was eager to reach his destination, yet he remained vigilant of his surroundings. There were not many zombies congregating on the main road, likely due to the obstruction of green belts and being trapped by vehicles. A greater number of them were wandering around residential areas and locations that had previously attracted large crowds before the apocalypse. However, the sound of his vehicle did attract some zombies, and pressed for time. He either accelerated to outpace them or employed his abilities to eliminate them swiftly. The lightning-based abilities he wielded inherently enhance his attacks against such malevolent beings. There was no rush to clear them all at once. Ji-sun gazed at the zombies below, his eyes shrouded in contemplation, recalling the triumph of the vine at the Cross River Bridge and the astonishing growth rate of the vines he had planted along other thoroughfares. He felt no trepidation regarding the zombies. Zombies, merely a movable source of sustenance. The vines he had planted earlier had mostly evolved from mere awareness to a stage where they could autonomously capture prey. The evolutionary pace of the zombies is vastly outstripped by that of the mutated plants, at least in Jiangxing. Once a residence is selected, he plans to transplant a circle of self-capturing vine avatars around the residential area. No matter how many zombies there are, they will ultimately serve as fertilizer for the vines. Moreover, only with a plethora of zombies in Jiangxing can the ambitions of certain individuals wishing to return be thwarted. Although resources in Jiangxing are abundant, one must possess the means to procure them. For a future base buffered by vines, a significant number of zombies could, in fact, serve as a trump card to obscure their true power. However, for the future members of their own base, the negative impact may merely translate to some inconvenience during outings. Yet this also serves as a crucial method for Ji-sun to regulate those future base members. Those who heed instructions will find that all the vines in Jiangxing can become their allies. As for those with ill intentions, they shall not escape his keen gaze. His demands are few. He merely seeks absolute authority over the base. It would be prudent for them to familiarize themselves with the environment in the Western District before sunset. Prior to the apocalypse, Ji-sun had seldom ventured here. After all, living at either end of a subway line could indeed be likened to a long-distance relationship, given the vastness of the city. The area where Ji-sun resides is also home to large supermarkets, which adequately fulfill his daily needs. Furthermore, he spent the past few years studying in the capital, thus he has not spent much time in Jiangxing. In this ever-evolving city, it is only natural for him to be unfamiliar with the Western District, which is merely a river apart. Fortunately, plans had been laid out in advance, and he had conducted some preliminary research. He was aware of the general direction and location of several high-end residential complexes. After taking Xiaomuse on a few rounds in the Western District, they finally settled on a location. Ruijing Garden A.S., a newly completed Su-style garden residence that opened its doors at the beginning of this year. Each Chinese courtyard boasts nearly several hundred square meters of private garden space. complete with pavilions for listening to the rain and gazebos for enjoying the breeze, an idyllic dream home for most. The overall green space exceeds the building area, and within the residential area lies a sizable natural lake, which has been enhanced with a meandering water bridge following subsequent design modifications that I in this season. Remnants of lotus flowers bloom quietly, yet one can already envision the stunning spectacle of blooming flowers that will grace the spring and summer. However, what captivates them the most is the exterior wall of the entire community, which is sufficiently tall and robust. Each courtyard features its own separate wall, and the distance between courtyards ensures ample privacy for the residents. This particular building appears to occupy a central position within the community, boasting the largest area, with its garden layout and interior decor seeming meticulously designed. Xiaomuse entered the room first to investigate. There were no zombies inside, nor any signs of habitation, merely the appearance of having been recently renovated. Half squatting in the garden, Ji-sun pinched the nutrient soil of the landscaping, noting that these plants had likely been planted not long ago, as the nutrients in the soil were still quite abundant, suggesting they had been tended to by a dedicated caretaker. After brushing off the dirt from his palms, he stood and walked towards Xiaomuse, who had turned back into the room. Xiaomuse quickly dampened a pure white, unopened towel he had found earlier, wrung it out, and approached Ji-sun, taking his hand and meticulously wiping away the remnants of soil from Ji-sun's fingertips. His hands regained their pristine appearance. "How old are you? Yet you still enjoy playing in the mud." Xiaomuse's tone was laced with jest, evoking memories for Ji-sun of the times he had been cared for during their cohabitation. When together with him, Ji-sun often found himself meticulously attended to, which inevitably fostered the illusion that he was a rare treasure. Ji-sun simply observed Xiaomuse as he delicately handled his fingers. "Isn't this just fortuitously advantageous for us? Let us settle on this one. This is the one we shall take." The fact that both of them were drawn to the same house indicated a certain affinity. Adjustments and renovations would certainly be made later based on their usage habits. However, with the enhancement of their abilities, any modifications they desired would be straightforward, so they could plan in detail after moving in. There are two team members who followed me from the capital. One is named Lu Xiang, who possesses psychic abilities, and the other is Wu Qinggang, who has mental abilities. Both are brothers with whom I share a deep bond. This morning, they rescued several survivors along the way and have temporarily settled them in an area outside the city. However, the distance to here is not too far. Once we relocate, I will bring them over. Xiaomuse shared the current situation with Ji-sun, explaining that his care for the survivors was driven by humanitarianism and his duty as a soldier. The priority, however, remains Ji-sun's willingness, if he does not wish to accommodate too many people at this time. He and his team will make an extra trip to take them to a nearby survivor base, where they can be placed under government management. Your brothers will undoubtedly become the backbone of our team. You mentioned wanting to introduce me to them long ago, yet the opportunity never arose. Now, the timing is perfect. However, reflecting on the survivors they had rescued along the way and the few prisoners currently under their control, he held little regard for their abilities, but he was concerned that facilitating their journey to the base might inadvertently reveal information about Ji-sun and the others. Currently, you wish to avoid drawing any attention from the authorities. Chapter 20. The temporary gathering place. Indeed, I understand your concerns that I can take you to the temporary site to meet those individuals first. If they prove useful, they can remain at the periphery of the base. After all, we cannot simply be figureheads while planning to establish a base. These survivors, although we have not spent much time together, there are a few who show potential and could be cultivated for future use. For instance, that spatial ability user, it would indeed be quite advantageous for them to serve as a porter. Even if there are some with ulterior motives, given their means, they need not fear what schemes those individuals might devise. It seems there is also a recently awakened water ability user among the survivors. If they can be nurtured, at least the assurance of a safe water supply for a considerable time would be secured. In a place unbeknownst to this group of survivors, Xiaomuse has already meticulously arranged their tasks in his mind. Xunzhi had never contemplated living a completely solitary life. Humans are inherently social beings. However, he hoped that the initial group entering the base could spare him some worry and refrain from causing any disturbances. Meanwhile, Wu Qinggang and his companions, who are currently on Xiaomuse's mind, have found a modest 5-story hotel in the temporary rest area. Although there are only about 30 rooms, it is more than sufficient for their group. The task of clearing out the zombies within the building could be flawlessly executed by just Lu Xiang and Wu Chenggang working in tandem. Yet a few recovering survivors have taken the initiative to lend a hand, which brings comfort to the two, making them feel that those they saved are not ungrateful wretches. The boys are inspecting the interiors of the closed rooms and eliminating the zombies, while the girls are responsible for tidying up the already cleared rooms. However, one boy, with a flickering gaze, watches the zombie corpses being dragged out by the other survivors, retreating repeatedly, seemingly moving his mop towards the safe area with feigned indifference. Just as Su Qing, carrying a pile of clean blankets, passes by, she catches sight of his actions and rolls her eyes in exasperation, thinking to herself, what a coward, hesitating to explore and eliminate zombies ahead, and even dragging the floor in such a sluggish manner. She has passed through that small area 3 times already, yet it remains uncleaned. Hey, you there, if you don't want to mop, come help me move things. Don T blocked the way here. Su Qing, unable to hold back her frustration, calls out to him. Humph. Wu Huai, the one being addressed, merely pretends not to hear, casually lifting his mop and turning to head in another direction. Does he think he can be ordered around by anyone? Just because he once shared a vehicle with that leader, he assumes he is superior among the survivors. How dare he assign him tasks? Su Qing, feeling utterly disregarded, is almost amused by his audacity. She has no time to be angry with this person. She must quickly settle the rooms, as everyone has not had a proper rest for days and has no inclination to quarrel. Nevertheless, she makes a mental note of his face, as individuals like him might harbor ill intentions at any moment, and she must remain vigilant to ensure they do not tarnish their standing in the eyes of the influential figures. She has firmly resolved to cling to the thighs of those big shots along with her companions. With that thought, she hastens her steps, entering the room with the blankets, eager to communicate with her friends in advance, as they all need to perform well to demonstrate their value to the leaders. Inside the room, Inya, busy tidying the beds, glances at the fuming Su Qing and asks quizzically, "What's wrong? Who has offended you? Your lips are pursed so tightly they could hold an oil bottle." "Oh, I ran into that troublemaker from before, a big man who doesn't do anything serious, just dragging the mop around with complaints." It's just, upon hearing this, Inya recalls a bit. You mean that person? He doesn't seem to be the obedient type, but we have 2 influential figures backing us now. Why provoke him? At worst, we can just ignore him. As Inya and Su Qing chat, they efficiently continue their tasks. Inya, Su Qing, and a few male classmates are students from Jiang University, currently on summer break doing extracurricular practice. And they found an internship at a company not far from Jiang City, which is run by Su Qing's uncle. Not only can they learn valuable skills, but they can also earn credits for their practical work. Thus, Su Qing invited several of her close classmates to join her. Since they are all from the same school and have a solid bond, they decided to stick together after the apocalypse struck. Isn't it concerning that he might pull some tricks behind our backs? We don't have much power yet. We may not be able to repay kindness, but at the very least, we can't have anyone causing trouble among us that would upset the big shots. Su Qing neatly places the clean blanket on the bed and turns to Inya, saying, "I don't know why, but whenever I see him, I always have a bad premonition." Su Qing furrows her brow. Since her abilities awakened in this apocalyptic world, certain events have compelled her to believe her instincts serve as a warning. Hearing Su Qing's words, Inya takes the matter seriously. "Xiao Qing, ever since you awakened your powers, you have been particularly sensitive to danger. Remember how you led us to evade several zombie attacks before? I think we should take this seriously. When we see Lao Su and Jigu, we should inform them to stay alert." Su Qing nods. The few classmates who escaped with her are trustworthy allies. Having spent years together in university, their personalities and characters well understood. Furthermore, those who are able to enroll in Jiang University are intelligent individuals, at least not prone to making foolish mistakes due to underestimating their foes. Bang! Wu Chenggang delivers a powerful kick, sending the zombie that suddenly lunged from the fire escape flying into the distance. Lu Xiang swiftly follows up with a shot, hitting the zombie squarely in the forehead. Cool. The several male university students trailing behind watch Lu Xiang with wide eyes, thinking to themselves, this is simply a real-life gunslinger. One shot takes down a little zombie. Only by participating in the battle up close do they realize just how superior the combat skills and awareness of these 2 leaders are compared to them. You need to practice more. Your reactions are still too slow. Wu Chenggang had been somewhat reluctant to bring these inexperienced youngsters to clear the building, but seeing their eager desire to assist, He refrained from voicing any objections that he figured that since this is no longer a time of peace, if these university students are afraid to confront zombies, how will they ever pick up weapons to fight in the future? Don't worry, brother gang. We'll be more cautious. The boy speaking wields a metal baseball bat, appearing to be in his early 20s with a slightly plump physique, giving him a prosperous appearance. Lao Su, you should walk on my side. Another male student, looking somewhat aloof, pats his shoulder, signaling him to switch places. Come on, Xunzhi. With your little skills, you should practice more before heading out. At least I. Su Gu. Am sturdy enough. If a zombie comes, I can still shield you. Su Haoran, affectionately referred to as Lao Su, is a wealthy second-generation heir from a family with real assets. He is generous and loyal, often treating his close friends to meals and bubble tea, which is why everyone respectfully calls him Lao Su. Standing nearby, Wu Chenggang and Lu Xiang silently nod in approval, recognizing that these young men are quite decent. Maintaining such camaraderie in this dire situation is indeed rare. However, to still be worried about their safety while standing beside them is somewhat underestimating their capabilities. Thus, throughout the subsequent clearing process, they primarily relied on their abilities and brute strength. Ensuring that no zombies approached them deliberately, there is no rush to train these young men today. After all this time, it would be better to hasten the cleaning process so they can rest sooner. Chapter 21. I am the number one little brother. Throughout the afternoon, Xiaomuse and Xunzhi found a suitable place to set up camp, which is good news for them. So, where do you plan to settle down tonight? Xunzhi turns to the man who is shadowing him closely. Upon seeing him turn around, a gentle smile immediately breaks the cold demeanor of Xiaomuse. What? Am I not even allowed to step into your home now? Xunzhi feels utterly embarrassed by his seemingly insincere smile. Xiaomuse, unperturbed, dismisses the significance of face, deeming it worthless compared to courting his beloved My home doesn't have any vacant rooms at the moment. You'll have to find a place on your own. Xunzhi thinks of the single bed remaining in his bedroom and the guest room overflowing with supplies. It's impossible to just waltz in so easily. Their separation hasn't been for just a day or two, and to suddenly have him living under the same roof again is something he firmly rejects. Hearing this, the man's heart sinks. It seems their previous parting had left Xunzhi quite hurt, and there must be some emotional barrier. Reflecting on their meeting today, Xunzhi repeatedly kept his distance from him, leaving Xiaomuse with an inexplicable sense of loss. However, he does not show an ounce of his inner thoughts on his face, continuing to shamelessly lean closer to Xunzhi, saying it's fine. He can find a place in the same community. He'll manage on his own. He is certain to choose a location as close to Xunzhi as possible for the night. After all, there is no way Xunzhi will still insist on making him stay in the next yard after moving tomorrow, given that the compound they found today is so spacious. With 6 or 7 bedrooms, the beds and furniture are all in place, and it won't take much to settle by then. Xunzhi will have no excuse to kick him out. Xiaomuse's little schemes remain hidden from Xunzhi, yet the glances exchanged between them reveal that Xunzhi can discern his mischievous intentions. What a rogue! While engaged in push-ups at his residence, Xunzhi was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous sneeze. What could possibly be the matter? It wasn't even autumn yet. Surely, my physical constitution is robust enough to withstand a cold. Could it be that my father has been speaking of me? Just as these thoughts lingered on the tip of his tongue, he fell into a profound silence. He had almost forgotten that his father was no longer present, a reality he must acclimate to. Lest he continue to feel their lingering presence. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had awakened first, the rest of his family succumbing to the ordeal and transforming into zombies. Fortunately, he had cultivated the habit of closing doors behind him, whether day or night. Thus, even when he fainted, he found himself in a relatively isolated space. Upon regaining consciousness, the sight of zombies wandering the streets below and the eerie sounds of growls and scratching at the door made it abundantly clear what had transpired. After considerable mental preparation, he finally gathered the courage to open the door, only to face his now zombified family, whom he had to mercilessly send off himself. For the following week, he secluded himself within the store, partly out of a desire to avoid the larger group, and partly because, with his family gone, he had nowhere else to go. Initially, he thought he would simply wait to see how long he could survive. But unexpectedly, in a moment of deep despair, he caught sight of his leader's figure, like a beam of light suddenly illuminating his path, reigniting his will to live. That afternoon, after hastily finishing his lunch. He reclined on the sofa for a brief nap. Upon hearing the sound of Xunzhi closing the door, he instantly sprang to his feet. He had yet to reach the entrance when he heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps descending the stairs. Clearly, this was an operation that required no summons. Xunzhi paused momentarily, then turned back to the living room, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. Xunzhi was acutely aware that his leader harbored many secrets. Yet, he could sense that, despite verbally rejecting his persistent attempts to cling to him, Xunzhi's heart had gradually come to accept him as a subordinate. Naturally, Xunzhi held deep respect for his leader. And for matters his leader wished to keep concealed, he chose to feign ignorance. However, despite his resolve, as he observed Xunzhi constantly checking the time since leaving, Xunzhi began to grow restless. What could be taking so long? It was nearly dusk. Summer nights linger longer than those of other seasons. Yet as 7 o'clock approached, twilight was settling in, when his keen senses detected movement at the community entrance. He leapt from the living room window without waiting for anyone to ascend the stairs. Upon spotting his leader accompanied by another individual, he nearly lost control of his descent powers, but fortunately, Xunzhi's vines provided a timely assist, preventing him from landing face-first on the ground. Leader, you went out and came back with someone? He exclaimed, gazing at the strikingly handsome face and the robust physique capable of lifting two of him with ease. He felt his position as Xunzhi's #1 subordinate was precariously threatened. Ah, this is someone I casually picked up on the way back. You can decide how to arrange things, Xunzhi remarked while contemplating how to accommodate Xiaomyu's. This time, someone had proactively come to welcome them, and he needed to quickly rid himself of this newfound complication. With that, Xunzhi stepped forward, leaving the two of them behind. Casually picked up? Heh, it seems my leader isn't overly concerned about this person. He must still hold some significance in his eyes, Xunzhi mused, feeling a sense of reassurance regarding his status as the #1 subordinate. He bounced in front of Xiaomyu's, waving his hand. Hey, bro, now that the leader's gone, what are you still staring at? Why did this guy have to be so tall? Was the air in high places any fresher from the tone of Xunzhi's conversation with this person? It was evident they were quite familiar. Xunzhi recognized the friends Xunzhi had before the apocalypse, but this person, who referred to Xunzhi as leader, must have been acquainted after the world had changed. How long had it been? Clearly, he had earned some measure of Xunzhi's trust. In a fleeting moment, Xiaomyu's identity began to take shape in Xunzi's mind. Hello, I'm Xunzhi, the #1 subordinate by my brother's side. As he met Xiaomyu's hawk-like, piercing gaze, Xunzhi felt an unexplainable pressure enveloping him, making even breathing a challenge. He struggled to maintain his composure, but his throat felt constricted, rendering his words hesitant and stilted. Lacking the usual confidence, "Greetings, I am Xiaomyu. Would you be so kind as to show me the way?" Xiaomyu inquired, as he had never been to Xunzhi's new home in Jiangxing and wished to seize the opportunity to learn more about Xunzhi's current circumstances from Xunzhi. "Why, yeah, follow me," Xunzhi stammered, avoiding direct eye contact as he turned and dashed down the corridor, only to realize he had someone trailing behind him, compelling him to slow his pace. Nevertheless, under the weight of Xiaomyu's watchful gaze, he hurriedly ascended the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. "Here, this is the room where I currently reside. There are 2 bedrooms inside, and you can stay with me. The leader is across the hall," Xunzhi explained, hastily opening the door and gesturing to the opposite room. The door to Xunzhi's abode remained firmly shut, leaving Xunzhi wondering what precautions were being taken. Xiaomyu's gaze lingered on the closed door for a moment before he let out a barely audible chuckle. "All right, thank you for accommodating me tonight." He stepped into the open room, but did not close the door behind him, leaving it ajar for anyone who might wish to peek inside. "You can stay in this room tonight. There are spare blankets in the wardrobe, so you can sort things out yourself." When he initially moved into the house, Xunzhi noticed it was impeccably clean, devoid of any bloodstains, leading him to believe the previous occupant might return someday. Consequently, he chose to rest in the guest room, inadvertently benefiting this new subordinate. However, he had no intention of folding blankets for this newcomer. Never. That was beneath his dignity as the #1 subordinate. Chapter 22. The allure of the human charging treasure in your bedroom. There's also an ensuite bathroom stocked with several barrels of water, perfect for washing up, since Xunzhi entrusted me to arrange things for you. I must ensure I convey everything accurately, Despite my slight reluctance, they asked for the supplies in the living room and kitchen. Since you're one of the leader's guests, feel free to use them at your leisure. Xunzhi pointed towards a wall piled high with provisions, half filling the living room. Understood. Thank you, Xiao replied politely. Although he had risen early and spent the day outdoors, the joy of finally locating Xunzhi made him forget his fatigue. Dinner was prepared by Xunzhi, who felt it necessary to provide a hearty meal for the new team member. He rummaged through the supplies to find noodles and a few canned goods. Whipping up a dish of braised noodles with luncheon meat, though it lacked visual appeal, he had included all the necessary seasonings, and the taste turned out surprisingly delightful. As Xiao emerged from his room, towel draped over his head, he was greeted by a table laden with food. Such extravagance. It seems they have plenty of supplies, he observed, which eased his mind, though only momentarily. I'll go fetch him, Xiao declared as he stepped outside, intending to knock on the door across the hall. However, Xunzhi quickly intervened, lightly restraining him before releasing his grip. Don't. The leader doesn't like being disturbed. We usually eat separately. He survives solely on cola and beer. This was one of the many mysteries surrounding Xunzhi in Xunzi's eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiao intuitively sensed it might relate to Xunzhi's health, but he refrained from probing further in Xunzi's presence, opting instead to remain patient and sit down. That he planned to glean information about Xunzhi's situation through subtle inquiries, in an effort to demonstrate his knowledge of Xunzhi. Xunzhi shared whatever information he had. The image of Xunzhi that emerged from Xunzi's descriptions starkly contrasted with the character he had previously exhibited during their interactions. Xiaomu's heart grew heavier, sensing that Xunzhi may not have disclosed the entire truth and might be concealing some critical issues. After finishing their meal, Xiaomu took 2 cans of beer and approached Xunzhi's door, gently knocking. Moments later, Xunzhi opened the door. Xiaomu smiled slightly and said, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a visit?" Xunzhi had anticipated that he would not simply stay across the hall, but would seek an excuse to come over. The arrival was swifter than he had anticipated. He stepped aside to create a passage, and without a hint of hesitation, Xiao strode in. "Have you eaten?" he inquired, placing a beer on the bar while surveying the interior of the room. The living room was cluttered with boxes of cola, devoid of a sofa or coffee table, appearing more barren than Xunzi's quarters. "Yes, I have eaten," Xunzhi replied, his tone lacking any hint of shame. "Who needs to feed their plants with the same frequency as 3 meals a day? Is that what you call having eaten?" Xiao remarked, glancing at the empty cola bottles on the bar. "What is this? It's been ages since we last met, and now you wish to take on the role of my father. Mind your own business." Humph. Seizing the rare opportunity to witness a lively expression on Xunzhi's face, Xiao boldly stepped forward and wrapped his arms around his waist. "It's not that I want to meddle. I am merely concerned for you. Xunzhi mentioned that you haven't been eating properly, and I worry about your health." Xiao sighed heavily beside his ear. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. I promise I won't leave you again. Please give me another chance." The apology flowed forth with sincerity and gravity. Xunzhi, ensconced tightly in Xiao's embrace, was left speechless. Was this a signal that he could easily be let go? The large hand encircling his waist was straining with tension, as if fearful he might attempt to flee once more. "I'll see how you behave," Xunzhi replied with a tone of resignation. After a while, noticing that Xiao had no intention of releasing him, he gently patted the arm holding him captive and softly said, "It's warm. Let go." "Oh, is that so? Fine. I won't hold you anymore." His reluctance to release Xunzhi was not merely a result of rejection. Upon hearing Xunzhi mention warmth, Xiao hurried to the bedroom to check the air conditioning. He noticed Xunzhi had connected a solar panel to a battery and plugged in the air conditioner. And he couldn't help but praise. "You're quite clever." It was time to put his abilities to use. He directly connected his powers to the charging port of the battery, and in no time, the battery was fully charged, boasting a significantly higher efficiency than solar energy conversion. With ample power, the air conditioner's performance improved remarkably. Soon, the room's temperature became refreshingly comfortable. "All right. You should rest early. We'll head out first thing tomorrow to check on your teammates. If all is well, we can begin preparing for the move." Seeing that Xiao's powers had served their purpose, Xunzhi hastily nudged his robust arm, pushing him toward the door. "You use it, and then toss it aside." "When did Xunzhi become so heartless?" Xiao feigned innocence, But Xunzhi smiled in refusal. Enough? You, a burly man, are not suited for such antics. Hurry outside. Xunzhi pushed him out the door and slammed it shut with a resounding thud. Xiaomuja, following the momentum of Xunzhi's shove, slowly moved outside that if he didn't wish to leave, no one could force him. Gigi, I'll wake you in the morning and prepare breakfast, Xiaomuja called from outside. Xunzhi inside did not respond, but Xiaomuja knew he had heard. He lingered for a moment, gazing wistfully at the closed door before turning away. As he turned, he was met with Xunzi's wide-eyed expression, as if he had seen a ghost. What's the meaning of this? Did I miss something? Gigi, is that what a little brother can call you? Xunzi's head was spinning, but at that moment, even if he were dull-witted, he realized the relationship between the newcomer and his boss was far from innocent. Those pink bubbles had practically materialized before him. So I have become a part of your little couple's love play. Great, a single dog with no rights, huh? He huffed in frustration. Fortunately, he need not worry about anyone competing for his position as the #1 little brother. It appeared that the newcomer was not even in the same league. It's nothing. We haven't seen each other in ages. Just a little squabble. Don't mind it. Xiaomuja patted Xunzi's shoulder, having received an opportunity to demonstrate his worth in Xunzhi's eyes. He could at least make an effort, and when Xunzhi was satisfied, reclaiming his title as partner would be a matter of moments. Thus, he felt quite content. That you're impressive. Do you know how to use the air conditioning? Xiaomuja asked eagerly, feeling an abundance of energy with no outlet. Upon hearing about the air conditioning, Xunzi's eyes sparkled. What a divine teammate who could grant him the freedom of cool air. Come in, big shot. For the sake of air conditioning, what was the harm in adding another little brother? He was indeed such a perceptive and understanding companion. Xiaomuja promptly arranged for both bedrooms to be equipped with fully charged portable power sources, providing a reassuring sense of security. He even took the liberty of charging up some gaming consoles and tablets that Xunzi had collected, leaving him grinning from ear to ear upon returning to his room. Now, Xiaomuja's status in Xunzi's heart was second only to that of his elder brother. Chapter 23. The emergence of economic strength in the early morning. As dawn broke, Xunzi groggily awoke to a series of sounds emanating from the living room. With disheveled hair, he stumbled out of his room, leaning against the wall for a moment before spotting Xiaomuja bustling in the kitchen. Rubbing his eyes, it took him a couple of seconds to recall that he had acquired a new roommate the previous day. Good morning. Xiaomuja greeted warmly. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Xunzi squinted at the dim light outside. Yeah, it's quite early. He offered a faint reply of morning. Approaching Xiaomuja, he observed a gleaming array of golden pancakes and freshly made red date soy milk laid out on the countertop. His senses were instantly enlivened. Truly remarkable. Such a sumptuous breakfast was a rarity even before the apocalypse. The small appliances left behind by the previous occupant had finally found their purpose. Wow. Am I seeing things? This breakfast is extraordinarily lavish, Xunzi exclaimed, genuinely impressed and full of admiration for anyone willing to rise early to make breakfast. You go freshen up. I'll call Gigi over for breakfast. Xiaomuja said, picking up the utensils and heading toward the dining area. Xunzi quickly lent a hand, transferring the food to the wooden dining table, then hurried to the bathroom to wash up. Feeling quite fortunate to bask in his elder brother's glory, Xiaomuja gently knocked on the door across the hall, and after a moment, he heard the sound of slippers approaching. Xunzi opened the door. Looking equally disoriented, after finally getting a good night's sleep, he had sunk into a deep slumber. It was a struggle to extract himself from the warmth of his bed upon hearing the knock, leaving him still somewhat dazed. Seeing this, Xiaomuja could not help but ruffle Xunzi's hair, taking his hand and leading him back to the entrance, where the door stood ajar. Xunzi buried his head against Xiaomuja's chest, squinting for a moment before speaking in a soft, sleepy tone. Why are you up so early? Although they had agreed to rise early, it seemed their interpretations of early were not aligned. Xiaomuja gently patted Xunzi's back and leaned down to kiss his forehead. It seems I woke up too early. I was in such a good mood that I couldn't help it. Breakfast is ready. Do you need help washing up? What kind of nonsense is this? I am not a child. This is too cheesy. Xunzi jolted awake. No, I'll wash up right away. He lightly slapped his cheeks, stretching his arms, causing his white printed cotton t-shirt to ride up slightly, revealing a glimpse of his slender waist. Even in the dim light, his fair skin was striking. Xiaomuja stood at the entrance, waiting for him to finish washing up and change before heading back to the dining area with Xunzhi. The breakfast spread was already on the table, and the two sat down across from Xunzhi, who was quietly observing them. Though the outside world was still shrouded in darkness, he felt as if he radiated light. Like a 100W light bulb, watching Xunzhi seemed to cater to Xunzhi like a child, serving dishes and handing him water. Xunzhi could hardly bear to look. It felt like he had stumbled upon a scene of public affection. Gradually, Xunzhi appeared to find joy in the act of serving, while his own bowl remained empty. Xunzhi's bowl was brimming with food I can't eat anymore. Do you think I'm a pig? Xunzhi remarked, contemplating that perhaps he would need to change species to consume the mountain of food before him. If he didn't, he openly refused Xunzhi's advances. His chopsticks would never stop moving. All right, eat as much as you can. If you can't finish, I'll take care of the leftovers. Xunzhi's tone suggested a hint of regret. Xunzhi felt he had become more obedient, no longer needing encouragement. As he quietly devoured his meal, one bowl wasn't enough. He went back for a second. Xunzhi had little interest in ordinary food. Perhaps the mutated genes had affected his appetite. And merely being able to finish what was in his bowl was already quite generous. Seeing that Xunzhi genuinely could not continue, Xunzhi did not waste any food, reclaiming the half-eaten pancake and finishing it himself. Speaking of which, Xunzhi had honed his culinary skills during their time living together, encouraged by Xunzhi's affection as long as a man was willing to lend a hand, whether in cooking or otherwise. He possessed great potential that Xunzhi hadn't consumed such a substantial breakfast in a long time. He leisurely sipped his soy milk, feeling his stomach contentedly fill. Burp. Xunzhi, sitting across from them, had truly overindulged. A slight hiccup escaped his lips, and he sheepishly scratched his head. Xunzhi consumed his meal with remarkable speed, and the three of them nearly set down their chopsticks simultaneously. Once they finished, there was no need for the two gentlemen to lend a hand. Xunzhi diligently cleared the table and even took it upon himself to wash the dishes. Is there anything else that needs tidying up? After a brief 10-minute respite, shall we head out? Xunzhi inquired softly, turning his head. Upon hearing his words, Xunzhi suddenly recalled something important, tugging at his hand and leading him into a small adjacent apartment. Xunzhi's home and Xunzhi's temporary residence were arranged in a door-to-door configuration, with two small units of over 60 square meters separating the two. One of these units, situated near Xunzhi's home, had been cleared for the purpose of storing vital supplies, such as pharmaceuticals, collected weaponry, and an entire room filled to the brim with dazzling crystal cores that could almost blind an onlooker. Gazing at the seemingly inexhaustible pile of crystal cores, even Xunzhi, who had witnessed grand spectacles before, was momentarily taken aback. What should one do when one's wife possesses significantly more wealth? He pondered anxiously. Is this the collection of crystal cores you've gathered during this time? Such an impressive quantity. Your efficiency is commendable. Even as he opened the door, a few crystal cores spilled out into the hallway. These are all of decent quality, but due to the absence of spatial abilities, they are difficult to store, so we've temporarily accumulated them here. There's another room I'd like to show you. Xunzhi explained, opening the door to an adjacent room. This space was far more ordinary, lacking the overwhelming presence of crystal cores, instead featuring neatly arranged metal shelves for storing parcels. Upon the shelves sat several transparent plastic storage boxes, each brimming with various high-grade crystal cores that sparkled brilliantly. Xunzhi had even thoughtfully labeled each box. Found it! Right here. Upon entering the room, Xunzhi made a beeline for a corner of the shelf and retrieved a box that emanated a soft purple glow. These are lightning-type crystal cores, the best quality ones I managed to select. They are all yours and should help you achieve a significant breakthrough. Being at the pinnacle of level 4, Xunzhi could distinctly sense Xunzhi's ability level, which was at the peak of level 2 and nearing a breakthrough to level 3. With these crystal cores, your advancement should proceed smoothly. Chapter 24. Advancing to level 3 ability, user gratefully accepting Xunzhi's goodwill. Xunzhi grasped a handful of crystal cores, gently closing his eyes and calming his breath to attune himself to the flow of energy within. The energy from the crystal cores began to be drawn through his fingertips. As external energy supplements, crystal cores could enlarge an ability user's internal energy reservoir, raising the energy threshold. Typically, The energy released could be replenished gradually by the ambient energy in the AI corresponding elemental environments. The richer the energy, the quicker the recovery. For instance, wind ability users in areas abundant with wind elements would recover faster than those of other elemental types, while plant ability users in forests or densely vegetated areas could easily absorb energy from the surrounding flora. There are various methods for ability users to level up. Drawing energy from crystal cores is one of the more common approaches. However, relying solely on energy accumulation may leave an ability user vulnerable to lower-level opponents with greater combat experience. The internalization and control of power within the body are equally crucial. Level does not determine everything. Xunzhi, having frequently utilized his abilities in combat, had depleted his internal energy and relied on natural recovery. This method of leveling up is more stable than merely absorbing energy from crystal cores. Moreover, the process of energy intake and outflow further refines every part of the body, significantly enhancing the ability user's physicality. Noticing Xunzhi immersed in energy absorption, Xunzhi refrained from interrupting him, quietly gathering a few items from the shelves before stealthily exiting the room. He still had some matters to discuss with Xunzhi. Vines sprouted from Xunzhi, encircling several boxes of vibrant crystal cores that floated around him. Approaching Xunzhi, he presented the specially reserved wind-type crystal cores. These are a portion of the crystal cores I had set aside previously. You can take your time to absorb them. The vines gently placed the box on the dining table, while the other boxes were arranged nearby. Once the green tendrils had fulfilled their purpose, they retracted back into Xunzhi's body. Xunzhi felt that today was indeed a day full of surprises, and his life was becoming increasingly prosperous. Did he mention this to you yesterday? Remember that plan I briefly discussed? We need to find a more suitable place for long-term residents to facilitate the establishment of a base, Xunzhi stated. After spending some time together, Xunzhi had already considered Xunzhi a teammate and described the location he and Xunzhi had discovered. That place. I came across news about it online when it first opened. Haha. I never imagined I would have the chance to live there. Xunzhi was aware of this upscale community, as high-end neighborhoods were common in Jiangxing, but those that were renowned throughout the city were few and far between. During the opening period, promotional videos for this community could be found on nearly all local short video platforms. One may not be able to afford it, but dreaming is free. Yet, it seems that today is the day for dreams to come true. The sparkle in his eyes made Xunzhi acutely aware of Xunzhi's anticipation for the move. Yes, that community is quite expansive. You can choose a courtyard that appeals to you. Is there even a need to choose? I will certainly select one closest to you. My leader. It's a no-brainer. There was no safer place than near his leader, not only for his leader's inherent combat prowess, but also for Xunzhi's remarkable control over mutated plants, which reassured Xunzhi that as long as he stayed close to his leader, his safety was guaranteed. Of course, having familiar neighbors is even more reassuring. If I do not choose a neighboring residence, I intend to clear out a circle of houses around us to prevent strangers from moving in first. However, there was still one more agenda for the day. They needed to reunite with fellow teammates who had accompanied Xunzhi before proceeding to the new district together. Being able to team up with Xunzhi before the apocalypse, those individuals' character and disposition would surely be commendable. Xunzhi welcomed the opportunity to meet new friends enthusiastically, immediately patting his chest and assuring Xunzhi, "Don't worry, my leader. Leave the diplomatic engagements to me. I guarantee I will foster good relations with them." He consistently regarded Xunzhi as his leader, and even with the emergence of other formidable ability users, his stance and faith would remain unshaken. The recognition and allegiance from others were gratifying to Xunzhi, who reciprocated this with affirmations and encouragement for Xunzhi. "Good, keep it up. I believe in your social skills." All of them were former military personnel, and their bond with Xunzhi after the apocalypse demonstrated loyalty and camaraderie. As for interpersonal relationships, they depended on fate and should not be forced. To Xunzhi currently represented a trustworthy teammate, while to Xunzhi was undoubtedly a considerate leader for others. After conversing for a while about the preparations for the move and future training plans, the two acknowledged that their lifestyles differed significantly from those of a larger group. Although their meal schedules had not aligned before Xunzhi's arrival, most outings had been arranged within the same time frame. Regardless of the location, tending to flowers remained a long-term commitment. treated as a daily task to be advanced. Having witnessed the impressive growth of the rose seedlings, Xunzhi understood their significance. Wow, plants that can consume zombies are essential guardians for our territory. Who would complain about having more allies? Moreover, nurturing the seedlings from infancy to maturity brought a joy akin to a nurturing game. Once they grew, they could even reciprocate care for him. Although he was merely a participant in this arrangement, his leader always ensured to share a portion of the crystal cores with him. The joy of feeding the flowers was something most people could not experience. Outside, the world gradually awakened, with a hint of the fragrance of grass and trees carried on the morning breeze. Xunzhi's heightened senses made his sense of smell particularly acute. Upon catching the whiff of an unusual scent, he immediately turned to face the direction from which the wind blew. The direction of the sunrise was to the east. The second phase of their relocation plan had begun to reveal clues. The mutated plant he had heard of in his previous life. The Jiangxing giant lawn had appeared. Given its immense size, it was reasonable to surmise that the meteorite fragments scattered around it would also be substantial. Inside, the sounds of breathing gradually transitioned from hurried to steady. Xiaomuz lifted his gaze, slowly opening his eyes. The tempest within his gaze began to emerge. The sensation of advancing a significant level deepened his perception of the world, enhancing not only his five senses, but seemingly transforming his skin under the nourishment of energy. As the tumultuous energy within him gradually settled, he began to survey his surroundings. It wasn't long before he discovered the location of the bathroom within the room. Thus, he stepped inside with a steady gait. Upon entering the bathroom, he discovered that the faucet produced no trickle of water. However, amidst the pile of supplies, he found a box of mineral water. He took out a bottle, unscrewed the cap, and slightly tilted it. Allowing the cool liquid to flow forth in a refreshing cascade, he cupped a handful of the clear water and splashed it onto his face, relishing the invigorating chill it brought. After washing his face, he lifted his gaze to the mirror before him. The reflection appeared as if meticulously sculpted, his already handsome visage now exuding unparalleled refinement. His high nose, deep-set eyes, and sharply defined chin were all in perfect harmony, compelling one to steal a few more glances. Yet, his gaze did not linger on his own features for long. Rather, he fell into a reverie. Recalling his earlier observations of Xunzhi's appearance, he realized that the enhancement of one's abilities could lead to such unexpected transformations. Secretly speculating about Xunzhi's power level, he shook his head, drew a tissue from nearby, and gently wiped away the remnants of water from his face. Subsequently, he extended his slender fingers to gather his now lengthened short hair back, revealing his smooth forehead. At this moment, his piercing eyes and prominent brows were displayed without reservation, emanating a cool and authoritative aura. He stepped out of the house with a measured stride, wondering what expression Xunzhi would wear upon seeing him now. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he recalled the particular whimsy of Xunzhi's. Chapter 25, Departure and Reunion. It seemed that this upgrade had gone remarkably well. Upon hearing footsteps, Xunzhi turned to look at Xiaomuz, his initial words abruptly halting as his gaze fell upon that face. After completing this upgrade, Xiaomuz had undergone a significant transformation in demeanor. As if he had been refined by the passage of time, becoming increasingly composed and restrained post-upgrade. Every muscle on Xiaomuz's body was distinctly defined, taut and well-shaped, subtly undulating with his slight movements like a slumbering beast poised to awaken, ready to unleash formidable energy at any moment. This sense of physical power contrasted sharply with his calm demeanor, the two elements intertwining to exude a unique charm that was distinctly that of a mature man. Xunzhi understood that each upgrade was akin to a physical tempering, elevating not only the texture of the skin, but also the strength embedded within the muscles to a new echelon. Their relationship had begun with Xunzhi's instant infatuation with Xiaomuz's handsome face, a glance that seemed to rekindle the initial flutter of his heart. In that moment, time felt as though it had frozen, the surrounding clamor and chaos vanishing entirely, leaving only Xiaomuz's chiseled features, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, deeply imprinted in Xunzhi's memory. "What's wrong? Are you mesmerized?" Xiaomuz teased, glancing at Xunzhi. Being regarded with such focused eyes by the one he cherished sent a thrill through him. Yet he couldn't help but internally scoff, thinking that men were indeed visual creatures, and this little lecher across from him was no exception. "Ahem, it's nothing. Once you're ready, we'll set off." Indeed, the post-upgrade soldier exuded more charm, compelling Xunzhi to reluctantly divert his gaze from that handsome face. Reminding himself that they had serious business to attend to and that he must not become overly entranced by his brother's beauty, such indulgence would be ill-advised. The supplies they had gathered over the past half-month, combined with Xunzhi's previous stockpile, would not be transported in a single trip. The off-road vehicle he had prepared earlier, along with the one Xunzhi had driven over, would be filled to capacity. Yet still unable to accommodate everything to at this moment, Xunzhi couldn't help but lament how wonderful it would be to possess spatial abilities, a human warehouse, able to transport supplies effortlessly. No worries, spatial ability users. Though rare, do exist. We are bound to encounter one in the future. Xunzhi had read post-apocalyptic novels and knew that for the reborn protagonists, spatial abilities were standard fare. However, he felt fortunate enough to have been granted a second chance at life. The absence of a spatial golden finger was of little concern to him. Of course, it would be even better if one existed. It seemed he would need to visit the antique market soon for a stroke of luck. And he made a mental note of this while shifting the conversation to other topics with the two companions. Soon we'll be driving. I'll ride with Xunzhi in the front, while Lu, you stay close behind. Xunzhi neatly arranged the unplanted rose saplings in the trunk of the vehicle driven by Lu. Food could be scavenged from roadside markets at any time. So he only placed a few boxes of bottled water and some bread and instant noodles in the back seat. He carried a simple black backpack and held a tang knife as he climbed into the vehicle. Xunzhi's car already contained some supplies, primarily foodstuffs. Xunzhi thought it prudent to prepare a few necessities for the move, so he added some daily essentials to the trunk. He typically preferred not to drive, relying instead on electric skateboards for outings. Despite having one stored in the basement, this time he brought several of those skateboards along, knowing he had an infinite power bank at hand, eliminating concerns about battery depletion. In a few months, when the researchers at the base developed the crystal core energy converter, the worry over transportation endurance would dissipate entirely. Lu, needing to restock supplies for his shop, deemed driving skills indispensable. However, it was his first time behind the wheel of his boss's car, and he curiously touched the steering wheel and interior, quickly starting the vehicle to keep pace with the others. With his boss and brother-in-law leading the way, he only needed to ensure he did not fall behind. The roads near Xunzhi's neighborhood were heavily obstructed, with wrecked vehicles from post-apocalyptic accidents littering the path. Both he and Lu typically used skateboards to clear zombies, navigating the non-motorized lanes, and had not specifically cleared the main roads. However, since Xunzhi had driven in, he had briefly cleared the area after crossing the bridge, ensuring that vehicles could pass normally. Yet, Xunzhi noted the accumulation of vehicle carcasses and made a mental note to address the clearing of the main thoroughfare, successfully reaching the bridge. He observed the green bridge, covered in vines, actively shifting to reveal a wide lane for vehicles. Upon closer inspection, the verdant tendrils on the main beams of the bridge appeared even more lush than when he had last visited. This mutated rose vine, thriving due to its access to water sources and the consumption of numerous zombies, had grown to a terrifying scale that on the opposite side of the bridge, Xunzhi and Lu had never explored this area post-apocalypse. Nor had they planted any rose saplings. Yet, relying on its own devoured energy, this vine had effortlessly spread to the other side of the bridge and had even begun to cling to the nearest high-rise buildings. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this historically rich city was gradually transformed into a verdant post-apocalyptic plant paradise. As Xunzhi drove, he observed the subtle changes unfolding in the city. Devoid of traffic lights and other vehicles, the journey along the vine-cleared roads felt extraordinarily smooth. Only after passing the extent of the vine's reach did a small horde of zombies come into view. If it were just Xunzhi, even as a high-level ability user, the zombies, drawn by the sound of the vehicle, would charge without hesitation. However, the pressure emanating from the vehicle, shared by a high-level meteorite mutant, effectively suppressed their instincts, causing them to retreat a few steps in the opposite direction. Let us avoid any trouble. 20 days into the apocalypse, the zombies had amassed considerable energy through the consumption of humans and one another, resulting in numerous third and fourth level zombies. These higher-tier zombies moved with a fluidity that left no trace of sluggishness, their speed in running and walking far surpassing that of ordinary humans before the apocalypse, leaving no chance of survival for anyone they pursued. Thankfully, higher-level zombies, particularly those above level 5, remained relatively scarce. Otherwise, if 6th-level zombies emerged, regaining a semblance of consciousness and capable of organizing attacks against humans, the plight of human survivors would become even more dire. Nevertheless, in Jiangcheng, where the population of mutated zombies was so vast, it was only a matter of time before a zombie king would inevitably evolve from this enormous horde. Thus, during the night, Xunzhi would distribute his consciousness across various rose saplings, actively catalyzing their growth, hunting, and consuming zombie flesh and crystal cores. Once they could sustain themselves, his consciousness would return to his main body. So, when he was awakened early in the morning, he still felt somewhat groggy that he dozed off in the car, focusing on ensuring a smooth arrival at their destination, deliberately suppressing his presence to deter any unwelcome zombies from disturbing his peace. As he sensed the vehicle slowing down, he gradually regained awareness, opening his eyes to see a familiar building in the distance. "Have we arrived?" he exclaimed, recalling that he often visited this area before the apocalypse. With some of the furniture in his home sourced from this market. Chapter 26. Reunion of the team. We parted from our teammates nearby yesterday. Xunzhi maneuvered the vehicle back to the location where they had parted ways the previous day. The remaining vehicles of the convoy were still parked at the spot they had separated, though the house they had temporarily lingered by was now deserted. However, nestled within his car was a walkie-talkie, a relic of a bygone era that proved invaluable during this time of cellular signal failure. Finding a spacious stretch of road, Xunzhi parked, picked up the walkie-talkie, tuned it to the agreed-upon channel with his teammates, and held it to his mouth, all while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. 002, this is 001. Please respond. The walkie-talkies were crucial supplies they had prepared in advance, ensuring a stable communication signal. Within moments, a response crackled through. 001. This is 002. Over. Wu Qinggang had also risen early. After keeping watch the previous night with 2 survivors, he had only managed a few hours of sleep, yet his robust biological clock had compelled him to rise for morning exercises. Currently performing push-ups at the corridor's corner. Upon hearing the walkie-talkie signal, he promptly stood up to reply. 002. I have reached the starting position. Mission accomplished. Ready to regroup. 002 received. Regrouping immediately. 002. Transmission concluded. 002. End. The exchange between Wu Qinggang and Xunzhi was succinct and to the point. In a short while, he would reunite with his 2 teammates, as he had mentioned before. He wondered if Xunzhi remembered. They both possessed rather buoyant personalities. Xunzhi retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his side, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Xunzhi. Would you care for a sip? Xunzhi accepted it, took a gentle sip, and returned it. Yes, I remember. I've heard quite a bit about them from you. How could I forget so soon? I just haven't met them yet. We had originally planned to meet before parting ways, but the sudden mission caused that to fall through. ISNT, your team comprised of 7 members? What of the others? Xunzhi learned during their conversation yesterday that only 2 teammates had come with him to Jiangcheng. The others were currently uncontactable, having returned to their respective homes for the holiday. The 2 of them had been delayed due to certain matters, and upon awakening in this post-apocalyptic world, they had sought to regroup with him, coincidentally landing a mission that required scouting various cities to report conditions. Thus, he had applied to lead the team to Jiangcheng. Xunzhi fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Once you find me, what are your plans? Are you intending to return? The previously relaxed atmosphere grew subtly tense at this juncture. He was set on establishing a long-term presence in Jiangcheng, at least for the duration of the apocalypse, as the city, plagued by mutated flora, appeared sufficiently safe and concealed for him. He hoped Xunzhi would remain steadfastly by his side. Yet he understood that, as a soldier, Xunzhi had his own duties. Before my arrival, I sought approval from my superiors to remain in Jiangcheng after completing the exploration mission, to assist the survivors here with rescue operations and base construction. Until I receive new orders, I will stay by your side. However, I wish to establish a base that belongs solely to me, rather than being tethered to any organization or government. Do you understand? Xunzhi gazed earnestly at Xunzhi, whose response did not entirely satisfy or resonate with him. In this post-apocalyptic world, with the collapse of order, countless private organizations and bases had emerged outside of government-sanctioned facilities. Having not been treated kindly by the base in his past life, he harbored mistrust towards any organization that he yearned to create a new, secure base of his own. Since their first encounter, Xunzhi had discerned that Xunzi's displayed capabilities were merely the tip of the iceberg concealing his true depths. Yet, within Xunzi's gaze, he could still perceive a flicker of unease buried deep within. Xunzhi firmly grasped Xunzi's hand, his sun-kissed palm enveloping the delicate fingers, their fingers intertwined like an indomitable bond. In the first half of my life, I dedicated myself to my country. In the latter half, I lived solely to protect you. Yet, the world has become chaotic, and many channels of information and resources are beyond our reach as individuals. The power of the state remains formidable, even in this post-apocalyptic era. Xunzhi conveyed his stance with earnestness and gravity that I respect your desire to establish a base of your own and trust in your capabilities. I simply cannot bear to see you traverse this world alone. I too wish to gain more strength to be your pillar of support. Xunzi took his words to heart. While he indeed possessed a profound distrust of government bases, it was not a general distrust of the state. It was more so directed at the Lucheng base that had wronged him in his past life, or other organizations that he found himself ensnared in a quagmire of resistance against others. Yet he reciprocated Xunzi's thoughts with trust and respect. In this new life, endowed with such favorable conditions, he firmly believed he could secure a voice of authority for himself. As long as you remain by my side, I will still harbor affection for this world. You must remember this. Not let me down, or else he too was uncertain if there might come a day when he would stand opposed to humanity. Like a kite fluttering amidst chaotic winds, he willingly relinquished the string that tethered him to the person before him. No amount of verbal assurance could rival the profundity of tangible action. Xunzhi said little more, merely tightening their clasped fingers. In the vicinity where Xunzi was present, at least within a 200-meter radius, zombies would refrain from approaching, while those farther away would unconsciously steer clear of the area due to an unseen boundary. Initially on high alert for any external threats, Wu Qinggang, prepared to fend off zombies, approached them unexpectedly without incident. Upon seeing Wu Qinggang emerge from around the corner, Xunzhi and Xunzi exchanged glances, releasing their grasp and alighting from the vehicle. Just as the car door closed, Wu Qinggang had already hurried over to greet them. From a distance, he had spotted someone beside his leader, and upon closer inspection, he marveled inwardly. Goodness, is this not the ethereal figure one might read about in novels? No wonder our captain cannot stop thinking about them. He found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe his captain's partner's beauty. Simply sensing that it was extraordinary. Captain, he greeted Xunzhi first, providing an update. Xiang is already awakening the survivors. I didn't expect you to arrive so early, and we hadn't made arrangements in advance. It was a rare opportunity to offer the survivors a comfortable, soft bed for a good rest, allowing them to relax and enjoy a rare lion at its fine. The journey was smooth, and additionally, Xunzi and I have some alternative plans regarding the next steps that we wish to discuss with you. Hence our early arrival. Xunzhi shifted his gaze to his side and introduced, "This is Xunzi, my partner." He had long anticipated introducing Xunzi to his teammates in a straightforward manner, and now the opportunity had finally presented itself. Xunzi made no effort to contradict him in front of his teammates, merely casting a sidelong glance at him, his face adorned with a warm and approachable smile as he extended his hand in greeting. There was no need for the awkwardness of young lovers to be made public. The issues between them were theirs to resolve privately, while still affording Xunzhi some semblance of dignity in public. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Xunzi." Faced with the outstretched fingers, as delicate as spring onions, Wu Qinggang gently grasped them before promptly releasing his grip. "Sister-in-law, hello. You can just call me Xunzhi." The team had long been aware that their captain's partner was a man, as their captain often shared their photos with the team, frequently gazing at them with a sense of longing. Therefore, when encountering Xunzi, the team had momentarily forgotten to adjust their address. "There's no need to call me sister-in-law. Just Xunzi will suffice." Although Xunzi did not deny their relationship, being referred to as sister-in-law felt somewhat awkward to him. He was not one to keep his thoughts hidden, so he promptly addressed the issue with the title, "All right, since you seem younger than us, we won't stand on ceremony. We'll just call you Xunzi from now on." Wu Qinggang responded immediately. Although Wu Qinggang appeared tall and robust, seemingly oblivious, he was quite perceptive and adept at reading the room. He caught a glimpse of his captain's expression and sensed that a conflict might have arisen. It seemed that the matter had not yet been smoothed over, and he would need to communicate discreetly with the technician later. Chapter 27. Future Plans. Xunzhi. lingering behind, observed his leader exiting the vehicle and conversing with the newcomer, prompting him to ponder before also stepping out. "Hey, bro." As his voice echoed before his figure, Wu Qinggang turned to see the fiery-haired youth emerging from the vehicle, his greeting taking a couple of seconds to formulate. Who might this be?" "He is a friend I met in the apocalypse. He is currently accompanying me on my journey." Xunzhi introduced Xunzhi as he approached. "That I'm Xunzhi, now rolling with my boss." Xunzhi approached the right side of Ji Sun, proactively exchanging a high five with Wu Qinggang. As if they were already acquainted, Wu Qinggang reiterated his name once more. "Boss, what shall we do next?" They had come to Jiang City for the first time since the apocalypse. Prior to their departure, they had heard about the need to rendezvous with other teams, yet they had only encountered a solitary individual thus far, leaving him curious about the whereabouts of the others. Fixing his thoughts on this, Xiaomuse inquired, "Xunzhi, are there any promising survivors among the group? Sun and I intend to establish a stable team. Nurturing some ability users. It's not only about their powers, but also their character that matters significantly. Captain, aren't we heading to the Jiangcheng base?" Wu Qinggang exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, plans have changed, for the time being. We shall locate a safe house within the city. That we certainly aim to visit the base, but only to gather information without lingering. Should any survivors wish to reach the official base, we will ensure their safe passage," Xiaomuse stated, not insisting that all survivors accompany him. However, the situation in the city, Wu Qinggang hesitated. Given Jiang City's dense population, the number of zombies post-apocalypse was not something they could manage alone. Moreover, the mutated flora they had observed along the way made it clear that this was hardly a suitable place for prolonged habitation. "Brother, worry not. With me around, the mere zombies are hardly a concern. While others may deem this place perilous, for us, it is akin to a backyard," Xunzhi remarked, noticing Wu Qinggang's expression of doubt and boasting nonchalantly. Wu Qinggang remained skeptical about Xunzi's comparison to a backyard. Hearing this, Ji Sun could only feel a mix of helplessness and admiration for his younger brother's unfounded confidence. Nonetheless, given Xunzi's assertive words, he felt obligated to clarify for Wu Qinggang, "My ability lies in plant control. The mutated flora in the city poses no threat to us. As for the zombies, if you notice, since we began conversing, none have approached us, which is not a significant issue for us," although it felt slightly embarrassing to boast about his abilities. In a world ravaged by chaos, it was indeed those with power who instilled a greater sense of security. Within his vicinity, he could guarantee the safety of the survivors to the utmost degree. A fact that was indisputable. "Captain, from what I gather, it seems Ji Sun wishes to remain in Jiang City," Wu Qinggang confirmed with a glance towards Xiaomuse. Xiaomuse nodded, expressing his agreement with Ji Sun's sentiments. "Very well. The boss is indeed a softie. Whatever his partner says goes." However, setting aside personal feelings, upon further reflection, staying wasn't an unfeasible option. In such a vast city, the resources left behind were plentiful. Ensuring at least a semblance of sustenance, he listened closely to the surroundings and noted that within a considerable radius, the sounds of zombies were absent. It appeared that the captain's partner was quite remarkable, not only striking in appearance, but likely possessing abilities far superior to their own. As he currently could not ascertain Ji Sun's level with his own fourth-tier powers. "All right, if the captain has decided, I shall follow his lead. Let us gather information and see when we can arrange a visit to the Jiang City official base to report back to the capital." Wu Qinggang, not one to dither, placed his absolute trust in Xiaomuse's decisions. After deciding to remain, Wu Qinggang inquired, "Have we found a suitable place to reside?" "Fear not. The location chosen by the boss is in Jiang City's luxury district, renowned for its security and lush greenery," Xunzhi replied, showing him images on his phone. Although there was no signal, he had saved several images of the property when it first launched due to its impressive architecture and landscaping. After charging his phone yesterday, he had retrieved them. "All right then. I'll urge them. Let us set off as soon as possible." With a destination in mind, they aimed to depart quickly while time was still on their side. For upon arrival, they would need to tidy up and eliminate any lingering zombies, which would undoubtedly take considerable time. "I'll lend a hand. Let us get things sorted." Xunzhi thought of his promise to Ji Sun to handle diplomatic matters and seized the opportunity to showcase his capabilities, hoping to foster goodwill with his future teammates. "Yes, go ahead." Ji Sun nodded in assent. As the two walked away, Xiaomuse suddenly turned, lowering his head to cradle Ji Sun's face, planting a deep kiss upon him. Caught off guard by the unexpected kiss, Ji Sun did not resist, for their bodies and breaths had long since become familiar. As their kiss ended, they leaned against the vehicle, slightly breathless, with traces of moisture lingering on Ji-sun's lips. "Thank you, my Ji, for giving me face in front of friends." Xiaomuse boldly took the opportunity to push further, taking advantage of the moment. "Humph, kisses are permissible, but nothing beyond that," Ji-sun retorted. Knowing full well the allure of masculinity and feeling no loss at this, the fire within Xiaomuse simmered down slightly, pondering that while Ji spoke so resolutely, he was curious who would take the initiative in the end. Although they had been apart for over a year, recalling the way Ji had looked at him that morning brought a smile to Xiaomuse's lips. Yet, since Ji had permitted kisses. Then, "As you wish," Xiaomuse leaned in again, their prior kiss reigniting with even greater fervor and passion as he boldly wrapped his arms around Ji-sun's waist, if it weren't for the distant voices drawing closer. Xiaomuse felt he could prolong this delightful interlude a little longer. When they finally separated, Ji-sun's lips were tinged with a captivating red, and Xiaomuse held his chin, reluctant to part from such an enticing sight, until Ji-sun playfully punched his shoulder twice, prompting him to create some distance. Know when to stop. Otherwise, there may not be another chance for kisses. Ji-sun thought this man utterly shameless. How could he become so clingy after such a brief period of coldness? "Would you truly be willing?" Xiaomuse seized the moment to steal another quick kiss on Ji-sun's cheek before swiftly evading the kick aimed at him, returning to the driver's seat. "What good is a face if it cannot be eaten?" he mused, but getting too close may provoke someone again. Feeling quite elated, Xiaomuse faced away from the approaching individuals, yet Ji-sun was acutely aware that his two teammates had witnessed the entire scene. Silently cursing the rogue in his heart, unable to contain his frustration, he promptly took the driver's seat of the vehicle Xunzhi was operating. Chapter 28. Arrival at the future base as Wu Qinggang and Lu Xiang approached. They naturally caught sight of their captain's flirtatious display. Instantly wishing to avert their eyes, Ji-sun had already turned the vehicle around, and through the rearview mirror, he noticed the larger group gradually boarding their vehicles. As soon as Xunzhi returned to the car, he slammed the accelerator before even fastening his seatbelt, leading the way at full speed. "Captain, did you manage to upset your partner?" Wu Qinggang remarked. Observing the situation as if Ji-sun were intent on flinging him miles away, the other vehicles in the convoy were laden with blankets and supplies, and Lu Xiang hopped into Xiaomuse's car. Though he dared not take the passenger seat, as it was already claimed it was Wu Qinggang who had come to their aid earlier, preparing logistical support, thus he had yet to meet anyone. Leaving the introductions for later, Xiaomuse cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment before responding. "Ji is quite amiable. He is merely a bit shy." "Very well, whatever you say." Lu Xiang did not dispute this. Recognizing that upon seeing his partner, their captain had transformed into a love-struck, docile figure. "Can't argue with that." Lu Xiang continued, "By the way, Captain, I just heard Xunzhi mention that you've decided to seek a place to develop within the city. When shall we visit the Jiang City base? If possible, I could bring my family closer." Though a location had been established, it was still in the process of stabilization, and bringing family over so soon seemed premature. Xiaomuse recognized that his teammate's words conveyed a sense of trust. "I've considered this during our journey that I can't help but worry about them being elsewhere, at least if they are with us. They will have food to eat, and won't go hungry. Besides, didn't my sister say she awakened water abilities? If I bring her over, we won't have to fret about water for our small base." Lu Xiang stated with conviction. "Having you as an older brother truly is her fortune." Xiaomuse shook his head, marveling at the sentiment. "However, you soon turned serious. We will expedite this. Once we establish the basic conditions of our residence and fortify our defenses, we will set off." He was equally curious about the current state of the official survivor base, which had once been a thriving establishment. During their previous journey, they had passed through similar architectural complexes resembling survivor bases. But due to the urgency of their travels, they had not ventured deeper into them. This survivor base in Jiangxing was, after all, the first officially established survivor base they were about to visit. He wondered what it would look like. Although the location they had chosen was not far from the transfer point, the time spent clearing obstructive vehicles along the way had added up to over an hour before they finally arrived. The entrance to this community featured two opulent, metal-clad doors in a traditional Chinese style. Upon pushing them open, they were greeted by a landscape reminiscent of a Sioux family garden. Reached the villa district. They would have to navigate through a scenic garden. A villa area, Each household boasted its own independent courtyard, with 4 or 5 parking spaces available, allowing vehicles to drive directly into the expansive driveways. Xunzhi and Xiaomuze drove straight to the courtyard they had marked the day before, followed closely by the other vehicles. The commotion caused by the convoy inevitably stirred some zombies within the community. Fortunately, the population density of the residential area was low, and as it had recently been delivered, not many residents were present. Thus, once the vehicles came to a halt, Xiaomuze intended to lead a thorough clearance of the entire community. After everyone disembarked and gathered, Xiaomuze stood at the forefront, scanning the crowd before calling out in a clear voice, "Who among you is willing to join us in clearing the community?" The low population density and manageable scale of the zombie presence presented a valuable opportunity to hone their practical skills, though the initial reaction from the crowd was to lower their voices and maintain silence. A few eager young men raised their hands, expressing their desire to participate in the zombie clearing endeavor. Su Haoran was the first to volunteer, with Xunzhi leisurely raising his hand beside him. As Su Qing and Enya stepped out of the vehicle and approached their classmates, they too, inspired by the situation, raised their hands without hesitation. Enya, who had not awakened any powers, recognized her own limitations. While she could manage household chores, she was hesitant to confront zombies to avoid being a burden. She resolved to assist with logistical support instead. However, Su Qing's willingness to volunteer surprised her. Seeing her companions so eager filled her with pride. Realizing just how courageous her classmates truly were, Wu Qinggang, upon hearing the inquiry, shifted his gaze toward the crowd and noticed several students who had joined him in clearing buildings also raising their hands. He nodded subtly to himself, exchanging a glance with the team leader, acknowledging that these were promising candidates for cultivation. Qiu Xianbin had initially intended to raise his hand as well. His physical condition was satisfactory. But glancing at his frail younger brother, he suppressed his inclination, feeling uneasy about leaving him alone. As he pondered, he discreetly cast a glance towards the few monitored prisoners to clear the zombies. It would be necessary to take a portion of the armed personnel, leaving behind a smaller group. If those individuals were to cause trouble, it could pose a significant risk, and he did not dare to gamble on the nature of humanity at present. All right, those who raised their hands, step forward and gather for a moment. Xiaomuze was somewhat surprised to see a girl among those approaching. Was she not the one who had spoken to him in the vehicle? He hadn't anticipated her bravery. Xunzhi, take those special personnel and reinforce the entrance. Assess how we can modify it, Xiaomuze instructed while patting Wu Qingang's shoulder. The metal-type abilities are indeed useful for fortifying defenses. The remaining individuals were to heed the directions of this young brother, organizing supplies and cleaning the residences. Xiaomuze gestured toward Xunzhi, who had also assisted in moving items during their transfer. Ensuring he was recognized, the cleanup squad organized by Xiaomuze, along with Lu Xiang, consisted of 7 members, which was not an insignificant number. Lu Xiang's psychic abilities would prove invaluable in surveying the surrounding environment, allowing them to detect basements and hidden corners, preventing any oversights. The entire community, along with its surrounding lake, was quite expansive. Thus, the task of cleaning would undoubtedly take some time. Noticing Xunzhi glance in his direction, Xiaomuze nodded in acknowledgement before leading the team onward. Before departing, he distributed a watermelon knife to each member, a resource they had brought from Xunzhi's supplies, which was now most opportune. Xiaomuze and the hastily assembled cleanup team set off into the distance, while Wu Qinggang returned to the community entrance with a few specialized personnel to assess potential reinforcement areas. There was no shortage of materials. The vehicles parked along the road and those in the basement could serve as raw materials. Chapter 29. Cleanup before moving in Xunzhi had been entrusted with a significant responsibility by Xiaomuze. Yet he still needed to defer to his leader's guidance for the specifics. As soon as the other 2 teams departed, he eagerly approached Xunzhi. "Boss, how do you propose we allocate accommodations? I'll take the others to start the cleaning process." Among the remaining individuals, apart from Xunzhi and Xunzhi, there were 8 others. Among them, a notably youthful boy caught the eye. His complexion was ashen, and his steps wobbly, resembling someone recovering from a severe illness. He leaned weakly against his elder brother. In addition to this boy, there were 4 women in the group, some youthful students with striking features, and others more mature, whose spirits appeared lifted after a night of restful recuperation, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope for the future. Xunzhi assessed the remaining individuals thoughtfully. then guided Xunzhi a few steps forward to a spot that did not obstruct their view. "This is the residence I have chosen. I shall handle the cleaning inside myself." He preferred not to allow unfamiliar individuals into his personal space. "You may select a room in the house to the left. It is quite spacious. In the future, I will arrange for some trusted teammates to reside here. The individuals accompanying Wu Qinggang seem somewhat special, so we'll designate a separate space for them in that house, ensuring their safety under close observation. Once my vines begin to flourish in a few days, we can find them another suitable location." There were at least a dozen rooms in these courtyards, variously sized bedrooms and multifunctional rooms that could be adapted for habitation. As for the other survivors, you can communicate with them shortly to select a courtyard nearby for initial settlement. The remaining survivors are not many. We will house them together for now. The specifics of room assignments should be left to their internal discussions. If they struggle to reach an agreement, you can step in to mediate. The villas surrounding the lake are not too distant from each other, but walking could still take a few minutes, and if they reside too far apart, it may hinder coordination. Let us proceed with this arrangement for now." As he spoke, another thought occurred to Xunzhi. "For the time being, all supplies should be centralized in the villa on the right. We will redistribute them once all teams return. Please arrange for them to start cleaning. The sickly boy could rest in the vehicle for now, as cleaning would not be accomplished in a day or two. Once he felt better, tasks could be assigned to him." After Xunzhi quietly conveyed his instructions, his gaze returned to the boy's face. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, there was a certain likelihood that illness could coincide with the awakening of abilities. Even if he did not awaken any powers, there was no need to involve the sick in labor. It could simply foster goodwill. Once Xunzhi confirmed everything with him, he turned to relay the information to the remaining survivors. During their conversation, the 8 survivors' eyes were drawn to Xunzhi, as if magnetically attracted, unable to resist glancing at his countenance. Among the familiar faces that had mingled over the past few days, whispers began to circulate, reminiscent of bees buzzing among flowers. However, they were astute enough to recognize the situation. Seeing that the individual assigned to oversee their tasks was still required to heed this handsome figure's guidance, they understood that he was likely another influential character, possibly even a powerful individual endowed with abilities. Xunzhi meticulously detailed the specific work assignments to the 8 individuals. Upon hearing Xunzhi instruct that his younger brother should rest, Xiao Xuanbin's eyes widened in surprise, as if struck by electricity, quickly looking toward Xunzhi. However, at that moment, Xunzhi had already glided away into the courtyard like a gust of wind, leaving only his receding silhouette behind. Yes, thank you. However, I will also assist my brother with his tasks." Xiao Xianbin was well aware of the special consideration the esteemed individual had for his younger sibling, and he was not one to be ungrateful, given the care they were receiving from these prominent figures. It was only fitting that they contribute when the time came. This was their responsibility, and he would handle it well. After all, cleaning and moving items were not particularly arduous tasks. The attitude was what mattered most. He observed the geographical landscape along the way and noted that those audacious enough to seek out strongholds within the city were hastily reinforcing their defenses, indicating a considerable level of confidence in their own capabilities. While there are individuals with a clear vision of the future, there will inevitably be those with muddled minds who deliberately emerge to create mischief. "Hey, my friend, aren't we supposed to be heading to the survivor base? Why have we come to a place like this first? Isn't this still within the city? If the zombies attack, we'll be trapped inside, with no escape route." Wu Huai watched helplessly as several prominent figures departed, leaving only this red-haired young man behind, and he unhesitatingly laid bare his thoughts. Xunzhi, unfamiliar with his character, furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing his doubts, since he had been entrusted with a significant responsibility. He patiently and amicably explained in response to the survivor's skepticism. The current state of the survivor base was unknown to everyone. Thus, they would settle here for a while until they could send someone to ascertain the route and conditions of the base. Only then would they escort them to the official base, leaving the decision to stay or leave entirely up to them, without any coercion. Observing the lingering look of indignation on the young man's face, he casually added, "Of course, if you wish to set out alone, we will be accommodating and provide you with a vehicle and 3 days' worth of provisions if you're foolish enough to choose the solitary path. Then I have no further comments." Respecting others' destinies, upon hearing these words, Wu Huai found little ground for argument. Although he still felt somewhat disgruntled about having to heed the commands and arrangements of these individuals, He recognized his own limitations. The colleagues who had initially journeyed with him had been abandoned at the onset of danger. Now, embarking on the road alone would undoubtedly be less secure than being escorted. In a place unseen by Xunzhi, he murmured to himself, "I am not a fool," setting out alone to deliver provisions to zombies. Noting his silence, Xunzhi continued to arrange tasks, meticulously detailing each person's specific responsibilities and work scope, ensuring he understood everyone's strengths and whether they possessed any special abilities. Upon completing the allocation of tasks, he assigned this troublemaking lad to assist with the transportation of supplies. Given the limited number of able-bodied men remaining, it was only fitting that the women not be burdened with strenuous labor. He prided himself on being a gentleman, and this was not a deliberate slight against the young man. He too was involved in the transportation, setting an example so that no one would dare to complain, while also overseeing to ensure this youth did not shirk his duties. The remaining survivors assigned to logistical work were few, now standing in small clusters not far from one another. Coincidentally, Anya found herself mere steps ahead of Wu Huai, clearly hearing his low but irritable complaints, which reminded her of Qiu Qing's warning from yesterday, prompting her to pay closer attention. Indeed, this young man was not one to keep a low profile. She intended to seize an opportunity to express their concerns to this red-haired gentleman. During such extraordinary times, it was prudent to offer an additional word of caution. Chapter 30. Wawa's housekeeping service. The situation in the courtyard had been thoroughly examined by Xiao Muse and Xunzhi the previous day. They had reviewed the general layout and existing supplies. Xunzhi walked with a light step toward the interior, heading straight to the center of the living room. After confirming that his position was concealed from outside view, he summoned the vines behind him as if performing a magic trick. "It is your time to shine," Xunzhi murmured to himself. With hands crossed and resting on his abdomen, the vines behind him moved with the precision of well-trained soldiers. A harmonious machine seemingly directed by an astute mind, working in perfect unison. Some vines adeptly coiled around cloths, while others grasped mops with strength, each fulfilling its role without any vine slacking off. Even the luxurious crystal chandelier, resplendent in its brilliance, was meticulously cleaned with a cloth by the vines, leaving it spotless and glimmering. The scene inside was one of bustling activity, and had an outsider stumbled upon it, they would likely be left agape in astonishment. Every hard surface that could be cleaned had been attended to by the diligent vines, reminiscent of a coordinated and experienced housekeeping team. The floors and glass doors had transformed from drab to dazzlingly clean, reflecting a clarity that could mirror a silhouette. Xunzhi nodded in approval at their efforts, considering even the most fastidious of cleanliness enthusiasts would surely award them full marks. Among them, the most agile vine darted before him, swishing playfully, and upon capturing Xunzhi's attention, pointed dejectedly at the curtains. Due to its own limitations, the vine shook its head, indicating its inability to manage the softer fabrics of the bedding and curtains. "All right, I recognize that you've all been a tremendous help. Wonderful job." Xunzhi gently patted the tips of the vines, as one would soothe a child. The thorns on the vines, no matter how cautious, could easily snag on threads. In this regard, a single vine's destructive potential could rival that of 10 mischievous kittens frolicking with curtains. Xunzhi approached the room's sole neglected corner, near the floor-to-ceiling windows curtains. He reached out and gave one side of the curtains a gentle shake. The fabric rippled like waves, and under the sunlight, no dust was sent flying into the air from his actions. Though the dust on the curtains was not intolerable, the fact that this area remained uncleaned while everything else sparkled left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. However, recalling the foot that had evaded him that morning, he thought, "I'll wait for someone to return and ask them to handle it." After the cleaning was complete, the vines thoughtfully returned all the cleaning supplies to their proper places, their post-cleaning efforts executed with meticulous attention to detail. If the vines possessed personalities, Xunzhi was certain that his companion vine, the little rose, would be a perfectionist, pursuing excellence in every task with unwavering dedication. The vines that had flourished and spread had grown numerous enough to obscure his figure, lush and vibrant, making a strong statement in the room. However, once the cleaning was finished, they obediently retreated to the shoulder blades beneath his white t-shirt, vanishing one by one until the last vine disappeared. Xunzhi rotated his slightly stiff neck, having expended a measure of mental energy in directing the vines to move at his behest, requiring a slight inclination of his head. Yet for him, now at level 6, it was merely a trivial effort. While theoretically, his vines could sprout from any position, Such an arrangement would be rather unsightly and incongruent with his suave demeanor. Thus, he preferred to let the vines emerge from the area around his scapula, akin to the way Western angels summon their wings, more in line with the common perception of externalized energy. Seizing the opportunity, while Xiaomuse was outside clearing away zombies, Xunzhi sat on the tidied sofa in the living room, contemplating various construction issues concerning the current base. This base did not require a grand scale. Its population could grow gradually, and a large number was unnecessary. The chosen location for the base was situated on higher ground in Jiangcheng, ensuring that even during torrential downpours, there would be no risk of flooding, thus providing a decent level of safety. As for the future, should the military deploy drones to survey the city, Xunzhi mused. By the time they could spare resources to investigate Jiangcheng, the entire city would likely have been overrun by mutated plants. Locating a single leaf amidst a dense forest would prove to be an exceedingly difficult task. Therefore, as long as they took precautions during their daily activities or established special pathways beneath the plants, they could maintain sufficient concealment. Regarding resources, apart from perishables that are not suited for long-term storage, other items that had not suffered catastrophic damage could remain in their places, patiently awaiting collection. Essential staples such as grains and vegetables could be planned for cultivation once their numbers increased. Achieving a state of self-sufficiency, the current energy supplies for the base could be considered from several perspectives: solar energy and wind energy from nature. While water resources tied to the city's water supply system could not be restored in the short term, the community's lake could only serve as a source of non-potable water for now. The supply of drinking water would likely require gathering more water manipulators. Other details would need to be refined gradually as the population grew. Managing the current 20 or so individuals in the community was relatively straightforward. However, one thing he could accomplish on his own was the construction of a sturdy protective net, drawing energy from his heart. He summoned a unique, tender vine, each of its leaves shimmering with an otherworldly glow indoors. At this moment, the still undeveloped vine would not be perceived as a formidable force by anyone. The flesh beneath Xunzhi's heart, once a human's warm, beating organ, had been replaced by a translucent green crystal core. Now, all discernible heartbeats were merely a fade created by the crystal core. The vine sprouting from the core possessed energy intrinsic to his essence. Should this vine be severed, Xunzhi's complexion would instantly pale significantly. Theoretically, as long as the core's energy remained ample, he could attain a state of immortality. However, should the core sustain damage, he would face dire consequences. Fortunately, due to the properties of plants, even if injured, they could rely on their remarkable regenerative abilities to heal over time. Time was of the essence. He needed to quickly bolster the defenses of their residents. Relying solely on ordinary vines for growth was too slow. He could only draw a portion of the core's energy directly into the vines. Once detached from the main body, this tender vine rapidly took root and elongated as it continuously drew energy. He intended to plant the main body of this rose near the green landscape by the entrance, conveniently located by a water feature to facilitate irrigation as long as the plumbing remained functional. As long as the main body continuously absorbed energy, once the plant grew sufficiently, he could extend the rose's vines around the perimeter of the entire community. After some time, it would envelop the entire area, with any nearby zombies and intruders being drawn underground to serve as its nourishment. Xunzhi found a suitable container for the rose vine seedling, exited the courtyard, and retrieved planting tools and specialized nutrient solution from the trunk of his vehicle. Then strolled toward the community's main entrance. Outside the gate, Wu Chenggang was collecting metal items with several auxiliary personnel. Damaged utility poles, railings, and abandoned shared bicycles had now become materials he could utilize. Although Xiao Huangnao was injured, he could still manage to walk upright, sluggishly dragging metallic items from around the vicinity with a few subordinates. There was plenty of usable material. Anything that could be dismantled was taken apart. For the safety of their dwelling was paramount. These materials were extracted, melted, and reshaped by Wu Chenggang's abilities. They temporarily had no need for the underground garage entrance, so Wu Chenggang melted down several hundred pounds of metal to create a tightly sealed metal cover for the garage entrance. It was his first time crafting such a large metal item, which proved somewhat strenuous, but manageable in due course. The original community gate was also reinforced with metal, particularly at the junctions where the gate met the building's structure. Without reinforcement in these areas, the walls supporting the gate might not withstand the weight of such a robust door. Xunzhi walked briskly, soon arriving at the entrance. glancing at the small team outside without interrupting their work. Instead, he took a careful tour around the entrance landscape. The garden was ablaze with various blooming flowers, accompanied by numerous ornamental trees. Not only were there common species like ginkgo, crepe myrtle, and osmanthus, but also exquisitely shaped Japanese black pines and neatly trimmed red-leaf photinias. Once he planted the mutated rose, these ornamental plants would gradually wither as their roots could no longer absorb sufficient nutrients. Roses, being climbing plants, would necessitate the construction of a bridge to connect the soil to the entrance as they grew. Xunzhi silently envisioned the bridge's design, resembling an archway. However, the distance was not trivial, representing a significant undertaking that it would be challenging to accomplish this task alone, but luckily, with the presence of metal manipulators. Constructing a metal-woven bridge would not be overly difficult. Once the other survivors completed their current tasks, they could gather to search for more metal materials. In Chapter 31, Survival in the Apocalypse, Xunzhi found an appropriate spot in the landscape area aligned with the entrance. He used his abilities to directly absorb energy from the plants in that area. Once the plants turned yellow and lost their vitality, he mercilessly summoned the vines to uproot them entirely, casting them aside onto a nearby vacant space. Subsequently, he employed a spade to dig a 1-meter square pit. He provided a rich base for planting the rose, incorporating not only slow-release fertilizers intended for pre-apocalyptic plants, but also covering the entire bottom of the pit with unused crystal cores. Fortunately, there were no onlookers nearby to witness his extravagant methods for planting a single plant. Once the base layer reached a sufficient thickness, at a distance of only 20 centimeters from the surface, he transplanted the rose seedling into the pit, then covered it with soil. After compacting the surface soil with his foot, he drew water from the adjacent water feature to irrigate the area surrounding the seedling, serving as root-setting water. After planting the rose, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to leisurely stroll around the exterior of the community. The community itself was sufficiently upscale, constructed with high-quality materials that made the walls both tall and sturdy. However, Xunzhi deemed this height and wall strength inadequate. Following the onset of the apocalypse, these ordinary walls would be unable to withstand the onslaught of various zombies and mutated creatures, particularly for beings like him. A mutated entity, scaling the walls to infiltrate the living quarters would be effortless. While he did not fear other creatures invading, he would not allow his long-term residence, his territory, to be easily encroached upon. Therefore, it was foreseeable that in the long run, various foundational constructions within the residential area would need to be expedited and regularly maintained at present. He harbored aspirations of gradually expanding the chosen residential area into a base. However, he had no intention of assuming the role of base leader. On one hand, he felt he lacked the exceptional talents for management, and on the other, he had always been somewhat lackadaisical before the apocalypse. Preferring to be a player rather than a pawn, he had no desire to entangle himself in the mundane affairs of managing a base. Moreover, all his patience was devoted to his most beloved person. As long as he could wield the mightiest power in this post-apocalyptic world, who would dare to defy him? He was acutely aware that the moment he transformed, he had already lost the empathy that characterized him as a human. In accepting his subordinates, he was motivated more by curiosity than anything else. Yet he concealed this nihilistic sentiment deeply, at least not overtly displaying it among the crowd. During the early stages of his rebirth, he believed that this long and arduous journey of survival in the apocalypse would be one of solitary resolve, having long prepared for vengeance against this wretched world. Yet, ultimately, this world still harbored a modicum of goodwill towards him. He placed the rope that bound him into the hands of his most beloved person. Xunzhi absorbed the core energy from the pocket of his shirt with his palm. He leisurely strolled around the perimeter of the community's walls. Although this was a high-end residential area, it was designed to offer tranquility amidst the city's hustle and bustle, allowing its inhabitants to savor a poetic, leisurely lifestyle. It was conveniently located near a lake and park within the city, yet the surrounding living areas were relatively sparse. Thus, there weren't many streets beyond the community's periphery. Instead, there were verdant pathways adjacent to the mountains and lakes. By the time Xunzhi meandered to the back gate of the community, the sun had begun its ascent. Glancing at the mechanical watch on his wrist, he noted that it was nearly 11 o'clock. Contemplating the impending lunchtime, Xunzhi entered the community through the back gate. The main entrance was securely locked, but that posed no challenge for him. He simply swung in using the vines, landing lightly on the ground. Xunzhi passed through several small courtyards, observing that the gates had been opened, likely cleared by the cleaning team led by Xiao. With his heightened senses, he could clearly hear the distant roars of zombies and the sounds of gunfire emanating from a nearby courtyard. He made his way towards the source of the noise. The cleaning team was not large, and Xiao, intending to mentor the newcomers, had kept the group from scattering. He positioned the survivors at the forefront as vanguards while he remained at the rear. Overseeing the situation, whenever someone faltered, he would intervene, using his abilities to swiftly neutralize the threat. The zombies trapped within the houses had not fed on humans, thus they remained the lowest tier of zombies. As long as the survivors mustered their courage and were bold enough, they could easily dispatch them with the weapons they wielded. As Xiao had previously stated, this was an excellent opportunity for practice. When Xunzhi entered the courtyard embroiled in battle, the cleanup efforts were nearing completion. After several coordinated skirmishes in the courtyards, a budding synergy had developed among the survivors. A portion of the more combat-capable survivors served as the vanguard, while the remaining survivors rapidly gathered resources within the courtyard. It was unclear where they had found several camping vehicles, but they were now brimming with food and other useful supplies. With his enhanced senses, Xiao had sensed Xunzhi's arrival the moment he stepped into the courtyard. His gaze, initially cold as it swept down from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, softened upon recognizing the newcomer. Noticing that the zombies hiding on the second floor had been eliminated by the survivors, he promptly descended the stairs. He hurried to Xunzhi's side, took his hand, and gently inquired, "What brings you here? Were you missing me?" Xunzhi remained silent, not having specifically sought him out. He had merely passed by. Merely passing by, Xiaomu's thought. Considering that a lake separated them from their residence, he chose not to voice his thoughts. Aware of Xunzhi's proud-natured, "It's almost lunchtime. Once we finish gathering the supplies from this courtyard, we should return to our residence." Throughout these days, Xiao had come to realize that Xunzhi had developed a troubling habit of neglecting meals. The ordinary food from before the apocalypse no longer provided sufficient energy for Xunzhi's body. After the transformation, he no longer felt hunger pangs from a lack of food. Yet, he could not divulge this to Xiao. His current identity transformation remained a secret known only to him. It wasn't due to any other reason. He had seen his own reflection in the mirror after transforming from a human into a plant. While not unsightly, after all, how unattractive could a plant be? The knowledge that he was a plant once human would evoke a sense of the uncanny in others, which was indeed a chilling notion. He understood that he was an anomaly, yet he wished not to be seen as one in Xiaomu's eyes. Thus, he needed to contemplate how to shed his non-human guise and find an opportune moment to confess to Xiaomu. Chapter 32. The first meal at the new residence in the courtyard temporarily occupied by the survivors. Xunzhi and the other personnel remaining for cleanup had tidied the house to a reasonable extent. Several bedding items and daily necessities were relatively complete, as they had brought some from the hotel where they previously stayed. Noticing that mealtime was approaching, he organized the logistics team to begin preparations for lunch. Considering the cleanup crew and other survivors had been working tirelessly, and given that this meal marked their first together since relocating, it was essential to prepare a proper feast for everyone to enjoy. However, the current conditions were limited. Although cooking was no longer as convenient as before the apocalypse, they had ingredients and several survivors with culinary experience. Together, they brainstormed and showcased their skills, ultimately producing an impressive outcome. Xunzhi found a long table that could accommodate over a dozen people from another courtyard, directing others to set it in the middle of the living room, coupled with the large dining table already present. Accommodating the several dozen individuals now gathered posed no issue. The tea table and sofa that had originally occupied the space were moved to other positions. "Xingu, I found disposable tablecloths in the kitchen cabinet. Shall we lay them out?" Anya, holding half a pack of plastic tablecloths, approached Xunzhi, who was observing from the living room, speaking softly. "Yes, that would be great." Feeling somewhat shy in the presence of the gentle young lady, Xunzhi ruffled his red hair, responding while stepping forward to take the tablecloth from Anya's hands and unfolding it. The two of them proceeded to set the table together. Fortunately, the courtyard they occupied had an independent storage room, which, upon opening, revealed a sufficient stock of daily necessities, including disposable tableware. Thus, there was no need to worry about the dining utensils. Rice, flour, and other essential staple foods had been stockpiled by Xunzhi and Xunzhi during their previous foraging efforts. This time, Due to the limited number of vehicles used for transport, only a portion had been moved. Once the basic conditions here stabilized, the remaining supplies would undoubtedly be transferred over. However, while gathering supplies from the building, they had also managed to find some Western country ham, which Xunzhi had conveniently placed in a box during the move. It would be a delightful treat for lunch. The conventional way of preparing ham involves removing the outer layer of fat before slicing it into pieces for plating, often pairing it with wine or bread. However, given that they were preparing a large pot of rice, Xunzhi decisively stripped the ham of its skin, slicing it into thin pieces akin to cured meat to steam over the rice. The steaming process was remarkable. As the ham's oils were stimulated by the high-temperature steam, they dripped onto the fluffy white rice like raindrops, coating it in a tempting sheen, with the staple dish sorted. They had no fresh vegetables on hand. However, they had uncovered a batch of pre-packaged meals from supermarkets, vacuum-sealed and ready to be heated in water for serving. They also had some vacuum-packed corn and pickles, which filled a significant portion of the table. In the midst of preparing lunch, Xunzhi took a moment to check the supplies they had brought over, photographing them with his phone and noting their quantities and volumes in a memo. Meanwhile, Anya was making final preparations, placing the freshly steamed rice and disposable bowls and chopsticks on a low cabinet beside the dining table, ready to serve once the guests arrived. Although their cooking was relatively quiet, the smell of wood smoke rising from the cooking area alerted the cleaning team that the logistics team had begun meal preparations, prompting them to hasten their work in hopes of returning to eat sooner. If one isn't eager for food, their thoughts are questionable. The courtyard bustled with survivors coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere on the side of the cleaning team. Xiaomuse observed the several camping vehicles filled to capacity and the supplies stacked in the courtyard, signaling to the team members that they could begin preparing to return to their residence, with plans to continue in the afternoon. Beep, Lu Xiang, along with another survivor, had already made 2 trips transporting collected supplies in a pickup truck. Lu Xiang, having just unloaded the vehicle, arrived at the current courtyard. "Captain, the logistics team has nearly finished preparing lunch. Once we complete this last load, we can eat." Having just unloaded, he glanced at the cooking courtyard, bringing the good news that lunch was ready. "All right, let us finish this last trip," Xiaomuse replied with a steady nod. The young men upstairs descended to assist, moving the gathered supplies into the back of the pickup truck. Working together, they filled the truck bed once more in just a few minutes. Looking at the truck overflowing with supplies, a sense of reassurance washed over everyone. Things will only get better from here on out. "I'll come help in the afternoon," Xunzhi spoke softly. Wherever his gaze fell, he was greeted by the lively and positive faces of the team members, which allowed him to once again experience the strength of belonging to a team after a long time. Creating a safe zone is not something that can be easily accomplished overnight. As one of the original members of this team, he hoped to include those who could be entrusted with basic confidence. However, being a mutant, he was now keenly aware of the emotions of biological entities. For instance, there was someone nearby who had been observing him, as well as team members in the crowd transporting supplies who occasionally cast curious glances in his direction. Nevertheless, all the emotions he sensed were entirely benevolent, which helped maintain a relatively calm state of mind. The team members had climbed into the back of the truck, squeezing themselves into the gaps between supplies and the edges of the vehicle. There were no concerns about overloading, so they simply transported everyone back in one go. Xiaomuse and Xunzhi took a small path, crossing the small bridge in the lake and strolling back through the middle of the community. By the time they reached the courtyard of their residence, the area where the survivors were temporarily staying had already become lively. The sounds of conversation could be heard from outside the gate. And due to their interactions over the past 2 days, everyone was now familiar with each other's names. The infrastructure team, led by Wu Chenggang, had also completed their tasks and returned to the courtyard. "Boss, you're back." Xunzhi Lu and Lu Xiyang were busy sorting through the supplies they had just collected that morning, organizing all the available personnel to rearrange and categorize them for storage in designated places. As soon as he looked up, he spotted the figures of Xunzhi and Xiaomuse walking side by side. "Dinner is ready," Xunzhi shouted when he saw everyone had gathered. The logistics team had already set up the benches and such, and everyone was quite relaxed, finding their own spots to sit. However, perhaps due to the grouping, the logistics team congregated around the dining table in the living room, while the combat team naturally gathered around the table in the dining area. Yet, no one took their seats prematurely. Instead, they stood in small clusters, greeting the two as they entered the courtyard and beckoning them to sit down before finding their own places. Xunzhi led Xunzhi to the spot they had intentionally reserved for them. Su Qing leaned closer to Enya, helping her serve the rice. Here, your 2 portions, and Enya handed the 2 bowls of rice to Xunzhi and Xunzhi. As she passed the food, she secretly glanced at Xunzhi, internally squealing with delight. Ah, another godlike handsome guy. What kind of merit had she accumulated to be blessed with such eye candy in this post-apocalyptic world? Thank you. You've worked hard. You should go eat as well. The 2 expressed their gratitude in unison, with Xunzhi offering her a faint smile. This girl appeared quite composed on the surface, but his perception revealed that she was genuinely happy. Chapter 33. The first team meeting girls are indeed adorable creatures. Everyone quietly finished their first meal in their new home, where the dishes had to be grabbed amidst the chaos. Speaking too much would mean eating less. Although it was the apocalypse, the table was filled with a rich variety of dishes, making it the most satisfying meal they had enjoyed in recent times. With an ample amount of staple foods that left everyone feeling pleasantly full, Xunzhi quietly watched as everyone's chopsticks reached for the dishes farthest from them, their speed rivaling that of a master chef. But were they really that terrifying? The dishes in front of the 2 of them were still plentiful, yet he said nothing, having no desire to eat these ordinary foods, as his energy had already been replenished through the absorption of crystal cores earlier. However, he did indulge in a few bites of the food Xunzhi offered him, and when he genuinely felt full, he simply used his chopsticks to decline any further offerings from Xunzhi. No more. I'm full, Xunzhi whispered in his ear. Really? Let me check. Xunzhi's large hand stealthily brushed against Xunzhi's flat stomach. In the past, Xunzhi enjoyed snacking before meals. Sometimes, when he indulged in his favorite foods, he would lose all restraint. Xunzhi would often check his stomach, and if it felt round, he would take away his chopsticks to prevent him from overeating. Stop it. Don't be so hands-on. Xunzhi lightly slapped his hand, trying to pull it away, but the shameless Xunzhi only pressed closer, even reaching under his t-shirt. The delicate skin felt wonderful to touch. And Xunzhi's gaze darkened, lingering on the sensation. However, if he continued, Xunzhi would certainly explode. After confirming that Xunzhi's stomach was indeed flat, Xunzhi reluctantly withdrew his hand. Feeling a tinge of sorrow that Xunzhi was becoming increasingly difficult to care for. Now, he didn't even seem to enjoy eating. What to do? Xunzhi sighed. Are you getting a bit too ambitious now? Xunzhi huffed lightly. Is it the food we prepared that doesn't suit your taste? I can make you another portion later in our courtyard. It seemed that the responsibility of feeding Xunzhi would have to fall on him personally. Xunzhi cast a troubled glance at him, unsure whether to disclose the truth about his physical abnormalities. After all, who has plants that need to eat human food 3 times a day? He certainly didn't want to suffer from indigestion. No, I'll tell you later. Xunzhi sighed again. Perhaps he should just be honest with him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to constantly monitor his eating habits. Besides, during future meals, he couldn't force himself to eat these foods. Although resources were scarce, saving even a single portion was worthwhile. Okay, fine. I'll listen to you. Xunzhi complied, promptly finishing the uneaten half of Xunzhi's bowl. Feeling no discomfort in doing so, this had become second nature to him. Eating his wife's leftovers was simply a way to conserve food, nothing to be ashamed of. Seeing that Xunzhi had set down his chopsticks and had proactively swapped the remaining dishes across the table, Gongxia and Su Hao Ran, sitting at the same table, also helped themselves to the food without hesitation. They were all growing young men, and recently, even claiming to be full felt a bit of a stretch. Under everyone's combat prowess, even the soup in their bowls was thoroughly consumed. At this moment, not a single morsel could be wasted. Especially when it came to food. Xunzhi observed that everyone had nearly finished eating and exchanged a glance with Shenxilu. Shenxilu understood that his boss had something to discuss, quickly wiping his mouth with a napkin and moving close to him. What is up, boss? Shenxilu felt that he had developed a kind of tacit understanding with his leader. Please find someone to arrange the sleeping quarters for everyone, and then let them have a little rest. It will have a brief meeting later. As he spoke, he glanced at Xunzhi, who was sitting nearby and had naturally heard his words. Meeting Xunzhi's gaze, Xunzhi gently nodded in agreement. The individuals Xunzhi mentioned for the meeting undoubtedly included his 2 teammates, along with the 3 of them. All right, boss, I'll take care of it right away. Shenxilu sensed that this was likely related to his boss's plans and personnel arrangements for the base. After all, he would follow his boss's lead. Given that there were 2 of them on this side and 3 on the opposite side, the voting dynamics could be a bit unfavorable. Xunzhi was oblivious to Xunzi's thoughts, but noticed his eyes darting around, likely lost in some unrelated contemplation. Xunzhi softly responded, watching as Xunzi turned to speak with a girl at the dining table in the living room. He stood up, lightly patting Xunzi's shoulder and saying, "I'll head back first," before turning and exiting the courtyard. Xunzi nodded, waiting for Wu Chenggang to arrange a few people before returning to Xunzi's courtyard with Lu Xiyang and Xunzi. The courtyard chosen by Xunzi featured a tea room illuminated by natural light between the buildings. Xunzi had already prepared the tea in advance and was now rinsing the cups. Earlier, he had installed solar panels in a suitable position within the courtyard, and after several hours of sunlight, some basic electrical devices were now functioning properly. "Boss, we're here." Xunzi noticed Xunzi washing cups, preparing tea, and realized it was time to discuss serious matters, quickening his pace. Xunzi sat down beside him, while the remaining 3 took their seats on the 3 stools facing them. "Since we are all trusted partners, let us speak candidly." Xunzi expressed his desire to establish a safe zone in this place, detailing the fundamental system and personnel allocation he had previously refined for the safe zone. At that moment, there was no PowerPoint presentation to display. However, listening to his narration allowed everyone to form a preliminary conception of the framework of the safe zone in their minds. After he finished speaking, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence, quietly digesting the information. This was the first time Xunzi had heard a complete account of the overall planning for the safe zone, yet he found Xunzi's explanation to be clear and logical, leading him to surmise that this plan had been in the making for quite some time. Although he felt some confusion about the reasons behind the plan's inception, he remained steadfastly supportive of Xunzi. Silently, he squeezed Xunzi's hand beneath the table as a gesture of solidarity. "I trust the boss. Regardless of how he arranges things, I will fully cooperate." Xunzi, as Xunzi's foremost subordinate, was naturally the first to voice his support. "That sounds feasible. While establishing an independent safe zone from scratch presents certain challenges, it is not an impossible endeavor. At the very least, we currently enjoy the advantages of time, location, and personnel." Lu Xiyang chimed in second. His sharp intellect allowed him to mentally review the entire process after hearing Xunzi's plan, and by considering the geographical position and resources of Zhangqing, he was able to predict the future development and prospects of the safe zone. "I have no objections. Since we've left the military, I will follow you. Captain, the world has descended into chaos, and as someone unencumbered by ties, I believe that with our capabilities, we can form a formidable team." As a man, it would be disingenuous to claim he had no aspirations for achievement. Moreover, with trustworthy companions by his side, the prospect of banding together to carve out a niche in the apocalypse was undeniably appealing. Wu Chenggang also expressed his support, adding that since the captain's wife had declared that their captain should lead the safe zone, he had no reason to hesitate. Chapter 34. Naming the safe zone Green Sea Base. Excellent. Now that the plan to establish our own safe zone has received unanimous approval, we face an important task: naming our safe zone. Xunzi entrusted the responsibility of naming to the group, as he was not particularly adept at it and would struggle to come up with a suitable name on his own. "What about Dawn Base?" Lu Xiyang suggested first. "That's far too common. We need something with a bit more character," Xunzi retorted, shaking his head in disapproval. "Dawn. In the apocalyptic novels I've read, 8 out of 10 bases are named that. How about Lingyan Base? Inspired by the ambition to soar high." Lu Xiyang countered, somewhat perturbed by Xunzi's dismissal of his suggestion, believing it to be quite fitting. "This one isn't much better. It lacks a certain grandeur." Xunzi continued to shake his head. He realized that Xunzi might be a bit of a contrarian. "What about Break of Dawn Base?" Lu Xiyang persisted cheerfully. "Then when others mention our base, they'll say, 'Break of Dawn.' Sounds a bit awkward." Xunzi shot back. Undeterred by Lu Xiyang's hopeful tone, the atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. "Since we are establishing a base in Zhangqing, where there are so many mutated plants and abundant greenery, why not call it Green Sea Base? It reflects the local characteristics and indicates the location of our safe zone." Wu Chenggang interjected as he observed the fervent discussion among them. Xunzi listened quietly to their deliberations, finding little merit in the earlier suggestions until he heard Wu Chenggang propose Green Sea. The name struck him as meaningful, and he exchanged a glance with Xunzi. "Yes. Green Sea base sounds quite appealing and memorable, he remarked, recognizing the understanding in his wife's gaze, which prompted Xunzhi to voice his support. I agree, it's a good choice. Xunzhi expressed his approval of the name. Seeing his leader in agreement, Xunzhi nodded along, noting that Jiangcheng was indeed a vast expanse of greenery. It sounds quite pleasant after a few repetitions. All right then, let us settle on this. Green Sea base. Green Sea base. Lu Xiang repeated a few times, finding it satisfactory. Unexpectedly, a name that had been casually suggested was unanimously accepted. Wu Qinggang felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with the decision. Now, shall we clarify the personnel arrangements? Xunzhi continued to advance the meeting's agenda. Xunzhi, our base currently comprises fewer than 30 individuals, including those temporarily monitored from the prison escapees. Shouldn't we find ways to supplement our numbers? Wu Qinggang continued to share his thoughts on base construction, emphasizing that people are the cornerstone of society. Without them, nothing could be achieved. Currently, their size could only be deemed a temporary small team. A true base would ideally consist of 500 to 600 or even 1,000 individuals. They would need to gradually bolster their ranks, but for now, they could focus on constructing the basic framework of the base. Important positions, such as that of the base leader, would be filled by Xunzhi, a decision everyone seemed to endorse. Although these individuals were brothers who would risk their lives for one another, it was crucial to address certain matters openly. That a capable and trustworthy leader was essential to guide the team to greater heights and longevity. Indeed, there is no doubt about this. We all understand the captain's capabilities and are eager to follow him. Lu Xiang remarked, twirling the small teacup in his hand. Previously, he had been a technical member of the team. While he was comfortable with technical matters, management was not his forte. It was better for the capable to shoulder more responsibilities. They all recognized the captain's skills and character, and trusted him implicitly to lead them forward. Well, since everyone trusts me so much, I solemnly promise to wholeheartedly undertake the arduous task of building the base and will not disappoint anyone, nor betray the weighty trust you have placed in me, Xunzhi declared with unwavering determination, gazing earnestly at his teammates, his heart brimming with emotion and pride, faced with the eager and supportive gazes of his companions. Xunzhi was acutely aware that the burden he bore was not light, yet he embraced it willingly. In this apocalyptic world, one must possess something to uphold. This was not only driven by a profound sense of responsibility towards his comrades, but also by a fervent desire to protect those he loved. He silently vowed to lead everyone courageously through this devastated and perilous world, to forge a prosperous future amidst the thorns and challenges. He was determined to construct an impregnable fortress of safety, where everyone could live a peaceful and tranquil life. Xunzhi's gaze softened and lingered on G.S for other positions. If anyone is interested, please feel free to recommend yourselves. We have just discussed several pressing issues our base needs to address: infrastructure, security, logistics, and resource collection. Everyone can choose a field to oversee. Detailed responsibilities will be further delineated once our base expands. However, during the initial construction phase, if anyone requires assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. Having been unanimously chosen to be the leader of the base, Xunzhi decided to take the initiative and shoulder the responsibility of presiding over this important meeting. Upon hearing Xunzhi's words, Xunzhi did not respond immediately. He cautiously directed his gaze towards his leader, attempting to glean any hints from Xunzhi's expression and demeanor. Xunzhi remained calm and composed, showing no sign of concern regarding Xunzhi's taking the lead, even appearing to tacitly endorse it. Xunzhi mused internally. It seemed that Xunzhi truly had no intention of seizing control over the base, though their time together had been brief. He understood that Xunzhi's character was somewhat aloof and reserved. He was not one to seek the spotlight or engage in power struggles. Yet, this personality suited him well for quietly orchestrating matters from behind the scenes. Xunzhi was acutely aware of Xunzhi's strength. Although he had not witnessed many of their new companions fight with all their might, his intuition told him that Xunzhi was the most formidable among them. With this thought in mind, Xunzhi couldn't help but silently marvel that a person like Xunzhi undoubtedly possessed the potential to become a hidden boss. Moreover, in Xunzi's eyes, Xunzhi was no ordinary individual. He was a precious entity. Just consider the aura that could compel zombies to retreat down 2 streets. That was not an ability any ordinary supernatural being possessed. Furthermore, Xunzhi generously shared crystal cores and guided him in honing his abilities. Being able to work alongside such an impressive leader made Xunzhi feel extraordinarily fortunate, and he resolved to firmly hold on to Xunzhi's golden leg. However, he also recognized that he could not simply drift along with the current. He needed to take the initiative to seize a position of real power. While Xunzhi might not care about such matters, he could not afford to be a useless subordinate by doing so. He would be better equipped to assist Xunzhi in the future. With this in mind, he boldly volunteered, "Allow me to recommend myself. I once owned a small supermarket. And while I may not possess the extensive experience of my peers when it comes to being a primary combatant, I do have a certain degree of management experience in logistical operations that if no one objects, I would like to take on the responsibility of managing the logistics for our base to provide exemplary service for everyone." My words were sincere and confident. Although logistics may seem merely a supportive role, it often holds crucial resources, such as the distribution of supplies and welfare benefits. By mastering this aspect, we can at least ensure that our leader does not suffer in terms of daily necessities. The others nodded in agreement, and Xunzhi cast a glance in my direction, internally acknowledging my proactive stance. He was not inclined to delve into the intricacies of base management, as he intended to seek out the whereabouts of other meteorites once the base was relatively stable. He could not afford to be tethered to a single position. This did not align with his plans, as enhancing his strength remained his foremost priority. Chapter 35. The basic framework of the base is completed. I believe that Xunzhi brother is quite suitable to take on the role of logistics manager. He managed the temporary logistics team exceptionally well this morning, and his prior experience in this area is certainly preferable to starting from scratch like the rest of us. Lu Xiang had made 2 trips earlier in the day and observed Xun directing the logistics team with commendable organization. After expressing this, he shared his aspirations for a future position. "Captain, you know my strengths lie in communications and technology. In the early stages, our base may lack the necessary equipment, but as we accommodate more people, we will undoubtedly need to establish a new communications and network system. I can oversee this aspect." He paused momentarily before adding, "Of course, I will prioritize the needs of the base and fill in wherever there are personnel shortages. Restoring communication is certainly a task for later stages. For now, the most pressing matters are those previously mentioned by Xiaomuse. Xiang can wait until the scouting team is formed before seeking out supplies, as your abilities can provide significant advantages in this regard, especially given the current complexities of the outside world. Your presence on external missions can greatly enhance our ability to anticipate potential dangers." Xiaomuse was confident that re-establishing communication within the base would be imperative. Presently, with a small number of people nearby, they could communicate using walkie-talkies, but as the population grows, various electronic devices would need to be employed. During their initial supply gathering, they must also be mindful of collecting resources beyond mere food and medical supplies. However, with a limited number of personnel, they must utilize their resources judiciously, in addition to their existing skills and knowledge. Their newly acquired abilities would be invaluable and should not be neglected. "Understood, Captain," Lu Xiang nodded calmly. "Then I shall oversee the infrastructure aspect. After all, my metal abilities are quite effective in this domain." Wu Chenggang contemplated internally. He lacked the talent for intricate planning and strategizing, but when it came to physical labor, he was confident in his ability to handle tasks efficiently. The thought of utilizing his metal abilities in construction invigorated him, straightening his posture and illuminating his face with self-assurance. "Very well. Chenggang shall take on the burden of infrastructure, while I will personally oversee the base's security. If we can recruit a few students among the survivors, we can focus on their training, and Chenggang can guide them in physical conditioning. As we bolster our ranks, we will gradually expand our team." "Agreed. I have no objections." Wu Chenggang nodded in agreement, envisioning the training of newcomers akin to that of new recruits. Confident that even the most frail university students could be molded into formidable individuals, Xiaomuse sat composedly in his armchair, methodically allocating all tasks that required attention. Once everything was settled, his sharp, profound gaze shifted, finally resting upon Xunzhi. In that moment, upon seeing his partner, his previously serious demeanor softened, as if warmed by a gentle breeze. His eyes turned tender, and even his tone became less formal. "Xunzhi, which area do you wish to be involved in?" Although Xiaomuse had a selfish desire to keep Xunzhi away from dangerous areas, he recognized her strength was on par with his own. He could not, nor would he, selfishly confine a soaring eagle to the garden that I can handle the security of the base's outer walls. Rest assured, as long as my roses flourish, no mutated creature shall breach our defenses." Xunzhi spoke with absolute confidence in her abilities. However, I prefer not to engage in specific management tasks. I would rather maintain a state of autonomy that I am willing to assist wherever needed. But my focus will primarily be on seeking out supplies. As long as he ensured that trustworthy individuals occupied critical positions, he would be satisfied. Haha. Very well, then you shall serve as our chief strategist, overseeing operations from the rear. With you here, we shall have no further concerns. Xiaomu succinctly defined her role, establishing Xunzhi as a pivotal figure within the base, despite her non-involvement in the day-to-day management, ensuring no one would dare to underestimate her. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang scrutinized Xunzhi for a moment. He was not yet fully acquainted with her capabilities, but living together would provide ample opportunity for him to learn. However, Captain, do take care not to be overly affectionate. This is quite a generous serving of dog food. Unlike his two new teammates, who held reservations, Xunzhi had no doubts about his leader's abilities. He had witnessed the prowess of the mutated rose on the bridge, which was unrivaled against any foe, be it zombies or mutated flora and fauna. 10 or 100, all would be vanquished. Yet, it was evident that his new teammates did not fully grasp his leader's strength, so he decided to enlighten them that MY leader is exceptionally formidable. One could say that the establishment of our base in Jiangxing heavily relies on his abilities. You will come to appreciate this in time. Xunzi's tone brimmed with pride, igniting Lu Xiyang's curiosity regarding the true extent of the captain's spouse's powers. Indeed, with his current mental abilities, he could not ascertain Xunzhi's level, indicating that her powers were at least 2 ranks above his own. Moreover, Xunzhi was one of the founding members of the Green Sea Base. In an era when the government decisively withdrew from Jiangxing in the face of disaster. Her persistence in establishing the base here hinted at hidden strengths unknown to others. However, the greater the strength of their comrades, the more reassured they felt. Meanwhile, he quietly resolved to make a trip to the official base in Jiangxing as soon as possible, to bring his parents and sister over. Given the current uncertainties, having family close by would provide him with peace of mind. He believed that with his and his teammates' abilities, they could ensure their family led a good life. Chapter 36. Departure for Jiangxing base 1 week later. Anya, now integrated into the logistics department, was finalizing the inventory of supplies next to the vehicle of the scouting team. Xunzhi tightened a sturdy climbing rope, securing the supplies in the back of the pickup truck to ensure they remained stable on bumpy roads. The truck bed contained bags of rice, flour, and other staple foods they had collected, along with boxes of convenient instant noodles. All right, that's everything. Anya, while I'm away, please pay close attention to the inventory work in the logistics department, that if you have any questions or need assistance, just go to Wu Go. Xunzhi instructed Anya, who had become his trusted assistant. Understood. You can count on me, Brother Shun. Anya's gentle voice replied crisply and decisively. Since ancient times, there has been a saying, men and women working together do not tire. Ever since he took charge of the logistics department, he has promoted 1 or 2 capable assistants from the previous group of university students, especially this young lady named Anya, whose character is not only exceedingly gentle, but also remarkably meticulous and cautious in her work. Her traits complement his well. Details that he occasionally overlooks can be reminded and rectified by Anya. When confronted by those deliberately causing trouble among the survivors, she can also decisively employ firm measures to resolve the situation, demonstrating an efficiency that truly marks her as a skilled logistics officer. To judge her solely by her appearance would be the gravest misconception. Over the past week, Xiaomu and Xunzhi have led a team to continually clear the survival zone along the residential area established at the outset of the base, gathering supplies and absorbing the remaining survivors who did not evacuate with the troops. Under their diligent rescue efforts, the number of survivors at the Green Sea base has now surpassed 200. The daily management of the entire base has essentially stabilized. Currently, all their channels for external information come from radio broadcasts. The Green Sea base in Jiangxing is not far from the officially established base. Merely over 100 kilometers away. In the pre-apocalypse days, it would take just over an hour to drive there. However, the current road conditions are complex. The paths once cleared by the military during the retreat are now once again overrun by the rampant mutated vegetation. Xiaomu has always intended to visit the official base. After all, They departed from Jing City at the very onset of the apocalypse. The small bases they encountered along the way were insignificant in scale. Jiangcheng, being a populous city, should have a fairly large base, even if it is a temporary establishment by the authorities, not to mention the constant reports of rescue operations broadcasted over the radio during this period. Thus, it is easy to surmise that the current scale of the Jiangcheng base must be considerable. Although the Green Sea base is not large, everything is starting from scratch. Visiting the Jiangcheng base could also provide insights into their current systems and management methods. Importantly, Lu Xiang's parents and younger sister have also relocated to the Jiangcheng base, and this trip is also driven by the desire to find them and bring them back to the Green Sea base. Though the physical distance is not great, they have meticulously planned for this journey, not only bringing along a considerable amount of supplies, but also some weaponry. This pertains to the location of the armory that Xunzhi mentioned previously. A few days ago, Xiaomuse and Xunzhi took a task force to have the space ability user, Su Qing, transfer a batch of easily portable weapons and equipment to the internal warehouse of the base. Thanks to Xunzhi's generous infusion of crystal cores, Su Qing's ability level has now reached level 4, and her spatial capacity has expanded to over 200 square meters, capable of holding more than 1,000 cubic units of supplies. She has truly become a portable warehouse and is regarded as a significant team member in the current external clearing group. She was included in this operation, clearing as they moved along, with every encountered warehouse being subject to a zero-cost acquisition, potentially leading to the gathering of previously undiscovered supplies. "Boss, we are all set here and ready to depart," Xunzhi reported to Xunzhi after confirming the equipment of the convoy. "All right. Have all team members board the vehicle swiftly." Xunzhi nodded in acknowledgement and turned to board the lead vehicle. This team heading to the Jiangcheng base consists of only 3 vehicles. Including Xunzhi, there are 4 people in the lead vehicle, with Xiaomuse at the wheel, whose extensive driving experience enables him to maintain stability even in emergencies. Xunzhi occupies the passenger seat, while Su Qing and Lu Xiang sit in the back. The middle vehicle carries 2 survivors who wish to find their relatives at the Jiangcheng base. They are also approaching this journey with the intention of not returning to the Green Sea base. Believing that the official base must be far more orderly than the privately established small bases at the inception of the Green Sea base, all aspects required manpower, whether it was the construction team or the search team going out for supplies. The workload was quite strenuous. Unable to bear such high-intensity physical labor, they planned to head to the official base in search of less demanding tasks. Yet, they failed to consider that crowded places often harbor more troubles, especially in this brutal survival environment post-apocalypse, where ordinary people face far greater hardships than ability users at the Green Sea base. Although the work tasks are numerous and intense, at least they can ensure 8 hours of rest each day and sufficient meals. However, Xiaomuse had previously promised that if any of the initial group of survivors wished to go to the official base, he would see them safely there. Most of the survivors who chose to stay, such as Qiu Xianbin and his brother Qiu Qi, have now become the backbone of the Green Sea base. Notably, the previously frail little boy unexpectedly awakened an ability after suffering from a fever. It turned out to be a rare healing ability, albeit still at a relatively weak level. Yet he actively participates in rescue efforts and has been assigned to the medical team, responsible for the daily bandaging of injured individuals within the base. In a letter received at Lu Xiang's home, it was noted that his younger sister has also awakened an ability and is an elemental ability user. Currently, the drinking water for the base comes from existing supplies prior to the apocalypse and contributions from water ability users on a daily basis. While the provision of water for daily use is manageable, ensuring a supply of drinking water has become increasingly critical as the number of survivors grows. This trip to Jiangcheng, therefore, is also aimed at potentially recruiting a few reliable water ability users from the Jiangcheng base. "I wonder what the internal situation of the Jiangcheng base is like," Lu Xiang said with a hint of worry. Among his family, his parents are older and in a semi-retired state. Even if his sister has awakened her ability, he is unsure if her service and work for the authorities will be sufficient to support the family. After all, his sister is merely a high school student on the verge of taking college entrance exams. Given the current circumstances, he feels a pang of guilt for not being able to stay by his family's side. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that the captain understands his concerns, promptly organizing a team to head to the Jiangcheng base once the basic situation at the base stabilizes. Chapter 37. Observations at the Jiangcheng base. As the convoy drove out of the city, they encountered a massive mutated rose blocking the highway they had to traverse. Xiaomuse in the lead vehicle glanced at Xunzhi. The situation was eerily reminiscent of their encounter that day. Xunzhi sensed his gaze and smiled slightly. He then exited the vehicle and slowly approached the mutated rose. The onlookers saw his silhouette and the gentle caress of the rose. As if he were conversing with it, the most tender tendril among the roses reached out, playfully entwining around Xunzhi's wrist and weaving through his fingers. "All right, no pouting now. We'll play properly when I return." Sensing the message conveyed by the tendril, Xunzhi softly coaxed it, the experience feeling quite enchanting. Despite being a manifestation separated from him, it possessed an independent personality and a little temperament. However, this softness was exclusive to Xunzhi. Should zombies or other malicious intruders dare to provoke it, they would surely meet their demise. Awoo, claws out, extremely fierce. Before long, the group witnessed the previously aggressive rose gradually retracting its branches and leaves, clearing a path for them, which instilled a preliminary understanding of Xunzhi's abilities among the convoy members. The team expressed awe at this unexpected victory without conflict. Xiaomuse did not exit the vehicle, but through the window, he looked at Xunzhi with pride and admiration. His Xunzhi is indeed filled with secrets, yet overly captivating. "How on earth do you manage that?" Su Qing inquired curiously upon Xunzhi's return to the vehicle. Xunzhi merely shrugged. A secret that as they continued along their journey, they occasionally encountered hordes of zombies. There was no need for Sun to disembark. Xiaomuse took the initiative, leading the other enhanced individuals in their group to the front lines. Xiaomuse, agile and powerful, seized these moments of crisis as opportunities to assert his prowess. The zombies posed no threat under his skillful handling. Meanwhile, Sun was tasked with directing the rest of the convoy to fortify their defenses, and the two worked in perfect harmony. Along the way, they collected various supplies without discrimination, storing everything in Su Qing's spatial realm. In preparation for this expedition, they had meticulously cleared the space, retaining only essential weaponry and medical supplies that were not suitable for public display. Time passed swiftly on the road. After merely 3 to 4 hours of intermittent travel, they glimpsed the outskirts of the base. Upon finally reaching the territory of Jiangqing Base, they were met with stringent security measures. From a distance, they could see the defensive installations outside the city and the formidable walls reminiscent of ancient cityscapes. However, the surface of these walls shimmered with an unknown metallic sheen, and sharp blades protruded from the upper sections, glinting ominously in the light, instilling a sense of trepidation. When the convoy caught sight of the walls, they paused briefly to regroup. Xiaomuse instructed everyone to store their heavy weaponry and firearms within Su Qing's space, leaving only inconspicuous melee weapons on their persons. The enhanced individuals accompanying them had been carefully selected. The absence of firearms was inconsequential, as their innate abilities were ample for self-defense as the convoy approached. The guards initially exhibited wariness, but upon noticing the small pickup truck brimming with supplies, they relaxed and warmly welcomed them into the city. In these times, those who ventured outside the walls in search of resources were indeed courageous, and returning with such an abundance of food garnered immense respect. Xiaomuse took charge of the various administrative tasks related to entering the city, while Sun casually surveyed the entrance to Jiangqing Base, finding it unchanged from her recollections. Once the supplies and vehicles had been properly accounted for, staff members guided them toward a buffer zone. Here, anyone who had been scratched by a zombie or bore external injuries was required to remain for 3 hours to ensure they had not succumbed to mutation before being permitted into the outer district of the base. Enhanced individuals and those without visible injuries had access to a dedicated expedited passage. After undergoing the necessary inspections, their group finally entered the confines of Jiangqing Base. However, as it was their first visit, the staff who had assisted them with their supplies continued to guide them in obtaining identification documentation. The staff member smiled as she explained that the initial issuance of identification was complimentary, and those possessing identification cards could expedite the process. Currently, the official currency within the base was points. The supplies they had just delivered had already been converted into points and were now loaded onto a temporary points card. Once their identification was processed, they could transfer the points from this card into their respective identity cards through any of the resource point transfer machines. The young woman enthusiastically briefed them on the general pricing within the base and the locations of various functional departments to aid their navigation. Although this information was beyond her official duties, the presence of so many attractive men in their group made it feel worthwhile. She discreetly cast a glance at the only female member of the team. A flicker of envy glimmering in her eyes. How fortunate. If all her colleagues were of such striking appearance, she would not endure her work with such reluctance. She had fought hard to secure this receptionist position. While those with stronger connections had already ascended to office roles, few, like her, had to maintain a cheerful demeanor in service each day. A frown was unacceptable. Should someone report her, there were plenty eager to take her place. How shall we proceed now? One of the group inquired as they selected a resource point located a bit farther from the city gate. Yang, Ji-sun, and I will head to the information hall to seek news of Si Yang's family. The rest of you should find a safe temporary lodging point and gather intelligence on the base, seeing if you can recruit any suitable enhanced individuals or survivors with unique skills. Xiaomyu's efficiently delegated tasks outside the resource point. Meanwhile, Ji-sun had already entered the resource point, using the transfer machine inside to allocate 500 points to each card, according to the staff's earlier pricing information. These points would suffice for a comfortable 3-day stay, after which they would prepare to return. I've credited each of your cards with 500 points. Don't feel the need to be overly frugal. Ji-sun distributed the identity cards accordingly. Su Qin, who had been closely following Ji-sun, brightened at the sight of her actions. After discussing their plans, they parted ways. Lu Xiang boarded a bus heading to the information hall with Ji-sun and the others, while the rest chose a different direction after some deliberation. Chapter 38. Family Reunion at the Lu household. See you. Come back with me quickly. Someone from your family has arrived. A young girl with pigtails rushed to the water supply station, her eyes quickly scanning the workers in blue vests until she spotted her neighbor and close friend. Due to her parents' jobs, she had also secured a liaison position, allowing her to enter non-confidential work sites, which facilitated her visits to her friend during work hours. She approached Lu Xiu, grabbing her wrist and preparing to dash outside. Hey, Lele, hold on. What is the rush? I'm still working. Lu Xiu halted her friend's hasty exit. Each water system enhanced individual was assigned a specific quota of potable water to dispense daily, and she had just regained her abilities. She hadn't yet completed her tasks for the day. Why are you still thinking about work at a time like this? Zhang Xiaolei grasped her hands excitedly. Your brother has come to the base to find you, having grown up across the hall from the Lu family. Zhang Xiaolei had essentially been raised alongside Lu Xiu's brother and, as a close friend, regarded him as her own sibling. Really? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolei's words, Lu Xiu momentarily froze, her heart swelling with joy. Since her brother had joined the military, aside from the annual family visits, their encounters had been scarce, and now, under these extraordinary circumstances, it felt as if they had lost contact altogether. She never imagined she would hear news of him after such a long time in the apocalypse. Realizing her brother had indeed come to the base to find them, she exclaimed, "He really made the journey back from Jing City. I'll go ask my supervisor for leave. Wait for me." Lu Xiu quickly rushed toward her group leader's area to explain the situation. Understanding the gravity of family reunions in these trying times, the leader of Water Supply Group 2 was sympathetic. In such a challenging world, reuniting with family members from far away was a cause for celebration. She readily approved Lu Xiu's leave, but reminded her, "Just remember, you must make up for the tasks you didn't complete today. Of course, I'll double my efforts tomorrow." With her supervisor's consent, Lu Xiu swiftly removed her work vest and stowed it in her personal locker before returning to Zhang Xiaolei, and together they excitedly hurried home. The living quarters assigned to enhanced individuals were significantly superior to those of ordinary citizens. And as Lu Xiu was now officially employed by the base, she received a substantial weekly allocation of points. She had rented a spacious single apartment of over 60 square meters in a relatively secure central area for her parents. Housing was in short supply, especially since the base had originally been a small town at the foot of a mountain with few high-rise buildings. Survivors from Jiangcheng continued to migrate here. The residential areas quickly became inadequate to accommodate everyone. Many were forced to pitch tents in a designated area on the outskirts of the town. Her workplace was at the newly established water supply station, a fair distance from her residence to make commuting easier. She had purchased a small electric scooter, parked in a designated area at the entrance of the water supply station, given the scarcity of resources. Even such a commonplace vehicle was now a rarity. Thus, she paid the caretaker 10 points each month to ensure its safety. Although this price was a bit steep, it included charging services, making it relatively reasonable overall. However, when emergencies arose, the scooter proved invaluable. With the sparse traffic, a journey that usually took her over 10 minutes could be completed in under 10 today as she pressed the accelerator, arriving at her apartment building swiftly. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Lu Xiang was recounting to their parents the events of their journey from Jing City back to Jiangsheng and the current state of the base. Yang, if Jiangsheng is as perilous as you say, why do you still remain there? Even the official base has retreated here to evade the multitude of zombies. Lu Mama gazed anxiously at her son, her hand clasped around his since their reunion. With the college entrance examinations now out of reach, although Siyu had yet to turn 18, her awakened abilities had secured her a formal position at the base, providing a commendable salary sufficient to support their family. Though both parents were retired, in these trying times, contributing to the base was a noble endeavor. They often participated in various tasks suited for those of their age, such as performing trivial handicrafts. A program specifically designed for the elderly. While the points earned were minimal, the work was not strenuous and could be done from home. Sometimes, a day's labor would barely cover their meals, yet every little bit helped sustain their household. It was disheartening, having toiled a lifetime only to find their pensions elusive in retirement. Upon hearing of her son's newfound powers, Lu Mama joyfully patted the back of his hand, wishing to keep him at the base. With his talents, their family's fortunes would surely flourish. Moreover, with both son and daughter thriving, the family's togetherness held paramount importance. Before reuniting with his family, Lu Xiang had been deeply concerned about their living conditions at the base. Upon his return, he placed the provisions he had brought in the kitchen and meticulously assessed their living arrangements and stored supplies. Seeing them comparatively well off eased his worries. However, he intended to embark on a significant venture alongside his captain. Thus he could not acquiesce to his parents' wishes to remain at the base. Instead, he needed to persuade them to return with him to Jiangsheng. While contemplating how to convince his parents, he was suddenly startled by the sound of the front door unlocking. Turning to look, he saw his younger sister and their neighbor, Xiaolei, entering the room. "Stinky older brother, you really are back." Upon spotting her brother comfortably seated on the sofa, Lu Xiyu's lip quivered, tears welling uncontrollably as she resembled a weeping kitten. Rushing into his embrace, Lu Xiang hurriedly rose to greet her. He had never received such a warm welcome from his sister before, and recalling how she had steadfastly supported their family since the apocalypse brought a pang of emotion to his heart. Gently cradling his sister, who had just reached his shoulder, Lu Xiang tenderly patted her frail back, speaking softly. "It's all right. Your brother is back. There's no need to be afraid anymore. I'll be here for you." Siyu's initial emotional outburst faded, replaced by bashfulness at her brother's tender gesture. Since he had joined the military, their sibling bond had not been this intimate. Eagerly pulling away from the comforting embrace, she inquired, "So, brother, since you no longer need to serve, can you stay home with us?" Despite the change in residence, family always felt like home, no matter where they were. She looked up at her brother, her eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation for an affirmative answer. "Your brother will definitely not leave you again. But as for staying at the Jiangcheng base, I cannot guarantee that," Lu Xiyang replied softly, mindful of the outsider present, thus tempering his words. After all, while their newly established base was a timely endeavor, it was prudent to keep it under wraps without official endorsement. Their collective strategy was to develop discreetly. And once they had fortified their strength, they would establish formal relations with the official base to pursue greater opportunities. Zhang Xiaolei, sensing Lu Xiang's gaze upon her, waved and greeted him. "Xiangji, welcome back. I'm so glad you're safe." She harbored no ulterior motives. Being an only child, she had envied Lu Xiyu for having such an older brother to share childhood antics and companionship. "Yes, I'm equally delighted to see you. Xiaolei, how is your family faring?" Lu Xiang exchanged pleasantries that were doing quite well. "My father is an electrical engineer, and my mother is a doctor. Both hold esteemed positions at the base. They managed to secure me a job through connections. So all three of us are earning salaries, significantly improving our situation compared to yours. We often lend support to your family," Xiaolei replied. "Tonight, I would like to invite your entire family for a meal. It is a gesture of gratitude for your care towards us." Lu Xiang expressed his appreciation upon discovering how much the neighbors had helped his family since the apocalypse. Indeed, the saying about neighbors being more valuable than distant relatives held true. Chapter 39. Convincing the family to move to Jiangxing. Zhang Xiaolei understood that Lu Xiang's family had much to discuss after their long separation, so she refrained from intruding further. after accepting the dinner invitation. She returned to her home. Once the door gently closed and she was out of earshot, Lu Xiang took his sister's hand and led her back to the sofa, addressing his family with utmost seriousness. Mom, Dad, see you. I did not return alone. I came with my teammates. We have established a small safe zone in Jiangcheng, which currently houses nearly 200 people. My role there involves external reconnaissance, and once the base develops further, I will transition to oversee communications. The purpose of my visit to the official base is to find you and hopefully bring you back to our safe zone. Lu Xiang was acutely aware that his parents were rather conservative and held great trust in the government, which was why they had sent him to the military and promptly relocated at the government's behest. It was well known that many survivors they later rescued had stubbornly chosen to stay behind rather than follow the evacuation order. Though the official base was currently chaotic, thanks to Siyu's awakened abilities, their family was not among the less fortunate survivors. However, this stability was tenuous. The reports he had gathered indicated that external mutated creatures were evolving rapidly, and the proportion of ability users within the official base's ranks was still significantly lower than in their safe zone. In the event of a zombie outbreak, those with abilities could escape, while ordinary survivors might not even possess the means to protect themselves. At the very least, if his parents accompanied him, they would not face abandonment. Furthermore, his sister's abilities would receive better guidance, reflecting on the formerly unruly ability users under Ji Sun's tutelage. He knew that their captain and captain's wife were both formidable and trustworthy individuals. Following them would undoubtedly be a wise choice. Additionally, their living quarters were situated in the safest part of the safe zone, where his captain had graciously allocated an entire house for them. There would be no pressure in bringing his parents and sister back, and they could even accommodate several more family members without difficulty. With this in mind, he took out his phone and displayed photographs of the safe zone and their living arrangements to his parents and sister. Wow, older brother, you're living in such a luxurious house alongside your captain. Is that a high-priced traditional Chinese villa? Lu Xiyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the images on his phone. Wait, did I just catch sight of a few extraordinarily handsome guys? She yearned to flip back to the photos. But Lu Xiang had already tucked his phone away. Hey, no, brother, Lu Xiyu called out anxiously. Lu Xiang understood that his parents' attitudes were pivotal, so he paid no mind to his sister's antics. After a moment's thought, he disclosed his ability level. I am now a peak level 3 ability user. Our captain and his wife are exceptional and often teach us methods for cultivation. If our family moves to the safe zone, Siyu's abilities could be significantly enhanced. After listening to his son's words, Lu father pondered for a moment before asking, is the supply reserve in your safe zone adequate? What are the medical facilities like? It wasn't a matter of distrust. It was simply that the official base had attained a certain scale with a considerable population that would foster rapid development. However, the newly established safe zone of his son, with only a couple of hundred inhabitants, raised concerns. Their family had already settled into the base, and if Lu Xiang remained there, their future would surely improve step by step. Lu Xiang quickly reassured him. Dad, we have specialized search teams continuously replenishing supplies and are planning to cultivate farmland to ensure future food supplies. A medical team is being assembled. Although we currently lack professional doctors, we have a healing ability user who can cure non-life-threatening injuries. While medicine is scarce, we are diligently working to acquire more. The entire Jiangxing has now been overrun by mutated plants, transforming the landscape into a verdant ocean. However, these mutated flora pose no threat to their team. After all, the captain's lightning abilities are inherently a bane to plant life, and with the addition of Ji Sun, who possesses an affinity for the mutated plants, they can even turn foes into friends. Thus, the current situation in Jiangxing does not represent a disadvantage for them. The resource warehouse, enveloped in vegetation, is a place others dare not approach, yet for them, it feels akin to returning to a cherished hometown. Their supplies will only grow more abundant, and the future of the safe zone appears promising. Lu Mu cast a worried glance at Lu Xiang. But is the journey to get there safe? Their relocation to the base relied heavily on the military, whose formidable firepower suppressed the zombies, and many survivors sacrificed their lives along the way. Even if they ultimately reach the base, she still feels a tinge of apprehension. Mom, we have a comprehensive escort plan that will traverse routes we've previously cleared of zombies, and my teammates are all exceptionally capable. They've faced numerous dangers since leaving the safe zone, yet under our captain's powers, Even the mightiest mutated creatures stand no chance of resistance. Lu Xiu chimed in. Mom and Dad, I want to go. It looks so much better there, although she can currently make a living using her abilities at the base. The enhancement of her powers can only be achieved through her own efforts. The base has announced several methods for improving abilities, but relying solely on exhausting her powers and recovering them repeatedly results in a painfully slow progress. With her brother already so formidable, she couldn't possibly remain stagnant. Besides, as a useful water ability user, her treatment at the new base would surely be no worse than her current situation. It's absolutely not just because she wants to see handsome guys. Ultimately, Lu Fu pondered for a moment before sighing. All right, son, we trust you to as the head of the family. His approval, combined with his younger daughter's enthusiastic attitude, prompted Lu Mu to express her agreement, despite her lingering concerns. With her family's affirmation, Lu Xiong was overjoyed. Mom, don't worry. With me and my sister around, you can still enjoy a peaceful retirement. The yard the captain assigned to me is quite spacious. Once you arrive, you can leisurely tend to the garden and cook at home. Life will undoubtedly be much freer than at the base. Upon hearing there would be land for planting, Lu Mu finally found something to look forward to, though she now worried about how to safely reach the safe zone her son mentioned. Lu Xiong understood that no amount of words could reassure his parents as much as witnessing their strength firsthand, so he chose to divert the conversation to other topics. That evening, Zhang Xiaolei's family arrived, and Lu Xiu shared the news of their impending departure from the base. Before deciding to inform Xiaolei, she had specifically consulted her brother's opinion that it's no wonder young people are so resourceful. Lu Xiu had noticed her brother's hesitance whenever Xiaolei was around. However, Xiaolei is someone she trusts implicitly, and she was reluctant to part with her friend. Thus, she discussed with her brother the possibility of bringing Xiaolei's family along if they were willing. Lu Xiong recognized that their purpose in coming to the base was to secure a better future. Moreover, Xiaolei's parents, a senior electrical engineer and a chief physician at the county hospital, are precisely the talents they desperately need. Having known each other as families for years, there were no secrets between them, making it easy to discuss such matters. However, Lu Xiong realized that he alone might not have enough influence to persuade them. Fortunately, the captain would be joining them for dinner that evening, and he could rely on the captain's authority. Lu Xiong felt a bit guilty, understanding that his technical prowess did not extend to persuasive language. Besides, considering the captain and his wife's striking appearances, it was bound to make a significant impact. He recalled how their neighbor, much like his sister, was somewhat of a beauty enthusiast. Zhang Xiaolei's previously radiant smile quickly faded upon hearing the news. With a sorrowful expression, she lamented, "Does that mean we won't be able to see each other easily anymore?" They had known each other since birth, sharing the same classes in kindergarten, elementary, and middle school. Even though they were separated in high school due to different tracks, they still attended classes in the same building. Not necessarily. Come here, let me tell you. Lu Xiu pulled Zhang Xiaolei into her bedroom to share whispers of reassurance. Chapter 40. Avenge the past and resolve the spark of fate. The western district of the official base could be considered a gathering spot for many refugees, following the initial transformation of the town into a base. Towering walls were erected around its perimeter. As news spread and more survivors flocked to the area, the internal capacity of the base became insufficient. Consequently, an outer district was designated in the industrial zone of the former town. Aside from land reserved for agriculture, construction of housing was actively underway in other areas. However, due to a lack of professional equipment, even with the assistance of metal ability users, progress was painfully slow. Therefore, survivors residing here were fortunate to have a tent, and those who could earn base points might move into the official prefabricated houses. However, the number of these houses was quite limited, available only for rent, not for sale. Those unable to pay rent would be promptly evicted by the housing administration and patrol teams, as the properties would never remain vacant. In a previous life, Ji Sun and several companions encountered along the way resided here. They exchanged the supplies they had tirelessly gathered for points upon entering the city. With the inner district's exorbitant housing prices, they could not afford to live there, but the tent area was too rudimentary and unsafe. The officially established board house area offered reasonable rental prices and included communal washing facilities, where points could be exchanged for water for daily use. In his past life, Ji Sun, despite being a low-level ability user, managed to find temporary work at a planting base. However, Due to the overwhelming population at the base and the increasingly strained supply of resources, his hard-earned points could barely sustain him as the price of crystal nuclei soared. Even ordinary food could not satiate his hunger, leaving him in a perpetual state of half-satiation. Later, a student from the north incited their group to head to a northern base, although most others expressed dissent. Had it not been for his own considerations, supporting the student and seeking out like-minded companions for the journey, he would not have drawn attention along the way, leading to, reflecting on this, Ji-sun wished he could slap his past self for being so foolish. The crystal nucleus he held, now reduced to powder by someone's emotional outburst, scattered across the ground. His companion, Xiao, keenly sensed something amiss and instinctively took his wrist, gently prying open his clenched fist. Rinsing it clean with a water bottle and meticulously drying his palm, their fingers intertwined tightly, as if holding on to his entire world. "Aren't you going to ask why I'm upset?" Ji-sun tilted his head toward Xiao. Since arriving here, he had struggled to control his emotions, but Xiao, ever perceptive, remained silently by his side without uttering a word. "That it's fine, if you don't want to talk. You don't have to. I'll be here by your side, never letting you come to harm." Having spent some time together since their reunion, Xiao was gradually mastering the art of soothing Ji-sun. Listening more and speaking less as long as he remained close, providing enough companionship and a sense of security, Ji-sun would become like a loyal cat, accepting his gentler advances, adorably compliant. Yet, when annoyed, Ji-sun could be quite the diva. Thus, Xiao needed to navigate this delicate balance, especially now, as Ji-sun's mood clearly soured. In this moment, he took his hand, offering silent comfort, and even in a crowd, Ji-sun did not withdraw. Although he was reluctant to speak at the moment, the fact that Xiao followed him here without inquiring about the reason still pleased him. Indeed, having this individual by his side felt akin to possessing a stabilizing anchor amidst the uncertainties of fate, instilling a sense of security within him. However, he was no longer the naive Ji-sun from his previous life, but rather Ji, the great demon king, Sun plus version, capable of managing situations even in the absence of this person. His eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, scanned the crowd in search of something. Yet, the absence of a familiar figure from his memories stirred a hint of agitation within him. What if the changes brought about by his reincarnation, like a butterfly flapping its wings, altered the trajectory of that person's actions from his past life? In this vast sea of humanity, where could he possibly seek out the individual who betrayed him in his previous existence to avenge his blood-soaked grievances? Before parting ways with Lu Xiang in the information hall, they had arranged to visit Lu Xiang's family that evening. Now, as darkness enveloped the sky, failure to locate the person he sought would compel him to return home. Just as Ji-sun was about to abandon hope, a familiar silhouette emerged at the edge of his vision. His gaze sharpened, and he swiftly pulled Xiao along. The middle-aged man, oblivious to the impending danger, was heading toward his makeshift dwelling. Ji-sun silently obstructed the man's path. The man looked up, a puzzled expression crossing his face. He was about to question when Ji-sun's icy stare caused him to instinctively step back. "Who are you?" the man stammered, his voice trembling. Ji-sun let out a cold laugh. "You need not know who I am. You shall atone for your past sins when you descend into hell." The man wore a bewildered expression, clearly unable to grasp Ji-sun's words. Yet, Ji-sun would not let him off easily. Gathering his wood-based supernatural ability, a green luminescence flickered ominously in his hand. There were countless methods for a supernatural being to deal with an ordinary person. He chose not to employ the easily identifiable vine attack, but rather a newly practiced technique that ensured his identity as the assailant remained concealed. This particular spot was conveniently nestled in a visual dead angle between buildings, providing a discreet setting for his actions. Xiao observed everything from the sidelines, refraining from intervening and even stepping back a few paces to keep watch at the intersection. He respected Ji-sun's decision, trusting that he would not act without reason. For anyone or anything that posed a threat to Xunzhi, his feelings would only deepen in aversion and animosity. The man before him had evidently provoked Ji-sun for reasons unbeknownst to Xiao, leading Ji-sun to decide to take matters into his own hands. Regarding this, Xiao made his stance clear. He would be the one to wield the knife for Xunzhi. Not under the pretense of goodwill that obstructed Ji-sun's emotional release, thereby wronging Xunzhi. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but acknowledge that his intrinsic nature still bore a cold indifference. Apart from Xunzhi, the sole bright spot in his life, nothing else could sway him in the slightest. Xunzhi's disposition served as his truth in dealing with the world. The middle-aged man pleaded in terror. But Ji-sun remained unmoved, no matter how loudly he screamed. Due to Ji-sun's deployment of his domain, the sound did not reach anyone else's ears. The presence of this area seemed to be artificially diminished, with passers-by unconsciously opting to steer clear. Without hesitation, Ji-sun decisively ended the man's life. For him, dealing with this individual was no more challenging than crushing an ant. However, allowing him to die so easily was still a mercy. After completing this act, Ji-sun exhaled deeply, as if the invisible pressure he had borne for so long had suddenly lifted. He glanced at Xiaomyu's, the shadows in his eyes dissipating significantly. The two exchanged a knowing look before turning to depart the area, heading toward Lu Xiang's home, leaving behind the makeshift housing district, which was gradually being engulfed by darkness. Chapter 41. Market shopping as Lu Xiang's captain and a trusted friend. Xiaomyu accompanied Ji-sun to visit the Lu family. Although the time and place were somewhat unusual, the necessary courtesies could not be overlooked. Fresh fruits were scarce and difficult to procure. But cigarettes, alcohol, and tea could still be found if one was willing to spend points and search diligently. Departing from the somewhat chaotic outer district, reeking of unpleasant odors, they gradually made their way toward the bustling and prosperous central area. Upon crossing the inner wall of the base, the surroundings transformed dramatically into a cleaner environment. The once desolate streets began to teem with bustling crowds. The survivors living in the outer city toiled daily for survival. With scarce points to squander, most clinging to hopes of saving enough to improve their livelihoods. Meanwhile, those residing in the inner city either had the resources to ensure their comfort in this post-apocalyptic world or were empowered individuals. Supernatural beings who earned well and were indifferent to daily expenses. Thus, the streets, heavily patrolled, displayed a lively scene. Countless quaint food stalls scattered like twinkling stars in the night sky, with enthusiastic vendors calling out their signature dishes. Tempting aromas wafting through the air, making one's mouth water. Humanity would never be crushed by disaster. Regardless of how dire the circumstances, survival necessitated food and drink, did it not? However, those able to operate food stalls and ensure a steady supply of provisions often had some backing from various factions. After all, a common man is innocent, yet possessing wealth can be a crime. Those without strength but hoarding vast resources could easily attract the envy of those struggling to fill their bellies, or fall prey to unscrupulous individuals seeking to exploit them. Concurrently, many set up simple trading stalls by the roadside, displaying an assortment of idle items in hopes of exchanging them for points to procure food or other essentials. Bartering was not uncommon, as long as both parties agreed. Exchanges involving jewelry or gold for medicine were not rare occurrences. Indeed, the world had changed, and anything could be witnessed. Items that once bore price tags in the thousands in shopping mall displays, such as high-end mobile phones and luxury cosmetics, now commanded merely a handful of points, with few willing to inquire. Similarly, many displayed their gold and silver jewelry or antique artworks, merely seeking to trade for some food. Although the base provided a window for point exchange for food, the daily offerings were limited and subject to purchase restrictions. Available job positions were often monotonous, focusing on infrastructure or agriculture. Skilled positions were reserved for the elite, with connections still holding sway, occupying roles that were not critical yet offered considerable benefits, leaving ordinary people with little chance of competing for employment. Many who could not perform manual labor lacked opportunities to earn points and dared not venture outside the city to hunt zombies for crystal cores, forcing them to sell off possessions of some value to secure food for survival. However, the question remained, what would they do once they had nothing left to barter? That was a matter left to fate. As long as they could endure hardship, it was not difficult for an adult to survive. Premium teas that once sold for thousands before the apocalypse now lay untouched, their plastic seals intact. Displayed on makeshift stalls covered with a single layer of waterproof cloth, priced at 9 yuan 9. Neatly arranged. Yet few showed interest. One should not assume that 9 yuan 9 was a bargain. Given the current purchasing power of points at the base, 1 point could buy a large steam bun made from various grains, and an ordinary person working a full day could earn only 10 points. Without meals or accommodations included, do not question why the wealthy did not buy. They could afford it. But those residing in the central urban area hardly found value in tea that was once priced at 1,000 or so before the apocalypse. They had long prepared their stock and were consuming higher quality sustenance. Thus, this price, neither too high nor too low, became quite awkward. Tea was not a necessity for many young people, and middle-aged tea drinkers found their points better spent elsewhere. As everyone struggled to provide for their families, nevertheless, the seller was unwilling to sell at a loss, hoping perhaps to encounter a foolish buyer. Thus, they have been placed there, hoping that someone will purchase them before their expiration. Xunzhi and the others do not intend to linger at the official base for long. They also plan to spend their accumulated points as much as possible. Their shopping excursions serve the dual purpose of acquiring gifts while seeking items of interest. The supplies they brought this time consist of staple goods like rice and flour, which are highly valued commodities. Aside from reserving a portion for Lu Xiang's family, the remainder of their supplies has been exchanged for the base's current point system. Initially, they felt the sum was modest, only a few thousand points, but after familiarizing themselves with the prevailing prices at the base, it seemed considerably more substantial. The purchasing power of the points exceeded their expectations, allowing them to overlook some price premiums when they encountered suitable items. However, this did not imply a willingness to be taken advantage of, as they promptly haggled over the price of the tea they coveted. Although the seller displayed a reluctant countenance, suggesting a loss, their swift packing and bagging revealed a different story. Upon entering the city, Xunzhi and his teammates had already procured their current identification documents from the base. This card, akin to their previous identification, is a slim piece that serves both as an ID and a bank card within the base, consolidating various everyday functionalities, while the initial issuance is complimentary. Subsequent replacements due to loss require a considerable expenditure of points. After all, mobile payments have become unreliable, particularly since charging devices has become a persistent challenge. Only the official office buildings and certain supply factories guarantee a basic 24-hour electricity supply. And most networks are internal. The lights still illuminating the streets are predominantly solar-powered. After comprehending the base's pricing structure, Xunzhi transferred 500 points into each teammate's card for their expenditures during their stay. Apart from Lu Xiang, who sought his family, Xunzhi and Xiaomuse had other individual objectives, leaving the remaining members to act collectively. After agreeing on a meeting time and place, they parted ways. The two survivors who had clamored to reach the official base were promptly released at the city gate, receiving only basic survival supplies, with no additional assistance forthcoming. Following their release, the only concern was whether they would divulge information about the Green Sea base. However, even if they were to leak some details, Xunzhi was not overly concerned. Their movements were relatively predictable within their own base. Moreover, with his vigilant rows monitoring everywhere, it was exceedingly difficult for untrustworthy individuals to access storage areas or learn about future development plans for the base. At most, they would only grasp superficial knowledge. Currently, the official base has numerous pressing issues to address, and any future attempts to gather intelligence within Jiang City or acquire local supplies would be postponed. In his previous life, the official base dared only to observe Jiang City from afar via helicopter. He did not believe they would recklessly venture in this time. Furthermore, after he absorbs the recently discovered meteorite, his strength will ascend to a new level, ensuring that not even a fly could infiltrate the entirety of Jiang City. Chapter 42. The porters are in place. Xunzhi and Xiaomuse were purposefully browsing the market. Meanwhile, Xunzhi, who was accompanying the main group, had been entrusted with the critical task of safeguarding the sole spatial ability user in their safety zone, Miss Su Qing. What girl does not relish shopping? Especially when sponsored by a generous employer and accompanied by a formidable bodyguard. Thus, once they were free to explore, Su Qing's desire to purchase surged profoundly. She completely disregarded the stalls featuring essential food items favored by survivors and instead sought out corners brimming with luxury goods. Although these small stalls appeared inconspicuous, they were filled with items like jewelry and handbags that young women had once hesitated to buy before the apocalypse, now offered at substantial discounts. Xunzhi experienced firsthand the extraordinary shopping prowess of women when money is no object. His hands were already laden with shopping bags, and as they walked down the street, Xunzhi had previously cautioned them not to openly utilize their spatial abilities, lest they attract unwanted attention. Although they were not averse to trouble, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. That Su Qing adhered to this advice faithfully, executing it with precision, aside from refraining from overtly using her spatial powers. There was little else to conceal. After all, She currently had a porter at her disposal, free of charge. However, she dared not overtly command Xunzhi, well aware of his esteemed status as Ji Sun's most capable aide. Thus, upon turning into a secluded alleyway, she discreetly stashed away some valuable items into her spatial storage, leaving only a few bags to create the illusion of shopping. Su Qing, how long do you intend to shop? Do you truly believe this outing is solely for leisure? Could we not engage in some productive activities? Xunzhi remarked, fully cognizant of Su Qing's spatial abilities and their significance to the base. Yet not hesitating to chide her. Their collaborative efforts over time had fostered a friendship, allowing for a relaxed exchange devoid of restraint. Xunzhi, after all this effort to venture out, aren't we indulging in a little retail therapy? If I do not exhaust my points today, I shall awaken in the middle of the night, slapping myself awake, Su Qing exclaimed, her gaze fixed on him, feigning seriousness. That is hardly necessary, Xunzhi responded, momentarily at a loss for words. Winky face, although he recognized Su Qing's formidable prowess, her capriciousness could be somewhat bewildering. What manner of boyfriend would be capable of handling a girl like her? He genuinely felt concern for any man who might fall for Su Qing in the future. As for Su Qing's current mindset, she regarded Ji Sun as a godlike employer, lavishly bestowing upon them allowances. Despite their similar ages, her prolonged interactions with Ji Sun revealed newfound virtues within him. This remarkable leader not only possessed exceptional physical attributes, far surpassing human averages, but also exhibited a profound respect for women. His generosity in distributing allowances, especially doubling the amount for female team members, was particularly noteworthy. Upon receiving the points transfer, she instantly met Ji Sun's benevolent gaze, and although she maintained a composed exterior, her heart was jubilant. Who was this magnanimous and handsome man? Groundhog squealing. Is he yet another influential figure? All right, composure regained. He is simply beyond her reach. Nevertheless, she possessed self-awareness, recognizing that Ji Sun's kindness was intended to ensure her willingness to contribute diligently, not to solicit her affections. Otherwise, it would not be gratitude, but rather vengeance. Her clarity of thought was likely why Ji Sun felt comfortable extending further kindness towards her. While she could not claim him as a boyfriend, he was undoubtedly an exemplary employer, deserving of her admiration. This was a secret she kept to herself, reveling in the joy of it all, which fueled her enthusiasm for shopping sprees. During missions, Ji Sun had stipulated that not only would she receive a share of the collected supplies, but he would also provide her with unlimited crystal nuclei to aid her training. Although she was acutely aware that this was intended to enhance her abilities, who could refuse such privileges? One would have to be quite foolish to do so. Her spatial powers were unique within the Green Sea base, serving not only as a means of transportation during outings, but also playing a significant role in the base's early development. Consequently, her workload was among the most substantial in the base. Yet, she did not perceive this as exploitation. Rather, she felt immense gratitude, as her work allowed her to enhance her abilities, effectively saving her own salary. The crystal nuclei for restoring her powers came from Ji Sun's personal treasury, leaving no room for objection from others. She could indulge in whatever she desired without restraint and even share with her companions, who were filled with envy. Are you not planning to spend the points in your hand? Xunzhi, see if there is anything that piques your interest. I can easily bring it back for you. So there's no need to worry about transportation, Su Qing whispered conspiratorially into Xunzhi's ear. Her words stirred a hint of temptation within him, though not excessively. During previous hunting excursions with Ji Sun, they had acquired everything they needed essentially for free. The challenge lay in transporting their finds, necessitating human labor. At that time, he had wished for a spatial ability to effortlessly clear out the entire Jiang city in one go. He had managed to accumulate a fair amount of supplies, which now remained stored in their temporary residence. After returning, he could discreetly invite Su Qing to assist in transporting the supplies back to their safety zone, ensuring a covert and secure operation while liberating himself from laborious tasks. Cough, cough. I do not have anything particular in mind to purchase here, but if you find your points insufficient, you may use mine. Just remember to assist me with a small favor upon our return, Xunzhi stated, feeling no embarrassment. It was merely a trade of idle points for valuable services. The back-and-forth travel was quite exhausting. After all, that is a trivial matter. Who are we to each other? Completely disregarding her status as an outsider, Su Qing unceremoniously accepted the identity card handed over by Xunzhi Lu. After all, the accommodation fees had been settled in full, With a portion of the deposit already paid, she was currently vexed by the plethora of items she wished to purchase, yet her points had dwindled considerably. Su Qing mused inwardly. Xunzhi Lu is quite the brother. Meanwhile, Xunzhi Lu contemplated how easily this girl could be swayed. A little extra in points from his boss would effortlessly keep her in check. After all, it was merely pocket money and double points. He certainly didn't envy her. As if he were unaware, after reserving some funds for meals, Su Qing continued to joyfully indulge in shopping at the stalls. Xunzhi Lu, seizing the opportunity afforded by Su Qing's purchases, engaged with various vendors to gather information, thus gaining a clearer understanding of the base's current state and some elusive tidbits that were otherwise difficult to ascertain. After all, with real money exchanged, the vendors were more than willing to share a few extra words, providing customers with valuable insights that in the realm of commerce. Having multiple channels of information translates to numerous avenues for profit. Reciprocity is essential for sustained business, and today they had encountered a major patron, thoroughly clearing out some inventory. Chapter 43. Arrival at Lu Xiyang's home. Xunzhi and Xiaomu had not wandered long at the stalls in the inner city before finding suitable gifts, and they were now meandering among vendors selling trinkets. Xiaomu glanced at his wristwatch, the hour hand nearing the 6 that according to the time agreed upon with Lu Xiyang, they were to arrive promptly at 7. And there was still a full hour until then. Consolidating the gift bags in his left hand, he freed his right hand to intertwine his fingers with Xunzhi's, although time was ample. It was their first visit to a friend's home, and he did not wish to arrive late or keep the host waiting. Therefore, Xiaomu swiftly gathered Xunzhi into his embrace. Leaning down to gently brush his ear with his lips, "Is there anything else you wish to explore? We must make haste. It will take us about half an hour to walk from here." At this moment, the sun began its descent, casting a warm glow upon the base's buildings and pathways. As time progressed, the number of people on the streets increased, filling what had once seemed a desolate thoroughfare with the bustling crowd of those returning home from work. Soon, the sounds of footsteps and conversations intertwined, creating a lively atmosphere. Xiaomu had previously examined the layout map of the square and knew Lu Xiyang's home was not far from their current location. A leisurely walk would take no more than 20 minutes. However, he habitually allowed for a more generous time margin. "All right, let us set off now." Xunzhi glanced at the surging crowd, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Should a mutated creature appear amidst this throng, it would likely incite considerable chaos. Yet, at that moment, he was unaware that this was not merely a fleeting thought, but rather a genetic premonition of danger. Xiaomu understood that Xunzhi preferred to avoid crowded places. The public transportation within the base was currently overcrowded and reeked of mixed odors. Private vehicles were temporarily prohibited from operating within the base, so he intended to take Xunzhi for a leisurely stroll. Just as they departed from the street, an unkempt and haggard survivor suddenly stumbled out from an unnoticed corner. Cautiously, he pressed his hand against his forehead, staggering into the densely populated area, appearing utterly disheveled. His t-shirt was matted with a yellow-brown dirt, and more unsettling was the eerie transformation of his once bright white eyes, now tinged with a strange hue as if tainted by some malevolent force. Emanating a chilling aura, upon arriving at Lu Xiyang's home, they were warmly welcomed. "Captain, you need not be so courteous. Your presence alone is sufficient," Lu Xiyang exclaimed, his return home infused with an unmistakable joy. "We are all brothers here. There is no need for formality, just a token of my appreciation." As he spoke, Xiaomu patted Lu Xiyang's shoulder, adding, "This is for your parents and sister. It is not for you." "How rude," Lu Xiyang retorted at the entrance. Xiaomu and Lu Xiyang exchanged a few pleasantries before ushering Xunzhi inside. As they crossed the threshold, a voice rang out in surprise. "My goodness, where did these stunning beauties come from? Magia, you never mentioned you had such attractive friends." Upon seeing the two young men enter, Xiao Lei's mother, who had been conversing with Lu's mother on the sofa, lit up with excitement. Lu Xiyang, trailing behind, sighed in exasperation. His neighbor had not changed her penchant for handsome boys. As he placed the gift boxes on the coffee table, he took the initiative to introduce his captain and Xunzhi to his family and the neighbors. "Mom and Dad, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Sue, this is my captain, Xiaomu, and this is my teammate, Xunzhi." The moment Lu Xiyang finished his introduction, Xiaomu stepped forward to greet his parents. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am a friend of Si Yang's. You can call me Muze. This is Xunzhi, my partner. Captain, you truly are bold. Lu Xiyang was taken aback, having sensed the unique atmosphere between the two lately. He hesitated to introduce Xunzhi as his partner, fearing his captain had not yet won him over. Little did he expect this bold declaration. On the sofa, Lu Xiyang's parents, aware of their identities, dropped any pretense of superiority and welcomed the young men with warmth. Meanwhile, Sushi, purely intrigued, moved closer to admire the handsome newcomers. After years as a surgical doctor, she had never encountered such strikingly good-looking individuals. In the adjacent room, Lu Xiyu, who had been chatting with Zhang Xiaolei, caught wind of the commotion at the entrance. She quickly pulled Zhang Xiaolei out, and upon spotting the two young men in the living room, her eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Standing under the bright light in the living room, one young man radiated an ethereal charm, his demeanor cool and aloof, effortlessly captivating everyone's gaze. The other, tall and upright, was reminiscent of a pine tree, yet was easily overlooked. Goodness, it was evident that beautiful people were on a different level from ordinary folk. Growing up with similar interests, Lu Xiyu even found her catchphrases influenced by her Aunt Sue. Xunzhi, keenly sensing Lu Xiyu's intense gaze, turned to see two petite girls standing at the room's entrance, their expressions slack-jawed in awe. This must be the younger sister, he thought, recognizing the familial resemblance in her features. Lu Xiyang, nearly forgetting about his infatuated younger sister, hurried over to her side, lifting her nearly dropped jaw with a hand and playfully pinching her cheek. Don't embarrass yourself, silly sister. Wipe that drool off your face. Your brother is trying to greet you. How typical of a little sister to make him proud. Winky face. Lu Xiyu quickly snapped out of her daze, wiping her mouth, which was devoid of any drool. Realizing she had been duped, with a swift motion, she swatted Lu Xiyang's hand away, feeling bashful as she greeted Xunzhi. Hello, I'm Lu Xiyu. This big goof is my brother. She also nudged her friend. This is my brother's girlfriend, Zhang Xiaolei. Hello to both of you. Xunzhi chuckled lightly. Inside, Lu Xiyu was screaming with excitement. What a beauty, when he smiles. He is simply celestial. How could her brother possibly know such an impressive friend? Did he deserve such a companion? Chapter 44. Conversations at the dinner table. Setting aside other matters, upon noticing their guests had arrived early, Lu Dad and Lu Mom hurried into the kitchen, bustling about. The dishes were prepped and ready to be cooked, eager for Lu Xiyang to entertain his friends. Before long, the dining table was laden with simple yet heartfelt dishes, featuring not only meat but also vegetables. That moment, leafy greens were even more precious than meat. The two generous platters of greens stir-fried by Lu Ma represent the utmost hospitality, cultivated from her own small garden on the balcony. Thanks to Lu Xiyu, the household is never short of drinking water. Each day, upon returning from work, Lu Xiyu, if she possesses the energy, makes it a point to stockpile additional water supplies. The fresh drinking water is abundant, enabling prudent use without depletion. As the stored water lingered, Lu Ma began to entertain the notion of growing some vegetables at home. Without hesitation, she swiftly procured seeds and embarked on her gardening endeavor. Though she had never cultivated vegetables before, her initial attempts proved surprisingly successful, suggesting that the talent for gardening runs in her blood. During the meal, Lu Ba uncorked one of the 2 bottles of premium white wine they had brought. However, Xunzhi refrained from allowing Xiao Muze to indulge, as he subconsciously sensed an underlying tension, prompting Xiao Muze to remain alert for any emergencies. Yet, relying on his unique constitution, he graciously accepted drink after drink, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Inwardly, Xiao Muze chuckled at the thought that it felt akin to being managed by a little wife. Nevertheless, he willingly complied. Of course, he would heed his wife's wishes. Although he felt a yearning to be close to her, the occasion was not appropriate, so he settled for drinking glass after glass of water to maintain his composure. During the conversation at the table, they learned that their neighbor, Uncle Zhang, is a senior electrical engineer, and Aunt Sue holds the esteemed position of chief surgeon. Xiao Muze and Xunzhi exchanged glances filled with surprise. This family truly is a treasure trove of talent. At the dinner table, Lu Xiyu and Zhang Xiaolei could hardly take their eyes off Xunzhi, their admiration palpable. Indeed, a beautiful visage makes a meal all the more enjoyable. Zhang Xiaolei, initially saddened by the impending departure of her friend, soon noticed her mother's unwavering gaze upon the handsome Xunzhi, leading her to suspect that post-meal, they would be preparing to pack their bags. As anticipated, after several rounds of drinks, Xunzhi broached the topic of inviting the Zhang family to join them in Jiangcheng, and without even inquiring about salary or benefits, her mother readily agreed. Zhang Xiaolei smiled on the outside, but inwardly she couldn't help but criticize her mother's apparent infatuation with the handsome brother. Surely, she had been bewitched by his charm. Her father, seemingly unconcerned, wore a resigned smile. Having long understood his wife's penchant for beautiful men and respecting her choices, still, Zhang Xiaolei maintained her composure, diverting her attention from Xunzhi's face to listen to discussions about the Green Sea base. If the information was not exaggerated, it indeed sounded promising. This family was truly supported by her. After the meal, Xiao Muzhe excused himself to have a private chat with Lu Uncle and Uncle Zhang. He sincerely conveyed their base's current situation and their urgent need for talent, assuring them of the best possible treatment should Uncle Zhang choose to join. Zhang Lei hesitated, but with his wife already having made the leap, what choice did he truly have? The neighbor's family was planning to relocate. Surely Lu Xiang would not forsake his own kin. Observing the earnest expression and genuine demeanor of the man before him, Zhang Lei felt a shift within and ultimately decided to follow the two to develop at the base. Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Xiao Muzhe exchanged smiles with the two men, feeling that this visit to the Lu family had been fruitful. Meanwhile, Xunzhi, seated on the sofa, took out the gifts he had prepared for Lu Xiang's sisters and handed them over. "Dear sisters, this is a welcome gift from your brother. Let us see if you like it." Typically, he maintained a rather aloof demeanor towards strangers and seldom made the effort to forge connections. However, since these were the relatives of his approved teammates, his plant radar sensed the goodwill emanating from them, prompting him to display a bit more warmth, especially towards the younger girls if his own sister had lived to this age. She would likely be around their age as well. Fortunately, during their shopping excursion, he had the luxury of selecting a few items without pressure, which made it less awkward to present more than one gift. As for the distribution of the gifts, he decided to let the two sisters decide for themselves. "Thank you, Brother Xunzhi." The sweet voices of the sisters made Lu Xiang shiver with goosebumps. Was this truly his little sister? She had become quite the charmer. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. What a strange tale. He had heard that his sister was now employed. Xunzhi took the initiative to steer the conversation. "Yes, indeed. I'm currently working at the water supply station at the base," Lu Xiu replied, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. After years of diligent study, she was on the brink of her college entrance exams, only to have her education abruptly concluded due to an unforeseen incident. She wondered how many of her classmates had managed to survive. Xunzhi nodded encouragingly at Lu Xiu, conveying that her hard work had not gone unnoticed and that her role at the water supply station was indeed significant. Lu Xiu shyly smiled, feeling elated by the compliment from the handsome brother. However, she was uncertain about her future at the new base and didn't know what other opportunities lay ahead. Lu Xiu felt a mix of nerves and anticipation regarding the changes in her life. "Oh, I still need to resign first. I must complete the tasks I didn't finish today tomorrow." There were countless opportunities for water-based abilities. Once you arrive at our base, Brother will help you plan your career. If you wish to work in logistics, we can ensure your safety while enhancing your ability levels. If you desire to participate in combat, we happen to have a formidable female water ability user at our base who could mentor you. In the past week, they had accomplished much, successfully integrating a group of powerful ability users into their ranks, greatly enriching the personnel composition of their base. Recalling the process of winning people over, Xunzhi couldn't help but smile. That Xunzhi briefly discussed the various roles available for water ability users with Lu Xiu. After all, they were family. Arranging her in a suitable position would pose no difficulty. Moreover, the young girl possessed a pleasant disposition. Despite the initial encounter, she didn't seem the type to take advantage of others. The days ahead were long, and they would see how things unfold. He did not neglect Zhang Xiaolei, asking her about her future aspirations as well. After all, with two family members already entrusted with important roles, it wouldn't hurt to assign this little girl a less demanding position. "Our Xiaolei is just a couch potato. If we weren't worried about her staying home alone, we wouldn't have found her such an easy job at the base," Su Xiu remarked, noticing how Xunzhi was genuinely concerned for her child. "Sister, please don't say that. They are still so young. If it weren't for the apocalypse, they would be diligently attending classes." Lu Xiu interjected, defending her sisters. they shouldn't have to confront society so soon. Right now, conditions for resuming classes are insufficient. Once the situation stabilizes, they should return to school. Sushio felt as if her heart was melting at the affectionate address of sister. However, Xunzhi contemplated that during this interval before resuming school, he could help them build their physical strength, enhancing their self-defense capabilities. He noted the plan for physical training sessions in his mind, intending to commence upon his return. Since he had broached the topic with Sushio, he also took the opportunity to introduce her to the medical team's status. Currently, our medical team is small, but we have a healing ability user who is still a child. Once you join our base, the formation of the medical team will heavily rely on your expertise. Xunzhi felt that the sweetness of the day had surpassed his experiences in the past few months. However, even if the sweetness were artificially created, it was still delightful. Everything is great, just splendid. Sushio beamed with maternal delight. That moment, Shiomuze approached, observing the smile on Xunzhi's face. Feeling a pang of jealousy, why was his wife smiling like a little fox in front of these girls? Who could withstand such charm? This was his wife, even in the pursuit of talent. It shouldn't reach such heights. He felt a twinge of possessiveness. Leaning in, he firmly wrapped his arm around Xunzhi's waist, asserting his claim in front of everyone, then deliberately whispered in Xunzhi's ear. Xunzhi, it's about time. Let us return to our place. We can visit again tomorrow. Xunzhi shot him a cool glance and nodded. You dog man, show a little respect in front of others. Today had truly allowed him to bask in affection, hadn't it? Always so touchy-feely. Then, Xunzhi straightened, addressing everyone, uncles, aunties, and my dear sisters. Our visit has indeed been fruitful, and we are grateful for your trust in us. It's getting late, so we shall head back to the hotel. Once our departure time is set, the Green Sea base will make the necessary arrangements, and we will come to escort you shortly. The crowd responded affirmatively. Shiomuze and Xunzhi bid farewell and prepared to leave. Lu Xiang accompanied them to the door, exclaiming, Brother, from now on, I'll be bringing my family along to work with you. Shiomuze patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Uncle, aunt, and younger sister will surely appreciate our base. Let us strive together. Yes, yes. As the two embarked on their journey home, Shiomuze could not suppress the acidity in his words and jested. You were rather gentle with those young ladies today. Sun's glance was one of mild reproach. After all, they were the relatives of teammates, and he should not feel jealousy over something so trivial. What? Are you a grown man intending to compete for the affections of a few young girls? Shiomuze laughed heartily, unperturbed. Noticing Sun's strides were unusually large, he hurried to keep pace, swiftly stealing a kiss from the corner of his mouth. Those little ones, regardless of gender, could never compare to him. Could they? Lost in thought and laughter, he yearned for another kiss but was ruthlessly pushed away by Sun. At a certain dog, given a bit of sunshine, would climb the roof and cause mischief. He required proper training. Chapter 45. A disturbance at night. All unoccupied houses within the base have been designated as public resources, available for rent or sale to all survivors. Once bustling hotels and various public lodgings have now been fully taken over by the authorities, who are responsible for their subsequent operations. However, not all establishments will continue to be utilized, after careful consideration and rigorous selection. Only a small portion of well-decorated, fully equipped places with high commercial value have been retained, allowing them to carry on their former glory and continue serving the people in this post-apocalyptic world. The selected hotels or public lodgings now offer a new experience under the new management model, such as the establishment of a bulletin board at the front desk to inform guests of daily tasks released by the base, as well as other public announcements. The hotel where Shiomuze and Sun are temporarily residing is officially operated and managed by the base, boasting a pleasant environment and staff appointed by the authorities, though water and electricity are provided on a limited schedule during these extraordinary times. Of course, the superior conditions come with a correspondingly high price. After finishing their dinner, they strolled from Lu Xiang's home to the hotel. Throughout the journey, Sun experienced an indescribable sensation. The surroundings appeared calm, yet his instincts picked up on subtle anomalies, enveloping him in a premonition of impending danger. However, having just entered the base, there were no suitable vantage points in the areas they traversed today. He could only remain vigilant, ready to confront any potential crises that might arise. Due to the emergence of mutated plants with considerable lethality, the authorities have implemented strict control over the existing flora within the base. Aside from maintaining some conventional street trees and open areas, overly lush vegetation has evidently been pruned in advance, giving it a more orderly appearance. If a particularly conspicuous rose were to bloom unexpectedly in such an environment, it would surely stand out. Moreover, those who once cultivated flowers have largely shifted to growing fruits and vegetables, as food scarcity dictates that satisfying hunger takes precedence over seeking pleasure. This hotel is strategically located in the central area near the square. Not far from Lucian's residence. It is also one of the few high-rise buildings in town, and the room they chose is situated on the 27th floor, allowing them to overlook a significant portion of the base from the floor-to-ceiling windows. "My dear, you look absolutely stunning." Xiaomuse, lazily draped in a bathrobe, reclined in a single chair, propping his chin on one hand as he unabashedly complimented Ji-sun, who had just emerged from the bathroom. Had the glimmer in his eyes been a touch more innocent, Ji-sun might not have thought much of it. However, at that moment, Ji-sun abruptly flung the towel he had been using to dry his hair at Xiaomuse's face. Pervert! The intensity of Xiaomuse's gaze felt as if it were stripping him bare. Ji-sun instinctively tightened his grip on the bathrobe, feeling uncomfortable, although they had enough points to book an additional room. Xiaomuse insisted on sharing one to avoid waste. That a double room was already the lowest acceptable option. A room with a king-size bed was out of the question. Xiaomuse clutched the towel covering his face, a smirk involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a mischievous yet charming smile. Apparently, Ji-sun was holding back his strength, as he seemed reluctant to mar his own handsome visage. Lost in thought, Xiaomuse couldn't help but feel more smug. He then tore off the towel, stood up, and with the grace and speed of a lithe leopard, closed the distance to Ji-sun. In an instant, his strong arm shot around Ji-sun's slender waist, lifting him effortlessly and placing him gently on the edge of the bed. Ji-sun was taken aback by this sudden action, his pupils widening momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Just as he was about to glare at Xiaomuse, his line of sight was obscured by the towel that had just been tossed aside. At that moment, Xiaomuse restrained all his playful antics, standing behind Ji-sun like a dutiful hairdresser. He gently picked up the clean, soft white towel, carefully unfurling it before meticulously drying Ji-sun's damp hair with utmost tenderness and focus. Fearful of causing any discomfort, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate as the two drew closer. Ji-sun's throat tightened, rendering him speechless. To an observer, it might seem as though he were the one behaving like a shy bride. Humph! Ji-sun tilted his head slightly back, gently twisting his neck in an attempt to relieve the tension in his shoulders. His long, captivating eyes slowly narrowed, resembling two crescent moons, exuding a sense of contentment and satisfaction. Not long ago, at the dinner table, he had believed himself impervious to intoxication, boasting of his unique constitution as he downed several large cups of strong liquor. This moment, the alcohol surged through his veins, unleashing its characteristic enchantment. That a faint blush, like a sunset glow, began to creep across his previously fair skin, adding allure and vibrancy to his already exquisite visage. Even his usually indifferent bright eyes sparkled with a watery sheen, glistening like a deep lake, drawing one in irresistibly. As Ji-sun reveled in this delightful state of mild inebriation, he suddenly realized that the movements of the person behind him had unexpectedly ceased. Almost immediately, a warm, slightly rough hand, akin to a nimble serpent, cautiously slipped through the gap in his bathrobe, exploring the area around his waist. In that instant, an unusual sensation coursed through his body, prompting an involuntary whimper to escape his lips. He instinctively lifted his gaze to the person above him. However, due to the effects of the alcohol and the haze before his eyes, his vision became increasingly blurred and indistinct. The figure before him flickered in and out of clarity, at times vividly discernible, at others elusive as a mirage. Yet, despite this, Ji-sun could still feel the intense gaze of the other, fixated upon him as if intending to devour him whole. Reason repeatedly urged him to resist, to not yield so easily, yet his body betrayed him, surrendering to the tide of desire. Well, after all, it wasn't as if they had never indulged in such behavior before. At this moment, the atmosphere was perfectly attuned, with the person standing before him being the very embodiment of his heart's desire. The remnants of reason that lingered within Xunzhi were gradually consumed by the ever-rising fervor of passion. Silently, he attempted to counsel himself. Just as the two became entirely enraptured by this intoxicating ambience, a sudden, piercing alarm shattered the tranquility, slicing through the air like a sharp blade and sending a tremor through their hearts. Xiaomuzhe's previously fierce gaze dimmed in an instant. However, his embrace around Xunzhi tightened even more, and he pressed a deep kiss upon him. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he endeavored to steady his slightly hurried breaths, fully aware of the gravity of the situation at hand, discerning the urgency and priority of the unfolding events. Thus, he decisively rose to his feet, carefully enveloping Xunzhi in a soft blanket, as if his beloved were a rare and precious jade, fearing even the slightest harm might befall him. Once this was accomplished, Xiaomuzhe swiftly turned, grasping the bathrobe that lay strewn nearby and casually draping it over his bare back. Next, he skillfully slipped his arms through the sleeves and securely fastened the belt around his waist. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, executed with grace and precision. He then hurriedly made his way toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, peering outside with a scrutinizing gaze to ascertain the current state of affairs within the base. Chapter 46. The battle at the support base square. The square beneath the hotel was now teeming with a rapidly assembled military presence. With crucial thoroughfares firmly guarded, the square's illumination, typically reserved for the night, blazed brightly as if it were midday. Yet from their vantage point above, the precise nature of the commotion remained obscured. Only the direction of the unrest was discernible. A faint rustling sound emerged from behind, and upon hearing the footsteps, Xunzhi turned to see that he had already donned his attire, though remnants of red lingered at the corners of his eyes. What transpired? What is happening? His voice was somewhat hoarse, laced with a prolonged cadence. Xiaomuzhe regarded him with a gentle gaze, his demeanor calm as he replied, "It seems there may be an incident within the base. I cannot discern the details from up here. I shall descend to investigate. Would you prefer to remain here and rest?" "No, I'm fine. I will accompany you down," Xunzhi stated, his voice cool, yet imbued with a subtle clarity that unexpectedly conveyed a tender intimacy. Xiaomuzhe glanced at Xunzhi, his eyes momentarily flickering before he resolutely agreed. Very well. His speed in dressing surpassed that of an ordinary person, and within mere breaths, he was fully attired. Taking Xunzhi's hand as they exited the room, ensuring the door was carefully secured behind them. At this juncture, the night had yet to reach its deepest hour, and the hotel corridors were populated by a few individuals who had emerged upon hearing the alarm. The official decision to trigger the alarm could only stem from either a large-scale zombie invasion or unrest within the base itself. Regardless of which scenario had unfolded, those residing within the base could not afford to remain oblivious. After all, with such a densely populated community, any outbreak of infection could not be swiftly resolved. Thus, all available forces within the base converged at this moment. Upon descending, a sudden shriek pierced the air, prompting both to rush toward the source of the disturbance. Upon arrival, chaos reigned. A towering and oddly shaped mutant, clad in tattered rags, stood out amidst a throng of abilities users encircling it. The situation was dire, as a significant portion of ordinary survivors had already fallen victim to the mutant's attacks, swiftly transforming into standard zombies. Judging by its level, this mutant had reached a formidable 4th tier, and it was perplexing how such a creature had infiltrated the heavily guarded base. Xunzhi furrowed his brow, realizing that this 4th-tier mutant appeared to possess psychic abilities, capable of commanding lower-tier zombies to assail the abilities users, given the densely populated battlefield within the base. And the mutant's swift movements. The use of firearms had to be exercised with extreme caution to avoid friendly fire, rendering them ineffective for suppressing the mutant. Xiaomuzhe and Xunzhi observed the conflict from the sidelines. Most of the base's combatants were only at Tier 3, and even among those of the same level, psychic mutants had a significant advantage. It was as if they toyed with the abilities users, effortlessly predicting their attacks and finding openings to break free from the encirclement. Xiaomuzhe's expression grew icy. Without hesitation, he surged forward, employing his agility to engage the mutant and divert its attention. Meanwhile, Xunzhi remained composed, analyzing the situation. In his understanding, these psychic mutants seemed to share a common vulnerability: their brains. Although their sensory perception was exceptionally acute, a targeted strike to their brain could induce a momentary daze. Xiaomuzhe's lightning abilities were ideally suited for such an opportunity. Thus, while he cautioned Xiaomuzhe, he also sought the perfect moment to strike. Upon receiving the cue, Xiaomuzhe deftly evaded the mutant's attacks, circling around to capture its focus. Each time his violet-hued lightning struck the mutant, It incited an indescribable sensation, provoking its wrath. Regrettably, the critical blows to its head were consistently evaded. However, as the battle progressed, Xunzhi discerned something peculiar about the mutant. Typically, mutants would awaken only a single ability, and their mobility and condition would significantly deteriorate upon injury. Observing the controlling capabilities of this mutant, there was no doubt it was a psychic zombie. Yet, its healing speed was unusually rapid. Often, the ability's user's attacks would inflict damage, only for the mutant to recover completely within mere minutes, leaving no trace behind. Aside from the more pronounced wounds inflicted by lightning in that moment, the 100-odd abilities users present were unable to inflict any genuine harm upon it. The battle had reached a stalemate. Xunzhi withdrew from the fray, seeking a higher vantage point to scrutinize the mutant before him. Had he encountered this mutant alone, he could have summoned vines to ensnare it tightly and utilized his devouring abilities. Even with its rapid healing, it would not surpass his energy absorption rate. Yet, this was a human-populated area, making such a bizarre attack method ill-advised. Moreover, the sight of vines swirling through the air would undoubtedly instill fear in ordinary citizens. Unless in dire circumstances, he would not readily reveal his trump cards. Thus, his previous engagement had solely relied on agility and his tang blade. After observing for a while, Xunzhi keenly noted that the mutant's clothing pockets seemed to bulge with something. A subtle suspicion began to form in his mind. Albeit unconfirmed, a slender vine secretly sprouted from his palm, and as his companion Rose appeared, the plant's radar detected energy fluctuations, affirmatively validating his hypothesis. It appeared that the zombie indeed harbored a fragment of a celestial meteorite. Though the fragment was diminutive, it likely originated from the vicinity of a star core, endowing it with a more refined meteorite energy, thereby providing the mutant with a continuous source of repair and evolution. Xunzhi's gaze flickered with resolve. He was determined to acquire this fragment. He had yet to consume a piece from near a star core. The prospect of its flavor was undoubtedly enticing. A playful smirk graced Xunzhi's lips as he contemplated how to procure the fragment amidst the watchful eyes of many. He turned his attention to the surrounding terrain and environment. The current battlefield was overly expansive. To minimize the number of combatants, he would need to constrict the encirclement. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to lure the mutant to the commercial district they had traversed during the day. Typically uninhabited, the first floor would enable them to engage in battle while minimizing casualties, despite the inevitable collateral damage to the buildings that Xunzhi called out, noticing Xiaomu's glance in his direction. Confirming his awareness, he gestured toward the commercial street. Xiaomu swiftly grasped his intent, maintaining a steady barrage of lightning attacks while maneuvering to lead the mutant toward the commercial district. Thus, it was true what they said. Mages were indeed well suited for drawing aggro. Injuries breed animosity. However, Xiaomu possesses remarkable physical prowess and speed, far surpassing that of ordinary mutants. Xunzhi followed suit, shifting into the commercial street, where he seized the opportunity in a visual blind spot. With an agile leap, he plunged the tang knife in his hand forcefully into the vulnerable nape of the mutant. Meanwhile, a slender vine darted swiftly past the mutant's side, and with a flash of light, the creature emitted a pained howl, gradually collapsing to the ground. The surrounding zombies lost their composure, seemingly retreating under the tumultuous lightning. Yet, the other abilities present had no intention of sparing them, launching a relentless pursuit. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished the entire group of mutants. The crowd, previously hushed, erupted into cheers upon witnessing the danger dissipate. The two exchanged relieved smiles, and Xunzhi felt his heart race as he touched the meteorite fragments discreetly secured beneath his garment by the vine. Their recent cooperation had been nothing short of flawless. The dazzling display of lightning had compelled everyone's attention to recede. Had he not known that Xiaomu lacked telepathic abilities, he might have suspected intentional collaboration. Yet, it was evident that a tacit understanding had developed between them. It seemed that a well-deserved reward awaited Xiaomu upon their return home. Xunzhi, with his back turned to Xiaomu, wore a knowing smile, long eyelashes casting a veil over the gentle light in his eyes. Chapter 47. Encountering new friends amidst the battlefield cleanup. As the smoky haze of the battlefield gradually dissipated with the passage of time, two figures emerged into the sight of the onlookers. Bathed in moonlight and artificial illumination, they exuded an aura of strength and enigma. One figure was tall and graceful, with a firm waist and fingers that danced with lingering purple electricity. His heroic stance during the fierce battle against the mutants was indelibly etched in the minds of those present. A testament to humanity's ultimate pursuit of power. The other figure, more delicate in build, possessed a visage so flawless it resembled a work of art. When their gazes met, time seemed to freeze, and even breathing felt momentarily suspended. His cold, tranquil eyes, akin to a frigid spring, turned towards others, exuding a wintry breeze that bore an almost imperceptible chill, evoking an overwhelming sense of alienation. "Are you injured?" Xunzhi inquired urgently, stepping closer and scanning Xunzhi's form. Stopping him from conducting an immediate examination, Xunzhi cast him a sidelong glance and softly reassured, "I'm fine." However, he too scrutinized Xunzhi, noting that his attire was merely disheveled, with no visible injuries. "I thought I saw." Xunzhi's words were halted by Xunzhi's finger pressed against his lips. "I'll tell you later." Xunzhi stood rather close, and Xunzhi could almost catch a whiff of the cool fragrance of roses emanating from him. All right. Just as they exchanged hushed words, the battlefield had become manageable. The remaining zombies were swiftly eliminated by the other abilities present, and any fleeing creatures posed no threat. Troops were on standby to conduct thorough sweeps. Eliminating all potential hazards, the night had once again settled into tranquility. Ordinary citizens collaborated to clean the battlefield, and the swift resolution of the situation could not be attributed solely to the two suddenly appearing abilities. Leading them to observe the duo with a mix of excitement and admiration that a young man clad in military combat gear approached them, extending a friendly greeting and commending their combat prowess. Xunzhi replied with a courteous nod, while Xunzhi merely stood aloof beside him. The young officer, seemingly unfazed by Xunzhi's cold demeanor, smiled and introduced himself as Lin Qi. "I haven't seen you both at the base before. Had it not been for your intervention tonight, I doubt we would have subdued that mutant so easily." Xunzhi extended his hand in greeting. "Xunzhi, a pleasure to meet you. We just arrived at this base today, so it's understandable you haven't seen us," Xunzhi explained warmly, addressing Lin Qi's curiosity. Lin Qi then turned his attention to Xunzhi, who lightly touched his hand and quickly withdrew, introducing himself. That a flicker of intrigue flashed in Lin Qi's eyes before he regained his composure, cheerfully remarking, "I suspected that with your abilities, you wouldn't be mere unknowns. May I inquire about your future plans? Our base is currently in a rapid development phase and greatly needs powerful individuals like you. That if you could join our ranks, it would undoubtedly enhance our defensive capabilities." Before Xunzhi could respond, Xunzhi interjected, "We're merely passing through. We have our own arrangements." Xunzhi glanced at Xunzhi and nodded in agreement. Once a part of the military, Xunzhi had applied for discharge prior to the apocalypse, yet the abruptness of his request left it pending formal approval. Legally, he remained within the system, but the chaos of the apocalypse had left his status ambiguous. As they had now established a base of their own, outright rejecting the official invitation would be unwise. Fortunately, Xunzhi adeptly provided an excuse that rendered refusal impossible. Lin Qi chuckled awkwardly. "My apologies for my presumption. That I merely hoped for future collaboration. Perhaps we could start by becoming friends. Surely, you won't refuse that." It is often said that those with clever minds act swiftly, even if such formidable individuals could not be incorporated into his team. Maintaining a favorable relationship was essential. Of course, it would be our honor, Xunzhi affirmed. "You have slain this mutant, and logically, its crystal core should belong to you," Lin Qi remarked, observing the translucent fourth-level crystal core extracted from the mutant's brain. Though tempted, he unhesitatingly handed it to Xunzhi. "All right, we shall accept it graciously." Seeing them accept the crystal core, Lin Qi merely smiled, recognizing that exchanging a crystal for the friendship of two capable individuals was a worthwhile trade. Besides, there was a substantial corpse for them to study, ensuring that the base would not suffer losses. Once Lin Qi departed, Xunzhi turned to Xunzhi and suggested, "Shall we return to the hotel for some rest?" Xunzhi lifted his gaze and replied, "Yes, that sounds good." Chapter 48. A team returning with abundance on the third day. As dawn broke across the horizon, Xunzhi and Xunzhi awoke from their slumber. Neither of them had a habit of lingering in bed, though Xunzhi rose slightly earlier. Upon opening his eyes, he savored the delightful sensation of Xunzhi nestled against him. Who could comprehend such bliss? He truly cherished it. It wasn't until Xunzhi also opened his eyes that they finally got out of bed. After quickly freshening up, they gathered their belongings and prepared to head downstairs in search of nourishment. Their possessions were minimal. Aside from Xunzhi's ever-present black tang knife strapped to his back, their few changes of clothes were crammed into a black carry-on bag that Xiaomuse could easily lift with one hand, leaving his other hand free to hold Xunzhi's. After several days of togetherness, their dynamic had largely reverted to the affectionate state they shared before their separation, marked by a sticky intimacy. Perhaps the physical closeness had drawn their hearts nearer as well. Xunzhi now exhibited a noticeable reliance on Xiaomuse in certain matters. The hotel featured a designated dining area on the second floor. Despite the apocalypse, the variety of dishes was far less than before, yet there remained a sufficient supply of staple foods like meat buns and steamed bread. Upon entering the dining hall, Xunzhi promptly made his way to a window-side seat, choosing a spot with an expansive view and ample light. Noticing this, Xiaomuse instinctively turned towards the food counter, his movements both skilled and natural. Before long, Xiaomuse returned, carefully balancing a tray filled with steaming food. The tray boasted a collection of pristine dishes, with the piping hot meat buns being the most eye-catching, their round and plump forms exuding an enticing aroma. Additionally, he brought a cup of steaming soy milk and a bowl of snow-white congee. Both were not particularly fond of plain steamed buns. After all, who would choose them over meat buns? The breakfast alone cost them nearly 20 points, significantly more than the fare offered by the street vendors in the alley. However, this unadulterated, hearty meat bun was something that the survivors at the stalls were reluctant to prepare, as even a modest bun steamed from a mix of ground grains could suffice to satiate hunger, making it the popular choice among the masses for its affordability. Yet, confronted with the steaming delicacy before him, Xunzhi appeared somewhat disinterested. "Come on, just eat a bit. Once we return, I'll prepare something delicious for you." Xiaomuse's deep, gentle voice carried an undertone of persuasion. Xunzhi glanced up at him. "Fine, I'll just consider it as accompanying you for a meal, serving as your dining companion." Obediently, he picked up a bun from the plate. The heartfelt exchange of the past few days had revealed to Xiaomuse that Xunzhi's aversion to food stemmed from his unique constitution, which rendered him unable to derive nourishment from these ordinary sustenances. Thus, Xiaomuse resolved that upon their return to the base, he would venture into the nearby mountains to attempt hunting, hoping to find consumable mutated creatures to supplement Xunzhi's diet. Xunzhi had never held much enthusiasm for post-apocalyptic cuisine, but at this moment, his peculiar physiology rendered his palate incapable of discerning any distinct flavors from these commonplace dishes devoid of energy. Whether it was the vibrant, aromatic braised pork or the plain white meat bun before him, they were all tasteless to him, akin to chewing wax. Consequently, while Xiaomuse devoured his meal heartily, Xunzhi took the occasional small bite of the bun. Initially, they had planned to remain at this base for at least 3 days. However, events progressed remarkably smoothly, far exceeding their expectations in the first couple of days. They swiftly accomplished their goals as if aided by divine intervention. They first successfully located Lu Xiyang's family, and then, through introductions from his relatives, they managed to recruit a family of 3 from his neighbors. This not only bolstered the infrastructure team, but also provided a candidate for the head of the medical team. Moreover, during that evening's battle, the impressive combat prowess displayed by Xiaomuse and Xunzhi attracted numerous awakened individuals eager to connect with them. Some formidable hunting teams sought to recruit them with generous offers, while others volunteered to join their ranks. Nevertheless, they were discerning in their selections. Not every individual who approached them was deemed suitable. At this juncture, most awakened individuals possessed abilities of similar caliber, none surpassing their own. However, they did sift through those with rich combat experience and remarkable performances, carefully choosing individuals with clean backgrounds who resonated well with Xunzhi. Despite their stringent requirements, they still managed to gather a commendable number of exceptional awakened individuals, totaling over 20. Even while Xunzhi was selective in considering those with unique abilities or those not yet represented in their base, they certainly could not deplete the talent pool of the official base all at once. That would be too unseemly. Among the recruits, there was a pair of siblings whose powers were quite intriguing. Although newly awakened, Xunzhi included them in the group. The brother possessed a mutation-type ability that granted him immense strength, having evolved to a towering height of nearly 2 meters, making him a prime candidate for infrastructure work. The sisters' ability, on the other hand, was rather ethereal, a luck buff, discovered only after multiple tests post-awakening. After selecting the candidates and informing them of the assembly time for departure, they all dispersed. After all, they had accumulated some belongings during their stay at the base. The remaining time before their departure was dedicated to managing these possessions. Thus, when the planned final day arrived, Xunzhi spent the entire time leisurely holding Xunzi's hand, strolling carefreely around the base. That morning, they explored all the public areas of the base. As noon approached, they casually enjoyed lunch at a street-side eatery before heading to Lu Xiyang's home to collect him and Uncle Zhang's family. Once their small team regrouped, they arrived punctually at the designated meeting point, as prearranged with their teammates. Upon meeting, Xunzhi and Xunzi immediately noticed the towering pile of shopping bags at Su Qing and Xunzi's feet, clearly indicating a bountiful haul from their outing. Wow, where did these two lovely young ladies come from? Su Qing, who had been discussing their return schedule with Xunzi and had promised to help him move things, had not been sparing in her expenditure of Xunzi's points over the past few days. After finishing their last meal before the assembly, their points cards had been completely depleted. The base's points were to be spent at the base. None would be taken home. They had been exhausted yet elated during their stay. However, it was Xunzi who felt the strain. Believing that the effort he expended to gather information over the past 2 days equaled all the words he had spoken in the previous 2 months, the one enjoying herself was, of course, Su Qing, who was reveling in her shopping spree, as evidenced by the plethora of spoils surrounding her. Hello, big sister. I'm Lu Ce, and this is my best friend, Zhang Xiaolei. Lu Ce's luggage filled 2 large suitcases. But with her brother providing the muscle, she was spared the burden and joyfully bounced forward to greet Su Qing. Having worked at the base for a while, she had become quite adept at reading people and recognized Su Qing as the only female team member present. Surmising that her status must be significant. Hello, I'm Su Qing. You must be Yang Ji's sister. You two look quite alike. Su Qing greeted them warmly. The younger sister's demeanor appeared amiable, a petite figure that evoked a protective instinct. Unlike the few rambunctious newcomers in the base who were even more boisterous than the boys. Chapter 49. Sisterly bonds. It was not that she intentionally harbored resentment towards the recently joined awakened individuals. Rather, it stemmed from their restless nature, often instigating trouble. The newcomers had previously been part of a single group, and had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Jita Lao during a resource-gathering mission, resulting in their rescue, they would not have been integrated into their safe zone. She regarded those talents with disdain. However, Yang Ji's sisters were different. She considered herself a veteran of the base, a vital force in its construction. And trusted allies like Xunzi and Lu Xiyang were akin to family, naturally drawing her closer to them. While the sisters exchanged endearing words, Xunzi had already taken the initiative to bring the vehicles parked at the base's entrance into position. Lu Xiyang meticulously inspected the condition of the vehicles. The exteriors were unscathed, the interiors intact, though the fuel tanks had diminished by about a third. It was their first visit to the base, and lacking experience, they had not transferred fuel to Su Qing's space before leaving. Fortunately, the oil thieves had been prudent enough not to steal all their fuel. Otherwise, they would have had to confront the culprits and teach them a lesson. The agreed assembly time for their original team was set for 1 o'clock. With approximately 15 minutes remaining, their small group was already gathered, prompting Xunzi to nod inwardly in approval. Everyone had a commendable sense of time, which was reassuring. Their meeting with the newly recruited awakened individuals was scheduled for half an hour later, yet those individuals began to arrive gradually ahead of time. After exchanging greetings with Xunzi and Xunzi, they parked their vehicles behind the original 3. During the recruitment, Xunzi had mentioned that transportation to Jiangcheng would need to be self-provided. So those with vehicles drove while those without would rely on their physical stamina or seek rides from potential teammates. Naturally, no one would prefer to walk if they could hitch a ride, as that would be rather embarrassing. However, the sibling pair had informed them beforehand that they lacked a vehicle, and Xunzi ensured they were accommodated in the available cars. This was a minor issue. The newly recruited awakened individuals also traveled light, as everyone had been assured that food would never be in short supply. As for other possessions, anything available in the safe zone storage could be accessed, and a small team could readily venture into the city to procure more. Possessing the entire city's resources was truly a matter of luxury. Soon, it was 1:30, and Xunzhi glanced at his watch. Waiting an additional 10 minutes. After that, with no further arrivals, they decided not to wait any longer. Those who could not adhere to the basic assembly time would not inspire confidence in trusting their backs during combat. Fortunately, the majority had arrived, with only a couple of latecomers. Xunzhi swiftly stepped into the vehicle and used the intercom to inform everyone to board and prepare for departure. The returning convoy was markedly different from its initial formation, now consisting of nearly 9 vehicles in a well-organized fleet. Xunzhi remained at the helm of the lead vehicle, with Xunzhi undoubtedly seated in the passenger seat beside him. However, the rear seats of their car were no longer occupied by passengers, but rather filled with luggage and supplies. This arrangement was intentional on Xunzhi's part. He had already confided in Xunzhi about his identity and disclosed some of his abilities when it came to scouting. Releasing his rose vines proved to be nearly as effective as Lu Xiang's psychic powers. Thus, the atmosphere within their vehicle was laden with an intimate tension, suffused with the fragrance of roses, punctuated only by the occasional hushed whispers, maintaining a serene and comfortable ambience. In stark contrast, the vehicle trailing behind them was far more lively. Xunzhi drove a 7-seater, closely following his leader's car. And aside from himself, the occupants were all women. Lu Xiang's mother, Su Xiu, along with Lu Xing and Zhang Xiaolei. Totaling 4, Su Qing occupied the passenger seat, frequently turning around to chat with the 3 girls seated at the back, while even the 2 aunts in the middle would occasionally join the conversation. Just before their departure, Lu Xing had spotted a quiet girl sitting alone in a newly added vehicle at the rear of the convoy. Hoping to foster a friendship, she invited her into the front car to engage in conversation. Su had long felt that his younger sister was too quiet and lacked friends after the apocalypse. He was even more concerned about her being alone. Observing the cheerful girls who approached her, he hoped Suli could become closer to them. Noticing that the girls seemed amiable, Suli joined them without hesitation. The second vehicle, filled with these spirited girls, was alive with laughter and song throughout the journey. They had even planned to settle closer together in the safe zone for easier visits in the future. Su Qing meticulously recounted the internal conditions of the base to them, hoping to put their minds at ease. The return journey progressed more swiftly than the outward trip. The zombies along the route had already been cleared. When they encountered any remaining stragglers, Xunzhi either mercilessly ran them over or dealt with them efficiently through the half-open window using his powers. After all, they needed to leave time to settle in upon returning to the base. Reflecting on the situation within the base, Xunzhi playfully smirked and asked, "Zhigu, do you think there will be any new developments at the base when we return?" Xunzhi, aware of his mischievous nature, responded in kind, "Isn't it just the batch of survivors you saved? They can't stir up much trouble with Xunzhi around. You certainly have a lot of faith in Wu Ge." Although they had opted to leave Wu Qinggang at the base as a stabilizing presence before their departure. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, I must say, each member of our Special Forces team is formidable in their own right, Xunzhi declared confidently. However, he added with a grin, "Especially your husband. Exceptionally talented," Xunzhi retorted. Speechless, "You never used to be this narcissistic. Has evolution upgraded your brain?" "I am merely stating facts," Xunzhi boasted like a peacock strutting its feathers, seizing any opportunity to showcase his abilities while tooting his own horn. "Oh please, why not just return to being the silent groom? I miss my cool and handsome partner." Xunzhi sighed as Xunzhi drove. He discreetly observed Xunzhi's sullen expression that a family needs at least one cool demeanor. Having too many would turn it into an Arctic Circle. Previously, he had been the aloof one, while Xunzhi played the clever trickster, often provoking him for amusement. However, upon their reunion, he sensed that Xunzhi's spirit had dulled significantly. The loss of his parents was one contributing factor. He instinctively felt that his earlier departure had inflicted significant harm on Xi. To foster a harmonious family atmosphere, he resolved to initiate conversations and make changes. Fortunately, after this trip to the base, Xunzhi seemed to have released some pent-up emotions, responding to his affections more openly. Their bond had grown closer, and he believed that, given time, Xunzhi would rediscover his former joy. He eagerly anticipated this transformation. Conversely, Xunzhi's gaze was fixed on the road ahead, his mind wandering. Although he had previously confided in Xunzhi about his unique physical condition, the presence of so many people outside made it difficult to reveal his true form. What if he could not accept it? Xunzhi unconsciously bit his thumb, casting a nervous glance at Xiaomuse. "What's wrong, Xiji?" Xiaomuse, having closely monitored him, glanced over and took his left hand in his right. "Stop messing around. I'm driving." Xunzhi withdrew his hand, letting out a soft sigh. There should be no secrets between lovers. This time, he resolved to reveal his true self and the matter of his rebirth. Otherwise, keeping such things hidden would be futile. With Xiaomu's keen observational skills, he would inevitably notice that in the past, whenever he had stashed snacks at home, Xiaomu would find them all without fail. How long could his little secret remain concealed? Having made up his mind, Xunzhi chose to face everything with composure. If it worked out, so be it. If not, what did it matter? He had already lived a life once. Could he truly be dominated by a man? Worst case, he would turn dark. HMPF, he could become a villain, reckless and unrestrained. After all, he now possessed a method for rapid advancement, making it impossible for anyone to hold him back. Upon returning, he intended to share something important with Xiaomuse. With this thought, Xunzhi turned to gaze out the window, his expression inscrutable if Xiaomuse were to comprehend Xunzhi's current thoughts. He would likely go mad that I want to be close to my wife at all times, yet she seems inclined to cast me aside for her own freedom. Who understands the plight of family? Xiaomuse quickly grasped the implication behind Xunzhi's words, chuckling inwardly. Does this mean my wife trusts me more? Is she ready to be open with me? She holds nothing back. What else could it be but love? It is indeed love, and I love my wife too. His foot pressed down harder on the accelerator, excitement coursing through him. Behind them, Xunzhi stared in bewilderment at the sudden cloud of dust and exhaust fumes kicked up by the car ahead. What on earth is happening? He wondered, instinctively speeding up as well. Suddenly, amidst the treacherous highway, a remarkable sight unfolded. A convoy racing at breakneck speed, raising a cloud of dust wherever they went, finally unleashing the potential of the long-established road. Upon their return to Jiangcheng, as they approached the bridge, without needing Xunzhi to disembark, the roadblock on the bridge voluntarily parted to create a wide passage for the vehicles. The blooming roses seemed to welcome their return. Wow! Did this plant just come to life? Lu Xing exclaimed in astonishment from the second vehicle, prompting her fellow passengers to clamber onto the windows to witness this extraordinary scene. Su Li's eyes widened, mirroring a curious kitten's gaze, captivated by the changes outside. Indeed, one must venture out to gain insight. Su Qing had witnessed this phenomenon once before and worried not about any potential threat, leisurely inhaling the enticing floral scent wafting through the half-open window. Upon arriving at the entrance of the safe zone, they gazed in awe, realizing that in just a few days, the base had undergone a significant transformation. The imposing metal gates evoked a sense of awe. A plaque resembling an ancient city wall adorned the gate, boldly inscribed with the words Green Sea Base in grand metallic calligraphy. Exuding a commanding presence it was evident that Wu Qinggang and his construction team had worked tirelessly to make a notable impression on the newly joined ability users. Their laborious efforts left Lu Xiang's parents and the newly integrated siblings astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exclaimed, "Goodness! This is even more impressive than Jiangcheng's official base." It was indeed true that appearances matter. However, upon entering the compound, the atmosphere shifted dramatically from the grandeur of the outer walls to that of a magnificent botanical garden. Everywhere, metal trellises overflowed with vibrant roses, defying the season and blooming with reckless abandon. The roses seemed to declare their vitality. "We have energy. We can do as we please." Unbeknownst to the returning group, the members of the original base were equally perplexed. How could such a large flower bloom so suddenly? Surely, it must have taken mere moments to go from bud to full blossom. The fragrant air had become so potent that it prompted a collective sneeze as they caught sight of the returning group. The answer became clear. Ah, the big shots have returned. While they were aware that this protective rose possessed its own consciousness, it seemed exceedingly affectionate. "Aren't you a plant? You truly are a dog." The multitude of individuals, occasionally wounded by the thorns of the rose, instantaneously declared that they were unworthy. Winky face. However, the merrymakers merely pondered this in their hearts, as this rose, an extraordinary plant, served as their protective guardian. Have you not noticed that no one is stationed to guard the city walls? The sentinels have been utterly liberated. Nevertheless, Wu Qinggang would not allow them to remain idle. Every last one of them was summoned to construct houses. Infrastructure is in full swing, a motley crew of fools. This group is indeed quite challenging to manage. It remains a mystery from whence these merrymakers originated. They have banded together, incessantly concocting mischief. Whether it be digging holes or practicing flight only to find themselves entangled in trees, it feels as though his mental age has aged several years in just a few short days. Thus, upon witnessing the return of their captain, he rushed outside to welcome him. "Chief, you have finally returned," he exclaimed, shedding a heartfelt tear. "Are you well?" Although the spirit of Xunzhi revealed that the cohorts back at the base had stirred up trouble once more. Xiaomu still smiled and patted Wu Qinggang on the shoulder. "That you've worked hard. Brother, it's not hard, merely unfortunate." However, with the return of the key individuals in charge, the burdens upon him had lightened considerably. Despite their brief absence, every department clamored for his guidance, and each was compelled to work overtime for a short while, ensuring they could enjoy a full day of rest. Thankfully, the foundation of the base was gradually harmonizing. And while minor issues persisted, no significant problems had arisen. Chapter 51. Preparations for the base dinner and future development plans. Let us gather for a dinner tonight. The newly arrived batch of superhumans should seize this opportunity to get acquainted with everyone. Xiaomu's remarked to Xunzhi, who was walking beside him. "Absolutely. I will make the arrangements," Xunzhi eagerly replied. Taking charge of logistics without hesitation. It was also a good opportunity to check the storeroom for available food and to inventory the supplies. Ensuring no mischief had occurred during his brief absence. "Wu Go, allow me to introduce someone." Xunzhi gestured for Suyu to come over, as he looked at the new members standing by after disembarking. Even without Xunzhi's introduction, Wu Qinggang immediately noticed the tall figure standing out from the crowd. This is Suyu, whose abilities lie in immense strength. He should prove to be a valuable asset to your construction team. Please take him under your wing. Xunzhi resembled a kindergarten teacher, assigning the new entrants to their respective classes and pairing them with mentors, aside from those with clear job inclinations. The other superhumans were allocated according to their preferences into Xunzhi's resource-seeking group and the combat unit directly overseen by Xiaomu. Despite both groups frequently venturing out, their specific duties were markedly distinct. For instance, Xunzhi's resource-seeking unit typically operated with a minimum of 20 individuals. When on missions, apart from bringing along Su Qing, a space manipulator, they generally avoided using vehicles, embodying a philosophy of light packing. Their mode of transport consisted of small electric scooters and electric skateboards, which were quite stylish. Given the numerous collapsed buildings, many roads remained congested and unmaintained, making vehicular travel cumbersome, while resource loading was far more efficient with Su Qing's abilities. The resource-seeking unit was a mobile entity, prioritizing urgently needed supplies for the base, such as rice, flour, oil, medicines, and sugar, all of which had long shelf lives, even if buried underground, as long as the outer packaging remained intact and had not been waterlogged. Many items could still be consumed. They also sought essential resources like coal, timber, building materials, and gasoline. As for clothing and daily necessities, they could gather bits and pieces from every shop they passed, accumulating them over time. Currently, the base lacked for nothing in that regard. Occasionally, Xunzhi would lead them into commercially dense areas swarming with zombies, honing their long-term combat and evasion skills. To speak frankly, under Xunzhi's training, the resource-seeking team not only became swift but also developed commendable survival skills, ensuring that in a dispersed search for supplies, they could call out for assistance in emergencies, allowing teammates to come to their aid. In contrast, Xiaomu's combat unit operated with a more straightforward approach, directly sweeping through nearby zombie hotspots, charging headlong into areas with high zombie concentrations. They had a daily quota of zombie extermination tasks, significantly reducing the dangers faced while venturing outside the safe zone. Their outings typically involved larger groups than the resource-seeking unit, with a minimum of 50 individuals, often equipped with heavy weaponry. Otherwise, if their powers were depleted while surrounded by zombies, it would be tantamount to serving themselves as a meal to the undead. However, bolstered by an array of firepower and abilities, each return of the combat unit was laden with spoils. The zombie cores they collected required large trash bins for transport. Rest assured, the bins were clean and thoroughly washed after each use. No one complained. Previously, due to the small number of personnel at the base, all spoils were distributed according to labor, rather than directly handed out. Akin to a system of contribution points that in the future, as the base's population swells, they would undoubtedly establish their own currency system. Currently, they lacked specialized equipment and identification cards, making the initiation of such a system exceedingly challenging. And the specific implementation would require discussion among all members before any decisions could be made. Gold and silver are not inherently currency, yet currency is naturally gold and silver, were it not for their current limited reserves of gold. Xunzhi might have considered minting some coins for circulation. As it stands, the most abundant resource within the base is the zombie cores, which have temporarily taken on the role of currency. As the weather in Jiangsheng remained relatively warm at the end of July, the temperature would drop to a more suitable level by evening. The base's population had grown considerably, especially with the recent influx of newcomers. Totaling over 200, nearing 300 individuals, they lacked a large dining hall capable of accommodating such a gathering. Thus, the dinner venue was tentatively set at a park square within the central area. This square is conveniently located just across the street from the residential area where the core members reside, and it is also near the housing designated for the latest group of survivors. Apart from the first group of temporarily housed survivors who had once entered the compound, the newcomers had not yet had the opportunity to reside there. After all, those who occupy their own territory are naturally the most trustworthy individuals. Currently, within the courtyard of the central district, aside from the residences reserved for the higher-ups of the base, some outer courtyards had been temporarily designated as office spaces and warehouses. Therefore, once the outer walls of the base were preliminarily completed, Xunzhi and Wu Chenggang planned to construct a new batch of housing, ensuring it was not too distant from the central area, ideally arranged in a protective arc around the outskirts of the compound. The selected square area would continue to serve its role as a central communication hub in the future. They envisioned creating a large, multifunctional building within this space, serving as a communal area for base members to dine, warm themselves, hold meetings, and engage in various social activities. Xunzhi had specific aesthetic requirements for the building's design. He found mere straight lines and right angles utterly unappealing. Thus, once he completed his external responsibilities, he returned home to peruse a collection of architectural designs from abroad and concept art from games, even sketching his own design blueprints. With the presence of extraordinary abilities, he could fully unleash his imagination, transforming the impossible into reality. Of course, he was not averse to collaboration. Many design proposals would be discussed in meetings, and only those unanimously approved would proceed to the implementation stage. His dedication to the base's construction was evident, as this was to be everyone's future home. Boys, who hasn't dreamt of claiming a piece of land, reigning supreme, and building their own fortress? Who could say what shoddy construction the pre-apocalyptic structures consisted of? And they were quite an eyesore. Following a moderately sized earthquake, any building exhibiting cracks would face a singular fate: complete demolition. All of it, without exception. The city boasted ample heavy machinery and an abundance of formidable superhumans. Deploying them to dismantle structures would be a matter of moments. The homes they aimed to construct in the post-apocalyptic era must not only be earthquake-resistant, but also meet Xunzhi's stringent requirements for thermal insulation against both cold and heat. If his memory serves him correctly, this winter is projected to be the harshest in recent years. They had little time left to establish the base's shelter before the biting cold set in. Chapter 52, A Heart-to-Heart Before Dinner. Xingu. The supplies needed for tonight's dinner have already been transported to the square. Do you think we need anything else? Anya, dressed in a sharp sports outfit with her ponytail tied high, exuded an air of vitality. She handed Xunzhi the meticulously organized inventory list. Xunzhi was directing the movement of tables in the square when he turned to accept the list. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he pondered before responding. The menu looks perfectly arranged. Let us add a couple more cases of white wine and beer. Everyone should drink more to foster camaraderie. He then added that the beer must be from Xian Island. He recalled that during the time he was gathering supplies, he had just emptied a large warehouse in Jiangsheng that stocked this particular brand, which had a substantial inventory. Moreover, his elder brother was particularly fond of this brand. All right, I will arrange it immediately. After reporting the matter, Anya promptly took a male logistics personnel by the hand and headed to the warehouse to fetch the beer. Xiaomuse returned, confirming that the power supply at the base was completely adequate, without any reservations. Consequently, various decorative lights and lighting equipment had been installed, creating quite an ambience, even outside of festive seasons. Brother, how's it going? Do you need any help? In the square, some metallic seating had been hastily constructed, and Wu Qinggang had brought these chairs to Xunzhi. It was Xunzhi's responsibility to arrange their placement. Yet for Wu Qinggang and the others, it was merely a matter of lending a hand. Wu Ge, could you please arrange the stools beside the tables, one row on each side? This way, we can sit face to face for better communication. Sure, it's a small task. Wu Qinggang nodded and waved to the team members behind him to follow with the chairs. In Lu Xiang's yard, the family was bustling about, packing their belongings. Some bedding and daily necessities were sent over by Xunzhi when they returned to the base. Additionally, there were some clothes for changing, especially since they had a little girl in the family, so he had specifically arranged for some brightly colored garments to be delivered. Xiang, it seems your teammate is quite thoughtful, preparing all these daily necessities for us so meticulously. You must be sure to thank him properly, Luma remarked as she sorted through the pile of items, noticing that they even had planting tools and seeds in good supply. Mom, rest assured, everyone at the base is doing quite well. During dinner tonight, I'll make sure to introduce you to a few brothers, Lu Xiang said, while assisting his family in moving some heavy supplies. It felt wonderful to have family nearby, giving him a sense of home. Go. I want to set up a grape trellis in this yard. Lu Xiu surveyed the yard, which spanned over 100 square meters, and thought it wouldn't be unreasonable to choose a corner for a grape trellis. You can set it up when you have free time. Just make sure it doesn't encroach upon Mom's vegetable patch. Satisfying such a minor request from his sister was nothing difficult for him. Humph, I won't. Besides, when the time comes to eat grapes, everyone will share, right? It's not just for me, she retorted, pouting. Lu Xiang, seeing his sister's defiance, felt an urge to tease her. As he passed by, he playfully ruffled her hair, messing up her carefully styled locks. In an instant, Lu Xiu erupted in protest, calling out to the house, Mom, Gu is bullying me. Xunzhi and Xiaomuse, who lived next door, exchanged glances upon hearing the commotion. Xiaomuse chuckled softly. It seems life is about to become much livelier. Yes, but that's quite nice, Xunzhi mused. His initial intention of establishing a base in Jiangcheng was to ensure a good life for those he cared about. Although his family was no longer present, it appeared that new family members might emerge in his life. Xiji, Xiaomuse moved closer, wrapping his arms around Xunzi's waist, resting his head in the crook of his shoulder, hot breaths sending shivers across Xunzi's fair skin. What's wrong? If there's something to discuss. Dante leaned in so close. Xunzi attempted to push the affectionate giant away. After a couple of attempts without success, he resigned himself to being held tightly. Didn't you say you would tell me something when you returned? Xiaomu's voice was low and warm against his ear. He had hastened his cleaning upon arriving, and now that they had a moment to themselves on the sofa, wasn't this atmosphere perfect for sharing heartfelt words? With a long sigh, Xunzi replied, All right, I promised I would tell you, and you've waited so long. Why are you suddenly in a rush? He actively lifted his arms to reciprocate the embrace, softly recounting his experiences. I've died once. The first words he spoke left Xiaomuse astounded. Although he had suspected it before, hearing Xunzi say it aloud was a different shock altogether, tightening his hold around him instinctively. Yet, he refrained from urgently inquiring, choosing instead to listen quietly. In my previous life, after receiving the news of my parents' passing while at school, I applied for a leave of absence and rushed back to Jiangcheng to handle their affairs. During that time, I contemplated calling you, but I was unable to reach you. As he spoke, Xunzi seemed to drift back into the most challenging period of his previous existence, alone in Jiangcheng. I felt as if life had become utterly meaningless. For a long time, I fell into despair, hardly wanting to step outside. Fortunately, my parents left me with a considerable inheritance in cash, and to avoid dwelling on memories, I moved to a new home, one I mentioned to you during university, a wedding house prepared by my parents that I hadn't taken you to see. Xunzi's tone remained flat as he recounted his past. To avoid going out, I stocked up on food at the new place, and thus, I lived in isolation for a month or two until the apocalypse arrived. Reflecting on his prior experiences, his demeanor grew colder, tinged with resentment. In my previous life, my awakened ability was the same as in this one, to control plants and absorb the energy of other living beings through vines. However, I had not mastered this ability and was sold to a laboratory before I could fully develop it. And then I returned to the present. With downcast eyes, he succinctly summarized his past. Hearing this, Xiaomuse, perplexed, asked, What about me? Wasn't I by your side? he hadn't gleaned any information about himself from Xunzi's narrative. He knew well what kind of person he was. If the apocalypse were to arrive, he would risk everything to return. Xunzi pondered, perhaps in the previous life. At the same time, Xiaomuse had tried to call him. But he had been too engulfed in the grief of losing his parents, turning off his phone and ignoring all external messages. Naturally, he had missed that final call. However, in this life, although he was initially unaware of the existence of that call, due to his change in mindset and the need to manage assets and stockpile supplies, his phone remained on, allowing him not to miss Xiaomu's call, thus providing an opportunity to alter both their destinies. Chapter 53. Minor conflicts during the dinner gathering. No wonder you said such odd things when you received the call, considering Xunzi's behavior and his words during that previous phone call. Xiaomuse began to conjecture about the trajectory of his past fate. Without further ado, he lifted his head and grasped the back of Xunzi's neck with one hand, tightly encircling his waist with the other. As if attempting to meld him into his very being, he pressed his lips fiercely against Xunzi's softness, kissing him passionately, almost ferociously, as if he would never let him go again. Xunzi felt the fervent closeness and their intertwined warmth. His mind went blank, all grudges and resentments seemingly dissolving in that moment. That instant, their hearts longed to draw nearer, closer still, until they could never part again. After a long while, the two, breathless, pulled away slightly. Xunzi's once alabaster complexion now bore a charming blush, as though kissed by the evening glow. Gradually, the hue deepened, enveloping his entire face in a seductive pink, reminiscent of a ripe peach, tempting and succulent. Meanwhile, his dark, night-like eyes transformed remarkably under the surge of emotions, the black giving way to a vibrant green, akin to jade brimming with life. The verdant hue resembled fresh buds emerging in spring, exuding vitality and freshness. Simultaneously, emerald vines sprouted uncontrollably from his back, intertwining like a lively dance of serpents. They curled and stretched, each displaying immense strength and flexibility. Furthermore, Xunzi's formerly soft hair suddenly lengthened, cascading over his shoulders like a waterfall. The strands danced in the wind, gently brushing against his now strikingly enchanting visage, adding an air of mystery to in this moment. Xunzi radiated a breathtaking beauty, and Xiaomuse struggled to maintain his composure, fully aware that they had important matters to attend to later. Otherwise, Xunzi would have been utterly consumed by him in that instant. Desire surged within Xiaomu's gaze, igniting a similar passion in Xunzi's eyes. There's still something to arrange later. Ji-sun slightly pushed against his approaching chest, sensing that if they began at this moment, it would likely be an unending affair throughout the day. I know. I won't let you off later, she exclaimed, ruthlessly biting down once more. It wasn't too much to allow the upper lips to indulge first when the lower ones were left wanting. Right? This time, the duration was significantly longer than before, only pausing when someone outside called for them. In the center of the square, a massive iron basin measuring 5 meters on each side was ablaze with a towering bonfire. Surrounding the fire were tables arranged in a U shape, now fully occupied by the early arriving crowd. The leader is here, someone shouted, the first to spot the two figures approaching from a distance. Xiaomuse held Ji-sun's hand as they walked towards the gathering. Those in the base who were previously unaware of their relationship now looked on with a mix of surprise and blessings at their affectionate demeanor. After all, in these extraordinary times, love was indeed a rare commodity. The crowd raised their glasses in salute to Xiaomuse, expressing gratitude for his past life-saving assistance and acknowledging his leadership in their ongoing struggle for survival during this exceptional period. Xiaomuse smiled in response, accepting the drink handed to him by Xunzhi, downing it in one go before seating himself beside Xun. As the wine flowed freely and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, Lu Xiang approached his parents with Wu Qinggang, introducing him to them. Meanwhile, Lu Si had already dragged Zhang Xiaolei around the table in search of her newly acquainted friends. Su Li, how come I didn't see you earlier while packing? She called out as she spotted Su Li from afar, her voice ringing out before she even reached her. Upon hearing the call, Su Li turned around and waved. When Lu Si finally reached her side and asked, Su Li responded, my brother and I were assigned to this residential area, not far from the square, just in that building, pointing out the location. At that moment, Su Li was sitting alone, feeling rather bored. Her brother had been pulled away by his new teammates for a drinking game, and with few peers around her, She could only quietly nibble on her food. Lu Si's approach brought her joy. During their departure, she had noticed that the others from their vehicle had been placed in a more secure, upscale community, a testament to their differing statuses that in contrast, she and her brother along with over 20 others from Jiangxing base had been assigned to an apartment near the square. Fortunately, the apartment was quite spacious, and the staff delivering supplies had been friendly, alleviating her anxiety about moving to a new home. Though slightly sentimental, the distance imposed by their status was instantly dissolved by Lu Si's sun-like smile. Lu Si was genuinely delighted. Not only had she reunited with her brother, but their family of 4 was finally together, and they had moved into a grand Chinese-style villa. She now had her own spacious suite and had made new friends. Feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted, instantly regaining the carefree spirit of a 17-year-old high school girl, "It's all right. We're living close by. Once things settle down in the next few days, we can visit each other often," she reassured. Zhang Xiaolei's family, due to their talent recruitment and their close relationship with Lu Xiang's family, had also been placed in the villa area. However, their location was not as central. Being on the outskirts of the community, the group of young women gathered to chat, yet it was evident that someone was displeased with their cheerful demeanor. A girl of similar age, adorned in full makeup and a white lace princess dress, approached with 2 younger girls in tow. "You must be the newcomers today." One of the followers spoke first, her tone dripping with disdain, her expression one of condescension. "And who are you?" Lu Si asked loudly. The lead girl sneered. "We're here to find you," pointing a delicate finger at Lu Si. Zhang Xiaolei instinctively stepped in front of Lu Si, her expression wary. Yet Lu Si gently patted her shoulder, stepping out from behind her with a gaze that conveyed both curiosity and courage. "Find me? Why?" She had her powers to rely on, so there was no need for her friends to shield her. Xiaolei still thought of her as the obedient top student from school. The girl scoffed. "Why do you get to live in the core area right after entering the base? My brother, the strongest fire ability user, doesn't he even have that privilege?" Mingxi pouted, exclaiming, "Why is that fair? The houses in the core area are spacious and beautiful, far better than where I lived before the apocalypse. Just because we were forcibly recruited by the base doesn't mean we should be looked down upon." Mingxi had set her sights on the core area since her arrival, but the logistics personnel had assigned them to the apartment building if everyone else was also placed in the apartment. She wouldn't have objected, but why should this newcomer be allowed in the core area? Lu Si was well aware of the reasons. Not only did her brother have connections as the base leader's brother, but she was also an ability user, and her family had been brought in as talents. While she didn't know the identity of the girl before her, she remained unperturbed. Chapter 54. Conflict escalates. "I have my brother backing me. What is your problem? If you have a complaint, keep it to yourself." Lu Si felt no need to be wrong just because she had a brother as a support. Besides, she was not one to instigate trouble. It would be quite cowardly not to retaliate when someone came knocking on her door. Seeing the girl before her display an even more rebellious demeanor, Mingxi placed her hands on her hips. "What? You want to fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom?" Lu Si challenged, lifting her chin defiantly. She couldn't lose face in front of her friends. After all, this was only their first day at the base. If she were to be humiliated now, how would she manage in the future? The girl's companions had already begun rolling up their sleeves, showing no signs of femininity, clearly experienced in combat. Meanwhile, Suli had previously been a homebody. She could hardly bear to insult someone, let alone engage in a fight. Zhang Xiaolei was not afraid of trouble, but she worried that starting a fight on their first day might leave a bad impression on the base leaders. Her eyes darted around, and she spotted Lu Xiang standing not far off. She discreetly tugged at Su Li's sleeve, signaling her to seek help. Su Li understood, quickly nodding and managing to slip away to Lu Xiang's side unnoticed. "Hi. Hello," Su Li stammered, unsure how to address him. Blushing, she recounted the situation they had just encountered. "What? Is that so?" Lu Xiang responded, his eyes narrowing as he steeled himself. "Let me see who dares to bully our sister." Having just visited Lu Xiang's parents, Wu Qinggang was already fuming. Lu Xiang rubbed his temples, not believing that his sister had instigated trouble. From a distance, he caught sight of the group of girls and noticed the aggressive girl at the forefront. "Goodness, she's that one's sister," Lu Xiang thought. If it's not enough to cause trouble for me, now she's targeting my sister." Activating his mental abilities, he pinpointed Xunzhi's location and sent a mental nudge. Xunzhi, busy toasting the base leader with his brother, turned around in confusion, wearing an innocent expression. What had he done to warrant the ire of this little cutie? Exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang gestured toward the direction of his sister and her friends, signaling him to be ready for a fight, that you're not going to back down. Feeling an inexplicable chill, Xunzhi quickly concocted an excuse, finishing his toast and making a hasty exit, leaving his bewildered brother Xunzhi behind. Ugh, you little rascal, Ji Sun, who had been quietly sipping her beer, casually glanced toward the source of the commotion. It's nothing to worry about. These are just minor skirmishes among children. They should let their brothers handle it. We ought not to intervene. Reflecting on the 4th-level mental crystal core they had obtained in the base, she considered the presence of another equally skilled mental ability user, Xunzhi. If their group consisted solely of their own brothers, the crystal core would undoubtedly go directly to Lu Xiang. However, with another equal-tier mental ability user now in the base, giving the crystal core to Lu Xiang would undoubtedly provoke discontent and potentially spark conflict. Thus, the distribution of the crystal core must be handled fairly and transparently. Otherwise, it could undermine Xiao Mu's credibility as the base leader and destabilize the base's development. It seems imperative to establish a standard contribution mechanism to prevent future disputes. What's this? You can't fight on your own, so you're seeking help. From the perspective of Xunzhi, she could clearly see the two men striding aggressively towards them. Her tone faltered slightly. However, upon spotting her second brother rushing over from a distance after realizing the situation they were in, she felt a surge of confidence, her demeanor lifting. Both brothers had now arrived. Xunzhi silently lamented to himself. What kind of trouble has this little ancestor gotten into now? The prior misunderstanding remains unresolved, and now you've gone and bullied someone else's younger sister. What am I to do about this? Truly, as a little sister, you've dug a pit for your brother. Though he held back his thoughts, he managed to force a smile that seemed almost desperate for approval. Yang, there must be some misunderstanding here. I'll have Mengqi apologize to our sister right away. Brother, the other side hasn't even responded yet. Mengqi exclaimed, wide-eyed. When had her scheming brother's attitude changed so drastically? He was demanding she apologize without a second thought. She was accustomed to being the one who forced apologies from others, never having surrendered before any conflict started. Wasn't this undermining her own authority? Yang, you can't just call him that. Have some dignity. What? Do you want to downplay this situation? Lu Xiang's face turned cold as he regarded the shameless man before him, standing protectively in front of his sister. Beside them, Wu Qinggang began to sense something amiss. Why did Xunzhi appear so effeminate? Could it be that he had taken a liking to his brother? Enraged, he seized Xunzhi by the collar and lifted him into the air. You brat, how dare you bully my brother and sister? Wu Ge, didn't we already say it was a misunderstanding? Xunzhi, lifted off the ground, remained unperturbed, his expression still bearing a fox-like grin. Brother, it's really not a big deal. Let us just have them apologize. Lu Xing observed the unfolding scene and realized that the younger sister's brother might have some grievances with her own brother, concerned that the situation might escalate. She stepped forward to mediate. Did you hear that? Let us do as the younger sister suggested. Suspended in midair, Xunzhi turned to his sister, his voice still adopting a gentle older brother tone. But the cold glint in his eyes revealed a side of him he rarely showed her. Mengqi shuddered, quickly retracting her proud demeanor and loudly apologizing to Lu Xing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have caused you trouble. It was all my fault. She was not afraid of trouble, but her confidence was rooted in her two brothers. If her brother was truly angry, she wouldn't fare well. She couldn't help but wonder what had transpired between this pair of siblings that they would save her brother's life. Lu Xing was taken aback by how quickly the little girl had backed down. She had prepared for a fight, and now it seemed quite anticlimactic. Nearby, Zhang Xiaolei and Su Li both exhaled in relief. Yet, upon noticing a flicker of disappointment in her friend's eyes, Zhang Xiaolei pondered. What's this? Not fighting seems to leave you unsatisfied. When did her friend develop a penchant for violence? She hadn't been aware. Fine, I'll forgive you this time. Just avoid us at the base from now on. Don't come near us. With the other side apologizing, Lu Xing decided to accept the apology as a gesture of goodwill. You? Mengqi found the girl before her rather irritating. How dare she make demands? But facing the deadly gaze of her brother, she reluctantly agreed, muttering under her breath, Fine, I'll walk away when I see you. I won't come near you. Stupid girl. Lu Xing felt satisfied that it didn't matter if she internally cursed her. Outwardly, she had emerged victorious. Though it was all thanks to her capable brother, that was just how it was. Casually glancing at the other brother, she noticed the way he was staring at her brother and instinctively frowned. This one didn't seem like a good sort either. Both siblings thought simultaneously. Forget it, Xunzhi. Holding him up is tiring. Lu Xiang pressed down on Wu Qinggang's muscular arm, liberating Yin Qingyi from the air. Ahem. Yin Qingyi pretended to cough lightly. His eyes slightly reddened as he looked at Lu Xiang. Yang, since the matter has been resolved, shall we find a time to discuss the previous misunderstandings properly? He adopted a notably humble demeanor, appearing sincere. Just a bunch of old foxes playing tricks. Lu Xiang maintained a cold expression, retorting, "You stay away from me." With that, he took his sister by the hand and moved away from the individual who was always so inappropriate. He wouldn't let him lead his sister astray. As the group moved away, Yin Mingyao timidly inquired of her second brother, "Ergo, why were you so accommodating towards them? You were just fierce with me." In the Yin household, her eldest brother was a fierce tiger, while her second brother was a cunning fox, never one to suffer losses. As the adopted third miss of the Yin family, she could only pretend to be formidable in front of outsiders. At home, especially before her second brother, she dared not act recklessly. Moreover, with their adoptive parents now gone, her only option was to ingratiate herself with her two brothers. "Sister, the only reason you're still here is to spare our parents worry. If you can't behave, no matter where you go, you're still our Yin family's third miss. That if you don't listen, I'll make you return to where you came from. Do you understand?" Yin Qingyi leaned down slightly, whispering in Yin Mingqi's ear, his words resembling the whispers of a demon, causing her complexion to turn pale. "That I understand. Brother, I will be obedient from now on. I won't provoke them again. As for returning to where she came from, the orphanage that had once sheltered her had long since been demolished, leaving no one behind. Where else could she go? In this world, outside the Yin family, she would have nothing but death awaiting her." As Yin Qingyi's footsteps faded, Yin Mingqi felt her legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. Fortunately, her two little followers noticed and rushed to support her. "Third miss, what did second young master say to you? Why do you look so frightened? Is this something you should be prying into?" Yin Mingqi asserted firmly, "From now on, you're not to cause any more trouble for them. Not even in private, if you wish to keep your lives." She deliberately emphasized her words, fully aware that as the third miss of the Yin family, she wielded power through her brothers. However, she also recognized that her subordinates had acted on her behalf in the past. She could overlook their actions before, but now that her second brother had spoken, she wouldn't act rashly for the sake of her future. Chapter 55. Husband goes hunting. Xunzhi busy with farming boss. There's a warehouse behind the seed shop. Xunzhi, not particularly busy these days, had joined Xunzhi's resource gathering team early in the morning to venture into the inner city. "Okay, I'm coming," Xunzhi replied, raising his voice slightly. The seed shop was situated directly across from a train station in the city. Although several months had passed since the apocalypse began, the interior of the station still harbored a significant number of zombies. For them, there was no valuable resource to collect inside the train station, so they weren't in a rush to clear out the zombies there. Perhaps, like raising insects, they could allow them to evolve naturally and return to harvest when they had cultivated higher-level zombies. Leaving most of the team members on guard outside, Xunzhi pushed up the rolling shutter door behind him and swiftly entered the seed shop. He gazed at the numerous sacks filled with unknown seeds. Xunzhi fell silent, seeing the two pairs of wide, watery eyes fixed on him. He couldn't help but smile wryly, indicating that he too did not recognize them if the actual vegetables were placed before him. He might know their names, but distinguishing seeds was indeed a bit challenging. It was somewhat embarrassing, but he was just an ordinary kid raised in the city. Not knowing vegetable seeds was quite normal. Wasn't he it? "Ah, that is perfectly fine. We're all in the same boat, calling you boss because we don't recognize them." Su Qing quickly changed the subject. "But if we want to know what they are, it's not too difficult. The wall in the store has small packets, right? Those packages have names written on them. We can open them one by one to check, though it'll be a bit tedious." Xunzhi did not deny that his knowledge of these plants was still lacking. After all, he held the identity of a plant-type ability user. It seemed he needed to find some books to catch up on his studies. However, for the small problems currently facing them, there were still solutions. "You're right, boss. The small bags of seeds outside are quite complete. Let us go back and sort them out little by little. Xunzhi suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had become overly reliant on his boss. He hadn't even thought of this solution himself. That's the job of your logistics department. Don't drag me into it. Su Qing noticed that Xunzhi had been sticking to her lately. Regardless, wherever you go in the base, you're helping out, and it's easier to come here. Xunzhi felt a twinge of jealousy each time he sought out Su Qing, who was invariably surrounded by a group of men towering over 190 centimeters. What's so remarkable about being 190? If he put in some effort, who knows, he might even grow taller. Pouting, he thought to himself. It seems you believe the work in the logistics department is still lacking in saturation? Xunzhi, standing nearby, wore a benign smile that, to be fair, his boss seemed to adapt better to a serious demeanor. When he smiled, it could be somewhat intimidating to the children. Before Xunzhi could respond, Xunzhi continued, if you find yourself idle, why not accompany me back to do some farming? It would be an excellent opportunity to learn more about agriculture. Xunzhi was taken aback. How could he refuse? His boss had already made the suggestion, and even if he were as busy as a dog, he could only follow his boss's lead. Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle at his flustered expression. He looked nothing like someone capable of managing the entire logistics department of the base. Xunzhi observed their exchange keenly. It was wise to assign them more tasks while his little brother had yet to express his feelings. After all, once he found a partner, he might be preoccupied with romance all day long. Just like Xunzhi himself, who recently rekindled a passionate romance with Xiaomuse just a few days prior. After a gathering, he had carried him back to their quarters that very night, by the time he regained consciousness. It was already the morning of the third day, completely disrupting all his plans for the following day. Love truly interferes with one's affairs. Thus, upon awakening, he had promptly kicked him out, insisting he find something to occupy his time. Wasn't he supposed to be feeding him? Off he goes to hunt in the mountains outside the city. Don't return unless he catches something. He wasn't easy to take care of. Watching the two of them bicker, Xunzhi discreetly rubbed his lower back, cursing the little rascal who had pinched him so hard it still hurt. Such wounds were difficult to heal without a healing-type ability user. Although his own recovery capabilities were quite good, he still felt a lingering discomfort in certain areas. Before long, Su Qing had completely cleared out the seed stores along an entire street, and on the way back to the base, she even made a detour to a flower market, leaving no trace of the nutrient soil and planting baskets. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the soil affected by meteorite energy had a remarkably low germination rate for ordinary crops. Currently, some of the vegetables in the base were grown from this nutrient soil, but the scale of cultivation was severely limited. They were merely sitting on a treasure trove of fertile land without the means to utilize it. Boss, you're back. Sister Su Qing, Brother Shun, at the entrance of the base. Lu Xiu set aside her water ability, which she was using to bathe the vines. Upon seeing the returning collection team, she approached to greet them. Xunzhi noted the freshly washed vines, each leaf seemingly radiating a vibrant green, indicating that the young girl responsible for this task had taken her work seriously, without any hint of negligence. The vines conveyed a sense of joy and happiness to him as well. Truth be told, when Lu Xiu had approached him to request joining the external team, he was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the young girl to possess such courage. However, mere courage was insufficient for the outside missions. So he entrusted her to a combat team member with water abilities. Bathing the vines was a task assigned to her by her master. The thicket of vines on the rose wall was densely packed. Not only thorny but also intricately intertwined. To clean them, one needed precise control over the water flow. The coarse streams had to be dispersed into finer sprays, even forming lines of water capable of navigating between the vines. Moreover, the pressure of the water couldn't be too gentle. It needed to possess the force of a high-pressure water gun to be effective. After all, the surface of the vines was not something a mere secondary ability user could easily breach. Xunzhi allowed them to proceed, with the stipulation that they were not to touch the vines with their hands. That was a hard limit, as it would be too peculiar. Despite their curiosity, they lacked the audacity to test the waters. After all, it was common knowledge that the vines only heeded Xunzhi's commands. Their inability to breach the vines' defenses was a matter of skill. But the vines could poke them without a sound, akin to prodding soft tofu that if one wished to meet their demise, they were welcome to try. Hadn't those turned into flower mud zombies served as a cautionary tale? Keep it up, little sister. You can do it. Once you pass with your master, I'll take you out for some fun. Su Qing was quite fond of this younger sister who was only a few years her junior. Lu Xiu nodded earnestly, waving them goodbye. Once they were out of sight, she returned to her spot, diligently practicing her abilities. I love bathing. It makes me so happy. The little vine swayed joyfully. Chapter 56. Weeding under the midday sun. A day spent outside did not overly fatigue Xunzhi. The hunting team led by Xiao Muse was expected to return in 4 to 5 days, assuming all went smoothly. After all, in the face of such natural disasters, animals' instincts would be sharper than humans, and they might have retreated deep into the mountains. Xunzhi took a quick shower, loosely wrapping a white towel around his waist, before approaching the bathing pool and untying it. The courtyard they resided in was quite spacious, featuring a separate shower room and swimming pool, with a small hot tub beside the pool. Though small in comparison, it could still accommodate a dozen burly men without issue. The water in the hot tub was at a comfortable temperature, and under normal conditions, Xunzhi did not have a keen sensitivity to temperature extremes. He lowered himself into the pool, submerging all but his facial features, gently closing his eyes and allowing the vines within his body to stretch and relax. A fragment of meteorite nearby was silently dragged to the bottom of the pool by a vine, which gradually spread out, covering the bottom with a dense layer. Once the vines had formed a secure nest at the base, Xunzhi's entire body sank into it, enveloped tightly by the ever-growing vines, ultimately creating a massive green cocoon beneath the water, emitting a dim green glow that appeared quite eerie. Fortunately, no one witnessed this scene. Before Xunzhi chose to enter seclusion and absorb the meteorite fragment near the star core, he had instructed others not to disturb him. Any matters arising could be handled by the other base leaders. The vine that protected the entire base also shrouded his residence in an impenetrable barrier. Except for a specific individual, anyone who dared to intrude would face dire consequences. Time dripped away slowly. Days passed in cyclical repetition, and after several cycles, Xiao Muse, stationed by the bathing pool, sensed a faint movement within. He had initially planned to venture out, catch a few prey, and swiftly return to the base to see his beloved. But to his chagrin, he still hadn't laid eyes on her upon his return. Earlier, Xunzhi had warned him that she might choose to absorb meteorite fragments to evolve during his absence. However, he had no experience in such matters and was uncertain how long the evolution process would take. Fearing he might disturb her, he spent every spare moment guarding the bathing pool, except for essential outings. He had relocated all paperwork to the desk by the pool to handle them there. He was apprehensive about any unexpected occurrences. Waiting there had taken nearly a week. Nonetheless, his recent hunting trip had been fruitful. He had discovered several plants and animals exhibiting mutations but harboring no viruses. For instance, rabbits capable of unleashing wind blades as attacks, or wild wheat standing taller than a person. He had tested them in the kitchen, finding them edible and quite palatable, even better than the taste of pre-apocalyptic flora and fauna. At this juncture, he no longer cared whether the wild plants and animals were safe to eat. Anything edible was food. He had even learned several new dishes featuring the hundreds of rabbits he had caught, such as spicy rabbit stir-fry, numbing rabbit, and ginger rabbit. He had reserved a portion for breeding while preparing others for distribution based on contribution points within the base. Rabbits reproduced rapidly, alleviating any concerns regarding future supplies of rabbit meat. According to Xunzhi, the 50-odd rabbits released had all been exchanged within a single morning. Xunzhi felt as though he had indulged in a wonderfully satisfying slumber. As he broke the surface of the water, he noticed Xiao Muse standing by, visibly taken aback. "What time was it?" Xunzhi asked, feeling a bit sheepish. "If you're asking for the time, it is already 4 in the afternoon. If you're inquiring about the date, it has been 16 days since I left the base and returned," Xiao Muse replied in a steady tone, though his gaze towards Xunzhi was anything but innocent. Xunzhi had likely forgotten he was currently in a rather vulnerable state. However, Xunzhi's sleep-addled mind took a moment to process this until Xiao Muse enveloped him in a thick bathrobe and held him close, jolting him back to reality. Oh no, he was in for it. This famished pup would undoubtedly give him a good scolding. As expected, after Xiao Muse settled him in the bedroom, he left to tinker with something. And soon, delightful aromas wafted from the kitchen. Xunzhi was astonished, inhaling the enticing scent. Surely he wasn't mistaken. Had the recent upgrade restored his sense of taste? To his astonishment, he could detect the tantalizing aroma of food. However, Xiaomuse placed him gently on the soft bed without leading him to the kitchen, evidently harboring his own intentions. Having been absent for such an extended period, he felt a momentary reluctance to move. Before long, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, Xiaomuse appeared at the bedroom door, carrying 2 plates of dishes and a bowl of translucent rice, setting the tray on the small table beside the bed. He began to feed Xunzhi with the same care one might afford to a child, offering him bites of food as if it were a cherished ritual. First, he must satiate his beloved before indulging himself. The moment the rice touched Xunzhi's lips, his eyes widened in disbelief, akin to a startled kitten, as he swallowed the first bite with astonishment. Then, like a whirlwind, he swiftly cleared the dishes on the table. When Xiaomu's feeding pace slowed, Xunzhi seized the chopsticks himself, continuing to eat until his belly was pleasantly rounded, contentedly closing his eyes. Was his reluctance to eat indicative of a lack of desire? This was the first time Xiaomuse had witnessed Xunzhi enjoy food so heartily since the apocalypse, a smile of fondness naturally gracing his lips. Had Xunzhi eaten his fill? Pushing the small table aside, he knelt on the edge of the bed and unfastened the buttons of his shirt that constrained his chest. Without awaiting Xunzhi's response, he leaned in. His long limbs reminiscent of a ferocious beast, ready to devour his sweet treat without mercy. It was now time for his own meal. The unspoken words were abruptly silenced by the encroaching lips. The evening breeze scattered the moonlight, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They illuminated the 2 entwined figures. Unbeknownst to them, a gentle rain began to fall, as the rain intensified. A sudden flash of purple lightning cleaved through the dense darkness, careening past the fragile sprouts battered by the tempest. The tender seedlings, unable to withstand the gale, swayed helplessly in the wind, weeping pitifully. Until the night waned, the dawn began to emerge. At last, Xiaomuse relaxed his fervor, tenderly stroking the damp ends of his lover's hair. He gently kissed his eyelashes, wiping the moisture from the corners of his eyes. Heavily leaning upon this beautiful rose, hoping his nurturing would allow it to bloom even more splendidly. Chapter 57. A stalwart little bok, Choi. The midday sun shone brightly, streaming through the gaps in the curtains into the bedroom. Xiaomuse, half-naked, reclined against the headboard, one long, pale arm draped over Xunzhi. Noticing the stirrings of awakening, he pulled both Xunzhi and the blanket into his embrace. "What are you doing? You're so annoying." Xunzhi, drowsily blinking, opened his eyes, whined in a petulant tone. Just as he lifted his head, a flurry of kisses descended upon him like rain, one after another, much like a chick pecking at grains. "This is a bit too clingy. Are you getting up? The meal is ready and kept warm. Or shall I bring it to the bedside to feed you?" Xiaomuse inquired gently. What to do with such a cute wife? Xunzhi, still somewhat dazed, rubbed his eyes and replied, "Then I suppose I should get up and eat. It's not good to eat in bed. It's a bit dangerous. I mustn't develop such a habit of being served." "Then let me help you get dressed." With that, he placed a heavy kiss on Xunzhi's lips and jumped off the bed to fetch clothes from the wardrobe. Xunzhi gazed at Xiaomu's muscular physique and strong waist. Recalling the stormy night prior, his cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. "Ahem, no lewd thoughts allowed. Don't choose anything too bright. I'm heading to the planting zone today." "All right, how about this outfit?" Xiaomu selected a pair of dark denim jeans paired with a black-gray short-sleeve shirt, accentuating Xunzhi's fair complexion. "Just add a hat when we head out, and it will be perfect," Xunzhi confidently remarked as he admired his reflection in the dressing mirror. After all, no matter who possessed this face, it would always be the clothing that complemented the person, not the other way around. After the couple finished their brunch, they each busied themselves with their respective tasks. As the visible leader of the base, Xiaomuse needed to review and manage various daily affairs and the execution of significant plans, with the current membership still relatively small, if his workload was insufficient. He would also monitor the daily training of the combat group. Meanwhile, Xunzhi's primary task was to develop the planting endeavors within the base. Despite the abundance of collected supplies, all existing food had a limited shelf life. Only by restoring their own cultivation and establishing a stable output could they alleviate concerns regarding food storage. However, the current state of the planting efforts was far from optimistic. The crops tenderly nurtured in planting boxes needed to take root successfully. Even with an inexhaustible supply of clean water and sunlight, once these seedlings were transplanted into the post-apocalyptic soil, they were destined to wither and yellow away. Relying solely on plant-based abilities to hasten the ripening of vegetables in the planting boxes was unrealistic. Not to mention, other plant-based abilities users could not match Xunzhi's formidable output, capable of accelerating a seed into edible produce within a short period. The more pressing issue was that, aside from Xunzhi, there were hardly more than a handful of plant-based abilities users in their base. Most abilities within the base leaned towards offensive or physical mutations. Thus, compared to the sluggish progress of planting efforts, the advancements in infrastructure could only be described as rapid. Just days ago, the square complex was merely a blueprint. Now, the main structure was already 80% complete, with the remaining decorative and stylistic elements being meticulously refined by earth and fire abilities users. What could possibly have gone wrong? Alone atop the city wall, Xunzhi sat, observing the exposed land within his line of sight. Everywhere he looked was overtaken by the roses he had initially planted. In the presence of the domineering mutant roses, no ordinary plant could survive. Realizing this, he slapped his forehead in exasperation. How could he have forgotten that the base was now enveloped by his roses? The sheer volume of the rose vines could only be imagined, with their roots sprawling unseen beneath the ground. The daily nourishment provided by the combat team had nurtured the rose into a more domineering entity. It had consumed all the energy from the surrounding area. Newly planted vegetable seedlings were also plants. Without special instructions, the roses would naturally perceive any encroaching plants as intruders and swiftly eradicate them. He had truly been blinded by a single leaf. Coming to this realization, Xunzhi slowly closed his eyes, consciously extending his mental energy to commune with the guardian rose in that moment. Every root and upward-reaching vine of the rose became his eyes. He could clearly observe the happenings throughout the base, far more distinctly than the information conveyed through the rose's consciousness. This was an almost inhuman perspective. He was the vine itself, freely controlling the growth direction of each part of his body. Locating the root systems beneath the planting area in his mind, he guided them to relocate elsewhere, while deeply embedding a suggestion within the rose's consciousness. This area is off-limits. It must not absorb any energy from this zone. After reiterating this 3 times, Xunzhi emphasized verbally upon withdrawing from their communion. You must not consume anything from this area. Understand? In the future, I will arrange for base members to provide you with extra nourishment. He gently stroked the entwined rose in his palm. After finalizing the agreement, Xunzhi returned to the planting zone. As the current planting efforts had not yielded effective results, the number of members allocated to the planting group was scant. With newfound clarity, Xunzhi refrained from transplanting seedlings from the boxes and instead sowed bok choy seeds directly into the tilled land. After watering them once, he placed his palm, imbued with plant abilities, against the ground. Energy flowed outward like ripples on water. He steadily amplified the output of his abilities. One by one, sturdy bok choys broke through the soil. Swiftly growing from seedlings into edible vegetables, to be safe, he poured forth additional energy, watching as the bok choy leaves became increasingly vibrant and inviting, ready for harvest, before withdrawing his powers. 1 minute, then 2. Xunzhi quietly observed the lush vegetable patch. It was not until half an hour later, when the bok choy still stood tall in the soil, that he exhaled in relief. It seemed the previous inability to cultivate the land was solely his responsibility. He bore the blame without question. Smiley face. However, it is fortunate that the issue has been resolved. Even without the stimulation of supernatural abilities, these seeds can naturally grow and sprout, ultimately yielding abundant fruits. Chapter 58. Everyone is busy cultivating the land and planting vegetables. Although the resources at the base are currently ample, and the livestock industry has gradually expanded from merely a few rabbits to include pigs, cattle, and sheep, the success of the planting endeavor has reignited the fervor for farming in the hearts of the inhabitants, whether from the combat team or the construction team. After finishing their shifts, they often meander through the planting area, returning home satisfied upon seeing the flourishing vegetable gardens. It seems that the day's labor feels incomplete without that glance. Now, as autumn begins, the planting team has selected several seasonal vegetables to cultivate, such as winter melons, eggplants, corn, and pumpkins to ensure the base's daily supply. Xunzhi spends at least half of each day in the vegetable fields. Not only does he guide other plant-based supernatural ability users in upgrading their skills, but he also utilizes the excess energy within him to nourish the land, some fast-growing vegetables like lettuce, bok choy, and water spinach, which would have taken over 30 days to reach harvest before the apocalypse. Astonishingly require only a few days to mature under abundant growth energy. Is this not another form of adaptation to the environment? He deliberately saved seeds from the first batch of naturally grown vegetables, hoping that after generations of artificial cultivation, their flavors might evolve into something new. Mama Lu has now become a core member of the planting team. Initially, she volunteered her assistance, but later realized that tending to large plots of land was far more invigorating than her small garden at home, leading her to become increasingly dedicated. In her words, even if she were to lose her job, as long as she could still contribute, she would continue to shine for the cause of the base. Her efficiency in managing fieldwork surpasses that of many younger individuals. Observing her diligence, Xunzhi formally included her in the planting team, assigning her a suitable salary commensurate with her role as a team leader. The other members harbored no resentment, for despite her age, Mama Lu, even without prior experience in farming before the apocalypse, could provide solutions to various plant growth issues with her wealth of life experience. Xunzhi often sees Mama Lu studying books on cultivation after finishing her fieldwork. Truly, one learns as long as one lives, and he cannot help but admire her. Moreover, the several prisoners previously captured by Xunzhi, who were initially working with Wu Chenggang in the construction team, have now found their way to the planting area. The construction team increasingly relied on the abilities of mutated supernatural users. These injured, ordinary individuals found themselves of limited utility. Xunzhi decided to assign them tasks such as weeding and watering in the planting area. In this post-apocalyptic world, every able-bodied individual is a precious resource. After a period of labor rehabilitation, these individuals have been thoroughly impressed by the leaders of the base and now work diligently without cutting corners, even displaying increased enthusiasm. Xunzhi finds it quite seamless to direct them, offering them the same treatment as other planting team members. Life is becoming increasingly promising. Certainly, this positive atmosphere is also due to Wu Qinggang's encouragement. Boss, the watering tasks in both the eastern and western districts have been completed. Is there anything else we need to do? The once timid young man now beams with a smile, eager to take on more tasks after finishing his duties early. After all, the work assigned to them in the planting area, which involves merely watering, fertilizing, and weeding, is far less taxing than their previous endeavors of scavenging for scrap metal and transporting construction materials. Moreover, witnessing the thriving vegetable fields daily fills them with hope for the future, invigorating their spirits. That's fine. You all go ahead and rest. After lunch, once you finish your routine inspections, you can water again in the evening. Xunzhi treats them equally, understanding that a balance of rest and work is essential for optimal performance. Hey, thank you, boss. Although Xunzhi did not assign them additional tasks, they still tidied up the tools in the storage room before returning to their quarters to rest. Boss, I have good news to share with you. Xunzhi, an external member of the planting team, excitedly approached Xunzhi before lunch, his face alight with enthusiasm. Is it your good news, or the base's good news? Xunzhi, sensing the eagerness radiating from Xunzhi, began to speculate. It's my good news. Xunzhi blushed slightly as he looked at his boss, his expression brimming with the desire to share. Su Qing has agreed to be your girlfriend, Xunzhi calmly stated, folding the vegetable cultivation encyclopedia resting on his lap. How did you know, boss? Xunzhi exclaimed in astonishment. He thought that his pursuit of Su Qing had not reached the level of public knowledge. This Na'vi younger brother unwittingly wore his thoughts on his sleeve. Unbeknownst to him, several high-ranking members of the base had already set up a betting pool regarding when Su Qing would accept his confession during their idle moments. To show his support, Xunzhi had wagered a month on the outcome. Unexpectedly, after several harvests of vegetables, he only then heard the news of Xunzhi's successful confession. The 3,000 crystal cores he had wagered were all lost in vain. Truly disappointing. Sigh. Everyone has seen through your feelings long ago. Only you are oblivious, thinking you were hiding it well. Each time you see Su Qing go into the construction team, your lips pucker up like an oil bottle. With a faint sigh, Xunzhi pulled out 2 crystal cores from his jacket pocket and casually tossed them to him. Consider this a congratulatory gift, and remember to treat me to a meal. Xunzhi deftly caught the crystal cores, and upon closer inspection, he discovered they were 2 exceptionally high-quality peak-level zombie crystal cores. One was wind attribute, and the other was space attribute. Wow, boss, you are too good to me. Xunzhi, oblivious to how his boss happened to carry these two crystal cores, noted that since the base's reward system was implemented, the crystal cores he had saved were far inferior in both quality and quantity compared to what his boss had previously gifted him. After all, the crystal cores his boss had given him were in heaps. As a principal figure in logistics, Xunzhi found himself busy with work at the base. Meanwhile, his boss, busy planting in the morning and scavenging for supplies in the afternoon, was equally swamped. The two rarely had the opportunity to meet. Xunzhi could only occasionally check in on his boss during work breaks, while also squeezing in time to pursue romance. Truly, it was a hardship. The wind attribute crystal cores I didn't give you before are still with me. I'll give them to you as a dowry when the time comes, as he gazed at his tearful younger brother. Xunzhi suddenly felt a sense of weariness akin to that of a father. Indeed, the burden of providing for a family can age one rapidly. He certainly did not wish to become a father at such a young age. Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed the terrifying thoughts from his mind. Chapter 59. Heartwarming moments amidst the harvest season. A.S. Xunzhi departed in high spirits. Xunzhi tidied up and prepared to return to the courtyard for lunch. Recently, the repetitive nature of daily life has made time feel as if it has slowed down. Xunzhi has recently elevated some survivors through a population census conducted within the base, including a pair of brothers he had previously rescued. The younger brother, Xunzhi, has awakened a healing-type ability and has been assigned to the medical team, now learning more medical knowledge alongside Sushio. Meanwhile, his older brother, Xinbin, was discovered to have previously been a young executive in a Fortune 500 company and an outstanding management talent who had just returned from studying abroad. Was it not a waste to have him serve as an ordinary team member in logistics? Therefore, Xunzhi directly promoted him to the position of secretary, selecting a couple of university student assistants to form a secretarial team. Although this world has endured a natural disaster, it remains a civilization. After a period of adjustments, the management structure of the base has gradually reached a semblance of order, and managing the base as if it were a company has proven to be far simpler. The power structure of the base initially comprised a few team members, with Xunzhi overseeing the entire operation. Under him are various groups responsible for different aspects of the base, including combat, resources, medical, livestock, planting, logistics, technology, and comprehensive services. When Xunzhi returned to the courtyard, Xunzhi had already prepared lunch and set it on the dining table. I checked the time, and you should be about ready to return. Although they were having lunch alone, he still aimed to maintain a standard of 4 dishes and a soup, just enough for the two of them to finish without waste. Xunzhi first changed into comfortable home attire in a small dressing room next to the dining area before joining Xunzhi at the table. Gigi, try this new dish I made today. Xunzhi has increasingly succumbed to the allure of feeding Xunzhi. He has taken to leading the hunting team into the nearby mountains from time to time, gathering wild treasures. Not only has he discovered wild Sichuan pepper and ginger, but he has also unearthed various medicinal herbs. However, he no longer vanishes for 4 or 5 days at a time, instead limiting his excursions to a maximum of 3 days, returning promptly to the base when the time is up. Each return brings with it a repertoire of new dishes that enrich their family table. As the table increasingly brims with energizing ingredients, Xunzhi gradually resumes the rhythm of 3 meals a day. Do you have any significant matters to attend to in the coming days? In their household, there exists no strict rule of silence during meals, and many discussions unfold at the dining table. You see, my schedule is quite manageable now. The routine affairs of the base have been delegated to the secretarial team, and I am primarily focused on guiding major decisions while emphasizing the training of the combat teams. Aside from the territory claimed by my roses, are there not several other mutated plants in Jiangxing? Previously, we were preoccupied with stabilizing the base's condition, maintaining a peaceful coexistence with the other mutated flora. However, Xunzhi now wishes to alter this equilibrium. With fewer members in the team, the combat squads had not received targeted training against mutated plants, particularly in this area where my roses flourish. Therefore, this opportunity to explore other mutated flora could serve to address the shortcomings of the combat teams. As Xunzhi served him vegetables, he replied, "Yes, that sounds feasible. The combat group has developed a certain synergy during this period of adjustment. The second combat team, led by Yin Qingxiu, can join us as well. His fire abilities are formidable, and fire is effective against wood." perhaps yielding unexpected results. Agreed. Just ensure the personnel are arranged accordingly. I hope we can embark promptly. Which direction do you wish to head first? Xiaomuse inquired, sensing that since Xunzhi had proactively suggested exploring other mutated plants, he must have formulated some plans in his mind that Xunzhi slowly articulated. Let us head east. That renowned Chinese flame tree from my previous life has piqued my interest for quite some time. Initially, I intended to investigate it alone, but various matters necessitated constant adjustments to my plans. Fortunately, while foraging for supplies, I have secretly collected several meteorites. I have absorbed a few smaller pieces here and there, while the larger ones are concealed in the basement of the courtyard. That he felt that his energy absorption from the meteorites had reached a plateau, despite the abundance of meteorites before him. He felt as though he had reached his capacity. He was unsure if it was due to the recent chill in the air or some other reason, but he often found himself feeling drowsy. Fearing that procrastination might lead him into a state of lethargy, he hurried to finalize the planting area arrangements before drafting his travel plans. Very well. I shall spend the afternoon tallying personnel and organizing equipment and supplies, informing them that we shall set off at dawn tomorrow. Yes, this time Su Qing and Xunzhi need not accompany us. Our focus will remain on reconnaissance. Understood. Xiaomuse nodded. In this post-apocalyptic world, various mutated flora and fauna, once awakened, possess intellect that rivals that of humans, and inherently harbor the concept of territoriality. Xunzhi's ambition to dominate all of Jiangxing is undoubtedly influenced by this biological subconscious. Currently, the foremost threat to humanity is the zombies, not merely due to their overwhelming numbers, but because their mobility allows them to mount large-scale assaults on bases, posing catastrophic risks. The mutated flora and fauna should not be underestimated either. The fierce beasts thrive in deep forests, with only those that have survived in zoos posing a potential threat to humans in large numbers. Mutated plants, being immobile, can coexist peacefully as long as one avoids encroaching upon their territory. Xunzhi, however, is an exceptional case. He retains the consciousness of a human from the outset of his mutation and possesses knowledge of rapid advancement, unlike other mutated plants that must undergo the natural progression of awareness. Instinctual feeding and gradual evolution, he is consciously evolving. Thus, he harbors an undeniable confidence in his ability to surpass other mutated beings in terms of rank, having been granted a second chance at life. Failing to swiftly enhance his strength would be a disservice to his existence. Moreover, his greatest adversary is not the trivial flora of Jiangxing but lies far away in the distant Deer City. Yet, the opportune moment for such a confrontation has yet to arrive, though he believes it draws near. After their meal, Xunzhi assisted in placing the dishes into the dishwasher, while Xiaomuse had already prepared tea in the living room. Seated cross-legged on the sofa, he exuded a sense of calm, the fragrant aroma of roses mingling with the delicate scent of freshly brewed tea. Xunzhi quickly tidied the utensils and reclined on the sofa. Resting his head on Xiaomuse's outstretched lap. It was a warm moment of tranquility. Xiaomuse gently stroked Xunzhi's soft hair, gazing down at the trustful and relaxed expression on his face. Feeling the gentle caress of his palm against Xunzhi's soft cheek, he realized that there had been no moment in his previous life that brought him such profound relaxation. Chapter 60. Daily life at the base with Xunzhi's head nestled against Xiaomuse's sculpted abdomen. His body rose and fell gently with each breath of sleep. The autumn afternoon light streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow upon his face, merging him with the serene surroundings. Xiaomuse, too, gently closed his eyes, leaning back against the sofa, silently guarding this peacefulness. This fleeting midday nap was one of the rare moments they could share intimacy during their busy days. When the alarm rang, it would be time for them to return to their respective duties, only to reunite under the night sky. Ding ding ding. Xiaomuse swiftly silenced the alarm on his phone with a flick of his finger. Xunzhi, wake up! Almost instantaneously with the alarm's chime, Xiaomuse opened his eyes. His large hands cradled Xunzhi's soft cheeks, gently squeezing them. Has it already come to that time? Xunzhi exclaimed, quickly opening his eyes, though his vision remained unfocused. Are you joining the search team for the afternoon mission, or do you have other arrangements? Xiaomuse's voice resonated beside him. Currently, the base's supplies are sufficient to gather more. We would need to venture further afield, and they have worked hard during this period. Perhaps we should grant them a half-day off this afternoon. Xunzhi pondered the quantity of supplies they had amassed recently. The storage building was nearing its capacity. To continue gathering supplies would necessitate waiting for the new warehouse to be completed to ensure proper storage. Otherwise, leaving them in vacant buildings would complicate management. During this time, he had also managed to find a fair number of meteorites while scouring for supplies, leading his team on a whirlwind of activity without granting them a long respite. Fortunately, the base's resources were ample. Given that they had been away on distant excursions, it would be wise to allow the search team a few days of rest, encouraging them to engage in regular training at the base.